Yellow Gourd. As the year draws to a close, the north wind howls, enveloping the world in a blanket of white. Er Gouzi, clad in a tattered ancestral coat, bears patches layered upon patches, yet it fails to prevent the wild grasses and willow fluff stuffed within from escaping. His upper body is somewhat protected, thanks to the inherited garment, but his trousers are merely remnants, barely reaching his knees, one leg longer than the other, with the fabric around his backside worn thin, exposing a half-frozen, purplish buttock. One of his worn straw sandals has fallen off, leaving uneven footprints in the snow. At this moment, Er Gouzi secures a small bundle of firewood, weighing around 30 pounds, which should suffice for his task. Gathering firewood is no easy feat, as every household relies on it, and trees scarcely have a chance to grow. He trudged 7 or 8 miles, laboring for most of the day, to extract this firewood from the snow. After bundling it, he plops down onto the pile, exhaling warm breath onto his hands before tucking them under his armpits for warmth. After catching his breath, he rummages through his tattered coat to retrieve a lump of husk cake, biting into it with fervor and chewing intently. The cake, a mixture of grain husks, wild vegetables, and a smattering of acorns and grass seeds, scratches his throat painfully as he swallows. Though it is termed a cake, it is, in truth, pilfered from the pig's feed. Even with such meager fare, he seldom feels satiated. Upon finishing the husk cake, he licks the crumbs from his fingers and scoops a handful of snow from the ground, swallowing it. After resting for a while, feeling a slight resurgence of strength, he rises, shouldering the firewood and preparing to return home. However, as he stands too abruptly, burdened by the weight of the wood, he slips and tumbles down the slope. Crash! Bang crack! Er Gouzi lies on the ground, unable to straighten his aching back. In his fall, something hard struck his lower back, tearing a large hole in his coat and leaving a bleeding scrape on his waist. He frantically gropes in the snow and soon discovers a peculiar object beneath the snowdrift. It is an unremarkable yellow gourd, approximately a foot tall, with a diameter as large as a human head. A few droplets of his blood cling to the cap of the gourd. At this moment, the blood seems to dissipate, as though absorbed by the gourd itself. Upon removing the cap, he finds an indistinct muddle within, obscuring any clear view. Er Gouzi contemplates that this gourd would serve well to hold water, for he often labors outdoors, often deprived of a drink. Yet, the gourd is somewhat oversized, if only it were smaller. As this thought crosses his mind, remarkably, the gourd indeed shrinks considerably. Er Gouzi blinks in disbelief, rubbing his eyes to confirm that the gourd now stands only 7 or 8 inches tall. Smaller. This time, he stares intently at the gourd in his hands. Indeed, the gourd shrinks further before his very eyes, now measuring merely 5 inches in height. Smaller, smaller. Accompanied by a wave of dizziness, the yellow gourd has shrunk to about an inch. However, he now feels lightheaded and nauseous, his fingers trembling slightly. Such sensations must be related to the gourd. He dares not continue his attempts. Should he faint in this frigid landscape, he would become a lifeless corpse long before dawn. After toying with the shrunken gourd for a moment, he reluctantly tucks it into the lining of his coat and shivers as he resumes his descent with the firewood. On the return journey of 7 or 8 miles, he slips several more times in the snow. The remaining straw sandal disintegrates completely, leaving him to tread barefoot through the snow. After circumventing 2 small hills, he finally glimpses Shushy village at the foot of the mountain. In the village center flows a small creek, flanked by numerous earthen homes with thatched roofs. Among them, a few larger houses adorned with green tiles stand out prominently, indicating the presence of the village's rare, affluent families. As twilight descends, Er Gouzi arrives at the threshold of the tiled house, the door ajar. Yet, he hesitates, seemingly lacking the courage to step inside. Why are you dawdling at the door? Hurry up and fetch water to feed the pigs. At that moment, a coarse, grating voice calls from within. A stout woman stands at the entrance, her hair greasy, clad in a similarly greasy cotton outfit, glaring at Er Gouzi with a frown. All you do is eat, you skimp on work, and you've only gathered this little firewood all day. Er Gouzi quickly forces a smile onto his frostbitten face, lowering his head to shake off the snowflakes, then strides inside with the firewood. If your worthless parents hadn't passed away early, You'd have starved long ago without me scraping together some food for you. Always looking pitiful if one didn't know better. They'd think I was abusing you. Yes, yes. Thank you, Andy, for saving my life. Er Gouzi offers a servile smile while deftly placing the firewood in the woodshed. He then grabs a yoke and water bucket from behind the door, not even pausing to change out of his wet clothes before heading back outside. He hauls 3 loads of water, filling the barrel to the brim. Next, he tidies the house, prepares a basin of hot water for soaking feet, and feeds a pig. While feeding the pig, hunger gnaws at him, and he can't resist stealing a substantial handful of pig feed, feeling somewhat full. The pig feed contains many wild vegetables and a smattering of grains, making it no worse than his own meals. Over the years, rising early and laboring late, he would not have survived without occasionally pilfering from the pig's provisions. After all, the meat grown from pig feed is destined for human consumption. Why not consume the feed directly, which is quite similar to eating pork? As long as he survives, what does it matter if he eats pig feed and endures some humiliation? Once he completes all the household chores, night has fully fallen, and Annie's family has long since retired to their warm beds. Only then does Er Gouzi enter the dining room, brandishing a burning pine, not for light. Lighting a lamp consumes too much oil. Aside from his cousin studying at night, Annie forbids anyone else from using the oil lamp. In the center of the dining room stands an Immortal table, upon which a few leftover bowls and chopsticks remain. By the dim light of the burning pine knot, he sees remnants of food in the bowls, which will serve as his dinner. He typically eats twice daily, having breakfast before heading out to gather firewood, and dinner after finishing all chores. Once, famished, he dared to eat before completing his tasks and was met with Andy's wrath, receiving both verbal and physical reprimands. A long scar on his arm is a reminder of that incident when Andy struck him with a fire tong. Among the 5 coarse clay bowls, a little cold porridge lingers, with one small bowl containing half a serving. Er Gouzi lifts the bowl of cold porridge and gulps it down in a few hearty swallows. Beneath the porridge, he discovers a few strands of pickled vegetables. The pickles are delicious, and he savors them without chewing, letting the flavors linger in his mouth. With the taste of the pickles, he cleans the bowl's rim of leftover porridge. The remaining bowls also contain traces of cold porridge, all of which he licks clean. After finishing the bowl, he scrapes the remnants from the pot, consuming every last morsel. Though it is merely leftover food, it is far superior to pig feed, albeit in scant quantity. After eating, he washes the bowls and pots, then retreats to his sleeping quarters. His room is quite humble, featuring a dilapidated bed covered with a thick layer of straw. On the walls hang 2 pairs of newly woven straw sandals, crafted during his spare time, which he hopes may fetch a couple of coins. Under the bed, he has stashed a handful of copper coins, the entirety of his secret savings. Er Gouzi had been laboring tirelessly since the break of dawn, and now he felt utterly exhausted. As he reclined into the haystack, a wave of comfort washed over him. From within his bosom, he retrieved a thumb-sized yellow gourd. Its origins remained a mystery, yet its remarkable properties suggested it was indeed a treasure. At the very least, this gourd possessed the capacity to hold a substantial amount of water. He had just spent a considerable time at the creek, yet had been unable to fill it completely. With a flick of the cap, Er Gouzi tilted the gourd to his lips and took a sip. To his astonishment, the water within was no longer bitter. The waters surrounding Shushi village were notoriously brackish, a harsh blend of bitterness and astringency. Those fortunate enough to afford it would often mask the taste with a few leaves of tea. After several more sips, he confirmed it was not a mere illusion that the water inside the gourd was indeed devoid of bitterness, instead offering a delicate hint of sweetness. In the early dawn, as the rooster crowed for the second time, Er Gouzi reluctantly rose from his bed. He cast a glance at the 3 pairs of newly woven straw sandals hanging on the wall, hesitating for a moment before taking one pair and putting them on his feet. Although the materials for making straw sandals were inexpensive, they required considerable time and effort. The sandals on the wall were crafted through countless late nights, intended to be sold in town whenever he found the opportunity. At the age of 13, living under someone else's roof was no longer tenable. He felt more wretched than a dog, toiling harder than an ox, yet feasting worse than a pig. His greatest dream over the years had been to save up enough capital to rent a few acres of land and become self-sufficient. However, even becoming a tenant farmer demanded substantial investment. First, one needed to acquire farming tools and seeds, which required a significant sum of money. Furthermore, one must cultivate a good relationship with the landlord. Otherwise, with so many impoverished souls in the world, the landowners might not even consider renting to him. After putting on his sandals, Er Gouzi reached for a handful of straw to stuff inside his clothing, compensating for the inadequacy of his garments. Just then, amidst the straw, he noticed a hint of green. Upon closer inspection in the dim light, he discovered a shriveled seed nestled within the straw, which had surprisingly sprouted and grown tender shoots of 2 or 3 inches. What could this mean? In the heart of winter, when all the greenery had succumbed to frost, how could a seed possibly germinate? As he touched the straw, he felt it was somewhat damp. After pondering for a while, he recalled that he had been drinking from a small gourd the previous night and had perhaps spilled some water. Could it be that the water from the stream had begun to exhibit some miraculous effect after being stored in the gourd? With this thought in mind, he carefully concealed the sprouting seed behind his bed and poured a little water from the gourd onto it. He then rummaged through the straw again, hoping to find a few more seeds to experiment with. Unfortunately, he had already consumed all the viable seeds he had, leaving him with only 3 shriveled grains of rice. He placed these 3 grains behind the bed as well, watering them gently. Er Gouzi, the sun is already high, and you're still lazing about. His aunt's voice rang out from outside, scolding him. He hastily tucked the yellow gourd into his cotton clothing and stepped out the door, noting that the sky was still dimly lit. Each day, he had to rise early to prepare pig feed and help his cousin with his morning wash. His uncle's household consisted of 5 members. His older cousin, Zhang Yuliang, who had been training in martial arts for years at the county Zhengwu Hall, could consume 10 pounds of meat in one sitting, deliver a punch powerful enough to fell a cow, and leap 5 to 6 feet high. His younger cousin, Zhang Yoshin, who was slightly younger than him, attended a private school but could barely recognize a handful of characters, having picked up the bad habits of the literati, insisting on washing his face every morning in the bitter cold. What was there to wash? Every day, he had to endure the trouble of heating water for his cousin's morning face wash, despite the sun already being high in the sky. Since childhood, these 2 brothers had derived great amusement from tormenting Er Gouzi. Zhang Yoshin particularly enjoyed making Er Gouzi crawl on the ground while he rode on his back, pretending to be a great general. There was also a 7-year-old cousin, the only member of the family who retained a semblance of humanity, who would save half a bowl of cold porridge from the dining table for him. However, being a girl, she held little status in her uncle's household and was often scolded by her aunt as a worthless burden. Seated by the earthen stove, Er Gouzi tended to the fire, cooking pig feed and warming water for washing. He extended his frostbitten hands and feet toward the flames, feeling the heat penetrate the frostbite. As if millions of tiny insects were crawling beneath his skin, he rubbed his hands incessantly over the frostbite, a maddening itch that penetrated to the bone. Yet it was also a strangely pleasurable sensation. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up and feed the pigs. Do you have any idea how much firewood you're wasting? His aunt scolded him as she prepared breakfast, shooing him away, eating my food and wasting my firewood under her incessant chiding. Er Gouzi trudged toward the pigsty with the feed. To deter him from stealing, his aunt personally prepared his meals twice a day, leaving him no opportunity to sneak a taste. Thus, he could only extend his hand toward the pig feed, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before grabbing a hefty handful and stuffing it into his mouth, burning his tongue in the process. He also took a handful rich in rice grains and tucked it into the lining of his cotton clothing. The large black pig in the sty had been raised for 2 years and weighed at least 70 to 80 pounds, slightly heavier than Er Gouzi himself. His uncle intended to slaughter the pig for the new year, so he had instructed to enrich its diet with some rice grains and rice bran. However, most of this extra feed had found its way into Er Gouzi's mouth. The black pig would remain blissfully unaware that while it had eaten grass for 2 years, its last meal would be pilfered by the very boy meant to care for it. After feeding the pigs and consuming some leftovers, Er Gouzi had to venture into the mountains to collect firewood. Since the autumn harvest, he had been tirelessly scouring the mountains with work seemingly endless. As long as he worked harder, his cousin would have an extra piece of meat in his bowl, and his younger cousin would have an additional pen in his satchel. However, ever since he acquired the yellow gourd and made his morning discovery, his vision for the future had expanded. Previously, his dream was merely to save money to rent land and become a tenant farmer. If he could marry a plump wife, that would suffice for a lifetime. Now, however, the notion of being a tenant farmer no longer satisfied his ambitions. He believed he could aspire to become a landlord, much like the village tycoon Huang Laokai. who possessed hundreds of acres, married 5 wives, fathered 10 sons, and dined on meat every few days. Lost in his reverie, Er Gouzi found himself moving with greater speed today, the biting cold of the wind no longer as daunting. Over the following days, for seedlings sprouted in the small room where he slept. This was a crop that should have only grown in the rice paddies during spring, basking in the warmth of the sun. Yet, against all odds, they thrived, growing remarkably well. Within just a few days, they had reached a height of nearly 1 foot. He estimated their growth rate to be approximately 10 times that of ordinary seedlings. To prevent his aunt and her family from discovering the seedlings in his room, he had been exceptionally diligent in his chores, collecting dog feces outside to the point where Huang Lao-Tsai's dogs struggled to keep up. Naturally, some of the refuse clung to him, leaving him and his sleeping quarters reeking. Now, when his aunt scolded him, she kept her distance, no longer daring to enter his foul-smelling room. Seeing the seedlings flourish, he contemplated whether he should expand his endeavor. If he planted more seeds, given their rapid growth, he might accumulate enough capital by spring. Yesterday, while helping his aunt with the rice pounding, he discreetly pocketed a handful of unhulled grains. With so many seeds, it was impossible to plant them all in his room, since the gourd had enabled seedlings to grow in the dim, cold confines of his room. He considered planting them on the mountain as an experiment. The world outside lay cloaked in ice and snow, with few daring to venture into the mountains. After wandering for some time, Er Gouzi finally found a secluded spot and cleared a small patch of land. This area was quite remote. Once the snow was brushed away, it revealed only a scattering of stones with little earth beneath. He was uncertain if anything would grow there, but he decided to plant the seeds anyway and watered them with some of the gourd water, hoping for a miracle. The next morning, he returned to the mountains to check on his seeds. To his astonishment, those grains had indeed begun to sprout amidst the icy landscape and rocky terrain. Over the next few days, Er Gouzi diligently ventured into the mountains to water the seedlings with the gourd water. In just a few days, they had grown to over 1 foot in height. Amidst the frigid winter, a vibrant patch of seedlings thrived, proving the gourd's miraculous potential. Meanwhile, the 4 seedlings in his room were also beginning to produce sturdy ears. At this rate, he anticipated a bountiful harvest within just 2 days. Everything is progressing in a favorable direction. Once the new year has passed, I must devise a plan to lease a few acres of modest farmland. Witnessing the robust growth of the seedlings, Er Gouzi secretly resolved to take action. Meanwhile, he has been attempting to fill the yellow gourd with water whenever he has the time, yet he has been unable to ascertain its capacity. Regardless of how much water he manages to pour in, the weight of the gourd remains unchanged. He has also discovered that with sheer willpower, he can not only diminish the gourd size, but also enlarge it. At its smallest, he can reduce the yellow gourd to the size of a hair, while its maximum potential size remains unknown. Although he can alter the gourd's dimensions with a mere thought, it demands a considerable amount of mental energy. After 3 consecutive transformations, he requires a day or 2 of rest. Shrinking it is manageable, but if it becomes excessively large, it would be impossible to conceal. Chapter 3. Slaughtering the pig for the new year. With just 1 day left until the new year, a heavy snowfall descended upon the village, adding a touch of festivity to the otherwise bleak atmosphere. In the biting cold, those bedridden and awaiting death were spared the burden of wasting their meager rations, as 3 of them perished in a single day. Families mourning their deceased relatives merely shed a few perfunctory tears before hastily wrapping the bodies in straw mats and burying them in the communal graveyard. The lives of the impoverished were as cheap as wild grass, with winter claiming its toll, leaving the villagers desensitized to the loss. However, in stark contrast, the household of Er Gouzi's uncle was filled with warmth and joy. His cousin, who had been studying martial arts in the county, returned home, and his younger brother's private school had already closed for the holidays. Today, Er Gouzi's prized black pig, which he had nurtured for 2 years, met its end to be feasted upon for the new year. Weighing in at 83 pounds, the pig yielded 50 pounds of meat after being cleaned, sufficient for the family to enjoy a bountiful celebration. Er Gouzi, instead of gathering firewood as usual, busied himself with the preparations, boiling water, scraping the pig, cleaning the intestines, and shoveling the droppings. He mused that after working tirelessly for 2 years to raise this pig, his uncle would surely reward him with a few succulent pieces of meat as a token of familial affection. Thus, he found himself in high spirits today, convinced that it was destined to be a day of great harvest. Inside the house, the few stalks of millet had matured, their heavy ears laden with plump grains. Er Gouzi harvested the millet, laying it out to dry in the room with the intention of saving it for seeds. Additionally, the secret patch of millet he had planted in the mountains was now ready for harvest. As he squatted beside the earthen stove, the pot bubbled with steam, releasing an irresistible aroma that made his mouth water. His cousin entered with a large platter, and his aunt began to ladle piece after piece of meat from the pot onto it. The succulent fat glistened, quivering like tofu pudding, oozing with juices that wafted enticingly towards his nostrils. "Enough! Enough!" his cousin exclaimed, noticing the mound of meat piling high on the platter. "Eat more. You need to build strength for your martial arts training." His aunt chimed in, adding more luscious pieces of fat, pressing them down until the oil flowed freely. "You too are the hope of our family. If you can achieve success in your studies, we shall surely prosper." After filling a large platter for his cousin, she began to serve his younger brother. "I want lean meat." The younger sibling protested, gazing at the greasy platter. "What do you know, child? Fatty meat is the best. Lean meat is the least desirable, dry and devoid of flavor. Look at you, so thin and frail. You need to eat more fat to grow strong." Ignoring his protests, his aunt dished out a generous helping of rich, oily pork belly. Once she had served the brothers, only a few bones and some lean scraps remained in the pot, reserved for her and Er Gouzi's aunt and cousin. Watching the remnants, Er Gouzi's hope for a piece of the succulent meat was dashed. Yet, the prospect of tasting a morsel of lean meat or gnawing on a bone wasn't entirely bleak. Er Gouzi's aunt removed the remaining bones and meat from the pot, leaving behind a fragrant broth, glistening with droplets of fat. "Er Gouzi." "Yes, aunt," he responded, beaming with joy at the sight of the meat in her hands. The new year was a time for celebration. Add some water to the pot and cook a large batch of wild vegetables. And don't forget to clean up the pig droppings on the ground. Er Gouzi watched as she took all the meat away, leaving him only with menial tasks. Sighing, he realized that as a dependent, he would never truly enjoy a hearty meal. He complied, adding water to the broth and tossing in bundles of dried wild vegetables to cook. The broth infused the vegetables with delightful flavor. After finishing his chores, he ventured into the living room, hoping for a stroke of luck. Yet, his aunt had left him with not even a bone, forcing him to settle for wild vegetables to satisfy his hunger during the grand feast. Later that evening, he returned to his room, shutting the door behind him. He took out the dried rice he had harvested and began counting the grains. Relying on oneself was far more dependable than relying on others. These seeds and the precious yellow gourd in his possession were his hopes for a better future. He had gathered a total of 355 grains of rice. Farmers typically needed a few pounds of seeds for an acre of land, and even in a good year, they could only expect to harvest a couple of bushels. Yet, he had managed to harvest over 300 grains from just 4 shriveled ones, a yield far exceeding the norm. Aside from the rice, he had 2 pairs of new straw sandals hanging on the wall and a handful of coins tucked beneath the foot of his bed. Carefully, he moved the bed to retrieve a small cloth pouch hidden beneath. Inside were several copper coins, 16 in total, a modest fortune he had saved from selling straw sandals. He often took them out to feel and count, finding comfort in the tangible security they represented. Suddenly, there was a soft knock at the door. "Er Gouzi, open up." It was the voice of his cousin. Quickly, he pulled the straw mat over his rice and coins before opening the door. His cousin stood outside, shivering in a thin coat, her teeth chattering from the cold. "What's the matter, Xiao Easy-Eye? Why are you out here so late?" "Look," she said, rummaging through her clothes until she produced a small package wrapped tightly in catalpa leaves, extending it towards him. From a distance, he could already smell the enticing aroma of meat. "Hurry and eat. I need to go back to sleep before my mother finds out." "Thank you," Er Gouzi replied, accepting the package just as she turned to leave. For all the years he had spent at his uncle's home, only this cousin treated him like family, often looking out for him in secret. The warmth of the package lingered in his hands as he unwrapped layer after layer of leaves, revealing the pressed and deformed pieces of pork inside. He tore off a strip of lean meat and savored its flavor, chewing slowly. Delicious. If only he could have 2 bites of pork each month, he would willingly work like a beast of burden for it. Suddenly, the door burst open with a bang. His aunt stormed in, furious, wielding a stick of firewood. "You wretched thief! How dare you steal food?" She lunged at him, swinging the stick mercilessly while trying to snatch the meat from his hands. Er Gouzi clutched the pork tightly, turning away from her, desperately stuffing it into his mouth. He knew a beating was inevitable, but he was determined not to let the meat go to waste before it was taken from him. "You scoundrel! Return the meat!" she screamed, her blows raining down upon him. Despite the pain, He managed to swallow the large chunk of meat, choking as it went down. Thankfully, his aunt's blows finally forced the morsel down his throat. Though he felt a moment of relief, his actions had only enraged her further. "You thief! If you dare to steal meat today, tomorrow you'll steal gold and silver from our home." As his aunt berated him, she relentlessly pursued him with blows. And Er Gouzi dared not retort, nor did he retaliate. He could only evade and endure in silence. From a young age, he had grown accustomed to this, believing that if he merely bided his time, it would pass. If he dared to speak back or strike back, the punishment would be even more severe, leaving him without even scraps to eat. At that moment, Er Gouzi found himself cornered against the bed's edge, yet his aunt showed no signs of relenting. With a forceful shove, she sent him sprawling onto the bed, continuing her assault. Her intent was clear. She wanted Er Gouzi to learn a lesson, ensuring he would never dare take what was not rightfully his again. Suddenly, she paused, her gaze fixated on a corner of the straw mat. Beneath it lay several copper coins. A sense of foreboding washed over Er Gouzi, and as he reached out to shield the coins, it was too late. His aunt yanked the mat aside, revealing the hidden coins and rice beneath. "Well, I have provided for you, fed and clothed you for over 10 years, and yet you dare to steal from me, a thankless wretch." Er Gouzi instinctively protected the scattered coins and rice on the bed. His meager savings accumulated over a long time, representing his hopes and dreams. In the act of shielding his belongings, he inadvertently pushed his aunt away, causing her to tumble to the ground, her face grazing the wall and drawing a thin line of blood. "Ah, you're hitting me," she howled, her cries far more fierce than the slaughter of the black pig earlier in the day. The commotion had already drawn the attention of the household, and now, upon hearing her screams, the family rushed to the scene. The first to arrive was his cousin, who, upon entering, delivered a decisive kick to Er Gouzi, sending him crashing to the floor. As a practitioner of martial arts, his cousin's strength was formidable. The impact left Er Gouzi dazed, clutching his abdomen, utterly drained of energy. What troubled him further was the painful convulsion of his stomach, causing him to vomit the meager meal he had just ingested. Yet, his cousin showed no intention of stopping. He planted a foot heavily on Er Gouzi's head, making him feel as if his skull might burst. At that moment, his scholarly younger cousin rushed forward, seizing the opportunity to rain down kicks upon Er Gouzi. "Brother, second brother, stop. The meat was stolen by me." His sister attempted to intervene, but their aunt forcefully pulled her aside, casting her aside. "Kill this ingrate. If it weren't for my kindness in taking you in, you would have starved long ago. Beat him to a pulp." The aunt, now no longer wailing, planted her hands on her hips and began to hurl insults. Er Gouzi felt dizzy and disoriented, his mind flooded with memories of his childhood. Orphaned at 5, losing his only brother at 6, his life since then had been a relentless struggle, worse than that of a dog. He had known hunger and cold, subsisting on leftover scraps, and even pilfering pig food, never having owned a single complete pair of trousers. A surge of indignation welled up within him. "You are the ungrateful ones. You are the ones who have usurped my parents' legacy." In a moment of unexpected strength, he shouted, and the room fell into an eerie silence. His aunt and cousin stared at him, their expressions frozen. Er Gouzi realized he had crossed an unspoken boundary, revealing a secret he had buried deep within himself for years, never daring to utter a word. He had always pretended to be oblivious, docile, and compliant, never striking back or retorting. "Ah, the ungrateful wretch. I have raised you for 10 years, and now you repay kindness with malice." With a cacophony of fists and feet, his aunt's command incited his cousins to unleash a brutal assault on Er Gouzi once more. This time, there was no mercy. They struck him with full force. He felt ribs cracking, struggling to breathe, his head ringing. This time, he feared it might be the end. "Stop. Enough." A robust male voice rang out, causing his cousins to halt mid-attack. In his blurred vision, Er Gouzi saw his uncle enter the room. "Cease this at once. If you continue, someone may very well lose their life." But his cousin began to protest, only to be silenced by their uncle. "We are family. If someone dies, it will only lead to gossip and disgrace. We are all from the same village, and we cannot afford to lose face. Nor can we bear the burden of legal troubles." It became evident that his uncle's concern was not for Er Gouzi's life, but rather the repercussions of a potential scandal. "Er Gouzi, I have raised you from the age of 5 to 13, 8 long years. As your uncle, I have done my duty." He squatted down, delivering a series of hollow platitudes before signaling for his cousins to drag Er Gouzi out the door. "Dad." His sister clutched at their uncle's sleeve. "Dad, It's freezing outside. He freeze to death alone. A sharp slap echoed in response as their aunt yanked the sister aside. This is a matter for your father and brothers to decide. When has it been your place to speak? Father, can we wait until spring? Another resounding slap silenced her, and their aunt forcibly pulled her away, locking her in a room. As Er Gouzi was dragged out, he glanced back at his imprisoned sister, then found himself thrust outside. Er Gouzi, from this day forth, you shall walk your own path, and your survival is of no concern to us. With a final, dismissive remark, his cousin slammed the door shut. In the icy wilderness, Er Gouzi lay trembling on the ground, utterly desolate. Chapter 4. Hysteria. Er Gouzi lay on the ground, gasping for breath for a long while before finally mustering the strength to rise. His entire body ached, and it felt as though his ribs were broken. He touched his jacket and was relieved to find the yellow gourd still there. He opened the lid and gulped down several mouthfuls of water, feeling slightly better. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, he sensed that each time he drank from the gourd, vitality surged within him. With this mysterious gourd in hand, he believed that if he could endure the current hardships, a future of prosperity awaited him, where he could become a wealthy landowner. Yet, how could he possibly survive this immediate crisis? Standing amidst the snow, the world around him was shrouded in darkness, leaving him at a loss for direction. He could easily guess the intentions of his uncle's family. Throwing him into the snow was a means to ensure his demise. There was no food or water, and with the freezing temperatures, he had nowhere to shield himself from the elements. Even the beggars, who perished from the cold every winter, were better equipped to endure than he was, especially now, burdened with injuries. It felt as though death was inevitable. His uncle's family had calculated their plan meticulously. Wishing to avoid the stigma of having killed their own nephew, they hoped to cast him out to freeze, shed a few tears, and then casually dig a hole to dispose of him. An entirely perfect solution. After being treated like a dog for 8 years, he was now destined to die like one. The only glimmer of hope lay in the small patch of rice planted on the mountain. There, he could at least find something to eat and gather firewood to keep warm. Having made his decision, Er Gouzi trudged through the snowy night. Following the faint glimmer of light along the creek, heading toward the mountain, he stumbled through the snow, feeling dizzy and weak, until he collapsed onto the ground. His body was racked with pain, especially in his chest, where he feared he might have broken a rib, struggling to catch his breath. Lying there in the snow, he felt utterly drained and longed to succumb to his fate. Yet, he found the will to rise again and pushed himself forward, unwilling to embrace death. Thus, he moved forward, faltering and falling repeatedly. Each time he felt like giving up, he would clutch the yellow gourd and envision a future where he owned vast fields, lived in grand houses, donned thick coats, feasted on rich meats, and rinsed his mouth with honeyed water. With each sip from the gourd, he felt a renewed surge of strength. As dawn broke, fueled by his dreams of a brighter future, Er Gouzi finally reached the mountain. In the vast expanse of white, a lush patch of seedlings stood in stark contrast, their ears heavy with grain. He plucked a few grains from the ripened rice, shells and all, and chewed them slowly. The slightly unripe rice burst with flavor, sweet and fragrant, though the rough husks scraped his throat painfully. Yet, it was infinitely better than pig feed. After devouring several ears of rice, he felt a welcome fullness in his belly, and his strength began to return. Resisting the urge to rest, he cleared a patch of snow, sowed some fresh rice grains, and watered them with the gourd's contents. The rice he had previously planted would last only a few days. He needed to plant more as soon as possible. Fortunately, with the heavy snowfall coinciding with the new year, no one would come to the mountain, alleviating his fears of discovery. Though his immediate need for sustenance was met, the bitter cold remained a formidable adversary. Thankfully, years of gathering firewood had made him intimately familiar with the terrain, and not far from where he stood was a sheltered nook between two large rocks, providing a refuge from the biting winds. Gathering a small pile of twigs, he selected the driest leaves and grasses, kneading them into a tight bundle. From his jacket, he produced 2 small stones, dark red in hue, known as firestones, which could spark when struck together. Nearby mountains were abundant with these stones, and locals used them to start fires. Er Gouzi struck the stones together, sparks flying until, finally, he ignited the dry leaves. As a small fire flickered to life, he warmed his frozen hands and feet, enveloped in the comforting heat. In that moment, he found solace in the stone nook, more comfortable than the confines of his uncle's home. Sitting by the fire, he took the opportunity to inspect his injuries. His face was swollen and bruised, and his body bore the marks of his beating. The most painful spot was his ribs, aching with each breath, though he hoped they were not fractured. For now, aside from the pain, there seemed to be no immediate danger. He recalled hearing that a fractured rib could pierce vital organs, leading to a swift demise. But he believed his injuries were not severe enough for such an outcome. As he sat by the fire, he dried the straw he had gathered from the rice stalks, using it to cover himself, albeit insufficiently. Just as he began to feel warm, his stomach growled, reminding him of his gnawing hunger. What a troublesome predicament. His belly was insatiable, demanding 2 meals a day. He had heard of oxen and horses that could toil without food and tales of deities who required no sustenance. How he wished he possessed such divine capabilities, freeing him from the worry of hunger. No, if he were a deity, hunger would be a distant memory. He would feast on meat, drink honeyed water, dine with golden utensils, and take multiple wives, raising a large family. In his limited understanding, the wealthiest individual was Huang Laokai. Imagining the opulence of a deity's life was beyond his comprehension. He had heard that the county magistrate was a figure of immense power, capable of conjuring rice, pork, eggs, fish, and fine wines from thin air. Lost in these whimsical thoughts, he took another hearty swig from the gourd, cherishing its extraordinary qualities. Perhaps a treasure of the divine. For dinner, he plucked a few more ears of rice and roasted them over the fire. As they cooked, they popped and crackled, transforming into fluffy, fragrant rice puffs. The trick to perfecting these puffs lay in using low heat and quick reflexes. Armed with 2 twigs, he eagerly retrieved the puffs at just the right moment. Otherwise, they would burn and turn to charcoal, a waste he could ill afford. After roasting a batch of rice puffs without losing a single grain, he blew off the ashes and tossed them into his mouth. They were delicious. The puffs crackled with flavor, far superior to his uncle's pork. Alas, with limited provisions, he dared not overindulge, consuming only 4 ears of rice, mindful of the long winter ahead and the need to reserve seeds. Unsatisfied, he drank more water to fill his belly, reminding himself that he was not a wealthy landowner to squander food. That night, he leaned against the warmth of the fire, cradling a handful of straw, and managed to sleep fitfully. Several times, he dozed off, only to be roused by the extinguished flames, prompting him to add more firewood before drifting back to sleep. In this manner, he endured the night until dawn broke. Stretching, he discovered that his injuries felt considerably less painful, especially in his chest, where relief washed over him. Chapter 5. Sanchazi Town. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival, the air was filled with the crackling sounds of a bonfire, where grains of rice popped into fluffy white morsels. Er Gouzi squatted beside the fire, swiftly sifting through the ashes with a stick to extract the popped rice, blowing on them gently before popping them into his mouth. The delightful crunch was irresistible. After a fortnight of labor, he had constructed a modest thatched hut more than 5 feet wide, providing shelter from the wind and rain. He had sown half an acre of seedlings in the snow-covered ground, diligently watering them with a gourd. In just over 10 days, they would be ripe for harvest. The earliest batches had already yielded a bountiful return. At last, he could indulge and feast heartily. As he roasted and munched, he lost track of time, devouring over 60 ears of rice. Afterward, he quenched his thirst, feeling the popped rice expand in his stomach, finally satiated. However, a twinge of regret followed. He realized this was an extravagant indulgence. He vowed to exercise prudence in the future, recognizing that even the wealthiest landowners would not squander food in such a manner. His uncle owned dozens of acres, yet apart from his cousin, who required substantial meals for his martial training. The rest of the family typically consumed thin porridge accompanied by a few shreds of pickled vegetables. Er Gouzi was not even a tenant farmer. How could he afford to feast at every meal? He resolved to consume more wild vegetables to deceive his stomach, understanding that it must not be too pampered. Simple fare would suffice to fill him. Feeling replenished, he stepped out of the thatched hut to stretch his limbs. After more than 10 days of recuperation, his wounds had healed, and he felt taller and stronger. Could it be that he was naturally resilient, growing taller with each beating? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. He had endured plenty of blows over the years. His uncle, seeking solace after indulging in banquets, often vented his frustrations on Er Gouzi. When his cousin faced bullying at the martial arts school, he would return home to unleash his frustrations on Er Gouzi, regaining his confidence in the process. Even when his younger brother cried, his cousin would entertain him by playfully striking Er Gouzi, eliciting laughter. He was the family's jester, playing an indispensable role in easing tensions. Yet, Despite enduring so many beatings, he had never noticed any growth until now. He speculated that perhaps it was due to his improved diet and rest. Standing in the snow, he stretched lazily before heading toward the field of seedlings. Due to staggered planting times, some had ripened to a golden hue while others had yet to sprout. On the freshly harvested stubble, tender shoots had already emerged. He discovered that watering with the gourd allowed the stubble to flourish without the need for sowing. He filled the gourd and watered the seedlings. Nearby, a patch of green wild vegetables caught his eye. The leaves were green on the front and white on the back, adorned with fine hairs. The roots were as thick as fingers, crisp and sweet when eaten raw, both delicious and filling, owing to their resemblance to chicken legs. These wild vegetables were affectionately dubbed little chicken legs by the locals. During his earlier attempts at farming, he had unearthed one but had refrained from consuming it, choosing instead to plant it and nurture it with daily watering. After several days of growth, it had blossomed and seeded, dropping seeds that sprouted into a lush patch of young plants. After watering, he returned to the hut, shouldering a straw-woven sack filled with over half a bag of rice. Today was the Lantern Festival, and after today, everyone would begin to plan for spring plowing. He intended to sell this grain and seek out Huang Laokai to rent a piece of land. Time was of the essence. If he delayed, others would seize the opportunity. He could not linger in the mountains, having seen two individuals gathering firewood at the foot of the opposite hill yesterday, which had kept him on edge for quite some time. Fortunately, his chosen spot was elevated, with slippery ice and snow and strewn with rocks, deterring firewood gatherers. If discovered, cultivating rice in such frigid conditions would surely lead to dire consequences. Moreover, despite their seemingly barren appearances, these mountains were privately owned, not open for anyone to claim. The descent was treacherous, with thick ice and snow covering the path, leading to several falls that left him bruised. Yet he was grateful that none of the grain had spilled from the sack. He chose not to return to Shishi village, but instead took a small path that circumvented the village, heading towards Sanchazi town, located 20 li from Shishi village. Sanchazi town was the farthest Er Gouzi had ventured in his life. In his memories, the town was vast and bustling, adorned with numerous blue-tiled houses and lined with dozens of shops, alive with the chatter of a lively market. After a long trek, during which one of his straw sandals had worn through, he finally arrived in Sanchazi town. Slinging the sack over his shoulder, he gazed around the bustling streets. Feeling a mix of nervousness and curiosity, he passed a tailor shop filled with various fabrics, where well-dressed patrons moved in and out. Er Gouzi glanced down at his tattered trousers, now reduced to mere rags, and felt a pang of embarrassment. Many of his clothes had been torn during previous scuffles, and the rough terrain of the mountains had only worsened their condition, leaving him with nothing but frayed strips of fabric. Overwhelmed by self-consciousness, he hurried past the tailor shop. Beyond the tailor shop was a butcher's stall, where freshly cut pork lay on display, glistening with layers of fat that were at least 2 or 3 fingers thick. The enticing aroma of meat buns wafted through the air, alongside the calls of vendors selling sweet candied hawthorn and freshly made pancakes. As Er Gouzi walked, the cacophony of vendors' shouts captivated his attention. The scent of the meat buns, in particular, reached him from afar, evoking memories of the few occasions he had tasted them before the age of 5. Their delectable flavor, rich and sweet, was unforgettable. Swallowing hard, he steeled his resolve and stepped into the market. It was already teeming with villagers from nearby areas, each occupying a space to sell their wares. The assortment of goods ranged from jars and baskets to eggs, straw sandals, second-hand clothing, mats, and even children. Er Gouzi, with his sack in tow, began to inquire about the prices of grain. The market price fluctuated throughout the year, typically the lowest during the autumn harvest and rising post-New Year. By the time spring plowing approached, grain prices often soared as those who had exhausted their supplies due to hunger or illness sought to borrow money to purchase seeds at exorbitant prices. Thus, selling rice now would yield a favorable return. Finding a small patch of ground, he squeezed in and dropped his sack, unveiling the golden grains within, which immediately attracted the attention of surrounding onlookers. Most households had depleted their reserves after the new year, surviving on meager rations until the autumn harvest brought new provisions. "Young man, how much are you selling this rice for?" one inquired. "This rice is quite good, perfect for seeding. 25 won a liter." A throng of unfamiliar older men encircled his stall, discussing among themselves. Er Gouzi, feeling a bit anxious in the face of such attention, blushed as he responded. Most common folk could not afford a scale, and transactions were typically measured by liters or dough. A liter of rice weighed approximately 16 taels, with rice being lighter. Variations existed depending on the type as well as the size of the measuring vessels. Several men examined the rice closely, noting its plumpness and quality without a single empty grain, prompting immediate interest in purchasing some for planting. Lacking a measuring container, Er Gouzi was fortunate to borrow one from the market. The creation of such an item is, in fact, quite simple. One merely needs to saw a bamboo tube and measure its capacity accurately. Grain, being a form of hard currency, is easily marketable, and the quality of his rice is particularly commendable. As Er Gouzi counted his coins, he diligently filled bag after bag with grain, swiftly depleting a large sack of rice. His pockets were now laden with numerous copper coins, creating a delightful jingling sound as he walked. Every single coin that passed through his fingers was etched into his memory, totaling approximately 775 coins. This sum, regardless of who possessed it, constituted a significant fortune. Upon exiting the marketplace, Er Gouzi found himself irresistibly drawn once more to the enticing aroma wafting from the meat bun shop. Standing in the street, he bit his lip, fingers tightly clutching the copper coins in his pocket, hesitating for quite some time. Ultimately, with a resolute determination, he swallowed hard, turned away, and made his way towards the adjacent pork jerky shop. After inquiring about the prices, he discovered that fatty pork and pork belly were priced at 80 coins per pound, lean meat at 60 coins, and ribs at a mere 40 coins per pound. With a steely resolve, Er Gouzi spent 80 coins to purchase a pound of fatty pork. The unscrupulous butcher, taking advantage of his youth, added a piece of less desirable lean meat to the purchase. Subsequently, he acquired an old hoe for 300 coins and a chopping knife for 250 coins. Such iron implements are indeed costly, yet essential for his future endeavors in agriculture. Moreover, aside from farming, they serve a purpose of self-defense. Should he encounter a highwayman, possessing a chopping knife might provide a semblance of deterrence. Aside from these indispensable items, he refrained from purchasing anything else, even though his trousers had become so ragged they could scarcely conceal his skin. The initial 775 coins had dwindled to a mere 145. However, he gritted his teeth and purchased a small block of black bitter salt. A person can endure a decade without meat, but living without salt is simply untenable. This piece of salt, no larger than an egg, was dark in color and cost him 100 coins, leaving him with only 45 coins remaining. As he exited the town of Sanchatsi, Er Gouzi carried a chopping knife at his waist, a hoe on his shoulder, and a string of pork in his hand. Chapter 6. Wang Laokai. Ever since Er Gouzi was expelled from his uncle's household, more than half a month had passed. To the villagers, it seemed as though Er Gouzi had perished in some snowdrift. When he knocked on the door of Huang Laocai's home, Huang Laokai nearly mistook him for a ghost. Only upon confirming that he was indeed alive did he allow him entry. I heard from your uncle that you have been clamoring to split from the family and, in a fit of anger, left home. In this winter, a solitary departure without food or drink often leads to a grim fate, most likely freezing or starving to death, though no one would dare say it outright. You come uninvited and even bring me pork. Huang Laokai feigned displeasure, yet warmly accepted the string of fatty meat that Er Gouzi offered. It's cold outside, come in and sit. Er Gouzi adjusted his clothes, attempting to conceal the ragged hole in his trousers, before stepping into Huang Laocai's abode. The house comprised 3 earthen brick structures with green tiles, forming a half-circle around a spacious courtyard, far more splendid than his uncle's residence. Huang Laojia, I wish to rent a few mu of land from you, Er Gouzi stated directly after hesitating for a moment, unable to conjure any polite pleasantries. Oh, how old are you this year? Huang Laokai inquired. Having already guessed the nature of Er Gouzi's visit upon seeing the pork, it was clear he sought either land or a loan. However, the boy before him appeared rather underdeveloped, hardly reaching the shoulders of an adult. If he were unable to cultivate the land properly, he might not even manage to pay the rent. I am 14, Er Gouzi proclaimed, puffing out his thin chest in an attempt to assert his capabilities. Rest assured, I have been working in the fields every day for years. I am well versed in farming. You've come at an unfortunate time. The land that was returned last year has already been rented out. Upon hearing this, Er Gouzi felt a chill in his heart. Without land, he possessed a treasure in the form of a gourd, yet lacked the means to utilize it. Although the area appeared to be filled with barren mountains and wastelands, all the land had owners. Without a plot to cultivate, he would have nowhere to stand. Is there truly none left? Even 1 mu would suffice, he pleaded, glancing at the pork in Huang Laocai's hands, contemplating how he might retrieve it if he were unable to secure land. Huang Laokai also glanced at the pork, reluctant to part with it, yet aware that accepting gifts from others rendered one vulnerable. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, how could I forget? There is indeed one piece of land left. However, it is rather barren, just recently cleared and situated in a remote location. Would you like it?" Er Gouzi's heart leapt with joy at the prospect. With his yellow gourd, he could cultivate even on the coldest mountain summit, indifferent to the soil's fertility. As for the remoteness, it suited him perfectly, for it would keep his gourd's secret hidden. As long as there is land, I'm willing to take it. Where exactly is it? Shiko Mountain. The old stubborn donkey died a few days ago, Huang Laokai remarked meaningfully. The villagers were all familiar with Shiko Mountain, the origin of the Sheshi River, where a cave resembling an open snake's mouth lay. From this mouth flowed a spring, nurturing the farmlands surrounding Sheshi and Shishi village. Yet, a legend persisted that a serpent spirit resided there, bringing death to anyone who dared to approach. Out of fear of this tale, the villagers typically avoided that direction. Furthermore, Shiko Mountain, lying above the river source, contained more rocks than soil, rendering it unsuitable for cultivation and leaving it as desolate wilderness. However, last year, a defiant soul known as the Old Stubborn Donkey, despite warnings, insisted on clearing land on Shiko Mountain. The village buzzed with tales of his endeavor. Regardless of the truth behind the serpent spirit, clearing land was inherently challenging, especially in such inhospitable terrain. Indeed, this obstinate donkey worked for a year and ultimately exhausted himself to death. The old donkey had managed to clear a mere moo of wasteland, barely before he could sow seeds. Now, it could be rented for 5 dough of grain annually for the first 3 years. If you can cultivate new land on Shiko Mountain, the first 3 years will be rent-free. Huang Laokai observed Er Gouzi's frail form, resembling a young chick, and made this offer without any expectation that he would actually clear new land. After reaching an agreement, they drafted a contract. Er Gouzi rented 1 moo of wasteland on Shiko Mountain to pay 5 dough of rice for the first 3 years, reverting to the regular rent of 1 stone thereafter. If he managed to cultivate new land, he would be exempt from rent for the first 3 years. The contract filled a sheet of paper with black ink. Er Gouzi could barely recognize more than half of it, but he could guess the rest. Fortunately, before his parents passed away, they had enrolled him in a private school for a year, granting him a basic understanding of a few characters. After their demise, Dago had relentlessly forced him to learn many more characters. Following Dago's death, he could only seize opportunities to learn a few while observing his cousin study. After perusing the contract, which matched their discussion, he picked up a pen and awkwardly wrote his name, Zhang Ergu. He had a surname and a given name, Zhang and Ergu, where Er signifies two, and Go, a dog, indicating a struggle for survival. Once they signed, each retained a copy for future reference in case of disputes. "It is getting late. Let us finish dinner before you leave." Huang Laokai folded the contract and tucked it away with a smile, inviting him to dine. Er Gouzi had been surviving on the morning meal and was now ravenous. Seeing Huang Laocai's eagerness, he quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, kind host." Huang Laokai immediately instructed his concubine to take the pork to the kitchen for stir-frying. Before long, she returned with a steaming platter of food. The aroma of the meat wafted through the air, enticing Er Gouzi's senses. He fought to suppress his saliva, which felt like a spring, gathering uncontrollably. Ultimately, he had to lower his head and discreetly swallow his saliva several times, trying not to make any noise. Once he managed to swallow, he looked around, hoping he hadn't been caught. To his dismay, Huang Laokai had been watching him with a grin. Er Gouzi's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. How undignified. "Er Gouzi, come sit down and eat. Your bowl is already served." At this moment, Huang Laokai and his sons were gathered at the table, each with a bowl of white rice before them. In the center lay a platter of stir-fried pork with radish. Er Gouzi picked up a bowl of rice and moved to eat on the side. Having spent 8 years at his uncle's, he had never been allowed to dine with them since Dago's death. He felt unworthy to share a table with Huang Laokai, fearing it would be seen as a breach of etiquette. "Sit. You must eat comfortably at the table. How can a guest not share a meal?" Unable to refuse, Er Gouzi begrudgingly sat on a bench next to Huang Laocai's eldest son, Huang Fuguwei. He took a large mouthful of rice. Such was the wealth of the richest man in Shishi village. Every meal featured white rice. "Er Gouzi, eat your vegetables as well. Don't just fill up on rice. Go ahead and eat your fill. There's plenty of white rice." Er Gouzi helped himself to a piece of fatty pork and 2 pieces of radish. The radish soaked up the pork fat, crunchy and sweet, while the tender pork melted in his mouth, making him feel as though he could devour his own tongue. He consumed 3 large bowls of rice and 5 pieces of pork. After the meal, half of the stir-fried pork remained on the table. Er Gouzi felt he could have easily eaten 10 bowls of rice. "Thank you, kind host. I shall take my leave now." As Er Gouzi stepped out of Huang Laocai's home, the sky had begun to darken. A few scattered pedestrians in the village were making their way home. As they turned the corner of a house, they nearly collided with an oncoming person. You. The individual was none other than the second son of Uncle's family. Upon seeing Er Gouzi, he was momentarily taken aback, unable to articulate the words that lingered in his mind. "What is the matter with me? Is it possible that I have not perished?" Er Gouzi glared at his cousin, who, emboldened by the protection of adults, often bullied him. There was that one night when he had gleefully kicked him in the face. Casting a glance around to ensure no one else was present, Er Gouzi suddenly seized his cousin by the collar. With a series of sharp slaps, he delivered a resounding blow, followed by another, unleashing a flurry of strikes that left his cousin's face slightly swollen. "Today, I shall collect a bit of interest." After the onslaught, he shoved his cousin to the ground and then dashed away. Chapter 7. Harvest at the break of dawn the following day. Er Gouzi shouldered a hoe and a machete, making his way to the foot of Shiko Mountain. The mountain was strewn with large boulders, small stones, and pebbles, where a few crooked saplings defiantly sprouted from the crevices. Near the base of the mountain, there was a stone cave resembling an open snake's mouth, from which a crystal-clear spring flowed, cascading down among the rocks to form a small brook. Beside the brook lay a narrow path leading uphill, scarcely 1 or 2 feet wide, and in its tightest spots, less than a foot across, requiring him to squeeze sideways through the rocky gaps. The ascent was steep and treacherous, more formidable than the hill where he cultivated rice seedlings. Yet he persevered and finally reached the summit. From the peak, he beheld a scattering of slightly flattened stone hollows, dotted about the summit and mid-slope. These hollows, encircled by stones, contained depressions capable of collecting rainwater and soil, commonly referred to as stone pits in the region. One particularly large stone pit, surrounded by towering boulders, featured a flat area of approximately 3 acres, where the old stubborn donkey had cultivated a new plot of land. Venturing to reclaim land on such a rocky hill, the old donkey was indeed a bold and industrious individual, aptly named. Regrettably, this old donkey, in his relentless toil from dawn till dusk, had only managed to cultivate half the land before passing away. Upon entering the stone pit, Er Gouzi began to clear away the thick layer of ice and snow, revealing the rich black soil beneath. The soil was so fertile that it was no wonder the old donkey had chosen this place. Er Gouzi first cleared away the snow from an acre of land, then scattered rice seeds and watered them. Over the next few days, he made daily treks to Shiko Mountain, transporting firewood and straw, his family's wealth, back to his abode. Meanwhile, the rice seedlings were gradually maturing, and once harvested, he planned to burn the stubble entirely, leaving no trace behind. After a flurry of activity lasting over 10 days, the rice on the mountain peak was finally harvested, yielding over 10 dough, filling 3 large sacks to the brim. Lying atop the pile of rice, he counted on his fingers, realizing that if he consumed 1 liter each day, this bounty would sustain him for nearly half a year. Furthermore, the acre of land on the Shiko Mountain was nearing harvest as well, promising at least 4 sure of rice. As long as he refrained from indulgent feasting, his provisions for the entire year would be more than sufficient. With ample food at hand, he began to entertain other frivolous thoughts. A glance at his tattered trousers, frayed and threadbare, revealed more than mere exposure to the wind. They barely covered what they were meant to. He contemplated acquiring a new pair of trousers. He also yearned for an iron pot, as he currently had to fry rice using tiles, which left his throat scorched, his mouth parched, and caused constipation. Reflecting on his situation, he felt he was being overly fastidious. He had previously thrived on pig slop without issue, yet now, with ample food and drink, he had developed such ailments. Why not to live too comfortably? If he were to reside here long-term, a thatched hut would be necessary, and this time, he wished to build it larger. Should he have extra funds, he intended to procure several wooden planks to construct a bed, sleeping on the ground. Even with a thick layer of straw, was cold and prone to dampness. Er Gouzi shook his head, casting aside many of these impractical thoughts. After only 2 hearty meals, he had lost sight of himself, allowing such extravagant ideas to take root, even wishing for meat at every meal. 5 days later, The rice in the stone pit was ready for harvest, yielding over 4 sure. However, just as he planned to head to the town to sell grain and buy trousers, a dilemma arose. With so much rice laid out, what if it were stolen? Even if there were no thieves, mountain mice and sparrows would surely feast upon it. He pondered whether he could store the rice in a gourd for safekeeping. His gourd was already filled with water. Would putting rice inside cause it to become soggy? Yet such questions could only be resolved through trial. He first filled a small portion of the gourd with rice, intending to pour it out the next day. To his surprise, he discovered that sometimes water flowed out, while at other times it was rice. The two did not mix within the gourd. As long as he focused on the rice, only rice would emerge, with not a drop of water. Conversely, if he thought of water, only water would pour out, leaving no grains of rice behind. He dedicated 3 days to enlarging the gourd to a height surpassing his own, with the spout wider than a bowl, successfully transferring most of the rice into it. He reserved 2 sacks to take to Sancha town for the purpose of buying trousers. 3 days later, he managed to return the gourd to its original size and set off with the 2 sacks of rice towards Sancha town. Carrying a load of rice for 20 miles left him utterly exhausted, and he rested several times along the way. Finally, he staggered into the marketplace and, with a thud, quickly dropped his burden, pulling out the gourd to take a long drink of water. After stowing the gourd back in his clothing, he surveyed the marketplace. Having recently passed the new year, most families were financially strained, only able to sell off their most cherished possessions. There were many who resorted to selling their children, as buyers shuffled through the throngs, selecting them as one would livestock. One day, when he had enough money, he might even purchase a sturdy little girl to bring home as a wife, someone who could bear children by night and toil in the fields during the day, washing clothes and cooking meals. Next to his stall, an elderly man wore a troubled expression, displaying a few worn household items and an old hen. Er Gouzi picked up a shiny bamboo tube from the old man's stall. How much for this tube? 1 won. Er Gouzi fished a copper coin from his clothing and bought the tube. Though this item was not difficult to make, requiring only bamboo and a saw, its price was reasonable. Young man, would you be willing to trade that rice for my hen? The old man gazed longingly at the rice in the sack. Er Gouzi glanced at the old hen in the man's arms, its feathers sparse and likely no longer capable of laying eggs, and promptly shook his head in refusal. Just then, someone expressed interest in purchasing seeds, prompting Er Gouzi to ignore the old man and focus on selling his grain. With the ice and snow now melted, it was the busy season for spring plowing, and seeds were in high demand. In just half a day, both sacks of grain were sold out, netting him a total of 601. The weight of the copper coins in his pockets was nearly 20 pounds. The abundance of loose coins bulged his ragged clothing, which had too many holes to keep them contained. They continually slipped through the cracks. Ultimately, he had no choice but to gather a few strands of straw, squat on the ground, and string all the coins together, tying them around his waist and covering them with his clothing. As he exited the marketplace, Er Gouzi felt the weight of the coins at his waist, occasionally reaching down to touch them, feeling as though he were wealthy beyond measure. In all his years, it was the first time he had personally handled such a significant sum of money. With money in his pocket, even his tattered trousers seemed less of a concern, filling him with newfound confidence. He made a beeline for the tailor's shop, where ready-made clothes were unavailable, and he could only purchase fabric for custom tailoring. "Are you here to have clothes made?" He looked at the young woman before him, of a similar age, dressed in a faded floral cotton jacket, with neatly sewn patches on the sleeves. Comparing her appearance to his own ragged attire, a wave of self-consciousness washed over him, and he instinctively lowered his head, blushing as he tugged down on his top and pulled his legs closer together. I would like to have a cotton jacket and a pair of cotton trousers made. How much will that cost?" The labor fee is a total of 15 won, and cotton costs 100 won per jean. There are many types of fabric available. It depends on what kind you choose. The woman proceeded to introduce the various fabrics in her shop. The cheapest options were coarse and hemp fabric, priced at 30 won per foot. A slightly more expensive choice was cotton, costing 40 won per foot. These were all unbleached and undyed. Dyed fabrics would increase the price by an additional 10 to 21. There was another fabric, said to be satin, shimmering with pearlescent beauty, instantly distinguishing itself from the ordinary. The woman did not disclose the price, and the man, understanding the nuances, refrained from inquiring further, opting instead for the most economical material. "I shall choose linen," he declared. Subsequently, the woman produced a measuring tape, assisting him in taking his measurements, shoulders, arms, legs, and waist, causing him to blush deeply with embarrassment. A total of 9 feet of fabric and 3 pounds of cotton were required. Including labor costs, the total came to 585 coins. Very well, very well. With a flushed face, he unfastened a hefty string of copper coins from his waist, counting out 585 pieces and presenting them to the woman. Could you confirm the amount? How long will it take to sew? 585 is precisely right. My sister and I, along with our mother, shall work together. It should take approximately half a day. Excellent. I shall return shortly. With that, he hurriedly exited the tailor's shop, his legs slightly askew, and took a deep breath upon reaching the street, feeling the weight of the coins at his waist as he strode purposefully towards the blacksmith's shop. There. He purchased an iron pot for 600 coins and spent an additional 200 coins on a small knife. The blade of this knife measured merely 5 inches in length and 1 inch in width, single-edged, making it quite convenient for slicing small items. Additionally, it could serve as a means of self-defense. Earning money was arduous, yet spending it felt as effortless as flowing water, particularly for items such as ironware and fabric, which were invariably costly. Having expended 800 coins at the blacksmith's, combined with the earlier 585 coins, he found that his funds had dwindled by more than half. After acquiring the necessary items, he passed by the pork stall again, eyeing the succulent pieces of fatty meat. After a moment's hesitation, he finally resolved to purchase half a pound of it. As for the enticing aroma wafting from the meat bun stall next door, he resolutely suppressed the temptation. As a mere tenant farmer, he could not afford to indulge in such extravagance, even if he were a wealthy landlord. With half a day remaining before his clothing would be ready and nothing pressing to attend to, he ambled along the street, clutching a string of pork. Having grown up, he had seldom visited Sanchazi town, making everything around him feel remarkably novel. Chapter 8. Libanzian in the quaint town. Er Gouzi found fascination in everything around him, filled with a sense of novelty. At that moment, he meandered to a fortune-telling booth. There, an elderly man with a white beard sat, his eyes half closed as he scrutinized the passers-by. Beside the booth stood a banner emblazoned with 3 large characters, Libanzian. Er Gouzi softly pronounced the words on the banner. Young man, I perceive that your lineage is extraordinary. You are destined for greatness. The old man spoke with his eyes still squinted, seated as solidly as a mountain. Are you speaking to me, sir? Er Gouzi glanced around, confirming he was alone in his presence. Of course it is you. However, despite your remarkable potential, you lack guidance from a sage, and thus, you may achieve nothing, the elder replied. Er Gouzi felt a surge of respect for the old man's eloquent speech, reminiscent of a learned teacher. Please, wise sir, offer your guidance. Today, I shall first teach you 2 characters. Observe, the first character on the banner has mu beneath it, pronounced Asli, and the last character depicts her on a mountain, pronounced Asien. The old man meticulously explained the characters on the banner. Libanzian, Er Gouzi murmured, his face flushing with embarrassment as he realized he had misread 2 of the 3 characters. So, you are the renowned Libanzian. Libanzian, skilled in writing and divination, was widely recognized for his profound knowledge. In the nearby villages, he was known for his uncanny abilities to assist with minor ailments, children's nighttime cries, marriages, funerals, and choosing auspicious days, drawing many to seek his counsel. A mere title, hardly worth mentioning, he dismissed. Young man, I observe your forehead is full, your base is level. You are originally destined for wealth and nobility. Alas, sigh. Libanzian's words trailed off as he stroked his beard, adopting a mysterious demeanor. Er Gouzi felt a deep resonance with the fortune, realizing the old man's insights were astoundingly accurate, hence the moniker Old Immortal. Had it not been for his parents' untimely demise, he would have inherited several acres of land, and he too would have belonged to a family of modest means. Just as Er Gouzi was about to inquire further from Libanzian, the distant sound of drums and gongs echoed through the street. The noise grew increasingly closer, and soon it was a cacophony of celebration, drawing a crowd eager to witness the commotion. Er Gouzi, youthful and curious, set aside his contemplations of destiny and rushed forward to join the throng. The crowd swelled, filling the streets, with even Libanzian standing on tiptoe to catch a glimpse. From snippets of conversation, Er Gouzi learned that the results of the local martial examination were being announced, and someone from the vicinity had succeeded in becoming a martial scholar. Limited in his understanding, Er Gouzi knew only that a scholar held considerable status, far removed from ordinary folk. Their village had not produced a martial scholar in a century. Who might it be that had struck fortune and achieved such a remarkable feat? Scholars, upon meeting officials, need not kneel, were exempt from corvée labor, and enjoyed reduced taxes, thus bringing honor to their families. The spectators, envious and hopeful, stood on their toes, their faces alight with admiration. Among them were those blissfully unaware of the challenges, dreaming of becoming martial scholars themselves. "I too wish to study martial arts and take the exam," they exclaimed. "Dream on." The first requirement for the martial scholars examination is to lift a 500-pound stone. Do you possess such strength? Er Gouzi listened, envy and aspiration swelling within him. Carrying a stone of rice left him utterly exhausted. He wondered who could possess such extraordinary abilities. Curiosity piqued. He elbowed his way through the crowd to get a better view. As the sound of the gong heralded the arrival of a young man, Er Gouzi soon saw a boy with large ears, adorned with a bright red flower on his chest, striding confidently forward. It was none other than his cousin, Zhang Yuliang. At that moment, Zhang Yuliang was basking in the limelight, surrounded by a group of local gentry, exchanging pleasantries as if they were all kin. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Er Gouzi, who instinctively recoiled, memories of past beatings flooding his mind. Yet, in front of the crowd, Zhang Yuliang had no intention of confronting him. He merely glanced over and returned to his jovial banter. However, Er Gouzi could feel the disdain emanating from Zhang Yuliang's eyes, as if he were unworthy of acknowledgement. Standing amidst the crowd, he watched as his cousin, celebrated by the gentry and heralded by drums, paraded through the town before heading towards Shishi village. "Mr. Li, I too wish to become a martial scholar. Is there a way?" On his way home, Er Gouzi felt a heavy iron pot upon his head. Clad in a brand new cotton outfit, he felt warm and comfortable, a sum of over 1,000 coins tucked away at his waist. In his life, he had never experienced such wealth. Typically, he would have been overjoyed, leaping 3 feet high in delight. Yet today, no amount of wealth could lift his spirits. Perhaps it was jealousy, or perhaps it was hatred. Seeing his cousin succeed as a martial scholar left him feeling utterly discontent. His uncle had seized the land left by his parents, and with the mysterious death of his older brother, he found himself living in his uncle's home, barely scraping by. Now, with his cousin's ascension to the ranks of nobility, he felt even more insignificant as a mere tenant. Yet, since his cousin had achieved this honor, could he not aspire to do the same? He had just learned from the fortune teller, Li Banzian, that the government held examinations annually, and with a fee, anyone could participate. Er Gouzi had even spent 10 coins to consult Li Banzian, who was so astounded by his fate that he nearly returned the coins, stating that some secrets of heaven should not be disclosed. After much persuasion and an additional offering of 20 coins, Li Banzian reluctantly divulged a fragment of wisdom. He revealed that Er Gouzi's destiny was extraordinary, and should he find a worthy mentor, his future would be boundless, far beyond that of a mere martial scholar. However, to become a martial scholar, one must first learn martial arts, and currently, Er Gouzi had no means to pursue such training. Zhang Yuliang had attended the Zhengwu Hall, but it required substantial financial investment and a recommendation to join. Desperate, Er Gouzi implored Li Banzian for help, even offering some of his meager provisions. Only then did Li Banzian hint that he himself was a reclusive master, possessing not only celestial arts, but also the skill of mere mortals' martial techniques at his fingertips. Nevertheless, Li Banzian did not readily agree to impart his knowledge, citing the need for discretion and the importance of testing Er Gouzi's sincerity. He spoke of the saying, "Where there is sincerity, there is success." Er Gouzi, with his limited life experience, initially struggled to comprehend how to express this sincerity. Fortunately, Li Banzian exhibited remarkable patience, subtly guiding him until he finally understood. Though Li Banzian was a figure of divine prowess, he held no interest in worldly possessions, regarding them as mere refuse. Yet, as a common man, Er Gouzi understood that the best way to convey sincerity was through monetary offerings. First, he would need to present a token of respect in a formal ceremony. Subsequently, he would be required to provide an annual tribute of 10 taels of silver, 10 pounds of premium pork, 2 jars of fine wine, a stone of high-quality rice, 1 fat chicken, and 1 large goose. Li Banzian's motives were not materialistic. He merely sought to gauge Er Gouzi's genuine commitment. However, the cost of such tributes far exceeded Er Gouzi's current financial means. Additionally, the everyday expenses of martial training would also be considerable. Take Zhang Yuliang, for instance. He consumes 3 meals of plain rice daily, often devouring several bowls in a single sitting. Every few days, he indulges in a meat dish, and without some financial backing, he would have long since exhausted his resources. Upon returning to Shiko Mountain, he must hasten the clearing of land to cultivate more grain, thereby demonstrating his sincerity to Li Banxian. With this thought in mind, Er Gouzi quickened his pace once more. Chapter 9. Surge of strength. When Er Gouzi returned to Shiko Mountain, the sky had darkened, signaling the time for dinner. It seemed that he was fated not to enjoy meat, having reluctantly spent his hard-earned money on a piece of pork, which he then gifted to Li Banxian. Fortunately, he had finally procured an iron pot today, liberating him from the necessity of eating stir-fried grains. He poured some grains from the gourd onto a stone slab, gently pounding them to separate the husks, before casually blowing away the chaff and putting the grains into the pot with water to cook. These grains had been stored in the gourd for more than 3 days, leaving him curious as to whether they would undergo some miraculous transformation. Once the rice was cooked, Er Gouzi realized he ought to have purchased a few bowls and chopsticks. However, he was not one to be finicky. He fashioned 2 sticks and used a broken tile to meet his needs. As long as he had something to eat, the finer details mattered little. He scooped a generous mouthful of rice, which, although still containing some chaff, was far tastier than stir-fried grains, fragrant, soft, and delightfully chewy. He retrieved his treasured piece of bitter salt, took 3 large bites of rice, and lightly licked the salt block, savoring the exquisite flavor. That evening, he cooked a liter of grains, consuming the entirety and filling his belly to satisfaction. Afterward, he reclined on a pile of straw to rest, feeling a warm sensation within him. Gradually, this warmth spread throughout his body, akin to soaking in a hot bath, providing immense comfort. He maintained this state throughout the night, and upon waking the following morning, he felt invigorated, brimming with boundless energy. Such strength was too precious to squander on mere digging. He promptly picked up a hoe and a machete, heading towards the uncultivated land. Within this rocky enclosure lay approximately 3 acres of uneven terrain, dotted with various stones, while thorns and wild trees thrived between them. The first task of land reclamation was to clear away the wild trees and thorns, a portion of which he had already tackled in previous days. The most challenging aspect was leveling the land, as it was littered with stones of all sizes, some as large as a zhong and weighing hundreds of pounds, while others were the size of fists or eggs. All these stones needed to be removed, and in the years to come, he would have to continuously collect smaller stones. However, Er Gouzi, accustomed to watering with gourd water, proved to have strong adaptability. He required no excessive fuss, only the removal of larger stones. At that moment, he pushed a stone weighing over 300 pounds aside. The old stubborn donkey had cleared many stones, accumulating a substantial pile. Er Gouzi planned to keep the stones unearthed during the reclamation process to construct a stone house for himself. Perhaps the grain stored in the gourd truly had miraculous effects. After a morning of moving stones, he did not feel overly fatigued. The following days confirmed his suspicions. Consuming the grains from the gourd indeed made him less prone to exhaustion and significantly increased his strength. Each day, he felt an inexhaustible supply of energy, exponentially accelerating his land reclamation efforts. As long as he cleared the large stones, uprooted the wild trees, planted the grains, and watered them, he would see seedlings sprout by the following day. With each passing day, the area of cultivated land expanded, and after 6 or 7 months, nearly all 3 acres were sown with seedlings. Throughout this 6-month period, in addition to reclaiming the land, he constructed a stone house using the larger stones. The house measured 2 zhong in length, 1 zhong in width, and 1 zhong in height, topped with a thatched roof. The gaps between the stones and the layers of straw were sealed with mud, providing protection from rain and cold. Inside, he built a stone bed with the stones, filling any uneven areas with soil and compacting it tightly. A thick layer of straw lay atop the bed, making it particularly comfortable to lie upon. Against the wall at the foot of the bed, he stacked a dozen sacks filled with grains. In truth, he had stored even more grains in the gourd, combined. They amounted to at least 80 sure. These represented his harvest from the last half year. As long as he ensured the seedlings received ample water, he could harvest every half month. Each acre yielded approximately 4 sure. After harvesting, he immediately watered the stubble, prompting it to sprout anew, saving on seed costs and reducing cultivation time. Now that all 3 acres had been reclaimed and sown with grains, he could harvest every half month, yielding around 12 sure per harvest. With 2 harvests each month, he would accumulate 24 sure of grains. When prices were low, grains could be sold for 10 won per liter, with 1 sure containing 100 liters, yielding 1,000 won. During peak pricing, It could rise to nearly 3,000 won per sure. 1,000 won in copper coins equated to 1 guan, or 1 tael of silver. Even at the lowest price, his monthly output could earn him 24 taels of silver. Converted to silver, this would suffice to express his sincerity to Li Banxian and apprentice in martial arts. However, transporting the grains to Sanshatsi town for sale would require some time. One day, after finishing breakfast, Er Gouzi shouldered 2 large sacks of grains and descended the mountain. As he departed, he gathered a large bundle of thorny brambles to block the path up the mountain, to conceal his secret of cultivating with gourd water. He had spent the last 6 months diligently obstructing this route, making it exceedingly difficult to traverse, with some areas completely blocked. He himself had to utilize several long ropes to navigate certain parts of the path. Fortunately, his strength had significantly increased, enabling him to endure such exertions. He constantly pondered how, once he had saved enough money, he could approach Huang Laokai to inquire about purchasing the land on Shiko Mountain. If he succeeded, it would become his private domain, allowing him to rightfully enclose the mountain and prevent outsiders from ascending. This time, Er Gouzi carried 2 large sacks of grains over a distance of 20 li, yet he felt little fatigue. Despite the scorching summer heat, he wore a pair of cotton pants, feeling the heat acutely even with his upper body bare. There was no choice. It was the only outfit he possessed. And after selling the grains today, he could sew a summer outfit to replace it. Upon entering Sanshatsi town, he headed directly to the Zhou family grain shop. This was the only grain shop in town capable of large-scale buying and selling, reportedly owned by the wealthiest family in Sanshatsi. The purchasing price was slightly lower than that at market stalls. With a substantial amount of grain to sell, efficiency was paramount, so he could not afford to quibble over minor price differences. With the autumn harvest approaching, grain prices had begun to fall. Today, the purchase price was only 1,600 won per sure, equivalent to 16 won per liter. The 2 large sacks he carried contained a total of 12 dough and 6 liters, yielding him 2,016 won. With this money, he went to the tailor to have a summer outfit custom-made. He also purchased some bowls and chopsticks, along with other necessities for daily living. Over the next few days, he trekked to Sanshatsi town daily to sell a load of grains. As the autumn harvest drew nearer and the weather remained favorable, with no shortages of grain among the populace, the Zhou family grain shop's purchase prices dropped each passing day. After selling for over 10 consecutive days, the price for 1 shur of grains fell to only 1081. Having saved enough to pay for his apprenticeship, he was reluctant to sell at such low prices. After all, his gourd could store a significant amount of grain without spoilage, so there was no need to rush to sell. Chapter 10. Apprenticeship and Cultivation Now. The copper coins in hand have accumulated to a total of 24,000, equivalent to 24 strings of cash. In Sanshatsi town, there exists a pawn shop that also offers currency exchange services, allowing copper coins to be converted into silver. The standard rate is 1 string of copper coins for 1 tael of silver. However, the pawn shop owner, unwilling to work for free, charges a handling fee for each transaction. When Er Gouzi exchanged for 10 taels of silver, he was charged 500 won, a business more profitable than farming. Subsequently, he purchased an old hen, 10 jin of pork, incense, and 2 jars of fine wine. The wine, brewed from grain, is thus more expensive than white rice. 1 jar, containing 10 liters, costs 600 won, totaling 1,200 won for both jars. The cost of becoming an apprentice and learning the craft is indeed steep, consuming over 10 strings of cash in one go. Furthermore, during festivals and holidays, there are obligations to present gifts and show respect, making it unaffordable for most. With all the items prepared, Li Banxian led him towards a small courtyard in town. This courtyard, though modest, boasted a jujube tree laden with small, immature fruits. Come in. In the main hall directly facing the courtyard, several ancestral tablets and an offering table were arranged. Er Gouzi carried the pork and other items into the hall and neatly placed them on the offering table. At this moment, Li Banxian washed his face and hands in a basin before lighting the incense and performing a grand salute to the ancestral tablets. He then expressed his regrets for his unfilial behavior and the transgressions against ancestral traditions. Er Gouzi, listening nearby, was deeply moved. Under Li Banxian's guidance, he performed a series of intricate rituals and ultimately presented a cup of tea to Li Banxian. From that moment on, Er Gouzi became the disciple of Li Banxian. From today forth, I shall impart to you unparalleled martial arts, but I do not favor empty fame. You must not disclose our learning to others. Understood. I shall certainly heed my master's words. Er Gouzi replied with utmost respect. How many characters can you recognize? Er Gouzi scratched his head and pondered. I can probably recognize a few hundred. Literacy is the foundation for learning everything, and it can only be acquired gradually. Li Banshan lightly tapped the table with his knuckles, contemplating for a moment, then rose to retrieve a crumpled book from a chest. This book, yellowed with age and partially damaged, even had its cover missing. This book contains the ancestral martial arts of the Li family. Consider it your textbook for learning characters. Today, I will teach you 50 characters. Once you have mastered them, come back for another 50. When you have learned all the characters in this book, you will be able to practice alongside, achieving dual benefits. Li Banshan glanced at the tattered book for a while, then prepared the writing materials, picking up the brush to write while reading aloud. The body comprises the internal organs, limbs, and bones. Internally, there is essence and spirit. Externally, there are sinews and flesh. After writing a lengthy passage, he counted and discovered he had written 58 characters. Li Banshan instructed Er Gouzi to memorize the paper and allowed him to return home for practice. Holding the paper tightly, fearing he might forget, Er Gouzi recited continuously on his way home. Upon returning to Shiko Mountain, he began to practice writing in the dirt with a twig. After 2 days, he had completely mastered the 58 characters. He could write, recognize, and read them, and he returned to seek further instruction from Li Banshan. This time, seeing Er Gouzi's swift progress, Li Banshan taught him 85 new characters. In the days that followed, Er Gouzi was able to learn dozens of new characters every few days. The opportunity to learn, having cost him over 10 strings of cash, motivated him immensely. Whenever fatigue set in, he would think of the 10 gene of pork and the bright silver, filling him with renewed vigor. Each new character learned felt like reclaiming a copper coin. Thus, he approached his studies with utmost diligence, fearing that any negligence would result in a loss of investment. As 2 months passed, he completed the first chapter of the book. However, despite recognizing the characters, he struggled to grasp the overall meaning of the text. Li Banshan, having taken his money, displayed a sense of responsibility and elucidated the text's meaning, which was essentially a method of cultivation. First, refine the tangible aspects, organs, bones, blood, and flesh, using the subtle essence of the tangible to cultivate the intangible primordial energy. With Li Banshan's explanations, Er Gouzi began to understand the cultivation method. In summary, it was about nurturing the tangible physical body to cultivate the intangible primordial energy, allowing it to grow and transform into a true martial energy within him. Returning to Shiko Mountain, Er Gouzi practiced daily according to Li Banshan's teachings. The method involved assuming various peculiar postures and exerting effort awkwardly, claiming to guide the primordial energy within. He then meditated to cultivate this energy. The strange postures were somewhat easier to practice, but meditation proved challenging. His mind was constantly cluttered with distractions. Just as one thought faded, another would emerge. The very thought of suppressing these distractions became a distraction in itself. The more he tried to control his thoughts, the more they multiplied, leaving him irritable and uneasy. However, recalling the substantial amount he had spent, he could not afford to give up and thus forced himself to continue. Yet, some things require the right approach. Relentless effort would only lead him further astray. After a few days, he became increasingly agitated and haggard. With no other option, he sought counsel from Li Banshan. Li Banshan pulled out the tattered book, flipped through it for a long while, then closed it. To master unparalleled martial arts, one must overcome all hardships without any retreat or fear. If you cannot succeed in 2 or 3 days, then practice for 3 to 5 months. Li Banshan spoke at length, emphasizing the need to persevere and overcome all challenges through diligence. Er Gouzi, having never practiced martial arts before and knowing nothing of the field, surmised that all martial practitioners must endure such suffering and resolved to return and double his efforts. One day, while meditating, he was engaged in a fierce mental battle against various distractions. Suddenly, he felt a surge in his chest. Ugh! Puffed. Bright red blood erupted from his mouth. His mind grew foggy, and he collapsed to the ground. Lying there, blood continued to spill from his lips, his consciousness fading in and out. Yet, he could not shake off the thought of the money spent, and with the martial arts goals still far from reach, he clung to the desire to continue his practice. In a daze, he persisted in following the cultivation method. At that moment, unbeknownst to him, as his mind dulled and his consciousness faded, all distractions vanished. Without interference, the cultivation method operated smoothly, and a faint stream of energy began to form within his meridians. Thus, he lay there in a half-conscious state, utterly still. as the method continued to flourish, leading him into a profound state of enlightenment. After several hours, hunger finally pulled him back from that state. Er Gouzi sprang to his feet, feeling a newfound lightness. All previous discomfort had vanished. With closed eyes, he sensed a gentle warmth flowing through his meridians, bringing comfort wherever it traveled. My master was right. Diligent practice surely leads to success. What he did not realize was that in the initial stages of cultivation, striving to eliminate distractions often leads to the opposite effect. This fortunate coincidence allowed his consciousness to enter a state of subtle existence, aligning him with the profound truths of martial arts. Without such guidance, he would have never entered the realm of cultivation, and forceful practice could have led to his demise. Chapter 11. Grinding stone into powder in the quaint town of Er Gouzi, Li Banzian sat behind his fortune-telling stall, his keen eye surveying the bustling passers-by. To thrive in his line of work, one must possess an astute sense of observation, delving into the human psyche, gathering information from myriad details, and proactively identifying potential clients to ensnare. Occasionally, capturing a lucrative patron could sustain him for years, or even yield lifelong benefits. Yet, Er Gouzi remained impoverished, with most residents reluctant to part with even a single copper coin. Even the most insignificant gains were fiercely guarded, as if they sought to extract a morsel from a mosquito's leg. It proved exceedingly difficult to earn their coin, leaving Li Banzian to experience a life of intermittent hunger. Those unaware of the truth remarked upon his lean visage and ethereal demeanor, yet in his dreams, he yearned for sumptuous feasts, indulging in rich meats until he was utterly sated. This year, however, fortune smiled upon him as he encountered a naive youth, blissfully ignorant of the world's complexities, who not only provided him with hearty meals, but also with meat and wine. While he scrutinized the crowd, a young boy emerged at the end of the street, clad in coarse linen garments and wearing straw sandals, clutching a piece of fatty pork. The arrival of this fat sheep prompted Li Banzian to straighten his robes, adopting an air of aloofness, while internally he plotted how best to deceive this unsuspecting disciple. The so-called unparalleled martial arts he once practiced were nothing but a farce, devoid of any real utility. Regardless of whether his teachings failed to yield results, it would be attributed to the disciple's lack of diligence or inherent inadequacy. Blame could not fall upon the master. Master, the boy, Er Gouzi, greeted him from a distance, and Li Banzian modestly stroked his beard. You've arrived. Have you made any progress in your training? He recalled that during their last meeting, Er Gouzi had sought his counsel regarding a troublesome obstacle, which he had skillfully maneuvered to assuage. Today, however, he knew he must intensify his efforts to mislead the boy. Yes, I have made progress. I have finally entered the threshold of cultivation. Er Gouzi nodded vigorously, evidently pleased with his advancement. Yet, he felt it necessary to express gratitude to his master, which led him to lavishly purchase a fine piece of fatty meat for Li Banzian. Entered the threshold of cultivation? Li Banzian was skeptical, suspecting the boy was merely seeking to save face, exaggerating his achievements. Having practiced the technique himself, he knew it to be utterly ineffective. It seemed a lesson was in order. He casually picked up a stone from the ground and placed it on the table. Now, take this stone and crush it into powder for your master to witness. Er Gouzi immediately shook his head. Despite his newfound strength, the task was beyond his current capabilities. To claim he had entered the realm of cultivation while failing at such a simple feat was audacious. Li Banzian sighed, feigning disappointment in the boy's lack of progress. He tossed the small stone aside and picked up a larger one, effortlessly crushing it to dust. Observing the astonished and admiring expression on Er Gouzi's face filled him with satisfaction. He brushed off the stone powder from his hands, maintaining a facade of nonchalance, as if it were an inconsequential act. Those who practice martial arts must avoid arrogance and impatience. One must always remember that there are greater forces beyond oneself, master. I was wrong. Er Gouzi felt a wave of shame wash over him, his face turning crimson. Recognizing one's mistakes and striving for improvement is a virtue. The day you can crush a stone and leap with ease shall mark your true entry into the realm of cultivation. Li Banzian, understanding the wisdom of rewarding with encouragement after discipline, stroked his beard to comfort the boy. He then produced a tattered tome from his robes. Do not be disheartened. With persistence, you will eventually enter the realm of cultivation and achieve the rank of martial scholar. For now, continue your studies and familiarize yourself with the characters in this book. They conversed for quite some time before Er Gouzi took his leave. Since that encounter, The boy had grasped the lesson of humility and the importance of diligence, returning to the mountains to practice earnestly. From then on, aside from his regular visits to the town to study under his master, he refrained from boasting about his training progress in Li Banshan's presence. Such meager accomplishments would be easily seen through by someone as adept as his master, and he dared not irritate him with idle chatter. With only a modicum of skill, he understood that he had much to learn from his master, who never boasted of his own profound abilities. The true adept remains concealed, and he realized he had a long way to go. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that one day he too would possess the strength to effortlessly grind stones into powder. Following a fortunate accident that allowed him to cultivate his first trace of energy within his meridians, subsequent training became significantly easier. By adhering to a consistent regimen, the energy within him steadily grew stronger, allowing for daily improvements. Wherever this energy flowed, it enveloped him in a comforting warmth. Perhaps due to this burgeoning energy, his strength had increased remarkably. He could now lift over 100 pounds with ease. This newfound strength was not to be squandered, for the barren stone pits on Shiko Mountain awaited his labor. Each time he toiled until his arms could barely lift. Channeling the energy to rejuvenate himself proved effective. However, he noticed a peculiar consequence of his training. His appetite had surged. Where he once consumed 3 bowls of rice per meal, he now found 5 insufficient. As hunger returned swiftly, previously 2 meals a day sufficed, but now he required at least 3, often 4, to feel satiated. On days when he consumed less, his progress in training noticeably slowed. Fortunately, he was no longer burdened by concerns of hunger. Otherwise, his martial pursuits would have come to a halt. Moreover, he discovered that grain stored in gourds not only tasted superior but also enhanced his energy. Ordinary rice lacked such properties. The rice stored in gourds differed vastly from regular grains. Once sampled, the distinction was unmistakable. This presented a dilemma, having stored his rice in gourds for convenience. How would he sell it in the future? What would he say if questioned about its origin? The distance from Sankaizi to Shishi village was not too great, and if others took notice, they might trace it back to Shiko Mountain. Until he devised a solution, he resolved not to sell the stored rice. One day, Er Gouzi recalled his years of experience raising pigs, and an idea struck him. If he could cook the food until it resembled pig feed, who would recognize it? However, selling it as pig feed would not yield a fair price, nor would it likely attract many buyers. After all, few people enjoyed eating pig feed. Perhaps he could market it as a medicinal product instead. Reminded of a street performer from the town who once sold a potent herbal pill, he considered trying a similar approach. Chapter 12. Mighty Pills. Er Gouzi reflected on his past experiences in preparing pig feed, contemplating how to create the mighty pills. It was evident that using solely white rice would not suffice. After all, those who had consumed rice their entire lives would immediately discern its taste. A mixture of wild vegetables was necessary. He grasped a hoe and walked to the edge of the rice field, where he had cultivated a small patch of wild vegetables, specifically the yao jile he had transplanted previously. Now that he had food to eat, he had only watered them occasionally and had not harvested them for consumption. At this moment, as he plunged the hoe into the ground, he discovered that the yao jile had grown thicker than his fist, with each stalk exceeding a foot in length. Picking one, he peeled away the outer layer to reveal its pristine, glistening white interior. A single bite revealed its crisp sweetness. Such ordinary wild vegetables had thrived in the gourd's water, growing remarkably large and delicious. Based on the growth of these yao jile, he estimated the yield to be significantly higher than that of rice cultivation. He planned to clear additional barren land to cultivate more yao jile in the future. At this moment, Er Gouzi washed several yao jile, chopped them along with the leaves, and cooked them with rice. He then poured the mixture onto a smooth stone slab and repeatedly pounded it with a rock until it transformed into a large lump of pale yellow-green paste. Er Gouzi took a handful and tasted it, finding that despite its unappealing appearance, it was quite palatable, soft and glutinous with a hint of sweetness. He then shaped the paste into thumb-sized pills and set them out to dry. After drying, he sampled a few and found them hard yet chewy, becoming increasingly aromatic with each bite. To be honest, Er Gouzi was not entirely satisfied with the final product. There was no medicinal taste, and the flavor was perhaps too pleasant. Given its appearance, it would be hard for anyone to believe that it was a genuine mighty pill. For the time being, he had to make do and think of ways to incorporate some inedible herbs to darken the product and make it less appealing. He planned to store the pills in a gourd, so he could conveniently take out a few whenever he wished to eat. In a few days, he would attempt to sell them at the market, confident that no one would recognize the ingredients he had used. Over the course of several days, he hand-rolled a bushel of mighty pills, which he dried and stored in the gourd. After being stored for 3 days, these mighty pills proved to have effects akin to rice, providing strength and invigorating one's vital energy. One day, he accompanied Li Banzian to the town to copy down dozens of characters. Upon completing his task, he set up a stall at the market to sell the mighty pills at 10 coins each. However, he was met with ridicule. Not a single pill sold, and he became the target of mockery. Others laughed at his youth and naivety as he attempted to sell something so trivial. Some even insisted on dragging him into a performance, demanding he demonstrate breaking bricks with his head or smashing stones with his chest. The crowd joined in the jeers, leaving him embarrassed and disheveled. Ultimately, he hastily packed up his stall and left the market, his face flushed with shame. As he walked home, he felt dejected. Even purveyors of fake medicines sold their wares, while his genuine product went unacknowledged. Just as he passed Snake Creek Village, he spotted a girl with red ribbons tying her twin braids, bouncing towards him. Dog brother, Xiaozi. After more than half a year apart, his cousin had grown taller, nearly unrecognizable, yet their bond remained unchanged. Dog brother, do you have food to eat now? Are you hungry? Wait here for me. I'll go get some leftover rice from home, Xiaozi said, turning to leave, but Er Gouzi seized her arm. Xiaozi, I've rented a few acres on Shiko Mountain, so I have food now. Oh, that's wonderful. Having food is the most important thing. Xiaozi seemed to finally relax her long-held worries, but then recalled the legends surrounding Shiko Mountain. Dog brother, I've heard there are snake demons on Shiko Mountain. Have you seen any? Children are often frightened yet intrigued by tales of monsters. No, those are probably just stories made up by the elders to scare children, Er Gouzi replied, shaking his head, having encountered no anomalies himself. Oh, by the way, you hit my second brother last time, and he cried all day at home, even skipping school. Xiaozi giggled as she recalled her brother's swollen face after the last encounter. Be careful. My older brother said he wants to hit you too, and that he'll strike every time he sees you. The two stood by the roadside, chatting joyfully for quite some time. As they prepared to part ways, Er Gouzi remembered the mighty pills he hadn't sold. Since they hadn't sold, he thought it would be nice to give a few to Xiaozi as a snack. He promptly pulled out a bag. What's this? Mighty pills. I got them from the market. They say eating them can help you break bricks with your head and smash stones with your chest. Er Gouzi hesitated to share his embarrassing story, opting for an excuse instead. Oh no, you've been deceived. Just looking at them, they don't look like any medicinal pills. The color is all wrong, and they don't smell like medicine at all. Let us go find that person and demand our money back. Xiaozi tugged at Er Gouzi, eager to confront the seller. But he was too fearful to go, worried he'd reveal his secret. No need to go. That person has already left. I've tried them, and they taste quite good. Let us keep them as snacks. Who knows, they might actually work. All right then. Although Xiaozi was still somewhat reluctant, she had no choice. She picked up a pill, popped it into her mouth, and began to chew, discovering it was indeed quite tasty, chewy, and increasingly flavorful. After bidding farewell to Xiaozi, Er Gouzi made his way to Huang Laocai's home. Rent was coming due soon, so he wanted to check in. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of golden grains of rice piled high in the yard, hall, and rooms. In addition to the land rented out, Huang Laocai cultivated over 100 acres himself. Now, during the autumn harvest, there was more grain than he could store. He needed to manage his own supplies before collecting rent. Ergu, you've come at the right time. In 5 days, come with me to the county town. Sure. What do you need? Er Gouzi readily agreed. With the autumn harvest, I have to go to the county office to pay taxes, and I need extra hands. Don't worry. I'll definitely be there. Hearing about the trip to the county town, Er Gouzi felt a thrill of excitement. In his life, he had only ventured as far as the Sancha town. He had heard that county towns had houses with 2 or 3 stories, horse-drawn carriages, and performers telling stories and doing tricks. The most esteemed official in the county was the county magistrate, who supposedly dined on meat at every meal and traveled in a grand flower sedan chair, with servants in colorful attire. In his childhood imagination, he envisioned the magistrate sitting in the flower sedan, one hand clutching a chicken leg and the other a bottle of honey water, exuding an air of authority. Reflecting on it now, he realized how naive his childhood thoughts had been. Moreover, the people in Sancha town were unrefined and ignorant of the value of his mighty pills. Perhaps they would sell better in the county town. Given the distance to the county town, he could sell without fear of being recognized as the one from Shiko Mountain. He needed to save money quickly to purchase the land on Shiko Mountain from Huang Laokai, so he could feel secure in his heart. Chapter 13. The young hero Er Gouzi returned to Shiko Mountain and began preparing for his journey. First, he moved some stones and thorns, making the already treacherous paths of Shiko Mountain even more difficult to traverse. He found himself relying on ropes to navigate the slopes. He packed all the valuable items from the mountain, such as hoes, machetes, and iron pots, into a gourd. He also took a moment to count the rice and copper coins stored within, over 150 stones of rice and a handful of powerful pills. However, his meager savings of a little more than 5 guan in coins left much to be desired. Given the current market, selling just 3 mu of land could yield at least 60 guan, but Huang Laokai was unlikely to part with it. Er Gouzi planned to seize the opportunity to inquire if Huang Laokai might sell him the land on Shiko Mountain. The rocky terrain and increasingly difficult paths made it less appealing to others, yet for Er Gouzi, it was the perfect fit. He only hoped that this trip to the city would allow him to encounter someone discerning enough to pay a good price for the powerful pills, so he could afford the land. In preparation for the journey, Er Gouzi washed his only thin linen outfit a day in advance and meticulously stitched the frayed cuffs and armpits. He took a refreshing dip in the Shishi River, scrubbing away all the dirt, and styled his hair neatly. Donning a brand new pair of straw sandals, he appeared revitalized and as handsome as a young scholar. When he arrived at Huang Laotsai's house to pay the rent, he noticed Huang Laotsai's second daughter glance at him, her eyes sparkling. Their eyes met briefly, causing Er Gouzi's face to flush crimson, and he quickly lowered his gaze, too shy to meet her eyes again. Huang Laotsai's second daughter, with her round face and curvaceous figure, was the village's most beautiful woman, drawing the attention of many idle men, whether in the fields or caring for children at home. She was a skilled worker. However, she was the daughter of the village's wealthiest man, making her unattainable for the likes of these tenants. "Ah, it's Er Gouzi," one of the tenants exclaimed, mistaking him for a new groom. "You've grown quite handsome. At this height, you should be finding a wife soon." Huang Laokai had already gathered a dozen strong men, all tenants of his, who were idly passing the time and seized the moment to tease Er Gouzi. "Look at how red he is," one tenant joked, clapping Er Gouzi on the shoulder. "This time, when you go to the city, let me take you to the hidden spots. For just a few coins, you can indulge in being a man. Go a few more times, and you won't blush anymore." "Uncles, I'm still young. I'm not of marrying age yet," Er Gouzi thought, having just turned 14, feeling that marriage was still a bit premature. "What do you know, lad?" Another chimed in. "As the old saying goes, follow a woman closely, and you'll grow in stature. Marrying will only help you grow." Laughter erupted among the rough men. Just then, a door creaked open, and Er Gouzi turned to see his cousin, Zhang Yuliang, emerging with a stern expression from Huang Laotsai's house. Zhang Yuliang caught sight of Er Gouzi, shot him a glare, and then ignored him. The tenants rushed forward, eager to curry favor. Master Zhang, Master Zhang." But Zhang merely grunted and walked away, not sparing them another glance. "Why the attitude? We're all from the same village," one tenant grumbled once Zhang was out of earshot. "Shoo, don't speak ill. He's a scholar now, and we cannot afford to offend him," another quickly cautioned. At that moment, Huang Laokai emerged as well. "Thank you for your patience, everyone. Let's have breakfast first. A full stomach gives us strength to work." Huang Laokai, a man of principle, treated everyone to a hearty meal of steaming white rice with pickled vegetables. Usually, they could hardly afford such a feast even during the new year. But now they all dug in with gusto. Being able to enjoy a full meal was one of the reasons the tenants favored working for Huang Laokai. After breakfast, Huang Laokai instructed everyone to bag the grain and load it onto the wheelbarrows. Each cart held 3 stones of rice, and they loaded over 30 carts. Er Gouzi realized that Huang Laokai had to pay nearly half of the rent collected as taxes. What they were dealing with was only a portion of the total tax burden. The best grains had to be delivered dutifully to the county office, or else the officials would dispatch a team to enforce collection. If the officials came knocking, negotiations would not be easy. One would have to tread carefully, as any misstep could lead to violence, property damage, or worse. Along with Huang Laokai, the group of 50 people pushed over 30 wheelbarrows, while a few assisted elsewhere. They traversed a small path to the Sanchatsi town before merging onto the main road. Over the past 6 months, Er Gouzi had not only grown stronger, but taller as well. He pushed a cart loaded with over 300 pounds of rice and felt surprisingly light, even after walking for several miles. Whenever his arms grew sore, he summoned his internal energy to alleviate the fatigue swiftly. The same technique worked for his legs. As long as he flowed his energy through his meridians, he felt rejuvenated and continued to walk with vigor. As the group changed hands multiple times, Er Gouzi persistently maintained his grip, prompting others to believe he was merely youthful and eager to show off. In truth, he seized the opportunity to practice circulating his energy while walking, a technique his master had never taught him. Immersed in his practice, he felt increasingly adept and, rather than tiring, found himself invigorated. Suddenly, the sound of a gong echoed, and a group of armed bandits emerged from the sides of the main road, blocking their path. Er Gouzi had never encountered such a scene. He quickly abandoned his cart and stepped into the crowd, stealthily grasping the short blade hidden within his clothing. However, the other tenants appeared unfazed, maintaining their composure. Huang Laokai approached with a smile, bowing to a burly man with a pig-like face. "Ah, it's Xiao Wang. My apologies for the disturbance. This mountain is mine, and these trees are planted by me." The pig-faced man seemed to relish the theatricality of the encounter, reciting his lines without missing a beat. He then swung his meat cleaver, chopping it into a nearby tree, leaving a multitude of knife marks as evidence of his handiwork. "Do you know the rules?" he asked. Yes, Huang Laokai replied, feigning a smile as he produced a silver coin, presenting it with both hands. "Xiao Wang, maintaining peace in this area is no easy task. Please accept this small token of appreciation." "Don't flatter me. I'm just a highwayman," the pig-faced man retorted, snatching the coin and weighing it in his hand, dismissing Huang Laotsai's compliments without a second thought. "Brothers, disperse," he ordered, sheathing his cleaver and signaling for his band of robbers to retreat back into the thicket. The mountain bandits arrive swiftly and depart even more rapidly. As the group continues to push the unicycle towards the county town, having just endured a robbery by the bandits, although they felt little fear at the moment, a lingering anxiety now shadows their hearts. This Zhao, the bandit leader, despite his notorious reputation, possesses a certain code of conduct. "I have traversed this road with my employer for over a decade," Jianfu remarked, "and as long as one willingly offers tribute, he never harms anyone. Furthermore, it is said that this entire route is under his dominion. Once he accepts payment for safe passage, no other bandits dare to threaten us." From the tone of these tenants, it seems that this bandit enjoys a commendable reputation, and the tenants appear to harbor a certain admiration for the life of a bandit. Chapter 14. The Apothecary. The journey from Shishi village to the county town was long. They set off early in the morning, encountered a band of mountain robbers, and rested twice along the way, finally arriving at the county town by dusk. Er Gouzi finally beheld the legendary county town, his eyes wide with curiosity as he surveyed everything around him. Outside the town stood an earthen wall, at least a yard high, far surpassing the height of Huang Laokai's courtyard wall. It was even more magnificent than he had imagined. Beyond the wall, several tall buildings could be seen, each at least 5 or 6 stories high. Er Gouzi was astonished to discover that houses could be constructed so high and with such exquisite beauty. The city gate was at least 2 or 3 yards wide, bustling with people entering and exiting, many of whom, like them, were pushing unicycles to pay taxes. After entering the town, they had barely taken a few steps when a group of ragged beggars rushed towards them, startling Er Gouzi. "Get lost!" Lai Fu and Ague shouted, brandishing their sticks to drive the beggars away. These beggars preyed on the vulnerable, particularly targeting newcomers from the countryside. "Lai Fu, let us rest at the usual place for the night. We can visit the county office tomorrow morning," suggested Huang Laokai. Leading the way, Lai Fu guided them down a flagstone street lined with various shops, tailoring shops, candy and pastry stores, bun shops, and general stores. It was Er Gouzi's first time seeing so many colorful shops, and he felt utterly amazed, almost forgetting how to walk. As they passed a half-open wooden door, he peered inside to see what was being sold. Suddenly, a woman, around the age of his aunt, emerged from within, clad in a flamboyantly colored outfit with red-painted lips, as if she had just consumed blood. "Come in and have some fun, handsome," she called, reaching out to pull Er Gouzi, who, frightened, quickly stepped away. "Thank you, Auntie. I'll come again next time," he stammered, his face flushed as he hurried on. The hospitality of the women in the county town was striking. Even though they were strangers, the warmth of their invitation was evident. "Haraha." Er Gouzi's embarrassment elicited laughter from the group of tenants. "Why don't you go in? It must be quite entertaining in there. I didn't expect you to be so timid," they teased amid their laughter. In the midst of their jests, Er Gouzi began to understand that this was what he had heard about, the hidden doors of temptation, causing his cheeks to flush deeper. And he dared not look up. "Don't worry, I'll bring you to have some fun tonight. Just 5 copper coins will get you in. Er Gouzi patted Er Gouzi on the shoulder, winking, prompting another round of laughter from the tenants. Even if we skip a couple of meals, we've come all this way, we can't leave empty-handed. Their banter suggested they were indeed considering spending those 5 copper coins on frivolous indulgences. These men, who toiled in the fields from dawn till dusk, were usually stingy even with a pinch of salt in their meals. The thought of spending 5 copper coins on such a trivial pursuit was something that 14-year-old Er Gouzi could not yet comprehend. With that money, he could buy a meat bun instead. As they continued down the street, they encountered several more half-open doors, where women lounged nearby, warmly greeting passers-by. The tenants laughed and exchanged flirtations with them. Er Gouzi, feeling too shy, hurried past with a red face. Occasionally glancing up, he spotted an apothecary on the street and felt a spark of interest, noting the location. Recently, he had been contemplating adding some medicinal herbs to his powerful pills to give them a hint of herbal taste. Moreover, the herbs had to be harmless. He had no intention of engaging in any business that could harm others. If these herbs could also possess some nourishing and strengthening properties, that would be even better. For this reason, he had sought guidance from Li Banzian regarding herbal knowledge. Master Li Banzian was erudite, knowledgeable in all matters of heaven and earth. He had introduced Er Gouzi to several nourishing herbs, such as ginseng, huangjing, and lingji. However, these herbs took a long time to grow and were quite costly. Er Gouzi thought it best to purchase seeds for cultivation. Unfortunately, there was only one herbalist in the entire Sanchazi town, and he did not possess these herbs or seeds. He had long wished to visit the county town, but had never ventured so far before. The unfamiliarity of the road and tales of mountain robbers had kept him from doing so until now. At the end of the street was an open area where several groups had gathered to rest. Most were traveling merchants or landlords from far-off places coming to pay taxes. Perhaps due to the sheer number of travelers, they could not find lodging and had to make do outside for the night. Lai Fu gathered a large bundle of firewood and soon had a bonfire crackling. Huang Laokai produced a large bag of dry flatbreads to share among the group, and they skewered them on sticks, roasting and eating around the fire. That night, they would take turns keeping watch, with 4 people per shift, each group responsible for 1 hour. Lai Fu and Er Gouzi, loyal followers of Huang Laokai, were well acquainted with the county town, ensuring everything was organized. After distributing the tasks and filling their bellies, several tenants huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. Er Gouzi, come. Let us go have some fun. Lai Fu clapped Er Gouzi on the shoulder with a grin. I want to go. Er Gouzi protested, his face burning. Though curiosity burned within him, he could not bring himself to partake in such activities openly. The others, seeing his embarrassment, burst into laughter and walked away, linking arms. However, shortly after Lai Fu and the others departed, Er Gouzi bid Huang Laokai farewell and set off on his own. He was not seeking hidden doors. As he passed by several, he averted his gaze, hurrying past as the people inside beckoned him. Before long, he found the apothecary he had previously noted. The interior was exceedingly simple, with only a table and no visible medicine cabinet. An elderly man sat behind the table, engrossed in the herbs in his hands. Without raising his head, he asked, "Are you here for an abortion or treatment for venereal disease?" "I'm not here for an abortion. I want to buy some herbs," Er Gouzi quickly clarified. However, the old man seemed not to hear him, continuing, "Are you here for an abortion or treatment for venereal disease?" "I don't need an abortion, and I'm not ill." The old man finally raised his head, realizing that before him stood a young lad yet to reach maturity. "If you're not ill, why are you here? Youngsters like you should learn to be virtuous. Don't catch venereal disease and be ashamed to admit it." "I'm not sick," Er Gouzi insisted, blushing, wanting to explain himself further, but the old man likely interpreted his youthful embarrassment as guilt. The old man then pulled out a dozen small paper packets from beneath the table and tossed them onto the surface. 2 packets a day, for internal and external use. 20 coins per packet. "I'm not sick. I just want to know if you have ginseng." Er Gouzi thought the old man was quite untrustworthy. How could one prescribe medicine without knowing the ailment? Ginseng? The old man regarded Er Gouzi with surprise before waving his hand dismissively. "We don't have it. Not only do I not have it here, but the ginseng in the entire Anshan County is mostly in the hands of the county magistrate. At most, there might be 1 or 2 left, but those have been bought by Hong and Hall. You should check there." Er Gouzi inquired about several other types of herbs suitable for planting, but none were available. Ultimately, he managed to purchase a small packet of what was said to be the seeds of meat sistanch, costing him 100 coins. The old man mysteriously informed him. This grows in the desolate regions beyond the Great Wall, greatly nourishing kidney yang. Whoever consumes it will know its effects. Yet, Er Gouzi was uncertain if he could cultivate a variety from the desert, so he decided to give it a try. After some conversation, it became evident to Er Gouzi that this old man only specialized in a few things: abortions, treatments for venereal diseases, and some dubious kidney tonics, leaving him feeling that the old man was rather unreliable. I possess a powerful pill that can enhance one's strength. Do you wish to acquire it? As Er Gouzi spoke, he attempted to produce the pill. No. The old man, though often unreliable, was resolute at this moment, even displaying a hint of derision. Disappointed, Er Gouzi carefully stored the seeds of the meat-producing herb and inquired about Hong and Tang before heading in that direction. Upon exiting the narrow stone alley, he found himself on a wider street, just as twilight began to envelop the sky, with shop lights illuminating both sides. As he passed a meat bun shop, he succumbed to temptation, purchasing 2 buns that he savored as he walked. The meat filling was fragrant and greasy, and with each bite, oil dripped from his lips. After finishing both buns, he licked his fingers clean. Hong and Tang, the largest apothecary in Anshang County, boasted a hall several meters wide filled with numerous medicinal cabinets, its floor adorned with gleaming marble. Er Gouzi stood at the entrance, vigorously scraping the mud from his straw sandals and wiping the grease from his hands onto his clothes before stepping inside. Inside, 2 doctors were consulting patients while several apprentices busily attended to various tasks. This establishment not only provided medical consultations but also sold a variety of herbs. Pre-prepared pills and plasters were readily available for anyone to take home and use. Upon entering Hong and Tang, an apprentice approached him. Are you here for a consultation or to purchase herbs? I wish to buy some herbs. Er Gouzi replied, already intrigued as he moved toward the rows of cabinets, each drawer labeled with the names of different herbs. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of a man in a green robe entering the apothecary, Zhang Yuliang. He had seen him earlier that morning at Huang Laocai's home. How had he come to the county town? Not wishing to encounter his cousin, Er Gouzi quickly turned away. Do you have the Pei Yuan Gu Ben pill in stock? His cousin seemed quite familiar with Hong and Tang, directly inquiring upon entering. Indeed, we received a new batch a few days ago, though there are only a dozen or so. Good. I'll take 2. Zhang Yuliang produced 2 silver ingots from his sleeve, tossing them to an apprentice before pocketing a small porcelain vial and departing. Er Gouzi feigned interest in the labels on the cabinets until his cousin had left, then turned to the nearby apprentice. What sort of medicine is the Pei Yuan Gu Ben pill? It's a proprietary concoction of our shop, designed to strengthen the body and replenish vital energy. Especially beneficial for martial artists. How much does it cost? What is the price per pill? This medicine is somewhat pricey, costing 10 taels of silver per pill. Initially, he had intended to purchase one to try, but the price was staggering. At 10 taels a pill, he could scarcely afford it, as his entire fortune amounted to just 5 guan. To mask his embarrassment at being unable to buy it, he casually scanned the cabinets. Finally, he spotted a drawer labeled with ginseng, ginseng flowers, ginseng seeds, and ginseng leaves. May I see that drawer? The apprentice climbed onto a stool and pulled out the entire drawer for Er Gouzi to inspect. Inside, it was divided into 4 compartments, containing ginseng leaves, ginseng flowers, ginseng seeds, and a ginseng root. How much for a root? This particular root is over 10 years old, wild mountain ginseng, priced at 20 taels of silver. There had originally been 2 roots, but one had recently been used in the Pei Yuan Gu Ben pill. The county magistrate had monopolized the mountain ginseng. But due to Hong and Tang's strong connections, they had managed to acquire 1 or 2 roots. The apprentice's expression revealed his pride in this achievement. Er Gouzi felt a pang in his heart. It was far too expensive for him to afford. However, this only strengthened his resolve to cultivate ginseng. Perhaps, with just a year of effort, he could grow his own 10-year-old ginseng. How much do the ginseng seeds cost? Those are quite affordable, at 61 per qian. Er Gouzi requested the apprentice to pour out all the seeds from the compartment for weighing. There were 3.5 qian, totaling 210 won. In addition to the ginseng seeds, he purchased some huangjing seeds, spending 150 won. These seeds were all medicinal materials, and buying 1 or 2 varieties would not raise suspicion. However, purchasing too many would be unwise. Having successfully acquired the medicinal seeds and fulfilled a wish, he felt a surge of joy. He inquired whether Hong and Tang would be interested in buying the powerful pills, but he was, of course, declined. They regarded him as a charlatan, merely engaging in trade without openly rebuking him. What he had initially hoped would be a lucrative venture turned out to yield no sales at all. Chapter 15. Youth. When Er Gouzi returned to the temporary encampment, Lai Fu and the others had already returned. Upon seeing him alone, they couldn't resist a round of teasing. Everyone assumed he was too shy to join them, opting instead to sneak off to the secret place for fun by himself. There was no way to explain it in detail, so he could only accept their jests with a pinch of resignation. Er Gouzi sat beside Huang Laokai and pondered for quite some time before finally speaking. Master, are you willing to sell the land on Snakemouth Mountain? What? You want to buy it? That mountain is nothing but stones, with even water being scarce. Why would you want it? Huang Laokai looked at Er Gouzi with confusion. Just a few months ago, this lad could barely afford a meal and wore tattered trousers. Yet now he harbored thoughts of purchasing land. Well, it's just a rocky patch. It's not worth much as farmland. Why not sell it to me? Er Gouzi pressed on. Absolutely not. Even the most worthless land is a treasure to be passed down to future generations. Huang Laokai firmly shook his head, leaving no room for negotiation. Though disappointed by the rejection, Er Gouzi could hardly blame Huang Laokai. If he owned a piece of land, he wouldn't sell it carelessly either, as long as he wasn't starving. His heart grew increasingly troubled, wondering where he might find a solid foothold. Despite the numerous desolate areas, each was owned by someone. Left to grow wild with weeds, it was fine, but should anyone attempt to cultivate it, the rightful owner would swiftly appear. Unable to find even a scrap of land to call his own, he felt like he possessed a treasure gourd yet lacked the means to utilize it. For now, the only course of action seemed to be to follow his master and practice diligently, hoping to excel in martial studies and seize a future opportunity. The next day, just as dawn broke, Huang Laokai called everyone to push the cart to the county office. Upon arriving at a side door of the office, they found it still closed, with the magistrate still in slumber. The entrance was already crowded with laborers waiting to pay their taxes. Everyone clamored to push forward, vying for a better position. In previous years, there had been reports of people getting crushed or even dying in the throngs. Stop pushing. Form a line. At last, a constable appeared, sword at his side and whip in hand, cracking it at those who failed to queue properly. Huang Laokai and his group had no choice but to obediently fall in line at the back. After standing for what felt like an eternity, the office door finally swung open, allowing the line to advance slowly. Another 3 hours passed before they reached the threshold. Just as Lai Fu was set to rush in with a sack of rice, a kick sent him sprawling outside, landing him flat on his back. That's it for today. Return tomorrow. With a resounding slam, the side door was shut once more. Lai Fu picked himself up, rubbing his sore rear and gritting his teeth in frustration, unable to voice his anger. Noticing the sun still high in the sky, he realized there was still time to till a few more plots before nightfall. There was nothing to be done. The magistrate had his rules, and they were bound to abide by them. Having finally reached the front of the line, they were left to wait at the door for the night. Surprisingly, Er Gouzi felt quite pleased, as this offered him an opportunity to explore the county for another day. Undeterred, he still sought to peddle his powerful pills. After exchanging a few words with Huang Laokai, he set off on his own. The street where Hong and Tang was located was not far from the county office, considered the most prosperous area in town. Along this street stood 3 apothecaries. The smallest one at the end, named Hui Chun Tang, was nearly deserted. During the day, a young man dozed at the counter. Er Gouzi entered and cleared his throat a couple of times to rouse him. Are you here for a consultation or to purchase medicine? The young man asked, rubbing his eyes. Are you the doctor here? Er Gouzi scrutinized the young man, whose fair complexion suggested he was only a few years older than himself. And he hardly appeared to be a physician. It was no wonder business was poor. Who would trust a boy with no facial hair to tend to their ailments? Indeed, I am the physician at Hui Chun Tang. Though I look young, I began learning to read at 3, studied medicine at 5, and mastered pulse diagnostics by 7. By 18, I had read extensively on medical texts. The young doctor seemed to realize his youth was a hindrance and hurried to assure Er Gouzi of his proficiency. Could you take a look at this? Er Gouzi shifted tactics, choosing not to mention his pills just yet, and instead handed a powerful pill to the young man. The young doctor took the pill, scrutinizing it closely. Perhaps seeking to demonstrate his expertise, he examined it thoroughly, even scraping off a bit of powder to taste. After savoring it carefully, his brow furrowed at first, then relaxed, his eyes sparkling with delight. This has a sweet flavor and a warming nature. It can invigorate the spirit, strengthen the spleen, and enhance vitality. It is indeed a superior product. The young man, eager to showcase his knowledge, expounded at length, though Er Gouzi found himself struggling to understand, as he had merely concocted the pills without any formal training. I have a supply of these pills for sale. Would you be interested? Er Gouzi cautiously inquired, laying out a handful of pills on the counter. Absolutely. I'll take as many as you have. The young man's response was unexpectedly enthusiastic. Er Gouzi's heart soared with joy as he hastily unfastened the bundle from his back. He had crafted a measure of powerful pills, but his sack could only hold 5 or 6 liters. The rest remained in his gourd, inconvenient to retrieve. As he unwrapped the burlap, revealing hundreds of pills inside, he casually popped one into his mouth and began to chew. Try one. The more you chew, the better it tastes. The young man, not one to hold back, took a pill and began to savor it as well. Indeed, the flavor intensified with each chew, evoking memories of some rare delicacy he had once tasted. This is quite excellent. How much do you intend to sell each one for? Er Gouzi pondered the price, recalling his initial thoughts of selling them for 10 coins each, which now seemed rather unrealistic. After facing several setbacks, he had become more pragmatic. Given that a liter of grain cost around 20 to 30 coins, and a liter could yield about 50 pills, selling them for 1 coin each would still yield a profit. As medicinal materials, they should fetch at least 2 coins each. Having reached this conclusion, he extended 2 fingers. Yet upon seeing the young man's eager demeanor, he felt he could ask for a higher price. Thus, he cautiously raised a 3rd finger. 3 coins each. That would make about 150 coins per liter, a substantial profit. Er Gouzi's heart raced with anxiety, fearing the young man might scold him for being overly greedy and reject the offer outright. Deal. No problem. To his astonishment, the young man accepted without hesitation. Er Gouzi felt a tinge of regret. Had he known, he might have tried for 4 coins. Yet, one should not be too greedy. A steady stream is better than a sudden flood. The young man spread out the bundle, and together they counted the pills, which took a considerable amount of time. In total, there were 285 pills, priced at 3 coins each. 3 coins each? Er Gouzi questioned, unsure if he had misheard. He had offered 3 coins. Yet the young man seemed to calculate a price of 30 coins each. His heart raced, fingers twitching as he secretly calculated what this could amount to. Such a high price was beyond his wildest dreams, considering he still had over 100 stone of grain in his gourd. If this continued, he might even surpass Huang Laokai and rise to become the wealthiest man in Shishi village. Did you not say 3 coins each? The young man paused, his expression growing slightly troubled as he stopped counting the beads on his abacus. Selling each pill for 301 is excessively costly, though your pill is indeed commendable. It does not justify such a price. He regretted not clarifying earlier, having hastily agreed to what he believed was the price set by Er Gouzi. Presently, the most expensive Peiyuan Gubin pill in Anshan County is priced at 10,001. Your pill, while good, pales in comparison to the Peiyuan Gubin pill. The most I can offer you is 51 per pill. Will that suffice? Er Gouzi was still astonished by the high price of 31, unaware that the young man had proactively raised the price to 51. All right, that works. Let us proceed with the calculation at 51. The crisp sound of the abacus beads resumed. With a total of 285 pills, priced at 51 each, the total amounted to 14,251. After meticulously calculating, the young man weighed out 14 taels of silver and 250 copper coins, handing them over to Er Gouzi. Upon receiving the gleaming silver, Er Gouzi carefully wrapped it, securing it with several knots before tucking it away into his bosom. Even after distancing himself from the Huichun Hall, he remained somewhat dazed, overwhelmed by this unexpected wealth. His mind raced with thoughts of how much he could still earn from the remaining grain in the gourd. How much could he amass annually? If he cultivated the barren land of Shiko Mountain, what fortune might that yield? With these thoughts, hope blossomed within him regarding the purchase of Shiko Mountain. If he could win the affection of the second daughter of the wealthy Huang family, perhaps he could acquire the land, considering his own daughter's future. However, she was the village belle, the daughter of the richest man, far beyond the reach of a mere tenant farmer like himself. Merely a fanciful dream. For now, it was best to focus on diligently farming and saving money, as well as earnestly mastering martial arts. Chapter 16. Flight in the dark the following morning. The county office's gates swung open. Lai Fu and Ague led the way, bearing sacks as they squeezed inside, finally joining the queue. Er Gouzi, also carrying grain, followed suit. Within the hall, there were dozens of large measuring containers arranged in rows. Lai Fu and the others were pouring the grain from their sacks into the containers. To fill a container, the grain had to be leveled off at the top, which constituted a standard measure. However, many small merchants, in an effort to attract customers, would heap a little extra on top, counting the surplus as a gift. Thus, it was often said that no merchant was without a peak. Er Gouzi untied his sack and poured the grain into a container, filling it to the brim and even adding a small peak before continuing to the next container. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as a constable lashed him with a whip from behind. Confused, he turned to see the constable's brutish face, filled with malice. As he struck each person in line, even Huang Laokai was not spared. "You unruly peasants. The containers aren't even filled." Several tenants, intimidated by the constable, hurriedly clutched their sacks and continued pouring grain into each container until they could add no more. At this moment, the constable kicked one of the containers with his leg. The force of his kick sent the grain rolling onto the ground. One by one, he continued to kick each container, golden grains scattering everywhere. "Fill them up." The tenants scrambled to pour more grain into the containers, creating large peaks. The constable repeated his actions, forcing everyone to refill the containers once again. Huang Laokai clutched his chest, trembling, too afraid to utter a word. Fortunately, the constable only kicked twice before ceasing, allowing them to complete this year's tax obligations and receive the official receipt. Afterward, the group purchased various items in the county town. Unwilling to return empty-handed after such a long journey, those with children typically bought a few pennies worth of snacks to appease their little ones. Those with wives would purchase a yard or two of fabric, ensuring a few months of obedience from their spouses. For those without wives, a bit of oil or salt gifted to a village widow could also bring joy. Lai Fu bought 2 twisted donuts for his children, while Er Gouzi purchased a piece of black salt, which was cheaper here than in Sanchatsi town. Er Gouzi, having made a considerable profit from selling powerful pills, treated himself to 10 large meat buns from a nearby bun shop. "You fool, what are you doing spending so lavishly? Be careful, or you'll find yourself starving by the end of the year, unable to afford even thin gruel," Lai Fu admonished, thinking Er Gouzi was too young and reckless. "Take the buns back while they're still warm. Just eat 1 or 2 to satisfy your craving. If you're too embarrassed, I'll accompany you to return them. I can sweet-talk them." Faced with Lai Fu's kindness, Er Gouzi hesitated to reveal that he was quite wealthy now, offering a forced explanation about stockpiling plenty of dried vegetables for the winter. The others in the group merely shook their heads in silence, feeling that this child, unrestrained by parental guidance, was squandering his fortune. They had seen many like him, in prosperous years that could barely scrape by, but in times of disaster, such individuals were often the first to perish from hunger. However, they knew it was not their place to intervene, lest they create enmity. By the time this group of tenants jovially exited the gates of the county town, it was already noon. The journey from the county town to Shishi village was long. Having set out at midday, they had only covered half the distance when darkness fell. They could only gather some dry twigs and grass by the roadside to fashion a few simple torches for light. "It seems we are nearing the place where we were robbed last time, right?" one remarked. "No worries, Zhao Dewang is a man of principle. He only robs once per journey." As they conversed, a shadow appeared ahead, blocking the path. The shadow brandished a gleaming knife, glinting ominously in the light of their torches. "Is that Zhao Dewang up ahead?" Huang Laokai sensed something was amiss. Although Zhao Dewang was a bandit, he was known for his straightforwardness, never concealing his face, and always announcing his presence with a gong. Thus, despite his respectful demeanor, Huang Laokai dared not approach alone. The shadow remained silent, advancing toward them with weapon drawn. In an instant, a flash of cold steel struck, and a tenant's head fell to the ground, warm blood spraying across Er Gouzi's face. "Ah, they've killed someone," he screamed. "Let's take him down together." Lai Fu, having witnessed much, shouted and charged forward with a wheelbarrow aimed at the cloaked figure. In the face of life and death, a primal courage surged within everyone, and they propelled the wheelbarrow toward the shadow. Er Gouzi seized a carrying pole, swinging it at the shadow. They numbered 50, while their adversary was but 1. They believed their numbers would guarantee victory. However, the shadow proved remarkably agile, evading their wheelbarrows with ease, not even brushing against his garments. In a swift motion, Lai Fu's head was sent flying, and 2 others fell, stabbed in the abdomen. These tenants, unaccustomed to such brutal scenes, dropped their makeshift weapons and fled in terror. Er Gouzi also wished to escape, but found the shadow lunging toward him with a knife. He quickly grabbed the wheelbarrow, hurling it at the shadow. Though he had yet to learn martial arts, his training had significantly enhanced his strength and agility. The sturdy wheelbarrow, measuring 4 to 5 feet long and weighing dozens of pounds, was swung with vigor, forcing the shadow to retreat 2 steps. The shadow, caught off guard by Er Gouzi's unexpected strength, gasped in surprise. Seizing the opportunity, Er Gouzi continued to swing the wheelbarrow wildly, relying on sheer force and speed, devoid of any martial technique. Even with commendable skills, the shadow struggled to counter him in such a short time. With a resounding crash, the shadow's knife struck the wheelbarrow again and again until it finally succumbed, leaving Er Gouzi with only a large wooden stick. The shadow pressed too closely, with no chance to retrieve a second wheelbarrow as a weapon. Turning around, he noticed that the others had vanished into thin air, leaving him alone. With all his companions gone, what was he to fight for? He immediately turned to flee. Now endowed with great strength, he sprinted with remarkable speed, the wind whistling past his ears. Yet, the shadow was no slouch, hot on his heels, the distance between them not widening. The shadow seemed to be a skilled martial artist, far stronger than Er Gouzi. In a state of panic, Er Gouzi realized he could neither fight nor outrun the shadow. In that moment, he channeled a small amount of his internal energy into his legs. Indeed, under this surge of energy, his strength surged, and with a powerful push, he drove his foot into the hard ground, creating a small crater, propelling himself forward. The shadow, already poised to strike, had anticipated an easy kill, only to be taken aback as Er Gouzi's speed suddenly increased. By the time the shadow withdrew his blade, the gap between them had widened, and it continued to grow. Er Gouzi, through daily training, had not been taught much about the application of his internal energy. Thus, at first he struggled to adapt, nearly stumbling, but soon found his rhythm. He quickly caught up with Huang Laokai, who was laboring to keep pace. Older and out of breath, Huang Laokai could not match the speed of the younger tenants, who had all fled, leaving him panting behind. Now seeing that both Er Gouzi and the shadow were approaching, he cried out in fear, "Er Gouzi, save me." Er Gouzi had just created some distance from the shadow. He lacked the strength to save anyone else and dashed past Huang Laokai without hesitation. Although Huang Laokai had treated him to a meal, and he held a sense of gratitude towards him, it was not enough to compel him to risk his life. "Save me." The land at Shikushin. In the midst of his flight, Er Gouzi suddenly halted, resolutely returning. For the sake of a meal and the 3 acres of land atop Shikushin, it was worth the peril. Upon reaching Huang Laotsai's side, the shadow pursued him again, raising a knife to strike at Huang Laotsai's neck. Fortunately, Er Gouzi arrived just in time, pulling him away, causing the blade to veer, leaving only a gash on Huang Laotsai's back. Er Gouzi hoisted Huang Laokai onto his back and fled. Though carrying a person weighed him down significantly, he initially moved swiftly. Gradually, however, the distance between him and the shadow began to close once more. Faster. He's coming again. At that moment, it was Huang Laokai who felt the most anxiety. As the shadow swung the knife down once more, it grazed against Huang Laotsai's back, sending a chilling sensation through him. Startled, Huang Laokai lost control, wetting himself, and the warmth trickled down Er Gouzi's back. Fortunately, Er Gouzi summoned a surge of strength at a critical moment, managing to increase the distance slightly. There were several more instances when the shadow closed in, causing Huang Laokai to shriek in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Er Gouzi was not being reckless. Rather, his training had been insufficient, and the energy flow he possessed was already feeble. After a brief sprint, he had nearly exhausted himself. Luckily, a small amount of energy continued to seep from his muscles, barely compensating for the loss. Simultaneously, he fumbled in his pocket for a handful of energy pills, hastily swallowing them. The pills would slowly digest in his stomach, producing a modicum of vital energy, just enough to prolong his endurance for a while longer. As Er Gouzi's pace slowed, so too did that of the shadow, likely fatigued from the chase. Gradually, they created some distance once more. By the time Er Gouzi carried Huang Laokai back to Shikexi village, dawn had already broken. He had run with all his might for the better part of the night. Chapter 17. The choice. Huang Laokai lay on the bed, his bare back marred by numerous intersecting gashes, flesh protruding grotesquely, a sight both horrific and distressing. Each time the shadowy figure pursued him, it would strike with 1 or 2 blows. Presently, Huang Laotsai's complexion was ashen, surrounded by his wife, concubine, son, and daughter, all weeping in despair. "Father, you're still alive. Oh dear, master, please hold on, the doctor will arrive shortly." Huang Laokai turned his gaze towards Er Gouzi, who, after running throughout the night, was now utterly exhausted, leaning against the door to recuperate. Protected by others at that moment, he had suffered only a splash of warm urine on his back, remaining otherwise unscathed. However, anxiety gnawed at him. Would Huang Laokai have a change of heart? After all, that was 3 acres of land worth 60 taels of silver. Moreover, with Huang Laokai half alive, the mission of saving him could only be deemed half fulfilled. What if he passed away before bequeathing the land? Er Gouzi's heart was tumultuous with uncertainty. Er Gouzi, you saved my life. The 3 acres in the stone pit will henceforth belong to you. Finally, Huang Laotsai's response came, and Er Gouzi, elated, sprang to his feet. Thank you, master. From this day forth, I am no longer merely a tenant. I shall possess my own land, his own plot, where he could toil as he wished. Free from rent and the fear of eviction, he could even construct a tiled house upon it. Oh dear, it was uncertain whether Huang Laokai felt pain in his body or in his heart, as he groaned for a significant while. You saved my life. This 3 acres is but a trifling matter. I can also bestow upon you a grand gift. As he spoke, Huang Laokai glanced at his children, ultimately fixing his gaze on his second daughter. I can offer you 2 choices. You may select one. First, I can arrange for my second daughter to marry you, with a dowry of 20 acres of fertile land. Daddy. Upon hearing her father's proposition, his daughter blushed deeply, casting her eyes down as she furtively assessed Er Gouzi. He, in turn, felt flustered, his face reddening as he shyly observed her. Their gazes collided in the air, only to swiftly retreat. Er Gouzi's heart raced. The village beauty, whom he had deemed unattainable just yesterday, was to be promised to him today, with a dowry of 20 acres of arable land. What could the second option hold in comparison? The second option was to sell the entire Shiko mountain to him for 800 taels of silver. This sum did not require immediate repayment. He would only need to pay 40 taels annually, over a span of 20 years. You may choose one of these 2 options, Huang Laokai concluded. And the entire Huang family turned their eyes to Er Gouzi, awaiting his decision. Er Gouzi was torn. Both options held immense appeal. To wed the village flower, coveted by all in Shexi village, alongside a dowry of 20 acres, would make him the son-in-law of the wealthiest man in the village, a position of considerable prestige. In his subconscious, he had previously believed that reaching Huang Laotsai's status was the pinnacle of life. Yet, his recent venture into the city had unveiled a broader horizon. Despite being the richest in Shexi village, Huang Laokai was still obliged to pay taxes, enduring beatings from officials while carefully offering apologies. When confronted by the notorious Zhao Wang, he had to don a smile and present silver willingly. And had it not been for Er Gouzi's timely intervention during the shadowy pursuit, he might never have returned. Each time Er Gouzi glanced at the second daughter, his resolve strengthened. Her round face, curvaceous waist, and ample form made her truly one of a kind in all of Shexi village. The second daughter, under his unwavering gaze, lowered her head, her face flushed to the roots of her neck, nervously clutching her garment, awaiting the decisive moment. After several lingering glances, Er Gouzi reluctantly shifted his gaze and slowly declared, I will buy Shiko Mountain. You. The second daughter stomped her foot in frustration, covering her face as she fled the room. Huang Laokai merely observed his daughter's sulking departure without further comment. Very well, from today onward, Shiko Mountain is yours. But you must repay 40 taels of silver each year, no more, no less, and no early repayment allowed. Oh dear, this pain is unbearable. Should you fail to repay the 40 taels by year-end, I will reclaim Shiko Mountain. Once I recover, we shall go to the county office to formalize the agreement. Er Gouzi, in a daze, exited Huang Laokai's home, still reeling from the immense surprise. He could not fathom why Huang Laokai would establish such a peculiar contract. He understood that, given his current poverty, he could not afford to pay 800 taels in one lump sum, but he could not comprehend the stipulation against early repayment. Regretfully, he felt he had burdened the second daughter, hoping she would not resent him and instead find a better match. Lost in thought, he unknowingly arrived at the foot of Shiko Mountain. Gazing at the rocky wasteland before him, he was enveloped by the thrill of acquiring an entire mountain. From this day forth, he too would possess land. Though it was strewn with stones, with little fertile soil and scarce water, its remoteness was a boon, ensuring solitude. Previously, he had hesitated to cultivate this land. Now that it belonged to him, he could enclose parts of it to deter outsiders. On the first day back, he moved large stones to block the primary access route to the mountain. Henceforth, entry to and exit from Shiko Mountain would require climbing. With his current strength and agility, he was undeterred. He envisioned constructing a large house atop the mountain, cultivating all arable land, and planting grains, valuable herbs, and various delicious fruit trees. He also yearned to raise chickens, ducks, and geese. He still remembered savoring chicken legs on his 5th birthday. Regrettably, fish could not be raised here, though he relished fish meat. In that moment, Er Gouzi brimmed with vigor, seizing a hoe to begin his reclamation efforts. Currently, the only cultivated land consisted of the 3 acres in the stone pit, where he had planted rice and a small quantity of wild vegetables. In the county, he had successfully acquired seeds for 3 medicinal herbs, cistanche, ginseng, and polygonatum, necessitating the clearing of additional land for planting. Should he succeed in cultivating these herbs, he planned to engage in extensive cultivation in the future. Though grains were a form of hard currency and easily sold, their high yield meant he could not consume them all himself, and transporting them in large bundles for sale was impractical. Presently, he had over 100 stones of rice stored, far more than he could consume even with 3 or 4 daily meals. He intended to transform it into potent pills for gradual sale. With his robust physique, he was perfectly suited for the arduous task of land reclamation, effortlessly tossing stones weighing over 100 pounds. The weeds and roots were uprooted with just a few strokes of his hoe. Within mere days, he had cleared 3 plots of land, planting ginseng, polygonatum, and cistanche, watering them with the water stored in his gourd. Just 1 or 2 days after planting, the ginseng and polygonatum had sprouted and begun to grow, yet the area designated for cistanche remained dormant. In the following days, aside from diligently practicing, Er Gouzi focused on monitoring the growth of the medicinal herbs. The ginseng and polygonatum thrived, while the cistanche showed no signs of life. Perhaps he had been deceived by that unreliable old man, or perhaps his planting methods were flawed. Having never cultivated herbs before, he was entirely inexperienced and could only rely on the miraculous effects of the gourd. The only task left is to water them daily. The ginseng and polygonatum seedlings have grown considerably, yet there is still no sign of the cistanche sprouting. It appears that the cultivation of cistanche has been unsuccessful. Chapter 18. Spiritual energy. After returning to Shiko Mountain for 2 months, Er Gouzi was filled with unbridled enthusiasm each day, akin to an indefatigable ox. His time was consumed either in martial arts training or in cultivating the land, having worn out several hoes and machetes. His efforts bore fruit as he successfully cleared 2 acres of wilderness, which he dedicated entirely to planting huangjing, as it was the only crop currently flowering and bearing seeds. One day, he decided to till the plot where he had previously planted road songrong, intending to sow some huangjing. As he thrust his hoe into the earth, he unearthed an object, a pure white, jade-like structure. What could this be? He crouched down to examine it closely. The object was cylindrical in shape, rather unsightly, and evoking blush-inducing associations. Could this possibly be road songrong? With that thought, he eagerly began to excavate, revealing a columnar specimen over 2 feet long. Continuing to dig in the same patch, he unearthed numerous similar objects, all pristine white, elongated, and covered in scales. Taking one in hand, he cautiously bit into it. It was sweet at first, followed by a hint of bitterness, edible, yet not particularly delectable. After extracting several more, he grew confident that these were indeed the road songrong he had planted 2 months prior. There was no need to excavate further. He decided to leave the remainder in the ground for continued growth. An unreliable old doctor had once remarked on the remarkable benefits of this herb. Though the specifics eluded him, curiosity piqued, he resolved to try it himself. Nevertheless, wary of its potency, he stored the road songrong in a gourd to consume later. He also harvested a few huangjing plants from his first crop, intending to test both together. 3 days later, he retrieved the 2 medicinal herbs, washed them thoroughly, and stewed them into a large pot. Once cooked, both herbs revealed only a slight bitterness, coupled with a pleasant aftertaste, making for a delightful meal. Er Gouzi savored the combination of huangjing and road songrong, enjoying it as he would any ordinary meal. Afterward, he lay in bed, his belly warm and his body aglow with heat. However, sleep eluded him. Instead, he felt increasingly energized, a boundless vigor swelling within him. In the dead of night, he rose from his bed, hoisting his hoe and heading out to clear a substantial area of land before returning to sleep. Yet, his energy remained unabated. And as he lay there, a flurry of whimsical thoughts danced in his mind. At 14, he was no longer a child. Perhaps it was time to spend some money and hire a matchmaker to find a wife? among the 12 girls of a similar age in the village. Which one would be the most suitable? Xinghua, Hahua, Suihua. He reminisced about the days spent foraging for wild vegetables and collecting pig fodder with Suihua, who had since married. The memories of their carefree days wading through the river together lingered. Alas, he lamented, recalling the round-cheeked daughters of the Huang family, whose graceful gait captivated all. Lost in these musings, he finally succumbed to sleep. In his dreams, he envisioned marrying the second daughter. On their wedding night, she appeared rosy-cheeked in a splendid red embroidered gown. As he attempted to undress her, he found layer upon layer of garments, unable to unveil her no matter how fervently he tried. After an entire night of struggle, he awoke in a panic, drenched not in sweat, but in a pool of nosebleed. Had he overindulged in the tonics, or was it the urgency of his dream that caused such a reaction? Upon rising, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Today felt utterly different. His senses sharpened, his limbs felt lighter, and his strength seemed amplified. As he settled into his morning meditation, he noticed an even greater change. He could perceive vibrant, colorful specks of light dancing in the air around him. These luminous points were remarkably active, drifting and swirling. As he practiced his breathing techniques, some of these points entered his body with each inhalation, while most escaped through his breath or skin. Only a few remained, merging with his essence. Could this be the spiritual energy spoken of in the texts? At long last, he could sense the spiritual energy. Over the past 6 months, Li Banxian had used that tattered book as a guide, enabling Er Gouzi to transcribe it from cover to cover. The benefit was twofold. Not only could he read and write, but he had also memorized its contents. The text proclaimed that spiritual energy exists between heaven and earth, and any living being capable of absorbing it could enhance their vitality, prolong life, and even attain immortality. Yet, ordinary individuals, despite existing in this energy-rich environment, could not perceive it without undergoing a period of cultivation to reach a certain level of awareness. Once one successfully perceives the spiritual energy, they are said to have achieved sensing energy. Er Gouzi stepped outside, carefully attuning his senses to everything around him. He discerned that all objects possessed some degree of spiritual energy, albeit in varying concentrations. In the ordinary soil and stones, it took several feet to find a solitary point of energy, barely noticeable. Yet, in the soil watered with the contents of his gourd, the energy points were significantly denser, appearing every couple of inches, gradually dispersing into the air. He further compared ordinary items with those that had been stored in the gourd for over 3 days and found the latter to possess several times more spiritual energy. He speculated that the items in the gourd had miraculous properties, likely due to their enhanced energy concentration. This breakthrough in his cultivation allowed him to perceive the spiritual energy, opening the door to a new realm. With the ability to sense energy, he could commence the first level of the unnamed technique. However, he remained puzzled. If this was merely the first level, what then was the technique he had practiced before? The book was frustratingly vague, and his master often spoke in riddles, disinterested in trivial matters. Nonetheless, he resolved to consult his master regarding this breakthrough. The memory of being pursued by a shadowy figure still haunted him. He had narrowly escaped death. Perhaps he could request a technique for wielding a sword or knife. Furthermore, with so much road sown wrong unearthed, he thought to present one to his master for guidance on how to process and utilize it, as he was still unclear on these matters. He suspected that last night's indulgence in the tonics had overheated him, but without that excess, he might not have achieved his breakthrough this morning. Er Gouzi slung a burlap sack over his shoulder and began his descent down the mountain as winter approached and everyone prepared for the season. In the fields, children scoured the land with baskets, foraging for wild vegetables, gathering fruits, and collecting grass seeds. Nothing edible was overlooked. Even a handful of wild grass seeds could prove life-saving during the winter months when food was scarce. Among the throng of foraging children, he spotted 2 familiar figures. Xiao Yizhi. Indeed, it was Xiao Yizhi and Zhang Yoxin, both busy scavenging for wild vegetables. Dogzi Gu, Xiao Yizhi exclaimed, joyfully running towards him with a large handful of dogtail grass. Zhang Yoxin followed closely behind, wielding a hoe and glaring at Er Gouzi, ever ready for a confrontation. The family of his uncle had inherited a substantial estate from Er Gouzi's parents, encompassing dozens of acres, thus they had no need for dogtail grass. However, with Zhang Youliang's martial training incurring considerable expenses, their lives were rather frugal. Collecting grass seeds and wild vegetables could help feed the chickens and pigs, saving a bit on rations. Er Gouzi had often found dogtail grass seeds in pig feed. Although coarse and scratchy, they were quite filling. In comparison, the seeds of barnyard grass are considerably more palatable. Brother dog, are you also foraging for wild vegetables? Little Easy Eye leaned closer and whispered a secret to him. Oh, behind the bend in the creek, there are many tender wild greens. Ah, thank you. I shall make a trip to the town first, and then venture over there, replied Er Gouzi. Although he no longer needed to rely on wild vegetables, he was still grateful to Little Easy Eye. While I'm in town, is there anything you desire? I can procure it for you. I require nothing. Please do not squander your money, or you may find yourself hungry later, Little Easy Eye insisted, shaking her head fervently, anxious that Er Gouzi might waste his funds. Very well. I shall not be reckless with my spending. Er Gouzi lightly tapped her forehead. In this world, it seemed that Little Easy Eye was his sole kin. As for Zhang Yoshin, who stood behind Little Easy Eye, glaring at him, he chose not to confront Er Gouzi today out of consideration for Little Easy Eye. After bidding farewell to her, Er Gouzi gazed at the ragged children of the tenants in the fields, recalling how he had once lived in similar circumstances. Now, with a mountain of his own and a mysterious gourd in his possession, he felt assured that hunger would no longer plague him. He patted his warm cotton coat and set off towards the town of Sanchatsi. Chapter 19. True Chi Young Man, I perceive that you possess extraordinary potential. A rare dragon or phoenix among men. Before Li Banzian could finish his words, the youth before him had already vanished from sight. Alas, the morals of society have declined, and the hearts of men have grown cold. How could one leave before the conversation is complete? Li Banzian had not conducted any business for over 10 days. The current populace, both impoverished and shrewd, had become increasingly difficult to deceive. Through the trials of life, he had come to appreciate the value of his apprentice, Er Gouzi, a truly good boy who respected his teacher and was easily led. As he pondered fondly about Er Gouzi, he noticed the boy approaching his stall, a piece of pork in hand. Li Banzian quickly composed himself, adopting a demeanor of calm and authority. Master, you have come. Li Banzian received the fatty pork from Er Gouzi with an inscrutable expression, neither sad nor joyful, embodying a serene detachment. How has your cultivation progressed of late? I can sense chi now, Er Gouzi exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Li Banzian paused, momentarily taken aback, as he recalled that the technique did indeed mention the ability to sense chi. However, he himself had never been able to master even the basics, and had long doubted the authenticity of the method. Thus he had paid little attention to subsequent details. Now, hearing Er Gouzi claim to have achieved this stage, he remained skeptical. Could it be that this foolhardy lad had achieved what he himself could not, through a fabricated technique he had diligently practiced for years? How did you come to sense chi? Pray, share your experience with me. Last night, I had a dream. I dreamed of marrying a wife. Such trifles need not be elaborated. Li Banzian had little interest in the youthful fantasies of springtime dreams and cut straight to the essence. This morning, upon waking, I discovered I could perceive the spiritual energy of the world. There were countless small light particles floating in the air. Er Gouzi described his experience with the sensed energy, omitting any details related to the yellow gourd. Li Banzian, tugging at his beard, fell into a deep state of contemplation and self-doubt. Perhaps due to his heightened emotions, he had unwittingly pulled out several strands of hair without noticing. After a while, he calmed himself and spoke with tranquil composure. Very well, but you must remain humble and vigilant. Pride and complacency will lead to downfall. Remember, there are always those more capable than oneself, and realms beyond our own. Regardless of the veracity of Er Gouzi's claims, Li Banzian resolved to temper the boy's enthusiasm. Otherwise, it would become increasingly difficult to manipulate him in the future. Take this small stone and crush it. Er Gouzi grasped the stone on the table, using all his strength to squeeze it with both hands, his face reddening, yet the stone remained unyielding. Master, I cannot break it, he exclaimed, shaking his head in defeat. Thus, you must strive harder, Li Banzian proclaimed, grabbing a stone the size of a fist, rubbing it between his hands until it crumbled into dust. Witnessing his master's extraordinary prowess, Er Gouzi's expression transformed into one of admiration and envy. He realized that it would take him an eternity to attain such abilities. Do not be disheartened. If you can learn even a fraction of what I know, becoming a martial scholar will not be a daunting task. I understand, Master. Er Gouzi's admiration for his teacher grew, and he now listened obediently to his guidance. Master, I wish to learn the art of the sword. He recalled that fateful night when a cloaked figure wielded a blade with lethal precision, severing heads and spilling blood. The crude swordplay was no match for the elegance of the sword. Teaching you the sword technique is feasible. Li Banxian produced a tattered book without a cover from seemingly nowhere, flipping it open to transcribe. He copied an entire page before handing it to Er Gouzi. To learn the way of the sword, you must begin with the most fundamental techniques. Take this and practice it 1,000 times daily. Er Gouzi accepted the paper, glancing at the instructions detailing the basic sword stance and the essential points for practice. Thank you, Master. By the way, Master, I purchased this item at the market. The vendor claimed it is called Ro Songrong. Please verify its authenticity. Er Gouzi recalled another purpose for his visit, but to protect the secret of the gourd. He only mentioned it was from the market. After all, with the bustling crowd, no one could trace its origins. Ah, it is indeed Ro Songrong. How curious. Li Banxian, possessing some knowledge, recognized it as the very herb documented in ancient texts. However, this plant only thrives in arid regions and must coexist with specific flora to survive. Anjiang County lacked the suitable environment for its cultivation. He could only speculate that it had been transported by a traveling merchant from elsewhere. I have been researching medicinal properties, and this Ro Songrong is quite suitable. Although I require a jar of wine as a catalyst, Li Banxian seized the opportunity to take the herb. According to the texts, this item was highly nourishing. He would test its efficacy in a couple of days with his old acquaintance. The two conversed for a while longer, with Er Gouzi inquiring about various medicinal herbs. According to Li Banxian, Ro Songrong is a potent remedy. One must be cautious not to consume too much at once. By the time Er Gouzi took his leave, both had gained valuable insights, and all was well. As he departed, Er Gouzi promised to bring wine for his master on his next visit. Watching Er Gouzi's receding figure, Li Banxian again fell into a spiral of self-doubt, feeling that even the meat in his hands had lost its appeal. Meanwhile, buoyed by the acquisition of sword techniques, Er Gouzi felt generous and spent more freely. He happened upon a vendor selling geese and purchased 2 large white ones, one male and one female. With the weeds abundant from clearing land on the mountain, he also had plenty of chickenweed to feed the geese. By next year, he could likely hatch a new brood of goslings. Geese consume grass, lay eggs, guard the homestead, and their meat and feathers could be utilized for clothing and bedding. Even their droppings could enrich the soil. In essence, raising geese was a venture that left no resource wasted. Additionally, he generously bought a piece of pork, intending to indulge in a hearty meal. However, regarding his culinary desires, he opted for a less fatty cut, choosing a large piece of unwanted ribs instead. Upon returning to Snakemouth Mountain, he first settled the geese before preparing to cook. He chopped the ribs into large sections, added water and black salt, and simmered them over low heat for half an hour. As the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, he could hardly contain his anticipation. He retrieved a piece of rib, the meat falling effortlessly from the bone, and upon biting into it, juices flowed forth, rich and savory. Delicious. After savoring the meat, he sucked the rich broth from the bones, then chewed them to shreds, swallowing every last morsel. He would never waste such an expensive purchase. This also explained why he preferred geese for guarding the homestead rather than a dog. After this satisfying meal, he noticed that he did not feel as ravenous as before. Previously, he required 4 meals daily, but today, he felt adequately nourished after just 3. By this logic, eating meat allowed him to skip a meal. In the future, he might even stretch it to once every 10 days or 2 weeks. Although it felt somewhat extravagant, he knew that to cultivate martial skills, one must consume sufficient meat to expedite progress. Moreover, having learned to sense spiritual energy, he resolved to begin practicing the first level of the unnamed technique, requiring greater daily consumption. After several days of continuous practice, the tangible energy within him transformed into a delicate strand of true qi. The overall quantity of energy diminished significantly, but its quality became more refined, potent, and powerful. When he channeled this strand of true qi into his arms, he could effortlessly lift stones weighing 200 to 300 pounds. Upon entering the first level of the technique, he could consume copious amounts of food during training, generating energy from the tangible to the intangible, which would then be converted into true qi. This method, while the slowest in advancement, was still superior to doing nothing. Additionally, he could absorb the spiritual energy from the world around him and, through the technique, directly transform it into true qi. However, the spiritual energy in the world is rather sparse. After cultivating for half a day, one can scarcely absorb a handful of spiritual light points. resulting in a rather sluggish progress, only slightly surpassing the initial stage. Another method involves directly consuming food and herbs rich in spiritual energy. This approach is the most efficient. However, such nourishing sustenance is inherently rare and exorbitantly priced. For instance, ginseng possesses the ability to absorb the wandering spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, storing it within its being. Consequently, the longer it has grown, the more spiritual energy it harbors. Fortunately, Er Gouzi possesses a yellow gourd that can enhance the spiritual concentration of various items. Otherwise, even with the wealth of a person like Huang Laokai, such resources would be unsustainable. In the days that followed, Er Gouzi diligently practiced his cultivation techniques morning and evening, and with the aid of ample spiritual food, he made remarkable strides, the thread of true energy within his meridians gradually expanding. At noon, he practiced the foundational sword techniques imparted by his master 1,000 times. In the intervals of free time, he tended to the fields, reclaimed wasteland, and fed the geese. Chapter 20. Enhanced Strength Pilhumph. The veins on Er Gouzi's arms bulged as he hoisted a large stone above his head, walking several laps around the 3 acres of land. Finally, exhaling a deep breath, he slammed the stone to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. This stone weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds, and he could now lift it with relative ease. His daily consumption of the grains from the gourd rapidly enhanced his strength and cultivation, and the previously faint strand of true energy had grown several-fold. Yet, he still found himself unable to crush the stone into powder. Even a stone the size of a pigeon egg remained unbroken. Whenever he recalled his master effortlessly crushing stones with an air of tranquility, a yearning sensation welled up within him. He pondered how many more years of training it would take to reach his master's level. After discarding the stone, Er Gouzi picked up a wooden sword and began practicing the fundamental sword techniques. He had learned several basic sword moves, such as thrusting, chopping, sweeping, hanging, and dotting. According to the sword techniques transcribed by his master, one could practice with a heavy sword, progressively increasing the weight from 10 to 500 pounds. In actual combat, wielding a lighter sword would naturally enhance its power. When Er Gouzi read this, he thought he must have misread. Although he could lift several pounds with both hands, he struggled to wield a sword one-handed. Even a sword weighing a mere 100 pounds felt cumbersome in his grip. To wield a 100-pound sword, one would need 1,000 pounds of strength. Currently, lacking a suitable heavy sword, he could only tie a few stones onto the wooden sword, making it weigh about 5 or 6 pounds. Before him stood a scarecrow, roughly the size of a normal person, adorned with numerous copper coins. Holding the sword with one hand, he slowly thrust toward the scarecrow. Swish! The sword struck the center of a copper coin. He then retracted the sword and thrust again. The thrust is one of the most commonly used and fundamental actions in swordsmanship, requiring steadiness, accuracy, speed, and power, with the force reaching the sword tip. He devoted the most effort to this technique daily. As the sun gradually set, Er Gouzi continued his practice under the fading light, thrusting the sword again and again. Time flew by, and the season of heavy snowfall approached, blanketing the world in white. Yet, on Snake Mouth Mountain, in places unseen by outsiders, greenery thrived, bursting with life. With the new year nearing, Er Gouzi still owed Old Huang 40 taels of silver, a debt agreed to be repaid by the end of each year. Previously, he had earned 14 taels from selling the strength pills, but he had spent quite a bit during this time, treating his master to meat and wine while occasionally indulging himself as well. Now he had only 6 taels left, although he had ample food. With over 200 stones of grain stored in the gourd, the ginseng he had planted earlier had finally bloomed and seeded. He used these seeds to cultivate an additional 2 acres of ginseng. In total, he had cleared 10 acres of land, 3 acres for rice, 4 acres for polygonatum, 1 acre for cistanche, and 2 acres for ginseng. Additionally, the stone house, goose shelter, and martial arts practice area occupied another acre. Ginseng has a long growth period, often taking 10 to 20 years, with some varieties maturing in 50 or even 100 years. Therefore, he planned to save some ginseng seeds to further expand his cultivation area and intended to convert 3 acres of rice paddies into ginseng fields. The grain stored in the gourd could sustain him for 20 years, and even selling the strength pills would not require such a large stock. Recently, in his spare time, he had been shaping some strength pills. He had already accumulated over a stone of strength pills in the gourd, planning to sell them in the county town in a few days. However, before going, he had an idea he wanted to try. He had initially planted ginseng and polygonatum to add to the strength pills, hoping to infuse them with a medicinal flavor to enhance their marketability. Now that he had found a sales avenue, he still wished to experiment with adding some medicinal herbs. He dug up 5 polygonatum plants, each over half a foot long. These polygonatum were golden and robust, with 3 or 4 nodes, indicating they had been growing for about 3 or 4 years. In truth, they had only been planted for 3 to 4 months. He cooked the polygonatum, mixed it with rice, and pounded it into a fine paste before rolling it into pills and drying them. Additionally, he prepared a version of the strength pills infused with cistanche using the same method. Once completed, he stored them in the gourd to enhance their spiritual essence. Through his long exploration, he had concluded that anything stored within the gourd would improve in quality, resulting in some miraculous effects. However, the enhancement was not infinite. The first day yielded the most significant improvement, with slight increases on the second day, reaching a limit after 3 days, beyond which no further enhancement was possible. Perhaps due to his cultivation level, he could now cause the gourd to change size between 7 to 8 times consecutively. At its largest, the gourd expanded to 2 or 3 zhang in height, capable of holding most items. At its smallest, he could compress it to a size smaller than a hair, akin to a tiny needle, which he could insert into his skin, rendering it invisible to others. 3 days later, Er Gouzi carefully descended the mountain, carrying a sack along a rope. The heavy snow had sealed the mountain, with a layer of ice coating the rocks and trees, making the ground treacherously slippery. Even walking on level ground could lead to a fall, let alone in such a perilous environment where a moment's carelessness could result in tumbling off a cliff. By the time he reached the foot of the mountain, his straw sandals had long since worn out. He tossed aside the tattered sandals and walked barefoot through the snow, intending to buy a pair of cotton shoes in town. During his last visit, he had noticed the wealthy gentlemen in the county town all wearing cotton shoes, striding confidently with a distinctive gait, exuding an air of grandeur. He had heard that the county magistrate wore long boots made of cowhide, adorned with gold and silver threads. Having been accustomed to going barefoot or wearing straw sandals since childhood, Er Gouzi had developed thick calluses on his soles. Yet now that he had earned some money, he wished to acquire a pair of cotton shoes to experience their comfort. As he daydreamed about purchasing new cotton shoes, he noticed a small, curled figure by the roadside, seemingly lifeless. During winter, many such unfortunate souls lined the streets. It was common to see bodies left by the roadside, having succumbed to starvation or freezing. Er Gouzi had grown accustomed to it. After all, life was cheap for the common folk, unlike the privileged officials. When exhausted, they would simply collapse by the roadside, accepting death without remorse. They had long cultivated hearts colder than the ice and snow. Last year, after being cast out by his uncle, he might have met the same fate had it not been for the gourd. Today, upon seeing the small figure, perhaps around 6 or 7 years old, he felt an unprecedented pang of empathy. He recalled how he and Er Gouzi had also become orphans at the tender ages of 5 or 6, laboring hard at their uncle's home to survive. Gently pushing aside the tattered cloth covering the child's face, he saw a pale visage, with tangled, matted hair obscuring much of it, and a few fleas scurrying about in the hair. The child was still breathing. He was not dead. He scooped up the child, offered him some water, and placed a strength pill in his mouth. The child, likely starved, despite being dazed, swallowed whatever was placed before him with fervor. After consuming a dozen pills, the child gradually opened his eyes, struggling to gaze at Er Gouzi. "Child, it is good that you have awakened. Here, this sack of grain is for you. Eat it slowly. Whether you survive or not depends on your fortune," Er Gouzi said, rummaging through the sack to produce a large bundle filled with his handmade strength pills. "Eat sparingly. Perhaps you can hold on until spring." He feared that the child might perish in the frigid night. After leaving a bundle of food behind, Er Gouzi turned to leave. The child clutched the grain tightly to his chest, parting his hair from his forehead to watch Er Gouzi's retreating figure. The child's gaze was complex, and even the dark red mole on his forehead seemed to shine a little brighter. Chapter 21. Striking it rich, Er Gouzi strode briskly, arriving at the county town just as dusk began to settle. Upon entering the city, a flicker of satisfaction surged within him, a small triumph at having outwitted the elements. He had not anticipated encountering bandits on such a frigid day. One would think they would be resting at home. Although this particular group of bandits was known for their reliability, Er Gouzi had no intention of parting with a few dozen coins without cause. He was typically frugal, counting each coin when it came to purchasing pork, which could be had for that very price. Thus, Seizing the moment when the bandits were unprepared, he suddenly accelerated and fled. After having previously tested his speed against a shadowy figure, his confidence in his ability to escape had soared. Particularly, his recent training had yielded significant progress. A surge of genuine energy coursed through him, enhancing his speed and endurance considerably. As he sprinted, the bandits were left merely shouting in the distance, unable to catch up. The thought of confronting them never crossed his mind. Blades are merciless, and a careless mistake could lead to dire consequences. Upon entering the city gate, Er Gouzi noted an increase in beggars. They swarmed toward him, encircling him eagerly. Initially, he hesitated, contemplating whether to resort to using a whip like Lai Fu. However, these beggars, seeing him as a country bumpkin, began to tug at his clothing, attempting to seize his sack, even loosening the ties of his trousers. "Get lost," he bellowed, using both hands and feet to forcefully push them away, sending several of them stumbling backward. With this display of strength, the beggars lost their nerve and refrained from approaching him again. Adjusting his belt and straightening his clothes, Er Gouzi strode forward, realizing that one must not show leniency towards such beggars, lest he be stripped of his garments. The business at the Huichun Hall remained as lackluster as ever, with a young man engrossed in his reading. Upon hearing footsteps and seeing Er Gouzi, he sprang from his chair as if bitten by a dog. "You finally arrived. I have been waiting impatiently." The young man grasped Er Gouzi's hands tightly, visibly excited. Er Gouzi surmised that the previous batch of strength-enhancing pills had been depleted. "Do you still have the last batch of strength pills? How many did you bring this time?" The young man's desire for the pills was unmistakable. He had initially intended to reserve the last batch for healing purposes, but his martial arts brother had discovered them and devoured them like candies. This brother incessantly pestered him for more, claiming they were remarkably effective for martial artists. Frustrated by his inability to locate Er Gouzi, he had grown exasperated. "You see, I was so worried about not finding you that my hair has turned white," he lamented, tugging at a white strand to emphasize his point. "I brought some," Er Gouzi replied, nodding. Though he felt the young man appeared older than himself and lacked a certain savvy, displaying such eagerness to buy might lead to exorbitant pricing. He had learned from a young age that one should feign disinterest when bargaining at the market, carefully selecting items to negotiate a better price. Perhaps the young man had never known hardship and thus lacked such caution. He unfastened the sack from his back, revealing it to be brimming with strength-enhancing pills. "At least 4 or 5 dough in quantity." "So many? Excellent. I'll take them all," the young man exclaimed. Generally, rare medicinal herbs are scarce. Yet Er Gouzi's sack was filled to the brim with at least 5,000 pills. They proceeded to count, taking their time, and it turned out to be a total of 695 pills. "Shall we stick to the previous price?" The young man began to fiddle with the abacus on the counter, suddenly recalling that they had yet to discuss the price. Er Gouzi nodded in agreement, having been pleasantly surprised that the last batch had sold for 50 coins each. He sensed that the young man was amiable and straightforward, and he intended to establish a long-term partnership. "All right, 695 pills at 50 coins each amounts to 284,750 coins, the young man declared, the beads of the abacus clicking rapidly. Er Gouzi had learned some arithmetic from Li Banzian and calculated the total after some time. "I'll offer you a round sum of 285 taels of silver. How does that sound?" "No problem, but hold on. I have 2 additional types of pills for you to see," Er Gouzi said as he retrieved 2 small bundles from his back and laid them on the counter. Each bundle contained an enhanced version of the strength pills. Er Gouzi had sampled them himself. The potency seemed significantly greater, aiding in the growth of one's capabilities. However, he found that one variant, infused with a certain herb, had an unforeseen side effect, causing him to dream of marrying a wife, which left him feeling rather anxious. The young man examined the pills for a long while, holding all 3 types in his hands for comparison. "I can only ascertain that these 2 types have considerably enhanced effects, but the specific outcomes remain uncertain until tested further. If you don't mind, I will buy these pills at 60 coins each, and if they prove to be remarkably effective, I will pay more afterward." Sensing the young man's sincerity, Er Gouzi readily agreed. There were 50 of each type, totaling 100 pills, equating to 6 taels of silver. The young man calculated swiftly and retreated to the back of the pharmacy, returning shortly with a small wooden box. He opened the box before Er Gouzi, revealing a bounty of gleaming silver, which brought joy to Er Gouzi's heart. The young man extracted the silver ingots, weighing them before Er Gouzi. Each ingot was a standard 10 taels, and he took 29 ingots along with a tael of broken silver. In total, that amounts to 291 taels of silver. Please verify it. I am Sima E, and in the future, any strength pills will be available for you. Ah, very well, I am Zhang Ergu, and I shall sell them to you henceforth. Er Gouzi received the silver ingots, wrapping them in layers of cloth and tying them securely. As he embraced over 200 taels of silver while exiting the Huichun Hall, it was the first time in his life he had encountered such wealth. This sum was sufficient to purchase 10 acres of fertile land, covering the expenses of an ordinary tenant farmer's household for over a decade. With this money, he could acquire several eligible young women from the market, bringing home wives, concubines, or maids at his discretion. As dusk deepened, the streets became crowded with an array of individuals, each appearing suspicious, akin to thieves. Every passerby ignited Er Gouzi's vigilance. Carrying such wealth straightened his posture. When he passed by a bun shop, he waved his hand generously, purchasing 10 of the largest meat buns without haggling. Clutching a pile of steaming buns, he walked along, savoring their deliciousness. The sight of him feasting caused the beggars by the roadside to drool profusely. After finishing the 10 buns, night had fully descended, and he sought a place to rest for the night, planning to visit the blacksmith shop the following day to buy a sword. Er Gouzi decided to indulge once more and sought out an inn for the night. He came across the Hongyan Tower, a grand 5-story establishment adorned with large lanterns, exuding an air of elegance. Standing at the entrance, he hesitated for a moment, scraping the mud off his feet in the snow before approaching the tower, eager to discover what lay within. As he reached the entrance, a young attendant in a blue robe approached him with a bow. However, upon noticing the mud-stained feet, the attendant's smile vanished, and he scrutinized Er Gouzi with disdain. "A country bumpkin. Leave." The attendant barked coldly. Stunned, Er Gouzi thought there must be some misunderstanding. Perhaps the attendant mistook him for a beggar. He quickly replied, "I am here to rent a room." "A room?" The attendant scrutinized Er Gouzi once more. His hair was disheveled, his skin dark and rough, clad in a tattered cotton coat, exuding an air of rusticity. His hands were calloused and cracked, and he lacked even a pair of shoes. "Bah, do you even realize where you are? 2 taels of silver for a night's stay. Can you afford that? If you were to be allowed inside, what would the esteemed gentlemen think of themselves?" The young servant declared, preparing to shove him away. However, though the man known as Er Gouzi was not particularly tall, he possessed an impressive strength of several hundred pounds. The servant felt as if he were pushing against a stone mountain, unmoved. At the same time, with a slight motion of his arm, Er Gouzi sent the servant tumbling onto his back. A dog's eyes looked down upon others. With that, Er Gouzi turned and strode out of the Hongyan building. Upon hearing that a single night's stay cost 2 taels of silver, even if offered the chance, he would hesitate to spend such a large sum. He thought it more prudent to purchase a few pounds of pork instead. Having learned from his experience at Hongyan building, he refrained from entering other establishments that appeared exorbitant, to avoid further embarrassment. Eventually, he found a somewhat dilapidated inn, where a night's lodging was merely 31. The guest room was devoid of bedding, and an additional 10 was required for blankets. Fortunately, there was a kitchen available for self-catering. Surprisingly, this humble establishment was quite popular, hosting a variety of travelers from all walks of life. However, it also had its fair share of thieves, who visited him 3 times in one night, leaving him nearly sleepless. Yet fortunately, not a single coin had gone missing. Chapter 22. Refined Copper Essence in Onchang County. There exists a street adorned with an array of fabric and tailoring shops, vibrant and delightful to behold. Last night, Er Gouzi had stowed most of his silver coins into a gourd, taking only some copper coins to fill his bundle. Now, as he strolls along the street, a sense of security envelopes him, alleviating the constant worry of theft. He had spent the early hours perusing the shops and finally decided to enter a modest tailor's establishment. Inside, an elderly woman was busy crafting a shoe sole. Upon noticing Er Gouzi, she promptly set aside her work. "Young man, are you here to purchase fabric or to have something sewn?" she inquired. "I wish to buy a pair of shoes," replied Er Gouzi, gazing at the shelves lined with black cloth shoes of varying sizes and styles, some adorned with embroidered plum or lotus flowers. "Would you prefer to have them custom fitted, or shall you choose a ready-made pair?" she asked. "I'll take a ready-made pair. Custom fitting would undoubtedly yield a better fit, but it would also require a lengthy wait. Besides, he was already barefoot. Such trivialities no longer concerned him." The old woman, noticing his bare feet, realized this might be his first time buying shoes. and she elaborately explained the various options available. Er Gouzi learned that there were simple cloth shoes, cotton shoes, and even waterproof boots. He was particularly intrigued by the waterproof boots, whose soles and upper fabric were treated with multiple layers of tung oil and then fastened with iron nails, followed by additional oiling. The resulting shoes were stiff and heavy, akin to stone, yet they remained impervious to water. Furthermore, these boots were remarkably durable, capable of lasting a decade or more. The elderly woman selected a pair for him to try on. As he slipped his foot into the boot, he found it fitting perfectly, warm and comfortable. "No, this pair is too small," he exclaimed, promptly removing them and trying on a larger size. At 14, he was in the throes of growth. It was prudent to purchase a size or two larger to accommodate his expanding feet. Each pair of tung oil boots weighed 4 to 5 pounds and required an abundance of tung oil, fabric, and iron nails, taking a month to craft. Their price was steep, demanding a full tael of silver, several times the cost of ordinary cotton shoes. A year of wear would render them useless, which felt wasteful to Er Gouzi. He requested some scraps of cloth from the old woman, stuffing them into the boots to ensure a snug fit and added warmth. Before he departed, she gifted him a pair of socks, his first ever, having endured many hardships barefoot. As he stepped out of the tailor's shop, he walked with newfound caution, wary of muddying his new footwear. Anshan County housed several blacksmith shops, primarily crafting household items like iron pots and kitchen knives. Yet one shop stood apart, adorned with glimmering swords and blades. "This is the one," he declared. "Esteemed customer, we specialize in forging various weapons. What style do you seek?" inquired a stout, young assistant. "I desire a heavier sword, one weighing at least 10 pounds. Currently, with his strength, he could only wield a sword of 6 or 7 pounds for practice. However, considering his future growth, he knew he would need to invest in a heavier blade eventually. Anything over 8 pounds is considered a heavy sword. "Follow me," the boy said, leading him to a section displaying a few swords, all exceeding 8 pounds. Only two met Er Gouzi's criteria. One was forged from fine steel, exuding a chilling aura, its hilt encrusted with jewels, priced at 50 taels of silver. Clearly, this was beyond Er Gouzi's means. The second sword, crafted from ordinary steel, weighed 11 pounds and appeared rather dull and unremarkable, yet it was affordably priced at merely 4 taels. "I'll take this one," he decided. "Do you require a scabbard?" A wooden scabbard costs only 200 coins. The young assistant only recommended the most economical scabbard, omitting the ornate, gilded options. "No need." Er Gouzi firmly shook his head, deeming it unnecessary. He retrieved 4 bundles of copper coins from his pack to pay for the sword, and then visited the elderly woman once more, purchasing 3 feet of burlap to wrap the sword, making it convenient to carry. The burlap cost a mere 100 coins, and he could later repurpose it to sew a pair of trousers. With shoes and a sword secured, he also procured a block of black salt and 10 meat buns. It was time to return home, yet he felt an unsettling sense of having forgotten something. It wasn't until he stumbled upon a stall brimming with hairpins and accessories for little girls that realization struck him. Having often been cared for by Xiaoyi, he felt compelled to buy her a small gift now that he had earned a decent sum. Thus, he purchased a pair of hairpins, a piece of malt candy, a candied hawthorn stick, and a pound of osmanthus cake. The osmanthus cake was particularly expensive, priced at 300 coins per pound. Er Gouzi had never tasted it before. Upon sampling a small piece, he found it fragrant, sweet, and utterly delightful. Having gathered all he needed, he strode confidently out of the county town. Meanwhile, in the county sword shop, a middle-aged man was tallying the day's earnings when he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, rummaging through a large box of copper coins. After a moment, he selected 4 large bundles, scrutinizing them closely, yet remained uncertain. "Father, father, father," he called, rushing into the back room. "What's all the fuss about?" An elderly man, his hair now gray, chastised his son for the commotion. "Father, you must see these bundles of coins." The elder took the coins and examined them meticulously. "Indeed, this is refined copper essence," he exclaimed, his earlier irritation giving way to excitement as his beard trembled with fervor. Refined copper essence is derived from ordinary copper through a specialized process, yielding a mere pound from 100 pounds of raw material. Its value is exorbitant, significantly enhancing quality in various applications. When incorporated into the forging of swords and knives, it renders them resistant to rust, sharp, and less prone to chipping. Whoever had the audacity to mint copper coins from refined copper essence? Who brought this here? I don't know. There was an unusually high volume of transactions today, and I only noticed while counting, replied the son. Let us keep this matter discreet and avoid drawing attention, the father cautioned. Both men now imbued with a sense of exhilaration tempered by caution. A windfall it may be, yet it could attract perilous consequences. Chapter 23. The unexpected turn of events in the Huang family upon returning to Shishi village. Er Gouzi first wandered near his uncle's house in search of Zi. He had no intention of crossing the threshold of his uncle's home. He wished to avoid the unpleasant visage of his aunt, so he chose to wait outside. However, it wasn't long before he encountered Zi. Zi, look what I brought you. The two squatted in an inconspicuous corner by the wall. And Er Gouzi produced a pair of exquisite hairpins. Oh, they are beautiful. For me? Upon seeing the hairpins, Zi's delight was evident, her dimples deepening with her smile. Of course they're for you. I have no need for them. Thank you, Gouzi Gu. Zi exclaimed as she accepted the hairpins, foregoing a mirror to quickly adorn her hair, shaking her head contentedly. And there's more. Look, Er Gouzi, like a proud peacock, began to unveil a collection of treats, candied hawthorn, malt sugar, and osmanthus cake. Initially, Zi was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the delectable offerings. Yet, a moment later, a shadow of realization crossed her face as she understood the cost of such extravagance. Gouzi Gu, please don't buy so many things next time. What if you run out of money and go hungry? She recalled the tragic news of Sanduzi, who had perished from starvation just yesterday, a victim of his own laziness and the lack of provisions at home. Reluctantly, Zi began to re-wrap the osmanthus cake. You should return this. It's not worth eating. Her tone was resolute, yet her little tongue couldn't resist a furtive lick of the remnants at the corner of her mouth. Don't worry. I won't go hungry, Er Gouzi reassured her, gently placing the confections into her arms. Old Huang has sold me the land at Shiko Mountain and has allowed me to repay him gradually. Really? Zi widened her eyes, struggling to believe the revelation. Indeed, it is true. My elder brother has long wished to acquire that land, but old Huang had steadfastly refused to sell. It is surprising that he agreed to part with it for you. This time, it was Er Gouzi who felt astonished. Your family possesses dozens of acres of fertile land. Why does your brother desire that barren mountain? He. You may not know, but my brother has recently purchased more farmland. And now our family owns over 100 acres. As they indulged in their conversation, the gate of Er Gouzi's uncle's home creaked open. He quickly recoiled, wishing to avoid any encounters with his uncle's family. From the entrance emerged a constable, followed closely by Zhang Yuliang, who exchanged pleasantries with the officer before he took his leave. Why is a constable visiting your home? Er Gouzi inquired with curiosity, for generally, the common folk regarded officials with trepidation, akin to mice encountering a cat. This officer Wang is a friend of my brother's. He came to the village to apprehend someone and took the opportunity to catch up. Apprehend someone whose family has angered the authorities. Given the distance of Shishi village from the county seat, a journey taking an entire day, the government typically intervened only in significant matters. Local gentry could resolve issues among themselves without involving the county office. Do you remember the last time when Wang Tubao stole Li Longzi's wife? The gentry penalized Wang Tubao with a bushel of grain and dunked Li Longzi's wife in a pig pen. Everyone praised the gentry for their fair judgment. On the day of the dunking, the entire village, young and old, gathered by the river to witness the spectacle, more bustling than the Lantern Festival. Oh, I forgot to mention, old Huang's eldest son has killed someone, and the family has reported it to the county office. Zi recalled the village's major news and added, Old Huang's family is in trouble. I must go and see. I still owe old Huang several hundred taels. With that, Er Gouzi stood up and hurried toward old Huang's residence. The constable had already departed, yet a large crowd of tenants had gathered outside old Huang's home, chattering and gesticulating. Though none dared to approach, Er Gouzi squeezed through the throng and entered. Inside, the place was in disarray. Boxes and cabinets lay overturned, their contents strewn about. A second daughter sat at the door weeping, her clothing marked with several footprints. Old Huang sat on a stone, his gaze vacant, allowing the cries of the women around him to wash over him. This fear of officials is precisely why the common folk dread their presence. When officers arrive, they do not simply apprehend a single individual. A long journey ensures they extract their due. They often seize valuable possessions from the families of the accused. Consequently, villagers frighten their children with tales of officials. At the mere mention of an officer's arrival, children cease their cries, too terrified to move. Old Master Huang. Upon hearing the call, Old Huang took a moment before his eyes began to regain focus. Er Gouzi. Woo-woo. At that moment, Old Huang clung to Er Gouzi like a child, sobbing uncontrollably. Old Master, do not despair. Let us think of a solution. I still owe you 800 taels. I came to repay you today. After the visit from the constable, it was certain that no valuables remained in his home. Perhaps the money Er Gouzi had brought could offer Old Huang some relief. Upon hearing that Er Gouzi had come to repay him, Old Huang, perhaps shaken by the circumstances, gradually regained his composure. Would you like me to devise a way to pay you the full 800 taels up front? Er Gouzi pondered that by selling some of his powerful pills, he might quickly accumulate the sum. No, absolutely not. To Er Gouzi's surprise, Old Huang displayed an unexpected stubbornness in his desperate state. Let us adhere to our original agreement, 40 taels per year, to be settled in 20 years. We shall go to the county office tomorrow to finalize the deal. Typically, land sale agreements must be stamped at the county office to attain official recognition. Seeing Old Huang's determination, Er Gouzi refrained from further discussion and promptly produced 40 taels to hand over to Old Huang. I need to visit the county office tomorrow to handle some matters, so I will require the silver. They agreed to set off together the next morning, and Er Gouzi bid farewell, returning to his Shiko mountain. Upon reaching the mountain, 2 large geese accompanied by a brood of goslings gathered around him, clamoring for food. These geese, nourished on rich, spirited fodder since he acquired them, had grown remarkably robust. Recently, they had even hatched several goslings. Er Gouzi enlarged his gourd and poured some feed into the trough. The geese immediately flocked to the trough, voraciously consuming the food. After feeding the geese, he watered all the crops on the mountain and then worked overnight to produce powerful pills. This time, he managed to sell about 200 taels worth of the pills. Having tasted the sweetness of success, he planned to convert the 200 bushels of grain in his gourd entirely into pills for sale. After toiling through most of the night, he produced only a measure of powerful pills. The next morning, Er Gouzi and Old Huang set out for the county office. At the entrance of the county office, Old Huang bent low, his face adorned with a radiant and obsequious smile, presenting 2 bags of silver coins with both hands. The 2 guards at the gate received the coins with stern expressions, weighing them before pocketing the money. Proceed in. Thank you. Thank you. Old Huang bowed repeatedly, expressing his gratitude, as though the guards had rendered him an enormous favor. As they continued, Old Huang maintained a bright smile, bowing and presenting silver coins at every juncture. Even when confronted with cold remarks and ridicule from the officials, he met them with unwavering cheerfulness. Er Gouzi silently followed behind Old Huang, observing as he offered silver on 16 occasions and expressed thanks over 100 times, finally gaining access to see Huang Fuguei in the dungeon. In just one day, Huang Fuguei had already suffered a broken leg, his cheeks swollen and bruised, with traces of blood at the corners of his mouth, clearly enduring considerable torment. Father, I am innocent. I did not kill anyone. I merely pushed that beggar. The specifics of the incident were still unknown to Huang Laokai, but upon hearing his son's account, he sensed something was amiss. On that fateful day, Huang Fuguei had been enjoying a bowl of wontons at a stall in town when a beggar spat a mouthful of yellow phlegm into his bowl. Enraged, Huang Fuguei scolded him vehemently and shoved the beggar to the ground. The beggar, however, did not respond, but instead laughed heartily as he picked himself up and devoured Huang Fuguei's wontons. Subsequently, Huang Fuguei left. Little did he know that the beggar's family would lodge a complaint with the county office, alleging that he had killed the man. Under normal circumstances, the death of 1 or 2 beggars would hardly attract attention. They had encountered several frozen beggars on their way. Whoever could dig a grave to bury them would be deemed benevolent, even in the case of ordinary villagers who might fight and kill one another. As long as no complaints were filed with the county magistrate, he would be disinclined to intervene in such trivial matters. Yet this time, due to the beggar, Captain Wang and his men braved the wind and snow to apprehend Huang Fuguei in Shikuxia village. Father, I am wronged. Please help me. I cannot endure this any longer. They beat me, denied me food, and forced me to drink urine. Huang Laokai pleaded with the jailers and the head jailer, showering them with flattery and offering silver. The head jailer accepted the bribe and promised to provide Huang Fuguei with 2 meals a day while incarcerated. Once released from prison, Huang Laokai proceeded with Er Gouzi to complete the transaction for Shikuxia Mountain. The process was relatively simple, yet it required a series of smiles and 3 separate payments of silver to finalize. in the bureaucratic environment of the county office. No task could be accomplished without the grease of silver. Er Gouzi held the land deed for Shikuxia Mountain, emblazoned with the county's crimson seal, officially making him its owner from that moment onward. However, he was also obliged to pay an annual tax of 20 stone of grain to the county, a mere pittance for a barren mountain. Should he cultivate the land, the tax would inevitably increase. On the journey home, Huang Laokai remained silent. Master Huang, if you find yourself short on funds, I have some silver I could lend you, Er Gouzi observed. Noting that Huang Laokai had already spent 20 or 30 taels merely for the visit to the jail. To rescue Huang Fugui in the future would require a far greater sum. Huang Laokai forced a wry smile. Please, refrain from calling me master in the future. I am your father's contemporary. If you must, simply address me as Uncle Huang. There is no need for loans. If I have any surplus, I could sell you the fields at the foot of Shikuxia Mountain. Why? Previously, Huang Laokai had valued land above life itself. Having land was essential for rooting and flourishing. It represented the opportunity for resurgence. The legacy accumulated by the Huang family over generations was seemingly slipping away. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have sold everything to support Fugui in his martial pursuits and scholarly endeavors. With a deep sigh, Huang Laokai lamented, despite his wealth, he felt as insignificant as an ant before the authorities, easily crushed by a few county constables. Ergo, once you earn money, I urge you to invest wisely in martial training and strive for academic distinction. Book learning is of little use. The status of a martial scholar far surpasses that of a literary one. At this juncture, Huang Laokai was filled with regret. It is well known that martial training is an expensive endeavor, requiring not only sustenance, but also meat, eggs, and even costly medicinal aids. A single Peiyuan Guban pill costs as much as 6 or 7 stone of grain. Even as the wealthiest man in Shikuxia village, he could scarcely sustain such expenses. Chapter 24. Gravel once again. It is the eve of the new year. Er Gouzi sits alone before the earthen stove, tending to the fire, while a large pot of pork simmers, releasing an enticing aroma. On this same day last year, he teetered on the brink of life and death, struggling to roast a handful of rice grains in the frigid snow. Now, he can finally indulge in hearty meat. Known for his frugality and meticulous calculations, Er Gouzi has remarkably splurged on half a pig for the New Year celebration. After tonight, he will turn 15. At 15, he possesses the Snake Mouth Mountain and 50 acres of fertile land at its foot. Huang Laokai has sold all 50 acres of prime farmland to Er Gouzi. Such land, close to a water source, would typically fetch 30 taels of silver, yet Huang Laokai sold it to him for merely 28 taels per acre. The total sums to 1,400 taels of silver, with a repayment plan spanning 20 years, 70 taels each year, with no option for early repayment. Coupled with the previous annual payment of 40 taels, Er Gouzi must remit a total of 110 taels each year to Huang Laokai for the next 2 decades. Huang Laokai, armed with this year's 70 taels, sought connections at the county office, yet his efforts yielded no results in rescuing anyone. It is said that in the end, he shamelessly requested Zhang Yuliang's assistance. Zhang Yuliang, well acquainted with the county officials, successfully extricated Huang Fugui from prison. However, engaging Zhang Yuliang came at a steep price. Huang Laokai had to sell off the remaining land of the Huang family at a bargain to Zhang Yuliang. Consequently, the majority of the farmland in Sheshi village now belongs to Zhang Yuliang. Now, the tenants of the village flocked to the elder's residence, offering flattery and gifts in hopes of securing better land for cultivation. Witnessing Huang Laocai's plight instilled a persistent sense of crisis in Er Gouzi's heart. Without sufficient strength for self-protection, accumulating wealth offers little security. Thus, he resolved to dedicate his energy and resources to martial arts training, aspiring to become a martial scholar. Attaining the status of a martial scholar would enable him to stand on equal footing with the county officials, ensuring that even if the county magistrate sought to punish him, they would need to report to the provincial government. Yet, mastering martial skills requires not only diligent practice, but also significant financial investment. Recently, he sold a batch of powerful pills, netting over 200 taels of silver, so he is momentarily untroubled by financial constraints. Recognizing the benefits of meat for martial training, he decided to indulge in a daily meat meal. Consuming a pound of fatty meat daily would cost him 2 to 3 taels of silver monthly, a luxury he could afford but deemed extravagant. Therefore, in pursuit of strength and the martial scholar examination, he opted for a compromise. While fatty meat was prohibitively expensive, Lean meat and bones were considerably cheaper due to their lack of richness. He could purchase leftover pork ribs and bones, thus saving some silver each month. He convinced himself that ribs were quite satisfactory, and he need not solely rely on fatty cuts. Given that over 10 villagers had perished this winter, he felt fortunate to have any meat at all. At this moment, Er Gouzi lifted the pot lid, prodding the contents with chopsticks, sensing they were nearly ready. He fished out a rib, blew away the steam, and began to bite. The meat had been stewed to the point of separation from the bone, and with a gentle bite, he tore away a generous piece. Although the rib meat lacked excessive fat, its texture was tender and delightfully savory. He had stored the meat in a gourd for several days prior to cooking, enhancing its flavor beyond that of ordinary pork. Particularly, the usual gamey taste had vanished, replaced by a fragrant blend of meat and herbal aroma. After finishing the meat, he meticulously chewed the remaining bones, swallowing every morsel along with the broth. The bones were purchased with his hard-earned silver, so discarding them was not an option. After devouring the ribs, he discovered a ginseng root and some residual meat scraps in the pot. He consumed them all. The ginseng, still small and possibly only 5 or 6 years old, had gained vitality after being enhanced by the gourd and cooked with the pork, providing some benefits for his cultivation. Feeling satisfied, he began to meditate, practicing the first layer of his martial arts technique. The food he had consumed gradually transformed into fine strands of true qi. After circulating through the 12 meridians for 49 cycles, all of it converged into the Ren meridian. The Ren and Du meridians, known as the seas of Yin and Yang, can store the true qi he cultivates. These two main meridians, located along the central line, are much wider than the 12, capable of accommodating vast amounts of true qi. Since he first sensed qi several months ago, his progress in cultivation has been rapid, aided by daily consumption of the Gourd-esque grains. Currently, the Ren and Du meridians remain unconnected, with only about 1/3 of the Ren meridian filled. According to his readings, he must fill the Ren meridian with true qi before opening the Du meridian to advance to the second layer of his technique. As for the third layer, he must completely open and fill both the Ren and Du meridians and establish the lower dantian. After 2 hours of meditation, the food he had consumed was fully refined into true qi and absorbed into the Ren meridian. He then stood, grasped the sword beside him, and commenced practicing basic sword forms. With his recent advancements in cultivation and increased physical strength, the 11-pound sword he had purchased now felt slightly lighter. The next time he visits the county town, he would need to acquire a heavier sword. The following morning marked the first day of the new year, a time when friends and family exchanged greetings. Er Gouzi had no relatives to visit, save for his master. He brought along a piece of pork, a pack of preserved fruits, and a jar of wine to pay his respects to Li Banzian. Li Banzian, also a solitary man, experienced joy for the first time in years as someone offered him New Year wishes. He even prepared a meal of pork for his disciple. During the visit, he showcased his skill in turning stones to powder once more. Although Er Gouzi had witnessed this performance numerous times, it never failed to amaze him. He silently vowed to double his efforts, aspiring to learn even a fraction of his master's abilities, which would suffice to qualify him as a martial scholar. Before Er Gouzi departed, Li Banzian gifted him a bag of red dates, harvested from the jujube tree in his courtyard. On his way home, Er Gouzi made a stop at Huang Laotsai's residence to extend New Year greetings. In previous years, the village tenants would swarm to offer their respects, making it nearly impossible for him to enter. This year, however, the house was eerily quiet, devoid of visitors. Huang Fugui had suffered a broken leg, and despite having sought treatment from a doctor in the county, he remained unable to walk. Er Gouzi presented a pack of powerful pills to Huang Fugui, hoping it would aid in his recovery. As he was leaving, Huang Laokai instructed his younger daughter to bring forth a large bag of persimmons as a return gift. When she handed the persimmons to Er Gouzi, her lips quivered as if she wished to say something, yet ultimately, no words escaped her. Er Gouzi said nothing in response, accepting the persimmons and bidding farewell. Upon returning to Snake Mouth Mountain, he extracted the seeds from the red dates and persimmons, planting them in the rocky crevices of the mountain where cultivation was impossible. After the new year, everyone would be busy with spring plowing, planning for the year ahead. Er Gouzi rented out the 50 acres of land at the foot of Snake Mouth Mountain, adhering to the old custom of collecting 50% of the harvest as rent. The 3/10 of the rent he would receive in the future would be paid as tax to the county office, leaving him with 2/10 of the grain. However, during this period, a new development arose in the village. Zhang Yuliang now controlled most of the land in Shishi village, and tenants had no choice but to rent from him. Yet, in his first year of management, Zhang Yuliang raised the rent from 50 to 60%. The tenants were understandably discontented, but they could only grumble amongst themselves, knowing that if they chose not to cultivate, others were eager to take their place. Er Gouzi had no intention of profiting from the tenants' hardships. His primary focus remained on his cultivation. Recently, I have been enjoying a daily diet of a pound of pork stewed with ginseng, which has significantly advanced my cultivation and greatly increased my strength. I have now attached stones to my sword, raising its weight to over 20 pounds. However, I still find myself unable to crush the stones. I feel that my training progress is still too slow. Thus, after the arrival of spring, I ventured into the county town once more. I sold a stone of powerful pills for over 200 taels of silver. To my surprise, the two enhanced versions of the powerful pills proved to be quite popular. Sima Yi from the Revival Hall offered me 81 per pill and placed an order for a stone. With the more than 200 taels of silver in hand, I made my way directly to the Hongan Hall. Unfortunately, they only had 8 pieces of the vitality pills available. I spent 80 taels of silver to purchase all 8. I then proceeded to the sword shop to custom order a 30-pound heavy sword. In conjunction with this sword, I had 140 long iron plates forged, each weighing 5 pounds, which could be affixed to the sword to increase its heft. The substantial quantity of iron and the custom nature of the order resulted in a significant expense, amounting to 100 taels of silver. In an instant, the silver I had just acquired diminished to a mere few dozen taels. The path of martial arts is truly not one that an ordinary person can afford. Moreover, having only procured 8 vitality pills, if I were to consume one a day, they would be gone in just 8 days. Upon returning to Shiko Mountain, 3 days passed before I took a single vitality pill from my gourd for consumption. Holding the pill in my hand, I carefully sensed its essence. Indeed, the richness of its spiritual energy far surpassed that of my powerful pills and was superior to the ginseng I had held for 5 to 6 years. As the pill melted in my mouth, a delightful blend of medicinal and honeyed aromas filled my senses, tasting quite pleasant with no bitterness whatsoever. After swallowing the vitality pill, I began the process of absorption. Approximately 4 hours later, I had fully refined the spiritual energy contained within the pill, adding a thread of true energy to my Ren meridian. Upon comparison, I realized that the amount of true energy gained from refining this single pill was equivalent to consuming pork stewed with ginseng for half a month. Of course, this remarkable effect was only achieved after enhancing the spiritual energy with my gourd. Following this, I consumed 1 vitality pill each day, witnessing exponential growth in my cultivation, transforming noticeably with each passing day. The true energy within my Ren meridian grew increasingly abundant, and finally, after refining the 7th vitality pill, a surge of energy flowed through my body, traversing the Tian Tuo, passing the Lian Quan, crossing the Ke Xiao, moving past the Zhonglu, ascending to the pinnacle, and then coursing down the Du meridian along my spine, crossing the Ming Min, traversing the Changchang, and entering the Huiyin. At that moment, my Ren and Du meridians were completely unblocked, breaking through to the second layer of the nameless technique. The true energy circulated from the Huiyin upward, connecting to the Du meridian, then flowing back down to the Huiyin, repeating this cycle. With each cycle, my true energy increased, and I felt my body growing stronger. After a prolonged period of cultivation, I leaped into the air effortlessly, soaring over a yard high. I sensed that I had entered an entirely new realm, feeling unprecedented strength coursing through me. Picking up a stone from the ground, I gripped it tightly and exerted my strength. With all my might, my face turned crimson, yet the stone remained unyielding, not even a crack. Was it still insufficient? A surge of stubbornness welled up within me, and I channeled all the true energy from my Ren and Du meridians into my fingertips, unleashing a sudden burst of formidable power. In an explosive moment, the stone shattered in my grasp. Although I could not reduce it to powder as my master could with ease, for me, this was a monumental leap forward. I have finally succeeded. Chapter 25. The continuing deception. Every time Er Gouzi visited Li Banxian, he never failed to bring a piece of fatty pork as an offering to his master. Although he hesitated and felt a pang of regret over spending the money, after all, he himself could not bear to indulge in such rich meat. His master was an extraordinary figure, akin to a celestial being, deserving of this humble tribute. Master, I can crush stones now. Er Gouzi exclaimed, eager to share his success with his mentor upon their meeting. His achievements were entirely due to his master's wise teachings. Impossible. Li Banxian instinctively felt that such a feat was beyond reason. How could a human finger crush stone? He had practiced these meager techniques himself and knew they were more about filling one's stomach than any practical application. The demonstrations of turning stone to dust were not lost on him. Yet, he quickly realized his own momentary silence and added, "How could it happen so swiftly?" As he spoke, he picked up a stone from the ground and placed it on the table. "Show me how you can crush this stone." Er Gouzi took the stone, secretly channeling his vital energy. With a resounding crack, the stone shattered into numerous fragments, leaving Li Banxian trembling, unable to mask his excitement. He had confirmed the stone was genuine, not some prop. Could it be that he had mistakenly picked up a trick stone? Unwilling to accept defeat, he picked up a small piece of the shattered stone, retreating his hand into his sleeve, squeezing it with all his might. Squeeze. Squeeze harder. He gritted his teeth, his face flushing red, yet the small stone remained unyielding. Once again, Li Banxian found himself engulfed in deep self-doubt and turmoil. However, his years of professionalism kept him composed, and he maintained an unruffled demeanor. Indeed, to crush stone is a small achievement. However, relying solely on brute force lacks finesse. Li Banxian sensed that it was becoming increasingly difficult to deceive Er Gouzi, and a weight of pressure settled upon him. His master's admonishment rang true. His disciple's modest abilities paled in comparison to his own, like a firefly competing for brilliance against the sun and moon. Though Er Gouzi's progress was rapid, his foundational texts were rudimentary and lacked coherence. He yearned to speak with eloquence, but stumbled over his words. "You've made commendable progress, yet there remains room for improvement." Li Banxian, being a seasoned veteran, quickly extricated himself from his mental anguish, adopting an air of nonchalance befitting a master. "How is your basic sword technique coming along?" "I can now wield a 60-pound sword for practice," Er Gouzi replied candidly. He could easily lift a 500-pound boulder with both arms, but for practicing fundamental sword techniques, a 60-pound sword was more suitable. Of course, if he channeled his vital energy into his sword arm, that would be another matter entirely. Not bad. Continue to strive. Once you can wield a 100-pound sword, I shall teach you a set of sword techniques. Li Banxian offered further encouragement before sending Er Gouzi on his way. After Er Gouzi departed, Li Banxian retrieved an old sword manual from his belongings and began transcribing it. The original text stated that one could start practicing sword techniques with a 10-pound sword. However, he had decided to increase the requirement to 100 pounds to add difficulty for Er Gouzi. As he copied the techniques, he multiplied various parameters to prevent Er Gouzi from mastering them too quickly. He had little left to deceive Er Gouzi with. Should he master everything, there would be nothing more to teach. Upon returning to the mountain, Er Gouzi practiced diligently, his vital energy gradually filling his meridians, and his strength grew day by day. Having tasted the benefits of the Peiyuan Guben pill, he made another trip to the county town Hongan Hall, but was unable to procure the sought-after pills, which were in high demand and currently out of stock. Without the pills, he continued to exert himself like a beast of burden, subsisting on ginseng stewed with pork. Perhaps due to the lack of medicinal properties, excessive ginseng led to fevers and nosebleeds. Although his strength did not surge dramatically during this period, it did steadily improve, growing solid and robust. The weight of the sword he practiced with increased incrementally. 65 pounds, 70 pounds, 85 pounds. Half a year passed, and Er Gouzi had affixed all the iron pieces he had initially forged onto the sword. At Sanchazi town, he announced, "Master, I can now wield a 100-pound sword." He approached Li Banxian, carrying the hefty sword. Li Banxian's facial muscles twitched violently. His instinct was to declare it impossible, yet he managed to suppress the words. After all, he had witnessed Er Gouzi's bare-handed stone-crushing prowess just months prior. "Can you truly wield a 100-pound sword?" Li Banxian asked, his gaze skeptical as he examined the sword-like object adorned with iron pieces on Er Gouzi's back. "Yes, I can," Er Gouzi affirmed, unsheathing the sword and performing a few basic thrusts, slashes, and sweeps with ease, as if the sword bore little weight. At times, it seemed as if he could lightly hook the sword with just a few fingers. "Show me your sword." Li Banxian, having spent a lifetime deceiving others, instinctively suspected there was something amiss with the sword. "Here." Er Gouzi casually extended the sword towards him. Without thinking, Li Banxian reached out to accept it. However, upon grasping the sword, He was taken aback by its immense weight, nearly dropping it to the ground. He had to use both hands to hold it tightly, his face flushing with embarrassment. With a loud clatter, the sword ultimately slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground and nearly crushing his foot, while also straining his back. Li Banxian clutched his waist, taking deep breaths, silently relieved that Er Gouzi had turned away and missed his moment of humiliation. This sword sounds crisp and is of good quality. You may pick it up yourself. Having navigated the world for so long, Li Banxian quickly suppressed his astonishment. Stroking his beard with one hand to mask his discomposure, Er Gouzi obediently retrieved the sword, wielding it effortlessly, causing Li Banxian to draw in several sharp breaths. This seemingly simple lad possessed extraordinary talent, and Li Banxian regretted underestimating him. Had he known Er Gouzi could develop such brute strength, he would have been more cautious in his deceptions. If the ruse were ever uncovered, a 100-pound sword would surely be his undoing. Yet, now he found himself in a precarious position, obligated to continue the charade. Er Gouzi, unaware of Li Banxian's internal turmoil, had made remarkable progress since training under his master, acquiring tangible skills without a hint of deceit, and held his master's abilities in utmost reverence. "Master, am I correct in executing a forward thrust?" Er Gouzi asked, brandishing the heavy sword with several forward jabs, though he still sensed something amiss. He then offered the 100-pound sword to Li Banxian for demonstration. The sight of the sword in Er Gouzi's hands alarmed Li Banxian. It was astonishing how effortlessly he wielded it, as if it were an ordinary wooden sword. Yet, having just suffered a mishap, he was hesitant to take it. Waving his sleeve dismissively, "No need for me to demonstrate. You have already practiced well." With no other recourse, Li Banxian chose to commend his disciple, knowing that any criticism would compel him to demonstrate personally. Upon hearing his master's approval, Er Gouzi beamed with joy, though he still grappled with a lack of confidence and a hint of insecurity. "Doubt lingers within me regarding my fundamental sword techniques. Is my thrust truly acceptable? Master, why not demonstrate your prowess, allowing your disciple to witness your skill?" Upon hearing this, Li Banxian waved his hand repeatedly, prompting him to perform. This was akin to placing him directly upon the roasting coals. As a seasoned practitioner of the wandering world, he understood profoundly that the fewer the displays of skill, the more enigmatic and profound one appeared. Moreover, the hefty iron blade was simply beyond his capacity to wield. "There's no need for that. I have ascended to a higher realm of cultivation, transcending the necessity of a sword. With a mere gesture, I can inflict harm from the fluttering of petals to the falling of leaves. To sever a head from 10 paces away is as effortless as reaching into a pocket. Such rudimentary sword techniques would only bring disgrace to these hands of mine." Li Banxian licked his lips, carefully crafting his words in thought. "Your basic sword forms are now perfected, and I shall impart to you a set of sword techniques." Upon hearing this, Er Gouzi was filled with elation as he observed Li Banxian produce a scroll of handwritten sword manuals from his sleeve. "This is a treasured sword technique passed down from my ancestors, vast and profound, shrouded in mystery. You must study and practice it diligently, without neglect." "Thank you, master." Er Gouzi joyfully accepted the sword manual, expressing his gratitude repeatedly, feeling immensely fortunate that his master entrusted him with such ancestral arts. Each time he offered his master a piece of rich pork or a jar of aged wine, he felt a pang of regret for the few copper coins spent. Reflecting on it now, he felt undeserving of such generosity. With the sword manual in hand and a tinge of remorse towards his master, Er Gouzi finally departed from the town of Sankaizi. Li Banxian watched his departing figure, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. "The sword manual has been altered beyond recognition. Surely, you shall struggle to master it." Chapter 26. Do not move recklessly. Ever since Er Gouzi acquired his master's nameless sword manual, he has treasured it like a priceless gem, diligently practicing every day with utmost precision. However, the mastery of this sword technique proved to be quite arduous, and despite his prolonged efforts, he struggled to grasp it. For instance, certain sword moves required a leap of 2 to 3 zhang in height. Despite exerting all his strength, he could only manage a jump of just over 1 zhang, making the higher leap feel almost like flight. Furthermore, some techniques demanded striking a target situated 10 feet away, which seemed nearly impossible, as the combined length of his arm and sword was merely 5 feet. Nevertheless, his master had never deceived him. Every skill imparted had ultimately been perfected. The more challenging a technique, the more it attested to its extraordinary nature, promising immense power once mastered. His master often imparted the wisdom that without enduring hardships, one could never hope to attain unparalleled martial prowess. Er Gouzi firmly believed that with perseverance in his practice, success would eventually be his. Previously, he had thought that crushing stones with bare hands was a feat beyond comprehension, yet after advancing in his cultivation, that challenge was swiftly overcome. Perhaps with further training, reaching the third or fourth tier would bring him closer to his goals. Daily, apart from sword practice, he indulged in a nourishing dish of pig ribs stewed with ginseng, followed by meditative sessions to cultivate the second layer of his technique. As the age of the ginseng increased, its medicinal properties intensified, and the qi circulating through his meridians surged. However, the enhanced potency of the ginseng also led to a heightened risk of internal heat. Consuming one stalk daily had him experiencing nosebleeds and swollen gums, and he often dreamt of marrying. At times, he pondered whether he should indeed take a wife. Furthermore, the initial batch of ginseng he had planted was limited, and consuming one a day had already depleted nearly half a mu of land. Reluctant to use the remaining stalks, he aspired to cultivate them to greater ages, perhaps 50 or even 100 years. Upon reflection, purchasing pills for foundational strengthening seemed more practical. One day, after completing a round of sword techniques, Er Gouzi felt that each movement was rather awkward. Just then, a commotion erupted among the geese. They burst from their pen, stretching their necks and flapping their wings towards a particular direction, honking excitedly. In the direction indicated by the flock, a shadow ascended from the cliff below, shrouded in a black scarf and wielding a gleaming dagger. Upon witnessing the geese's reaction, the shadow appeared momentarily stunned. Er Gouzi recognized this figure, recalling a night when he had been pursued along the official road, encountering a similar garb and dagger. He suspected it might indeed be the same individual. The memory of that terrifying night triggered an instinctual desire to flee. Yet, at that moment, the shadow swung the dagger, severing the heads of 2 geese. "You have killed my geese." Initially contemplating escape, Er Gouzi was enraged to see his 2 geese fall. Geese were his assets, each fetching several hundred coins or even a couple of silver pieces. If he fled now, would the remaining flock meet a grim fate? Not to mention the medicinal herbs scattered across the mountainside. Driven by the principle of valuing wealth over life, Er Gouzi brandished his heavy sword and lunged at the shadow. His thrust was standard and executed with precision, adhering strictly to the techniques described in his manual. However, just as the sword was about to strike, the shadow evaded deftly, leaving Er Gouzi to retract his sword to his chest before attempting another thrust, which the shadow again dodged. He tried various maneuvers, slashes, sweeps, and thrusts, with utmost correctness, yet the shadow's agility rendered him ineffective, evading every strike. Frustrated by the continuous failures, Er Gouzi could no longer restrain his anger and, much like the other tenants, let out a curse. The shadow, taken aback by his words, hesitated momentarily. In his fury, Er Gouzi abandoned the techniques his master had taught him and swung his sword wildly, as if it were a firewood stick. This erratic style, devoid of any structure, made his next moves unpredictable. The shadow, caught off guard by the sudden ferocity of Er Gouzi's assault, found it challenging to anticipate his strikes. After several dodges, the shadow abandoned its playful demeanor and drew its dagger to defend. With a resounding clash, their weapons met, and the shadow felt an overwhelming force. Its dagger shattered instantly. Unprepared for such strength, the shadow, now left with only the handle of its weapon and a bleeding hand, felt a surge of dread. Without allowing the shadow a moment's respite, Er Gouzi swung his makeshift weapon once more. Realizing the peril, the shadow retreated and fled. With such immense power, even a glancing blow could lead to grievous injury. Er Gouzi pursued to the cliff's edge, witnessing the shadow climbing the steep face with both hands and feet, swiftly disappearing into the darkness. He could only hurl stones into the abyss, but without hearing any cries of distress, he assumed they had missed their target. Behind him, the remaining geese mourned the loss of their 2 headless companions. These 2 geese, the very first he had acquired, had been instrumental in his endeavors, hatching 15 goslings over the year. Thanks to his careful feeding with enriched fodder, these geese had grown remarkably larger than their ordinary counterparts. Grieving for the fallen geese, Er Gouzi carried their bodies into the kitchen and quietly prepared water for boiling. A sleepless night ensued. At dawn, Er Gouzi chewed on a goose leg, savoring its exquisite flavor better than even pig ribs. He had yet to store it in his gourd, for the meat was imbued with rich spiritual essence. As he crunched on the bone, his eyes scanned the remaining flock. He added some rice to their feed, encouraging them to eat more for faster growth. The 15 geese, perhaps sensing the lingering aura of death or still mourning their lost parents, bowed their heads in silence, diligently consuming their meal. After a hearty breakfast, Er Gouzi descended Snake Mouth Mountain. Although he had not suffered any loss, he had gained little from the previous night's encounter. Reflecting on the incident, he realized that his swordsmanship remained underdeveloped. He could only perform basic techniques, and the slightest movement from his opponent rendered his strikes ineffective. He resolved to hasten his training and planned another trip to the county town to procure some foundational strengthening pills. To avoid attracting thieves, he took care to bypass the main road, ensuring no one was aware of his descent. Chapter 27. The Flesh of the Fish Demon. After a long day's journey, Er Gouzi finally arrived at the Huachuntang as dusk began to settle, carrying a sack filled with potent pills. "Brother Ergo, you have finally come," exclaimed Sima Yi, his eyes glistening with emotion upon seeing Er Gouzi after just a few months. He wore an expression of impatience, reminiscent of a lover reunited after a long separation. "Why has it taken you so long? Look at how many gray hairs I have." Sima Yi tugged at 2 strands of his white hair to show Er Gouzi. "My apologies, I have been preoccupied with some matters," Er Gouzi replied sheepishly. The last time Sima Yi had ordered 2 stones of enhanced strength pills, he had yet to deliver the goods. In recent months, Er Gouzi had been consumed by his training, and with no progress in his swordsmanship, he had reluctantly ventured out to earn some money to purchase foundational pills. "Enough of that. How many of those enhanced strength pills did you bring?" Sima Yi inquired eagerly. He had previously sold some of these enhanced pills, surprised at their remarkable effectiveness. Many affluent families in the county, lacking sophisticated pursuits, indulged in acquiring numerous wives and concubines. Yet, even the finest delicacies could lead to indigestion, adversely affecting their digestive health. Moreover, these wives and concubines, hungry for attention, would leave their wealthy husbands in a state of exhaustion. Even the most impotent among them had to serve their wives with tears in their eyes. Otherwise, they risked losing their favor altogether. Not long ago, Er Gouzi had unwittingly created 2 types of enhanced strength pills that cured the hidden ailments of the county's elite. One type fortified the spleen and kidneys, addressing the root cause, while the other significantly enhanced virility. The results were evident to anyone who tried them. The combination of these 2 pills restored confidence to these noblemen, who then pursued Sima Yi for more. When stock ran low, they would frequently inquire, much to Sima Yi's annoyance. Now, seeing Er Gouzi had finally delivered a stone of enhanced strength pills, Sima Yi felt a weight lift off his shoulders. After counting, they confirmed there were 100 pills, valued at 81 each, totaling 488,000 coins, equivalent to 488 taels of silver. Sima Yi promptly produced 49 ingots of silver, which Er Gouzi carefully wrapped. "You have truly helped me. Let me treat you to a meal." Er Gouzi, feeling a twinge of hunger, had initially intended to buy a couple of meat buns, but with Sima Yi's generous invitation, he gladly accepted the offer. Having known each other for over half a year, Er Gouzi held a favorable impression of Sima Yi. Born into a wealthy family, Sima Yi lacked the arrogance often seen in the affluent. He was devoid of ulterior motives. As they stepped out of the apothecary, a scruffy 7-year-old beggar hurriedly approached Sima Yi, extending a filthy hand. Sima Yi did not shoo him away, instead smiling gently as he pulled out a handful of copper coins and placed them in the beggar's palm. "Call your friends over," he instructed. "Thank you, kind sir," replied the little beggar, who then gestured towards a distant corner. Instantly, dozens of beggar children swarmed around them. As Er Gouzi pondered how to handle the situation, he observed Sima Yi tossing coins into the air, causing the children to scramble in a frenzy. "Let us go. The money we save by skipping a dish can sustain them for several days," Sima Yi said, leading Er Gouzi down the street. "You seem quite familiar with those children," Er Gouzi remarked, noting Sima Yi's noble appearance. Fair skin that had never seen the sun, long fingers that suggested a life free from labor, and silk garments that spoke of wealth. "They are simply children without parents. Every time I skip a dish, I give the saved coins to these beggars, and over time, we have become acquainted," Sima Yi replied nonchalantly, showing no sense of self-importance for his kindness. In that moment, Er Gouzi felt a surge of respect for Sima Yi. Though he was not one to easily part with his resources, he admired Sima Yi's generosity. Sima Yi, unbothered by the small acts of kindness, continued to lead the way. I heard that Hongyan Tower recently acquired some century-old fish demon meat. Let us go and sample it. Er Gouzi had anticipated a modest meal at a roadside stall. But to his surprise, Sima Yi took him to the entrance of Hongyan Tower. Recalling the humiliation of being expelled by the establishment's servant last time, he felt a tinge of reluctance, yet he could not voice his objections given Sima Yi's invitation. Casting a glance at his new shoes, he silently followed Sima Yi into the tower. The same servant who had previously chased him away now greeted Sima Yi with a deep bow, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. "Oh, it is Master Sima. Please, come in," the servant exclaimed. As Er Gouzi passed by, the servant momentarily hesitated but quickly resumed his smile. Hongyan Tower, renowned as the most opulent establishment in the county, boasted 5 stories. With massive wooden beams that required several men to encircle, the floors were covered with thick carpets that cushioned their steps, leaving Er Gouzi in awe. In stark contrast to the straw bedding he had at Shiko Mountain, this place was adorned with soft blankets. The tower had 5 levels, with the 4th reserved for esteemed guests of high standing. It was said that from the 5th floor, one could gaze down upon the entire Anshan County. But that level was exclusive to the county magistrate, with no one else permitted without his consent. Given Sima Yi's status, they could only dine on the 3rd floor. Yet even that was a privilege envied by many wealthy merchants. The servant guided them through an intricately carved wooden door, revealing a lavishly furnished room. Unlike anything Er Gouzi had ever encountered, a fragrant incense wafted from a burner, enveloping the space in a soothing aroma, while 2 young maidens gracefully entered, leaving Er Gouzi momentarily spellbound. Their skin was as smooth and fair as freshly peeled eggs, a sight he had never witnessed in all his years in Sheshi village and Sanchatsi town. How could one be so beautiful? Er Gouzi felt a pang of self-consciousness, his cheeks flushing as he lowered his gaze to conceal the dark scars on his hands. The servants paid their respects to the 2 gentlemen. The maidens greeted them respectfully. Sima Yi waved his sleeve and nodded, leading Er Gouzi to a round table. The maidens promptly served tea, their delicate dresses shimmering like mist, their fair skin barely concealed, resembling ethereal beings from a painting. Er Gouzi, embarrassed to stare, occasionally stole glances, thinking, what a waste for such stunning women to serve guests. At the same time, he pondered how this meal would cost several thousand won, far better spent on meat buns, which would suffice for their hunger. "I hear you have acquired century-old fish demon meat. I would like 2 servings, Sima Yi commanded, then turned to Er Gouzi. "Brother Er, what would you like to eat?" Er Gouzi contemplated, recalling that in his many years, the most delectable fare he had ever tasted was the rich pork belly and meat buns. "I savored braised pork." Upon hearing this, the corners of the mouths of 2 women twitched slightly. "Very well, 1 portion of braised meat," Sima Yi repeated, then proceeded to order several dishes with peculiar names. In a short while, the 2 women had brought in an array of exquisite dishes. Each bowl and plate was crafted from fine white porcelain, unmistakably valuable. The assortment of delicacies presented was simply breathtaking, rendering Er Gouzi utterly unable to identify any of them. It was only when a large bowl was brought in that he finally recognized it as braised pork. "Do taste it." The chef at Hongyan Tower is a descendant of imperial cooks who once served the palace. At Sima Yi's gesture, Er Gouzi picked up a piece of pork. The meat in the bowl was a perfect blend of fat and lean, cut into neat cubes, glistening with a rich, red broth. As he took a bite, the savory flavor mingled with the luscious broth burst in his mouth, devoid of any fishy taste. In terms of flavor and texture, it surpassed his haphazardly cooked pork by 1,000-fold. He then sampled several other dishes, all delicious beyond compare. They were the finest he had ever tasted. The only drawback was that the pork he stored in the gourd had a certain spirit to it after some time, invigorating him after consumption, a quality evidently lacking in the dishes before him. Just then, the 2 women returned with 2 large platters. Astonishingly, these platters were entirely sculpted from white jade, and the mere value of the plates could purchase all the land in Shishi village. Yet, at the center of these grand platters lay a meager piece of meat, scarcely the size of a thumb. "This is the flesh of a century-old fish demon, a rare delight. Do savor its flavor," Sima Yi declared, already lifting a small piece of fish with his chopsticks and savoring it slowly, seemingly relishing the taste. Er Gouzi too delicately pierced a small piece of fish and sent it to his mouth. The fish was tender and exquisite, its flavor elevating several levels above the previous dishes. Moreover, Er Gouzi sensed that the fish, much like the pork he stored in the gourd, was imbued with rich spiritual energy. So this was the flesh of a century-old fish demon. Did that mean the pork he usually consumed was somewhat akin to the flesh of a pig demon? You know, it is said that this fish demon weighed over 300 jin, with the finest portions presented to the county magistrate. The remaining meat was then divided among others. And the 2 pieces we are enjoying are merely scraps. Even the scales and bones left from this fish were bought by Hong and Hall for the making of various elixirs. Indeed, not a single part of this 300 jin fish demon was wasted, even its innards. By the way, are you well acquainted with Hong and Hall? Upon hearing Sima Yi mention Hong and Hall, Er Gouzi recalled the purpose of his visit. As a local power, he might have a way. I know the young master of their family, though our interactions are limited. Is there something you need? I wish to purchase the Peiyuan Gubin pill, but I have been unable to procure it despite several attempts. Oh, this matter. How many do you require? I can assist you in purchasing them. Sima Yi replied nonchalantly, as if acquiring the Peiyuan Gubin pill were no formidable task. Er Gouzi produced a bundle containing 490 taels of silver. If he could secure the pills, he would use all this silver. No problem. However, upon hearing Sima Yi's enthusiastic affirmation, Er Gouzi felt a twinge of unease. After all, Hong and Hall only had a dozen pills available at a time, fiercely contested by all the warriors. Obtaining even a few required considerable luck. Can you truly procure so many? Isn't it said that ginseng is controlled by the county magistrate, with very few circulating outside? While that may be the case, Anshan County is home to several prominent families with legacies spanning centuries, deeply entrenched in the region. Regarding some underground dealings, the county magistrate can only turn a blind eye. Sima Yi, the local power, seemed to possess knowledge of everything. Rest assured, come to my pharmacy tomorrow morning to collect the pills. Thank you very much. As the 2 dined and chatted, Er Gouzi was left astounded upon settling the bill. The meal cost a staggering 18 taels of silver. Such an amount could buy several pigs. Just the small piece of fish he had consumed was worth 5 taels of silver. Chapter 28. The sword trial. At the break of dawn the following day, Er Gouzi made his way to the Huichun Hall. As anticipated, Sima Yi promptly produced 5 porcelain vials, each filled with the precious Peiyuan Gubin pills, totaling 49. Thank you. Thank you. It's but a trifling matter. No need for gratitude, Sima Yi replied nonchalantly. However, your Daliwan could benefit from a larger supply. Should you possess any rare medicinal herbs that you find inconvenient to part with, I would gladly purchase them. I can ensure they find a market. Er Gouzi carefully wrapped the porcelain vials and tucked them into his bosom, feeling as though he were with child. Very well, but at present, I have no precious herbs to offer. I do have some Daliwan left. I shall bring them to you soon. In exchange for more Peiyuan Gubin pills. After leaving the Huichun Hall, he proceeded to the sword shop he had visited previously. Now capable of wielding a sword weighing 100 jin, he intended to commission a new heavy sword. The same rotund attendant welcomed him. Greetings, esteemed customer. What kind of weapon do you wish to forge this time? Having frequented the shop thrice, the attendant recognized him immediately upon entry. I wish to craft a heavy sword weighing 120 jin. Not a problem. What materials do you require? Here, we have not only regular steel and iron, but also a rare refined copper known as by Liantong Jing. Just a hint of it can significantly enhance the weapon's performance. Curious about this by Liantong Jing, Er Gouzi inquired further. By Liantong Jing is a special material, crafted by celestial masters through extraordinary methods, repeatedly hammering 100 jin of copper until only 1 jin remains. This material, imbued with celestial energy, is indeed remarkable, wouldn't you agree? Listening to the attendant's enthusiastic explanation, even Er Gouzi felt a spark of yearning. The legendary celestial masters were said to possess immense powers, capable of soaring through the heavens and commanding the elements. It was rumored that the county magistrate was one such master. In his years of life, the only person Er Gouzi had encountered who might be considered a celestial being was his master, Li Banxian. He resolved to inquire with Sima Yi about any celestial masters residing in the county. However, upon learning the price, 200 taels of silver for a mere jin of by Liantong Jing, he abandoned the idea, realizing he could instead purchase 20 Peiyuan Gubin pills. Ultimately, he decided to forge a standard iron sword. After all, its size and weight would suffice to inflict harm, rendering sharpness less significant. A standard iron sword weighing 120 jin would cost 100 taels of silver and take half a day to forge. With no pressing matters at hand, Er Gouzi opted to stay and observe the smithing process. The shop had been in the family for 3 generations. An elderly man wielded tongs, holding a glowing iron piece, while a middle-aged man hammered it repeatedly. The young attendant, of Er Gouzi's age, diligently worked the bellows. Occasionally, the elder offered guidance to his son and grandson, and the sight of their harmonious family dynamic stirred a sense of envy in Er Gouzi. As noon approached, the heavy sword was finally completed. The blade, entirely black, measured 3 feet 6 inches in length and 3 inches 2 feet in width. Er Gouzi hefted it in his hands, though it felt slightly heavier than anticipated. He knew his strength would grow with time, making it more manageable. "Dear customer, are you satisfied with this sword?" Observing Er Gouzi handle the sword with apparent ease, the attendant could not help but be impressed. "Quite satisfied. It's splendid." After paying 100 taels of silver, Er Gouzi exited the sword shop, purchased 10 large meat buns from a nearby shop, and set off towards Sanchatsi town, savoring his meal along the way. Today had been fruitful. He successfully acquired Pei Yuan Guben pills and commissioned a new heavy sword. With regular consumption of the pills and diligent practice, he was not far from breaking through to the 3rd level of his martial arts, potentially mastering the formidable sword technique. At that point, he could contend for the title of martial scholar. The examination for martial scholars required candidates to demonstrate proficiency in 4 areas. Firstly, a basic understanding of written language was necessary, which posed little challenge. Recognition of a few characters sufficed. Secondly, candidates would need to lift a 500 gene boulder and walk a lap around the examination grounds. While daunting for others, this posed no difficulty for him. He could attempt to lift even 1,000 gene. The third requirement demanded proficiency in martial skills, necessitating mastery of at least 1 weapon among the 18 categories. However, as his swordsmanship was still unrefined, he remained stalled at this juncture. The final assessment involved practical combat, wherein a highly skilled examiner would spar with various candidates. Scoring full marks required enduring 10 exchanges against the examiner. Er Gouzi felt less assured about this last challenge. Throughout his life, he had accumulated considerable experience in receiving blows, even developing unique insights on the matter. For instance, he had learned to protect his head with his arms, crouched down, and shield his torso with bent knees. This position was most effective for withstanding hits. However, facing an opponent in direct combat was an entirely different scenario. Beyond 2 encounters with a shadowy figure, where survival necessitated action, he had never engaged in a proper fight. With the heavy sword in hand, Er Gouzi pondered whether his experience in enduring blows could qualify as practical combat. Suddenly, a group of burly men charged forth from both ends of the mountain path, blocking his way. "This road is mine, and this tree is mine." A man with a pig-like face recited a line with exaggerated seriousness before forcefully striking a nearby tree with a butcher's knife, leaving the wounded trunk bearing fresh scars. Today, Er Gouzi chose not to flee in haste, but instead stood firm, gripping his hefty sword, awaiting the conclusion of the proclamation by Zhao Dewang. "You there? Why aren't you challenging me today? I wish for you to test my sword." Just moments ago, he had been reflecting on his lack of combat experience. Yet now Zhao Dewang had presented the perfect opportunity for a duel to hone his skills. However, he carefully surveyed his surroundings, having already devised an escape route. With so many adversaries converging upon him, the likelihood of sustaining injuries was high. Thus, prudence dictated that he must remain prepared to flee. "Oh, it seems you are feeling defiant." Feeling his status threatened, Zhao Dewang angrily withdrew his knife from the tree. "None of you are permitted to intervene. I shall engage in a battle of 300 exchanges with him." This man, who had risen to leadership, indeed possessed some skill. His butcher's knife whirled with ferocity, each strike becoming swifter and more vicious. Fortunately, Er Gouzi's training in the unnamed technique had sharpened his mind and quickened his reflexes. Otherwise, he would have been pierced a dozen times over. Though inexperienced, he initially found himself overwhelmed, but gradually adapted to Zhao Dewang's rhythm. At last, seizing an opportunity, he swept his sword. Boom! Zhao Dewang's butcher's knife shattered into several pieces, clattering to the ground, as Er Gouzi's sword now rested at his throat. "That does not count. It was my knife that broke." With numerous underlings watching, Zhao Dewang was unwilling to concede easily, maintaining his defiance. His pride outweighed his safety. "Return with a different knife." Willing to continue the duel, Er Gouzi was eager for the challenge to hone his skills. Zhao Dewang bandaged the gash on his hand and received a hefty broadsword, weighing 7 or 8 jin, from one of his subordinates. Gripping the blade with both hands, He charged at Er Gouzi. Bang, bang, bang. This time, Er Gouzi felt at ease, deliberately moderating his strength. Yet, within just a few exchanges, Zhao Duang's blade was once again cleaved in twain. At this moment, King Zhao was panting heavily, his arms trembling uncontrollably from exertion. Are we still fighting? I'm hungry. I want to go home for a meal and return tomorrow for another 300 rounds. King Zhao found a somewhat plausible excuse for himself and called out before leading his entourage away. Er Gouzi, witnessing the departing figures of the bandits, felt a sense of lingering desire. Just as he had begun to grasp a few tricks, his playmates had vanished. He could only sheath his sword and head back. Meanwhile, as Er Gouzi exited the weapons shop, the establishment had already closed its doors early, suspending operations. The blacksmith and his 2 grandsons were huddled around a pile of silver, their eyes glistening with fervor. Refined silver of 100 forges. Indeed, it is the legendary 100 refined silver. It appeared indistinguishable from ordinary silver. What a tremendous windfall. The 100 taels given by that customer were, in fact, 100 refined silver, worth at least 10 times the equivalent amount of ordinary silver. Father, grandfather, that person hasn't gone far, should we? The chubby boy, struck by greed, began to entertain thoughts of theft. Silence. His grandfather interrupted him before he could finish. Do you not understand that our family has been able to forge here for 8 generations by adhering to our principles? How many of those who buy swords and knives are truly virtuous? Just because they may not recognize 100 refined silver does not mean they are easy to deceive. They could very well be disciples of a reclusive master. Did you not see how effortlessly they wielded a sword weighing 100 pounds, far lighter than your fire poker? I warn you, you are not to leave this place today. If you dare step outside, I shall break your legs to prevent disaster from befalling our family. After receiving a stern reprimand from both his grandfather and father, the chubby boy could only relent. Yet, the youthful spirit often lacks the wisdom to recognize danger. Believing himself invincible, with an unwavering confidence that he could control everything around him. In his heart, he had already taken note of the customer who was of a similar age. You are not too young. Starting tomorrow, I shall teach you the art of weapon forging. Here, take this manual of arms to study. The elder, seeking to soothe the boy's restless spirit, retrieved an ancient leather-bound book from beneath the counter and handed it to him. This is a family heirloom. Guard it carefully and do not lose it. The youth accepted the book, casually flipping through its pages before tucking it into his cloak. Er Gouzi was blissfully unaware that the copper coins and silver he had acquired would lead to significant complications. He had no idea that the 100 refined copper he perceived as too expensive was the very same copper he had spent a few strings of coins on at the weapons shop. Fortunately, his frugality had spared him from becoming a fool. It was not his fault. These coins and silver appeared entirely identical, devoid of any discernible difference. Only upon reaching a certain level of spiritual awareness could one sense the richer aura contained within them. He had always used them this way without anyone detecting any issues. Now back at Shiko Mountain, he found everything as it should be, with no outsiders having visited, which reassured him. He had blocked the path leading to the mountain. Yet some skilled martial artists could still ascend. He contemplated leveling the protruding rocks on the cliff when time allowed, and planting thorns on the gentler slopes to deter any future visitors. However, for now, his priority was to cultivate his skills. He stored the essence-enhancing pills he had purchased in a gourd and waited 3 days before consuming them. After being infused with spiritual energy from the gourd, the effects of the essence-enhancing pill were greatly amplified. One pill, after being refined, would add a strand of true qi to his meridians, equivalent to 10 days of his usual training. In the days that followed, he consumed 1 pill daily, witnessing rapid progress in his cultivation. Occasionally, he would sneak down the mountain to confront King Zhao on the main road. However, King Zhao, unable to accept defeat, had retreated into the mountains after suffering 10 defeats. Er Gouzi felt a profound sense of disappointment. As for the sword technique taught by his master, he had made little progress. The martial art proved to be exceedingly intricate and elusive, rendering it quite difficult to master. Chapter 29. Taxes and Labor on the Slopes of Snakemouth Mountain. A dozen large geese, accompanied by over 20 goslings, were joyfully pecking at the vegetable leaves on the ground. These geese were twice the size of ordinary ones and had quite the appetite. Perhaps due to their long-term diet of spiritually enriched fodder, they had become quite picky, refusing to eat anything that lacked such vitality. In contrast, Er Gouzi was not as discerning about his food, were it not for his cultivation practices. He would eat anything that filled his belly. He indulged them only because they served as guardians, provided meat, and their feathers could be used for clothing and bedding. Er Gouzi fed the geese some fodder and poured water into their trough. He then watered all the crops he had planted on the mountain. Although he and T cleared much land in the past 6 months, he had managed to cultivate some space for ginseng during his leisurely moments. Currently, there were 10 acres of ginseng, 3 acres of polygonatum, 2 acres of cistanche, and 1 acre of Gouzi legume, totaling 16 acres of arable land. The initial batch of ginseng, polygonatum, and cistanche had now matured for over 10 years, and the older the herbs, the more valuable they became. Hence, Er Gouzi had been reluctant to harvest them. He only used materials with a medicinal age of 4 or 5 years for his enhanced strength pills. As for the acre of Gouzi legume, he discovered that after his cultivation, its yield was notably high. Both the leaves and the root were edible, especially the thick root that could grow as wide as an arm and extend a foot or more in length. Whether consumed raw or cooked, its flavor was delightful. Most of this acre was used to feed the geese, with only a small portion set aside for making strength pills. In addition to these 16 acres, on some less cultivable areas of the mountain, he had planted persimmon and jujube trees this past January. Under his care, these trees had flourished and were beginning to bear fruit. After watering everything, Er Gouzi looked up at the sky. The sun had already risen halfway above the eastern horizon. It was time to descend the mountain. The season had arrived for tenants to pay their rent and landlords to remit taxes. However, this year, Er Gouzi had transitioned from tenant to landlord. He had rented out the 50 acres below Snakemouth Mountain to the Er Gouzi family for cultivation. In a bountiful year, these 50 acres could yield around 200 stones of grain. With a rental rate of 50%, he would receive 100 stones of grain annually. Yet, this land required him to pay 60 stones in taxes to the government, while Snakemouth Mountain was recorded as wasteland, requiring only 20 stones. In total, he had to pay 80 stones of grain in taxes. If he were to excel in the civil service exams, he could be exempted from taxes on 100 acres of fertile land, and there would be no taxes on uncultivated wasteland. This was a grace bestowed by the court upon those with titles, encouraging loyalty to the state. Master, everything is prepared. Er Gouzi arrived at Er Gouzi's home, where the family had already packed 100 stones of grain, tied to a wheelbarrow. They had also enlisted a dozen strong tenants to help push the cart. Mimicking Huang Laokai, Er Gouzi treated everyone to a hearty meal at Er Gouzi's home, which even included a few slices of pork. Once the tenants were well fed and energized, they pushed the wheelbarrow with great enthusiasm. Er Gouzi, having been a long-time tenant of Huang Laokai, was familiar with such matters and managed everything smoothly without needing Er Gouzi's guidance. Master, we are approaching Zhao Duang's territory. We should prepare some silver for him. Er Gouzi regarded the youthful Er Gouzi with a hint of nostalgia, reflecting on the unpredictable nature of life. Last year, both he and Er Gouzi were tenants of Huang Laokai, joking and sharing camaraderie. Now, Er Gouzi had transformed into his landlord. Upon hearing that they were nearing Zhao Duang's domain, Er Gouzi perked up, concealing his sword within his clothing and lowering his head to blend in with the group of tenants. Zhao Duang had become shrewd. Every time he spotted Er Gouzi, he would hide in the mountains, refusing to show himself. Master, as long as we bring the silver, everything will be fine. Zhao Duang never harms anyone once he has been paid. He is even more trustworthy than the officials. Er Gouzi assumed Er Gouzi was frightened and hurried to reassure him. I know. I fear he might hide away. Er Gouzi did not fully grasp Er Gouzi's meaning, thinking he was merely making excuses. After proceeding a short distance, the sound of gongs echoed, and Zhao Duang indeed appeared as expected. This path is mine. This tree is mine. Before he could finish his lines, he saw Er Gouzi brandishing a massive sword, a smile on his face. Zhao Duang, let us have a duel. Oh dear, my stomach aches. It seems I've eaten something bad and need to relieve myself. Zhao Duang clutched his belly and dashed back into the woods, his band of thieves disappearing without a trace. Don't run. I promise to go easy on you this time. As Zhao Duang retreated into the forest, he saw Er Gouzi still wielding that enormous sword, waiting on the official road. However, he had resolved that no matter how sweetly Er Gouzi spoke, he would not emerge to seek trouble again. This fellow was like a rampaging bull, full of brute strength. Every clash left him numb and weakened, and after a few rounds, he would feel utterly drained. Spending a whole day battling him would mean no chance for plunder. With so many brothers relying on him for their sustenance, he had no leisure to wrestle with a bull. Hiding in the woods, Zhao Dewang watched as Er Gouzi and his group departed. To avoid being ambushed, he lingered for half an hour before resuming his activities. This time, he intercepted a larger wheelbarrow convoy, and after reciting his lines with determination, he intended to recoup the losses from the previous half hour. Gentlemen of the Scholar's convoy, do you intend to pass as well? A tenant stepped forward, somewhat smug, emboldened by their association with the scholar. Ah, spit. A bandit disdainfully spat on the ground. What is so special about scholars? Our Zhao Dewang was once a martial scholar himself, but he didn't want to endure the scorn of those petty officials, so he cough, cough, cough. Zhao Dewang cleared his throat, stopping the bandit from continuing. Regardless, everyone traveling this road would have to pay a toll. Seeing the bandits standing resolutely in their way, Zhang Yuliang could only emerge with a grim expression and hand over a piece of silver. Although martial scholars could be exempt from taxes on 100 acres, the land they owned far exceeded that amount. If alone, he might have charged through, but with so much grain and tenants in tow, he had to comply and pay the toll. Zhao Dewang weighed the silver piece, shaking his head. With so many wheelbarrows, is this the best you can offer? Are you trying to insult us? You're pushing it too far. Zhang Yuliang's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, incensed. As a martial scholar himself, he felt insulted by the bandits' blatant disrespect. I'll tell you, Zhao Dewang is in a bad mood today. It would be best for you to pay up and leave. In the end, Zhang Yuliang, faced with the situation, reluctantly retrieved another piece of silver from his pocket and handed it over. After parting with the silver, he vowed to himself that he would eliminate these bandits one day. Their arrogance had become intolerable. Meanwhile, Er Gouzi remained blissfully unaware that his actions had compelled Zhang Yuliang to pay the toll twice. He had already set up camp with the tenants in an open area of the county town. After a peaceful night, fortune smiled upon them, and they were queued to pay their grain the next day. This time, armed with experience, he filled every container to the brim, stacking them high. Despite his diligence, he still received a whip from the constable. The constable wielded his whip, striking him and his companions mercilessly. Then, with a kick, he sent the grain spilling out, only to refill the container and kick it again, repeating this process 3 times. By the time he had overturned all of the 100 shung of fine grain that he had brought, leaving not a single grain behind, the constable concluded his tirade with a string of curses. Although he was supposed to pay 80 shung in taxes, he had indeed delivered a full 100 shung of the best grain, yet still found himself labeled a rogue by the constable. One wonders what the officials envision as the model citizen. After settling the tax, he was required to obtain a receipt from the county clerk. In broad daylight, the clerk sat behind his desk, squinting and dozing off. With no other option, he reluctantly offered a small piece of silver to successfully acquire the stamped document. Along with the tax receipt came a notice of conscription for labor. Given the size of his land holdings, he was obligated to send 1 person for labor this winter. The destination for this labor was to the southwestern frontier, where they were to bring their own rations and spend a year constructing defensive walls. Having just paid his taxes, he was now faced with conscription. The government annually required laborers for tasks ranging from building levees to serving as porters in times of war, and even for menial tasks like constructing houses or digging latrines for the officials. Most of these laborers received no food, compelling them to bring provisions from home. The impact on agriculture and the necessity of carrying their own rations were deemed inconsequential. Many who undertook such arduous work never returned, perishing in the process with their bodies left unclaimed. Anshan County is not far from the southwestern frontier, rumored to be a realm inhabited by demons and ghosts, fraught with peril. In previous years, of those conscripted to the southwestern frontier, only about 3 out of 10 survived to return. The fortunate few who did return were often left with half a life. Such grueling labor was something he wished to avoid. He could only resort to hiring someone to take his place. Many wealthy landlords had done the same in years past, and as long as one could find a replacement, the officials did not object. However, the cost of such a nearly fatal task was exorbitant, essentially the price of a life. It appeared that the cost of laborers would surge this winter. Having successfully paid his taxes, he treated the tenants to a lavish meal. 30 individuals feasted on 2 dishes, a savory pickled vegetable side and stir-fried fatty meat with radish. The rice was plentiful, allowing them to eat to their heart's content, with some consuming as much as 7 bowls in a single sitting. The tenants, satiated, rubbed their bellies, praising their master's generosity, while simultaneously cursing Zhang Yuliang for his stinginess and exploitation. After the meal, he approached Er Gouzi, showing him the conscription notice. Er Gouzi, could you assist me in finding someone to take my place for this labor? The southwestern labor was nearly a death sentence. He inquired about the price his master was willing to pay. Er Gouzi, unfazed, simply asked for the price. After some contemplation, he admitted his inexperience and asked, "What is the going rate for a life?" "That depends on age," Er Gouzi replied. "Young, able-bodied men are the most expensive, fetching around 20 shung of fine rice. Those over 50, frail, or elderly, may only require 2 shung. The price for women varies based on age and beauty, with the highest not exceeding 20 shung, while others can be obtained for a few do of grain. In years of disaster, prices can drop significantly. Many tenants had experience selling their children. Thus Er Gouzi was well-versed in the market. "I will offer 20 shung for someone to take my place in labor." This matter concerned a life, and unusually, he was generous, proposing the maximum price. "Is your master truly willing to offer 20 shung?" Er Gouzi confirmed, noting that typically, such labor could be procured for 10 shung. "Indeed, it is 20 shung." Despite his usual frugality, this time he seemed less prudent. "There's no need to look elsewhere. Let me do it," Er Gouzi eagerly suggested. Awaiting his master's response. "Er Gouzi, this is arduous labor, with the potential for death. You need not take such a risk. Besides, this year's harvest has been good. Even after paying the rent, you should still have 100 shung of surplus grain, right?" He regarded Er Gouzi, feeling they had grown familiar enough that he need not sacrifice himself. "Alas, this year has indeed been bountiful. We still owe 8 shung in household taxes, 12 shung in head taxes, 10 shung for firewood collection, and the sunshine tax. For next spring's sowing, at least 5 or 6 shung will be needed for 50 acres. By the time all is calculated, our family of over 10 will still have 50 shung of grain. And those young ones at home eat quite a bit. I am already over 40. This life of mine may fetch only 10 shung, and I have few years left. Given this opportunity to sell my life for 20 shung, it would be foolish not to take it. With these 20 shung, I could save enough for an acre of land. Should I return alive, those 20 shung would be a windfall." Er Gouzi chuckled at this prospect. Feeling he had struck a lucrative deal, reflecting on his own past, he realized that had he been given such an opportunity 2 years prior, he too would have leapt at the chance to gamble with his life. "Very well. Do your utmost to return alive." Chapter 30, Master. I have understood several months have passed since the last tax payment, and now it is already spring of the second year. Last winter, Er Gouzi paid 20 stone of grain to hire Er Gouzi to serve his labor duties. On the day of Er Gouzi's departure, he even bought 2 pounds of pork to bid him farewell with a meal. At that moment, Er Gouzi's 3-year-old grandson was blissfully unaware of the situation, only knowing that there was meat to eat. The boy was overjoyed with large chunks of fatty meat and curiously asked when his parents would also depart. After the new year, Er Gouzi turned 16. Perhaps due to a better diet over the past 2 years, he had grown significantly taller and was now nearly the height of an adult. At 16, a young man officially reaches the age to marry and establish a family. He was now a small landlord, handsome in appearance, and many matchmakers had recently gathered at Shiko Mountain, eager to introduce potential brides to him. Among the candidates were the second daughter of Huang Laokai, the eldest daughter of Li Tuozi, the 6th child of Zhang Kezi, and the beautiful Xinghua from the neighboring village, all of them robust families, capable of laboring in the fields by day and bearing children by night. Much like the most fertile soil, some of these candidates were individuals Er Gouzi had admired since childhood. He had once been enveloped by insecurities, feeling unworthy of them, often wearing tattered pants and too shy to speak. Now, opportunities were presenting themselves. With a mere nod, he could secure the finest meat in the village and claim the most fertile land, cultivating the best crops daily. Yet, with a firm resolve, he rejected them all. At such a vigorous age, to claim he did not wish to marry would be somewhat abnormal, either physically or mentally. However, for now, he had no choice but to remain single. In a short while, the annual examination for martial scholars would take place, and he decided to register, hoping for a stroke of luck. This year, he would devote himself entirely to his training, striving to become a martial scholar as soon as possible. He wished to escape the clutches of the local officials who summoned him at will, subjecting him to their whims. Moreover, as a martial scholar, he would be exempt from labor duties and could also enjoy tax reductions. Marrying a wife would be akin to placing a cat to guard a fish. He could hardly focus on his training. Additionally, if he took a wife, the secret of his yellow gourd might also be revealed. Thus, he resolved to endure a few more years and prioritize his training and martial scholar examinations. In the past few months, Er Gouzi had sold several stones of powerful pills in the city, converting all the earnings into the nourishing pills for his consumption. Progressing from the second to the third layer of his cultivation technique required a significantly greater amount of spiritual energy. By now, he had consumed over 200 nourishing pills. And last month, his Ren and Du meridians were finally filled with genuine energy. For the past few days, his meridians had been brimming with this energy, creating a sensation of fullness that was somewhat uncomfortable. One day, Er Gouzi prepared a pot of pork stew, adding nearly 20-year-old ginseng to it. After the meal, he took a nourishing pill as usual and continued his cultivation. The simultaneous consumption of ginseng and the pill produced extraordinary effects, quickly releasing a substantial amount of spiritual energy within him. This energy was refined into genuine energy, swelling within his meridians, and its quantity continued to increase. Just as he felt his meridians were about to burst, the genuine energy surged toward his lower abdomen. With a loud roar, Er Gouzi felt as if his abdomen had exploded. Then, the energy in his meridians converged toward that area, as if a significant void had appeared there. Upon introspection, he discovered a small space approximately 3 inches below his navel, between the life gate and the lower dantian. Could this be the dantian spoken of in the texts? The texts indicated that the human body has 3 dantians. The lower dantian located 3 inches below the navel, the middle dantian at the heart, and the upper dantian situated between the eyebrows, intersecting with the biwee point. At that moment, a considerable amount of genuine energy gathered in the lower dantian, swirling like clouds. Once the energy in the meridians flowed into the dantian, it became empty again, and the sensation of fullness finally dissipated, leaving him feeling much lighter. When he activated his cultivation technique to mobilize the energy, the genuine energy in the dantian would respond to his thoughts and flow back into the meridians. Perhaps due to the opening of the dantian, when he concentrated all his energy into one point, its potency increased significantly. He picked up a piece of blue stone and concentrated the energy in his fingertips. With a firm squeeze, the stone was reduced to powder, no longer merely cracking into several pieces as before. Successfully opening the lower dantian signified a progression in his unnamed cultivation technique to the third layer. The lower dantian, also known as the Qi-Si or Qi-Si dantian, can store a vast amount of genuine energy. To fill the dantian, he would need to cultivate up to the 10th layer. As for the methods of cultivation beyond filling the dantian at the 10th layer, the unnamed technique did not record it, nor had he ever heard his master mention it. With his enhanced abilities, he found training in the challenging sword techniques somewhat easier. Previously, he could barely leap over a distance of more than 1 zhang. Now, he could jump over 2 zhang while wielding a sword. However, the text required him to leap 3 zhang into the air, perform 9 sword blooms, and execute the technique of the setting sun's afterglow. Often, he could only barely reach 2 zhang, managing to perform only 3 sword blooms before he fell back to the ground without time to execute the technique. He still could not achieve the standard. Moreover, there were many other sword techniques to master. For instance, one required practicing in the rain, ensuring not a single drop of water touched him while executing the technique. Another demanded striking the right foreleg joint of a mosquito flying 1 zhang away. There was even a technique to slice a 500-pound boulder from 2 zhang away. Though he had made some progress, he still fell short of the standards. It was indeed challenging. As the registration date for the martial scholar examination drew nearer, he grew anxious. Ultimately, he decided to bring a pound of pork and a jar of old wine to seek guidance from his master. Master, my arm combined with the long sword measures just over 5 feet. No matter what, I cannot strike a target 1 zhang away. How should I practice these techniques? Er Gouzi conveyed his most pressing concerns to his master. To strike a target 1 zhang away using sheer brute force was simply unattainable. You need to cultivate to the point of externalizing your genuine energy, not relying on brute strength. Li Banzian lectured Er Gouzi, imparting the customary wisdom of diligent training. He had anticipated these questions from Er Gouzi and had prepared the answers, awaiting his disciples' inquiries. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you can externalize the genuine energy within you, striking an enemy from 10 steps away with a mere gesture. The distance of 5 or 6 feet is merely a limitation of your physical length, not the limit of your genuine energy. When the formless enters the form, and the invisible becomes visible. Do you understand? Li Banqian's words were shrouded in mystery, and Er Gouzi could only grasp half of the meaning. Nodding in acknowledgement before shaking his head in confusion. I still do not quite understand. Could you demonstrate? Very well. Today I shall show you the power of externalized genuine energy. Er Gouzi's heart leaped with excitement. His master was enigmatic yet humble, never showcasing his prowess before others. Today, he would have the opportunity to witness his master's abilities. Shortly thereafter, Li Banzian returned with a toothless old beggar, intending to use him as a demonstration for the technique. Er Gouzi felt a pang of anxiety. To demonstrate a sword technique at the cost of a life seemed rather cruel. Master, please show mercy. Shall we not try with a chicken or duck instead? At least we could eat afterward, so it would not go to waste. If this old beggar dies, we would still need to bury him. Do not worry, I know how to handle it, Li Banzian said as he instructed the old beggar to stand 2 zhang away. The old beggar appeared unfazed, even grinning as he stood there. Now, open your eyes wide and watch closely. Li Banzian rolled up his sleeves, his hands gracefully gesturing in front of his chest as he cultivated his energy, flowing like clouds and water, exuding an aura of a master. Er Gouzi's eyes widened, determined not to miss any detail. Yet, to his perception, there was no discernible change in the spiritual energy surrounding his master. Huh, Li Banzian exclaimed, swinging his hand through the air, causing the old beggar 2 yards away to cry out and fall backward. Ouch, it hurts so much. Spare me, old immortal. The old beggar clutched his stomach, rolling on the ground in agony. Li Banzian stroked his beard, smiling at Er Gouzi. Have you understood? Er Gouzi, however, looked utterly perplexed. He truly did not comprehend and could only shake his head. You wouldn't understand. True energy is invisible to the eye and as fleeting as lightning to the touch. Li Banzian thought with pride, if you could grasp it, all my years of effort would have been in vain. He then helped the writhing old beggar to his feet and examined him. I merely exerted a gentle poke on your liver from a distance. You will be fine with a few days of rest. Since you did not understand earlier, I shall demonstrate one last time at close range. Li Banzian said to Er Gouzi, slowly rotating his hands to begin channeling energy. Pay close attention. He extended a finger, lightly placing it on the old beggar's shoulder, causing the beggar to tremble and stagger back several steps before collapsing to the ground. Er Gouzi remained confused, feeling rather dim-witted. Your skills are insufficient. Profound martial arts are not easily comprehensible. Return and cultivate slowly. Li Banzian consoled him. Remember, when your cultivation is sufficient enough to release true energy, you will naturally be able to do so. As for the martial examination, your strength is still too weak. Wait a while longer at that moment. It was as if a window had suddenly opened in Er Gouzi's mind, a spark of enlightenment igniting within him. Thank you for your guidance, master. I understand. He expressed his gratitude to Li Banzian before gripping the sword hilt, falling into deep contemplation. He could now allow true energy to flow freely through his meridians. The concept of releasing true energy, as his master described, likely meant breaking through the physical limitations of the body. However, the true energy was confined by the meridians. And breaking through those constraints was no simple task unless one focused on the acupoints. The openings on the body and meridians serve as bridges for communication between man and the universe. He decided to give it a try. With this thought, he began to mobilize the true energy in his dantian, circulating it through his meridians in search of a suitable breakthrough point. There were 6 meridians in his arm: the hand Taiyin lung meridian, the hand Jian pericardium meridian, the hand Shaoyin heart meridian, the hand Yangming large intestine meridian, the hand Shaoyang Sanjiao meridian, and the hand Taiyang small intestine meridian. The 3 yang meridians were located on the back and outer side of the hand, which were not ideal. Ultimately, he chose the Laogong acupoint on the hand Jian pericardium meridian. At this moment, a vast amount of true energy coalesced in his right hand's Jian pericardium meridian, so much so that it felt as though the meridian might burst. However, the Laogong acupoint seemed to have a thin membrane obstructing the escape of true energy. Er Gouzi continued to mobilize the true energy from his dantian, exerting greater force against the Laogong. Disciple, Er Gouzi, Li Banzian called out as he saw Er Gouzi standing still, his clothes moving as if stirred by an unseen wind, blood and sweat seeping from his right arm. After several calls without response, Li Banzian was baffled, wondering what profound realization his foolish disciple had achieved. He racked his brain, recalling that he had said nothing of substance, merely spouting off in jest. Was there indeed some profound truth hidden within his words? Yet, after much contemplation, he could not find any valuable insights in his own phrases. Just then, Er Gouzi's grip on the sword began to ooze blood, and the massive sword, resembling a door plank, began to emit a faint glow. At first, the light flickered, gradually forming patches that expanded and coalesced. Ultimately, the once dull black sword transformed into a radiant sword of light. Li Banxian and the old beggar stood beside Er Gouzi, witnessing the entire spectacle, their hearts filled with uncertainty. In that moment, Er Gouzi lifted the heavy sword with one hand and thrust it forward. Before him stood a wall. Upon impact, a tremendous shockwave caused half of the wall to collapse with a resounding crash. With a thunderous noise, Li Banxian's humble dwelling crumbled, leaving Er Gouzi holding only the sword hilt. Staring at the remaining hilt and the fallen structure, Er Gouzi felt bewildered and at a loss. He had not anticipated such overwhelming power from his strike. It was nothing like his master's demonstration. Had he misunderstood the essence of the lesson? Was this truly a form of immortal magic? The old beggar, trembling with astonishment, had never witnessed such a miraculous event and could only think of the legendary arts of immortals. So you truly are an immortal teacher. I cannot accept your money. Overwhelmed by the scene, the old beggar knelt, bowing repeatedly and pulling out 10 copper coins to return to Li Banxian. What immortal arts! This is just the trickery of our master-disciple duo. Li Banxian, who had once relished in portraying himself as a godly figure, now felt compelled to deny his identity as an immortal teacher, hastily stuffing a handful of copper coins into the old beggar's hands, urging him to leave. If you dare speak of this outside, I shall ensure you never attain rebirth. Master, does this count as releasing true energy? In the aftermath, only the master and disciple remained in the courtyard. Er Gouzi, clutching the remaining sword hilt, harbored doubts about himself. Alas, a rotten wood cannot be carved. Releasing true energy is not something to be done recklessly. Li Banxian lamented as he gazed at the ruined house, his heart heavy with sorrow. You are behaving like a reckless bull, lacking the grace of an immortal. You must learn to control your strength, to master the art of balance. Though Li Banxian did not fully understand how Er Gouzi had achieved such results, he resolved to maintain the charade, even applying gentle pressure to accentuate his own teachings. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I have gained insight. Er Gouzi joyfully expressed gratitude, seemingly enlightened once more. Seeing the expression on Er Gouzi's face, Li Banxian fell into a new wave of self-doubt. What has he comprehended this time? Why am I unaware? Chapter 31. The examination. Er Gouzi's sword struck with such force that it collapsed his master's earthen dwelling, leaving him momentarily awestruck by its tremendous power. However, the might of that single strike shattered the hefty sword he had forged at the cost of 100 taels of silver into a pile of scrap metal. The vital energy stored within his dantian was completely expended, leaving him utterly drained. As he departed from Sankaizi town, he found himself walking with a sense of lightness, as if he were barely tethered to the ground. Upon returning to Shikushin, it took him 3 days for his internal energy to return to its usual state. His master, with his vast experience, quickly discerned the source of the problem. Er Gouzi had failed to control his strength. After channeling his energy into the sword, he was on the brink of losing control. Had he not thrust the sword when he did, his entire right arm might have been shattered like the sword itself. In retrospect, he felt a tinge of fear. This underscores the necessity of having a skilled teacher when learning any art. His master had seen through his mistakes at a glance, saving him from many unnecessary detours. Er Gouzi felt fortunate to have such a mentor. Though he did not fully grasp everything during his lesson, it provided him with a clearer direction in his training and bolstered his confidence. Once his vital energy normalized, he often contemplated how to wield it with greater finesse and control. Yet, the energy he had cultivated was exceedingly volatile. Ordinary objects simply could not withstand its might. The expensive sword he had crafted was now destroyed, necessitating the forging of a new one. The cost of a single sword was a staggering 100 taels of silver. A burden he felt keenly. However, to master unparalleled martial arts and to sit for the martial scholar examination, he knew he must invest the necessary resources. As fate would have it, the time for the martial scholar examination was approaching. He resolved to travel to the county town to forge a new sword and to inquire about the examination process. To facilitate this, he prepared a stone of ordinary strength-enhancing pills to sell to Sima Yi, requesting assistance in exchange for over 20 restorative pills. He then returned to the original swordsmith to commission a new sword weighing 120 pounds. Strangely, he sensed that the swordsmith's family regarded him with peculiar eyes this time, and their demeanor was noticeably different, excessively polite, even. The old man himself came forth to invite him to sit, offering tea and some exquisite snacks. Er Gouzi felt uncomfortable under such excessive courtesy and left shortly after. He decided to first gather information regarding the examination. The affairs of the martial scholar registration and examination fell under the jurisdiction of the county education office. Standing at the entrance, Er Gouzi meticulously scraped the mud from his shoes, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and tidied his hair before stepping inside. "Stop!" A booming voice called out as a man, picking his teeth and half-clad in a robe, emerged from the doorman's quarters. "Do you even know where this is? Is this a place for someone like you?" The doorman's disdain for Er Gouzi was palpable, as he regarded him as nothing more than a simple country peasant. "I would like to inquire." Er Gouzi began, but his words were cut off as the doorman waved him away. "Out! Out! I am here to register for the examination. I wish to sign up," Er Gouzi exclaimed. The doorman paused, scrutinizing him once more. The man before him was sunburned. His clothes faded and worn, and his hands bore the marks of labor, clearly indicating a life spent toiling in the fields. "Just you? Do you even know what the examination entails? How it is conducted?" The doorman wore a look of contempt, convinced that Er Gouzi was merely an ordinary farmer. "Indeed, I do not know these things, which is why I have come to inquire." Er Gouzi thought to himself, wishing he did not need to ask. "Leave," the doorman shouted. His face twisted into a snarl, resembling a rabid dog ready to pounce. Er Gouzi, though thrust out, was unwilling to depart so easily. Remembering his previous experience with Huang Laokai, he realized that every step in the official process required a monetary exchange. He produced a small piece of silver, weighing about 2 or 3 coins, and offered it to the man. The doorman accepted the silver, weighing it in secret and concluding it to be approximately 2 coins and 6 pennies, enough for a visit to the pleasure quarters. However, he still maintained a scowling demeanor, his patience wearing thin. "Speak quickly if you have questions. I wish to know how to register for the martial scholar examination and what the process entails. I want to sign up." Er Gouzi hastily expressed all his queries while the silver was still warm in the doorman's hand. "Registration is simple. Just bring your household registration booklet to the office, and you can sign up." "Household registration booklet? Where must I go to obtain it? Is there anything else I need?" Er Gouzi inquired, realizing he would need to procure this document. He wanted to clarify everything in one go to avoid multiple trips. There is no time for idle chatter. "If you don't understand, go ask your family or your village chief." The doorman, incensed by the barrage of questions, attempted to dismiss Er Gouzi once more. Clearly, the 3 coins he had just spent only bought him a fleeting moment of civility. Either continue to pay or leave. Er Gouzi chose the latter option and hastily retreated. Making his way back to Shiku village without delay, he recalled that Huang Laokai had always been the village head. In need of assistance, Er Gouzi decided to purchase a piece of pork in town. However, after delivering the meat, he discovered he had once again gone to the wrong person. Since the last incident, Huang Laokai had lost all his farmland and, this year, had also lost his position as village head. Now, Er Gouzi's uncle held that title. "I need a household registration booklet. You can go to the town and find the village chief. They can handle it there," Huang Laokai advised upon understanding Er Gouzi's intentions. "How about this? I have some free time, so I will accompany you to find the village chief. I had some rapport with him in the past. Though we haven't spoken in a year, I hope there is still some goodwill left. Thank you very much." Er Gouzi felt that the pork he had just given was indeed worthwhile. Huang Laokai was as reliable as ever. It was no wonder he had once been the wealthiest man in the area. The 3 coins spent at the county office seemed like a waste compared to feeding a dog. At least a dog would clean up after itself. That doorman had taken his money and still snarled at him. The two made their way directly to Sankaizi town, where a grand courtyard of blue bricks and tiles lay to the east, the residence of the village chief. They purchased a fish in town and now stood at the village chief's door. Huang Laokai spat into his hand, tidied his disheveled hair, and smoothed out Er Gouzi's wrinkled clothes. The village chief is a cultured man, possessing the title of scholar. When we meet, you must remember to conduct yourself with decorum. Understood. The two straightened their sleeves, adjusted their garments, and wiped the mud from their shoes before stepping inside. The village chief received them in a well-maintained parlor. The floor was coated with lime and tung oil, gleaming as brightly as a mirror. Despite their efforts to clean their shoes, they still left 2 rows of footprints on the polished surface. Huang Laokai bowed deeply, apologizing profusely, while the village chief nodded slightly from his seat, indicating it was of no consequence. After explaining their purpose, the village chief did not make things difficult for Er Gouzi and assisted him in obtaining the household registration booklet, even offering encouraging words. Er Gouzi clutched the hard-won household registration book, barely having time to eat a morsel before hastening towards the county town. The gatekeeper of the Educational Administration Office obstinately refused him entry, only conceding a glance at Er Gouzi's document after accepting 3 coins of silver as a bribe. "This won't suffice. You must obtain a stamp from the county office," he declared, abruptly dismissing Er Gouzi. Frustration welled within Er Gouzi, yet he felt powerless against the gatekeeper. Even a mere watchdog within the office held more prestige than mere farmers like him. Thus, he proceeded to the county office, donning a smile and offering several more silver coins, only to finally secure a red stamp on his registration book. With the stamped document in hand, he returned to the Educational Administration Office and offered another 3 coins. Just when he believed he could finally register, the gatekeeper tossed the document back at him. "Have you paid your taxes?" "Yes," Er Gouzi replied, "but there's no official seal." Crestfallen, he trudged back to the county office. This back and forth continued, culminating in a total of 28 trips, 18 official seals, and 87 exchanges of silver, before he finally navigated his way into the Educational Administration Office. Inside the Grand Hall, only a solitary clerk was at work. After enduring such trials, Er Gouzi had learned to don a practiced smile, presenting silver once more before broaching the subject. "You're quite understanding," the clerk remarked, unexpectedly complimenting Er Gouzi as he accepted the coins and the thick stack of documents. "Where's your recommendation letter?" "What recommendation?" Er Gouzi was taken aback. After so many trips, he had never heard of such a requirement. "You don't even know that? How can you expect to register? Return to your farming." The clerk flung the materials back at him, intent on expelling him from the office. In desperation, Er Gouzi quickly produced another coin. "Please, could you enlighten me?" Indeed, navigating the bureaucracy required financial lubrication. Regardless of one's abilities, to participate in the examination, 3 scholars were required to jointly recommend a candidate for eligibility. What? Er Gouzi felt dazed. As a mere peasant, where could he find 3 scholars willing to jointly write a recommendation letter for him? He was only acquainted with Zhang Yuliang, a scholar who would rather die than assist him. And where could he find the other 2? How could he possibly command such influence? After years of diligent practice, he realized it was not the time to withhold his funds, hastily producing a hefty silver piece, at least an ounce in weight. "Is there any alternative without a recommendation letter?" "None. This is a decree from the court. It cannot be altered and is a matter of life and death." When Er Gouzi finally exited the Educational Administration Office, he felt utterly defeated, as if he had been beaten down time and again. Why must there be such regulations that left him, a man without connections, in despair? After all his efforts, he was thwarted by the registration process. Aimlessly wandering the streets, he found himself at the entrance of the Huichuntang. A spark ignited within him. Sima Yi, a local influential figure, might hold the key to his predicament. "Er Gouzi, I've already exchanged the Peiyuan Guaban pills you requested last time." Sima Yi greeted him, retrieving over 20 porcelain vials filled with the precious pills. "Oh, I've been so busy with other matters that I nearly forgot about the pills." "What could possibly keep you so occupied that you would forget about the pills? They are worth hundreds of taels of silver. If you hadn't come, I might have lost them." Sima Yi, noticing Er Gouzi's troubled expression, joked lightly. "Alas, just some vexing matters." Although they had known each other for a year or 2, their relationship was not particularly deep. Er Gouzi struggled to find the right words, as this was not the same as dealing with the office, where monetary transactions were straightforward. "Haha, you have been of great help over the years. I was just planning to express my gratitude. Today, I shall treat you to a meal at Hongyan Tower, and we can discuss your troubles." Upon hearing Sima Yi mention Hongyan Tower, Er Gouzi recalled the exorbitant prices there. A mere slice of fish could cost several taels of silver, and he quickly shook his head. "That would be too extravagant. Er Gouzi, you may not know this, but my elder brother consumed your pills and experienced a remarkable increase in his cultivation. He is now preparing to take the martial examination. Thus, it is imperative that I express my gratitude." Sima Yi spoke earnestly. While anyone could cultivate, the path was arduous without resources. Yet, the resources in Anshan County were limited, mostly controlled by the county magistrate's faction. The Sima family possessed some resources, but with many mouths to feed and significant expenses, each member received scant support. However, Er Gouzi's heart raced at this revelation. Only scholars had the qualifications to take the imperial examinations. "Your brother is a scholar?" "Oh, what scholar are you talking about?" "Just an ordinary scholar, a martial artist." Sima Yi dismissed the notion, showing no sign of reverence. Yet Er Gouzi was elated, cautiously inquiring, "Do you know many scholars?" "Not too many. There are 8 scholars in my family, and a few more acquaintances in the county, perhaps 20 in total." Er Gouzi was overwhelmed with joy. He had previously believed that Sima Yi's family was well off, a local power. Little did he know that while others were fortunate to occasionally have a martial scholar emerge from their lineage, Sima Yi's family had 8. "Sima, my elder brother, I must implore you for a favor." At that moment, Er Gouzi wished nothing more than to cling to Sima Yi's leg and plead for assistance. "What favor? As long as it's within my means, I shall do my utmost." It's about Er Gouzi recounted his harrowing experiences with the bureaucracy in seeking registration. Sima Yi's indignation flared. "Is that clerk the one with a crooked mouth?" "Yes," Er Gouzi recalled vividly. "He always smirks with a twisted smile whenever he receives silver." "Humph. That crooked-mouthed fellow is becoming increasingly intolerable, wielding his authority like a feather duster. He has certainly overstepped his bounds. I can secure the recommendation letter for you by tomorrow. And the day after, I'll accompany you to the Educational Administration Office." Chapter 32. The prodigy of the Sima family. Sima Yi carried a large bundle as he made his way to the Zhengwu Hall. "Good morning, young Master Sima." The gatekeeper promptly greeted him with enthusiasm and ushered him inside. Zhengwu Hall is the most renowned martial arts academy in Anshan County, having produced numerous martial scholars and even several martial champions over the years. Countless aspiring students, eager to learn martial arts and achieve scholarly success, vie for admission to Zhengwu Hall. However, due to limited slots, ordinary individuals find it nearly impossible to gain entry, and the exorbitant tuition fees are beyond their means. Sima Yi's cousin, Sima Hong, had successfully passed the martial scholar examination several years ago and now served as an instructor and deputy hall master at Zhengwu Hall, preparing for the martial champion examination. "Fourth brother." "Haha. 14th brother, you've arrived." Sima Hong, who appeared to be in his 30s, was particularly close to Sima Yi among the brothers in their clan. "You look radiant. You must bring me good news." Sima Hong exclaimed, rubbing his scruffy beard eagerly. "Hee. Last night, I managed to procure a fine ginseng root from the black market. At least 20 years old," Sima Yi replied, unfastening the bundle from his back, revealing a large bag of pills and the ginseng. "This ginseng is indeed remarkable. I can already feel my meridians swelling with energy. Once I consume this ginseng, I should be able to open my energy sea and cultivate my dantian." As Sima Hong spoke, an inexplicable sense of nostalgia welled up within him. He had begun practicing stances at the age of 3, learned boxing at 5, mastered swordplay by 8, and became proficient in 8 martial arts by the age of 12. At 14, he passed the martial scholar examination, becoming the most gifted youth in Anshan County. By 18, he had entered the realm of cultivation, sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, achieving the first layer of qi training and becoming a cultivator. Yet, after a decade of stagnation, he had barely advanced to the second layer of qi training. After all these years, the difficulties of martial arts and cultivation, along with the immense wealth expended, were burdens only he understood. Every martial artist dreams of one day achieving enlightenment and ascending to immortality. Reaching the 4th layer of qi training opens the door to participating in the martial champion examination. Success in this endeavor would lead to a vast new world, far exceeding the meager resources available at their current academy. "Are you on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd layer of qi training?" Sima Yi inquired, surprised by how quickly his 4th brother was advancing. "Yes, it's largely thanks to the pills you helped me find. Affordable yet effective," Sima Hong replied. While everyone recognized the potential of martial arts and cultivation, very few could embark on this path. Many struggle to afford basic necessities, let alone the resources necessary for training. As a direct descendant of the Sima family and deputy hall master of Zhengwu Hall, Sima Hong also lacked sufficient financial resources. The Peiyuan Gubin pills, priced at 10 taels of silver each, allowed him to purchase only 2 per month. Fortunately, Sima Yi had helped him acquire a batch of inexpensive Dali pills. A stone of these pills cost only a few hundred taels of silver, enabling him to consume a portion for himself and sell the remainder at a markup, effectively covering his own expenses. 14th, can you tell me where you obtain these pills? Sima Hong asked curiously, as he had never encountered such pills before, seemingly exclusive to his younger cousin. Stop. Suppress your greedy heart. I cannot divulge the source of these pills. Sima Yi firmly refused his cousin's request. Everything is fine as it is. Why risk losing it all? Ah, I was merely curious. Do I really seem like a villain? Sima Hong protested, gesturing to his bearded face. Quite so. At least with that appearance, you might frighten the children when you step outside. Sima Yi chuckled. As a man, I should not concern myself with such trivialities. Strength is what truly matters, Sima Hong replied, dismissing concerns about his appearance. I say, Sima Yi, do you truly not intend to pursue martial arts and follow the path of the martial champion? Sima Hong asked. No, I aspire to become a renowned physician, to heal the suffering of mankind. Sima Yi declared, having long set his sights on becoming a healer. Studying medicine will not save the world. You would be wasting your immense talent. Sima Hong lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. You must understand that the elders of our clan hold you in high regard due to your exceptional talent. Why be so obstinate? Sima Hong continued to urge, having been tasked by the clan elders. I find martial arts uninteresting. I wish to be a great physician. With so many of you pursuing martial arts and official positions, one less makes no difference. Despite the constant praise of his natural talent, Sima Yi felt no interest in martial arts, often growing drowsy during practice. Did you know? I heard my father mention that with your talent, there is a significant chance you could establish a foundation and become a foundational cultivator. That is a remarkable achievement. In our family's 18 generations, we've only produced one foundational ancestor. The weight of the family legacy rested upon his shoulders. Sima Yi had heard such sentiments many times throughout his youth, and while he had once felt excited and committed to training, he never discovered any talent within himself. He found cultivation tedious and slow, leading to a dwindling interest over time. Let us not discuss cultivation today. Could you assist me in obtaining several recommendation letters for the martial scholar examination? A friend of mine requires them. Sima Yi handed over the household registration for his friend. Er Gouzi. Very well, this is an easy task. Please wait here. I shall return shortly, Sima Hong replied, tucking the registration into his clothing and departing with the large bundle of pills. Upon reaching the training grounds, he spotted an instructor guiding students. Sima Hong waved to the instructor, who hurried over with enthusiasm. Hall Master, is there something you need? The instructor, wiping sweat from his brow, turned out to be Zhang Yuliang, Er Gouzi's older cousin. After passing the scholar examination, Zhang Yuliang had leveraged connections to remain at Jingwu Hall as an instructor, earning a bit of money while continuing his studies. Dolly pills have arrived. How many do you need this time? Sima Hong inquired. I've been a bit tight on funds lately, and my land rent hasn't been collected yet. Could I possibly defer payment for a few months? Despite Zhang Yuliang's imposing demeanor toward Er Gouzi, he now appeared submissive, akin to a humble servant. Certainly, I can extend credit for 100 pills, totaling 10 taels of silver. Sima Yi, being generous, swiftly counted out 100 pills for Zhang Yuliang. The price doubled upon reselling these pills, making it quite a lucrative endeavor, especially as the buyer turned out to be his own cousin. Thank you, Zhang Yuliang exclaimed, gratefully accepting the pills. But hold on before you express your gratitude. I need you to write a recommendation letter for me. Of course. Whose recommendation do you require? Zhang Yuliang eagerly replied, promising to fulfill the request and ensure it was well crafted. Oh, I didn't even check who it was for, Sima Yi said, flipping through the registration. Sancha Town. Zhang Ergu. Zhang Ergu? Zhang Yuliang nearly jumped at the mention of the name. He seems to be from the same area as you. Are you acquainted? Sima Hong noted, intrigued. I've seen him a few times, but we're not close, Zhang Yuliang responded, omitting the fact that he had bullied Er Gouzi during their childhood. Simultaneously, his heart was filled with anxiety, unsure how Er Gouzi had managed to establish a connection with the Sima family. Nevertheless, when the deputy hall master of the Sima family spoke, despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to compose a beautifully written recommendation letter. Immediately, Zhang Yuliang took up his pen, and within a short while, the letter was completed. He inscribed his name at the bottom and affixed his personal seal. Thank you. Sima Hong accepted the letter, dried the ink, tucked it into his bosom, expressed his gratitude, and turned to leave. It was a mere trifling task, hardly worthy of mention, and he assured that if the hall master required anything in the future, he should feel free to ask. Zhang Yuliang waved at the retreating figure of Sima Yi Tong, yet his expression bore no trace of joy. Sima Yi did not wait long. Before he had finished a cup of tea, Sima Hong returned with 3 recommendation letters. Merely a day had passed, and Er Gouzi reappeared at the county examination office. This time, he came well prepared, with all necessary materials in hand. Sima Yi had intended to accompany him, but just as they were about to leave, A critically ill patient arrived at the Huichun Hall. Saving lives took precedence, so he had to let Er Gouzi go ahead while he would come later. Stop. It was the same doorkeeper, picking his teeth, casting a sidelong glance at Er Gouzi, ready to shoo him away. This fellow lacked perception. He should take a good look at himself, an unrefined peasant daring to aspire to be a martial scholar. I have guarded the examination office for decades and have never entertained such thoughts. However, emboldened by Sima Yi, Er Gouzi felt more confident and paid little heed to the doorkeeper's obstruction. He had sent money over 20 times, yet the doorkeeper remained unmoved, still showing his teeth upon sight. Today, I shall not feed you. I am here to take the exam, and you wish to stop me? With that, he dismissed the doorkeeper and strode inside. Very well. The doorkeeper stepped aside forcefully, eager to see how this rustic would manage to procure 3 recommendation letters overnight. If he failed to present them, well, the doorkeeper trailed behind him silently, offering no guidance. The examination office was not particularly large, and Er Gouzi had inquired beforehand. Entering through the main door, he headed directly to the central hall. Inside, a clerk known as Chung Weichui was dozing. Perhaps he had just been dreaming sweetly when he was disturbed, and he felt quite irate. He glanced at Er Gouzi but ignored him, proceeding to the basin, wringing a wet towel to leisurely wash his face. After completing his grooming, he meticulously arranged his hair and beard, even taking a moment to touch up his eyebrows in the mirror. Clearly, this unassuming clerk paid great attention to his appearance. Er Gouzi could only stand there like a wooden block, waiting foolishly. At last, when the clerk finished his ablutions, Er Gouzi hurriedly stepped forward, producing the 3 recommendation letters to register. Go away. The clerk barked impatiently, shoving Er Gouzi aside. Can't you see I've been busy all day? Not even able to sip tea? Ultimately, Er Gouzi lacked the confidence of Sima Yi and retreated obediently. He watched as the clerk leisurely washed the teapot, brewed tea, and sipped it slowly. Several times he wanted to approach to register, but the clerk's glare sent him back. The doorkeeper who had followed in was secretly pleased. This rustic was unwilling to part with his money, yet expected to get things done. Having received Sima Yi's assurance, Er Gouzi was determined not to offer any more bribes this time. He thought it better to save that money for a few meat buns for himself. Indeed, without offering money, the clerk resolutely refused to assist. Er Gouzi observed him drink 3 pots of tea, use the restroom 5 times, and wash his hands 6 times. Er Gouzi resolved to bide his time, intending to wait for Sima Yi's arrival. His calm demeanor began to agitate the clerk, who pretended to be busy. Fortunately, they were soon relieved from waiting. A young man entered, exuding an impressive presence, and upon entering, he had the clerk trembling in fright. Sima Gongzi, why have you come personally? If you have matters, you could simply send a servant to inform me. The clerk rushed to greet him at the door, his enthusiasm nearly overwhelming. The visitor was none other than Sima Yi, who had no intention of offering kindness. This Chung Weichui had merely ingratiated himself with the Sima family to secure his position. I hear that you refuse to assist without a bribe, or even with one. Chung Weichui smiled awkwardly. Oh no, if you have any matters, just send someone to inform me, and I will ensure they are handled properly. Humph, I do not possess such influence. Chung Weichui, the few coins you collect merely buy you another trip to the brothel, where you tip the courtesans. Have you ever considered that those few coins could represent the entire savings of a common family? Without them, they might struggle to survive. Chung Weichui was scolded thoroughly by Sima Yi, bowing and smiling throughout. You are quite right, Gongzi. I will change my ways and commit to doing my duties sincerely. Chung Weichui's attitude was exceedingly earnest. After all, having navigated this world for years, he knew how to adapt, acknowledge his mistakes, amend them, and in a few days, repeat them. In this office, how could one expect to do business without accepting bribes? Breaking the rules would earn everyone's disdain, and even the Sima family could not protect him. Sima Yi was overly naive, believing that he could simply address the issue directly. Seeing Chung Weichui earnestly reflecting on his behavior and promising to distance himself from corruption, Sima Yi decided to let it be for now. So why are you still standing there? Assist him. He pointed to Er Gouzi, who had been silently observing. Chung Weichui then realized that he had offended someone significant, inciting Sima Yi's rebuke. Indeed, one should never judge by appearances. This seemingly ordinary peasant had managed to establish a connection with the Sima family. He recalled the effort he had expended to ingratiate himself with the Sima family, having even married the ugliest woman in the clan to secure his current position. With Sima Yi's intervention, This trivial matter of registering for the examination was resolved without any obstacles, completed in a mere quarter of an hour. Haraha. Brother Zhang, you are truly remarkable and promising. I underestimated you. Cheng Weichui's demeanor shifted dramatically as he clasped Er Gouzi's hand, appearing exceedingly affable. Brother Zhang, whenever you have time, feel free to visit me for tea and conversation. My door is always open. At Cheng Weichui's gesture, the doorkeeper prepared a pouch of silver, returning all the money previously collected. Once Brother Zhang is successful in his examinations, I hope you will extend your favor. After a brief moment, Er Gouzi and Sima Yi exited the examination office, personally escorted by the clerk and doorkeeper. Gongzi, take care. Brother Zhang, do visit for tea and drinks when you have time. The two beamed as they watched Er Gouzi and Sima Yi's figures fade into the distance before returning inside. Following Sima Yi, Er Gouzi finally comprehended the immense power of the family behind him. Previously, he had perceived Sima Yi merely as a somewhat naive, wealthy young master. But now he recognized the depth of his family's influence. Sima Yi, Sima Gongzi, thank you. Er Gouzi suddenly felt that calling him by his name might be overly presumptuous. Just call me Sima Yi. I am not accustomed to the title Gongzi. In truth, I do not relish interacting with those within the bureaucratic realm. Once one mingles with such individuals, it is only a matter of time before one adopts their ways. They flatter their superiors with obsequiousness while revealing their grotesque nature to those beneath them. Do not be deceived by Cheng's sweet words today. He can maintain his honesty for merely 2 or 3 days before reverting to his former self. The mere thought of becoming like them fills me with revulsion. It is akin to lying amidst a heap of maggots. Regarding the words of Sima Yi, Er Gouzi is somewhat oblivious to the affairs of the bureaucracy, only grasping fragments of understanding. Perhaps Sima Yi merely seeks an ear to share his innermost thoughts, continuing to speak to himself. I run a pharmacy, healing the sick and saving lives, without the need to engage with them. I earn my own living, and every penny I make is clean. It is my own money, and spending it brings me peace of mind. Chapter 33. The sect. Finally, the young man successfully passed the examination, relieving him of a significant burden. As he made his way home from the county town, he felt considerably lighter in spirit. In high spirits, he purchased a few large meat buns, indulging in them as he walked, his mouth dripping with grease. However, upon reaching a densely wooded area, he sensed the presence of several individuals hastily approaching from behind. Halt! Turning around, he found 3 people pursuing him. Among them was a familiar face, the chubby boy from the sword shop. The other 2 were a middle-aged man and a young man, neither of whom he recognized. Is there something you need? He asked, somewhat apprehensive. The chubby boy replied, I wish to inquire if you possess any more of these copper coins or silver. He produced a copper coin and a small piece of silver. Ever since he had advanced to the chi-gathering stage, he had developed the ability to sense the spiritual energy permeating the world. Focusing intently, he discerned that the copper coin and silver piece in the chubby boy's possession were imbued with a greater essence of spiritual energy. Could it be that he had revealed the nature of the money he had procured from the Gourd? Previously, he had not been detected, which allowed him to conveniently store his wealth within the Gourd, knowing that both silver and copper coins were heavy and cumbersome to carry in large quantities. A single string of copper coins could weigh around 7 to 8 pounds, limiting him to transporting only 10 or so strings at a time. When converting his sales of powerful pills into silver, he often found himself burdened with several dozen pounds of weight. Carrying such wealth was not only physically taxing, but also invited the unwanted attention of robbers and thieves. Yet, even if his secret were discovered now, he had no intention of admitting it. I currently have no money on me, and what difference does it make? Don't play the fool. Tell us the truth. Where did you acquire this money? Where is it hidden? The youth accompanying the chubby boy, evidently impatient, brandished a short sword and threatened him loudly. At that moment, the 3 had encircled him, forming a tight triangle. Seeing that the young man did not respond, the youth thrust his sword toward his neck. Having fought with Zhao Wang before, the young man had gained some experience. He swiftly drew the heavy sword from his back and struck at the youth's sword. With a slight clang, the youth was left with only the hilt of his sword, the blade shattered on the ground. The young man seized the moment to unleash a series of strikes, straight thrusts, diagonal slashes, and vertical cuts. With a sickening sound, the youth was cleaved in half, blood spraying forth. It hurts. It hurts, he cried, writhing on the ground, half of his body lying lifelessly. The young man, holding the bloodied sword, felt a twinge of pity at such a grim sight, and could only offer a slight consolation. Bear with it. The pain will soon subside. You heartless wretch. The middle-aged man bellowed, drawing his own blade to attack the young man. The young man countered with a swift strike. But the middle-aged man deftly evaded the clash of weapons. They exchanged blows several times without so much as touching one another. The middle-aged man's skill far surpassed that of Zhao Wang, as he adeptly maneuvered around the young man, seeking an opportunity to strike. The young man relished this challenge. With Zhao Wang avoiding him, he had long sought someone to spar with, and here, at last, was a worthy opponent. As the fight intensified, he grew more exhilarated and confident, even managing to execute a few moves from his sword technique. In the midst of their duel, the young man spotted an opening. He lunged forward, closing the distance to the middle-aged man, and swung his sword. Boom! The middle-aged man could only block with his knife in desperation. Yet, the moment their weapons met, the middle-aged man felt an overwhelming force surge through him, shattering his knife and fracturing several bones in his arm. Thankfully, his combat experience allowed him to retreat a few yards, narrowly escaping with his life. Now standing at a safe distance, his right arm hung limply, likely rendered useless. You indeed possess considerable strength, almost besting me. However, brute force alone is merely that of a warrior. Allow me to demonstrate the techniques of a cultivator. As he spoke, 2 yellow talismans appeared in his remaining hand. The young man had seen such talismans before, used by his master for exorcisms and healing, but had never grasped their true significance. Now, he watched as the middle-aged man spat blood onto the talismans, which transformed into a blue and a yellow light. The yellow light enveloped the middle-aged man, forming a golden shield around him, while the blue light morphed into a dozen wooden stakes that shot rapidly towards the young man. Reacting swiftly, he leapt 2 yards into the air, narrowly dodging the stakes as they flew beneath him. However, as he began to descend, the stakes curved back, aiming directly at him. In that moment, he recalled a difficult maneuver from his sword technique, one that required the wind to pass through and the rain to stay out. Having practiced it amidst torrential downpours, he knew it would suffice to deflect these stakes. Clang, clang, clang. After a series of rapid sounds, the stakes were severed, dissipating into spiritual energy in the air. With renewed determination, the young man lunged forward, arriving before the middle-aged man, ready to strike. Bang! His sword collided with the golden shield, producing a deafening noise, but the shield merely shook without breaking. He struck again and again, pouring all his strength into his blows. Yet the shield remained unyielding. Haha, young man, do you think you can contend with the methods of the immortals? The middle-aged man taunted, producing another yellow talisman. Fearing another bizarre technique, the young man quickly summoned the true energy from his dantian, channeling it through his meridians and into his heavy sword. The sword began to radiate a blinding light. You are also a cultivator, the middle-aged man exclaimed, his face pale with shock. He had ventured out to rob, relying on decades of cultivation to intimidate a youth, only to find himself confronted by someone of far superior power, at least at the 3rd level of Qi gathering. Friend, this is a misunderstanding. At this point, though, begging for mercy was futile. The young man, unable to contain himself, swung his sword. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued as the golden shield, the middle-aged man, and the young man's heavy sword all shattered simultaneously. The remnants of the middle-aged man were strewn across the ground, splattering the young man with blood. It was a pity that the talismans in the middle-aged man's possession were also destroyed. Otherwise, the young man had intended to collect them for further study. Crack, crack, crack. A strange sound emerged from behind him. Turning, the young man saw the chubby boy from the sword shop, now paralyzed with fear. A large stain spreading beneath him, accompanied by a foul odor. The chubby boy attempted to speak, but his lips trembled, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, rendering him utterly speechless. The young man had never encountered such cowardice before. Approaching, he delivered a few sharp slaps, which finally quelled the boy's trembling. You are finished. You have slain a member of the Daoxian sect. You have landed yourself in grave trouble. As the chubby boy regained composure, he attempted to threaten the young man. Clearly, you are aware of many matters. The young man glanced at the surrounding scene, which was horrifically chaotic and unsuitable for interrogation. Without hesitation, he removed a package from the corpse, discovering a copper plate among the scattered remains, which he promptly stashed into his bag. Then he took the plump boy and slipped into the thicket by the roadside. After walking for about 10 miles, he finally found a secluded spot to throw the boy to the ground. What happened? Don't kill me. I'll tell everything. The plump boy clung to Er Gouzi's leg, tears and snot streaming down his face. Er Gouzi had already devised over 10 methods of coercion, yet not a single one was necessary. The plump boy confessed everything without hesitation. This left Er Gouzi feeling as though his punch had landed on emptiness, devoid of satisfaction. Half an hour later, Er Gouzi departed alone, leaving behind the lifeless body of the plump boy. Indeed, the boy was sufficiently cowardly. There was no need for severe torture, as he had divulged all the information clearly, providing Er Gouzi with valuable intelligence. However, his excessive timidity made Er Gouzi uneasy, prompting him to eliminate the problem entirely. According to the plump boy, driven by greed and fear of Er Gouzi's strength, he had secretly contacted members of the Daoxian sect to take action together. The boy described the Daoxian sect as a mysterious and remarkable sect of immortal practitioners. Their family sword shop occasionally crafted items for the sect, leading to some interaction. However, he never anticipated that in seeking help from these cultivators, he would encounter individuals far more formidable than himself. At that moment, Er Gouzi held an ancient leather-bound book he had discovered on the boy. The cover bore the title The Compendium of Weapons. He couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Finally, he had come across a book with both a beginning and an end. The texts in his master's possession had no covers, and often lacked even titles. Casually flipping through the pages, he found the first half of the book filled with various materials, documenting numerous rare substances he had never heard of, including his refined copper and silver. The latter half introduced an array of peculiar forging techniques. Er Gouzi thought it would be beneficial to study these methods in his spare time. After all, knowledge is never burdensome. Besides the book, he also found a few pieces of silver and picked up a copper token inscribed with a single black character, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Retracing his steps to the official road, he noticed that night had fallen. After some contemplation, he turned towards the county town. Having already committed murder against the plump boy, he decided to eradicate his entire family to prevent future retribution. However, he arrived at the sword shop only to find it engulfed in flames, along with several neighboring establishments. Observing the crowd, he noted that no one from the sword shop had been seen. According to the gossipers, it seemed the entire family had inadvertently perished in the fire. With the family dead, Er Gouzi found himself relieved of further complications. After a scuffle and such a long journey, he was already exhausted and hungry. So he purchased 10 large meat buns from a nearby shop, eating as he continued his journey home. Upon returning to Shiko Mountain, he collapsed into sleep, taking 3 days to restore the energy he had expended. The first opportunity he seized was to visit Sanchatsi town to seek out his master. Master, have you heard of the Daoxian sect? Li Banshan's expression tightened at the mention. What is the matter? You must avoid any contact with them. It could cost you your head, or even lead to the extermination of your entire clan. Why? Er Gouzi, having spent his days farming, was oblivious to such matters. All sects must obtain government approval to establish themselves in designated areas, and there are strict regulations regarding the size of their membership. Any sect operating without government sanction is deemed a cult. Such cults typically disregard governmental authority and privately disseminate cultivation techniques, leading to severe punishment. The Daoxian sect fell squarely into this category of cult. As Li Banzian spoke, he took a large sip of tea to soothe his throat. Reflecting on the transmission of cultivation methods, he deeply regretted accepting Er Gouzi as a disciple. While Er Gouzi remained unaware, Li Banzian clearly recognized the gravity of illegally transmitting cultivation techniques, which is a serious offense. Those in power might pass such knowledge without consequence, but a fortune-telling master like himself would face execution if caught. To his surprise, the shabby cultivation manual had proven genuine, and this foolish boy had unwittingly managed to master it. Master, there's another piece of good news. I have successfully registered to take the examination for martial scholars. Er Gouzi felt it was only right to share this joy with his master. What? So soon? Li Banzian was taken aback, dropping his teacup to the ground. His heart filled not with joy, but dread. I want to give it a try. What if I succeed? Er Gouzi possessed little confidence in his chances, but merely wished to take a shot at it. Without a title, common folk could easily be bullied, subjected to beatings and insults by the constables at will. However, Li Banzian was in turmoil. The secret of the transmitted cultivation techniques would likely be exposed. Once Er Gouzi attempted the examination, it would surely reveal inconsistencies. If he were charged with the crime of private dissemination of celestial techniques, even 10 heads would not suffice as recompense. Furthermore, As Er Gouzi's strength grew, it would become increasingly difficult to deceive him. Should his secrets come to light, Li Banqian's frail body would struggle to withstand the consequences. In retrospect, he had profited considerably from Er Gouzi. It was time for him to depart. Ergo, I am preparing for a journey far away. Where are you going, master, and how long will you be gone? Er Gouzi found this sudden announcement surprising. I am going to Kunlun Mountain to gather some celestial herbs, which may take at least 3 to 5 years, or perhaps even over a decade. Take care of yourself, and do not slacken. Kunlun Mountain? Er Gouzi had only heard of it in stories, a legendary place inhabited by immortals capable of great feats. A realm far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. Master, could you take your disciple to witness it? The words slipped out before he could think, and he immediately regretted them. He had several acres of land and a flock of geese that needed tending. Kunlun Mountain was 100,000 miles away, towering high above, inaccessible to mere mortals. Li Banqian had no intention of bringing him along, but before leaving, he felt compelled to extract one last bit of money from Er Gouzi. Chapter 34. Spells. As the master was about to depart, Er Gouzi prepared some provisions for him to consume on the journey, seizing the opportunity to absorb more of his teachings. Even if you attain unparalleled martial prowess in the future, you must conduct yourself with humility and refrain from revealing your abilities easily. Moreover, do not mention my name in front of outsiders. I have always valued anonymity over fame and disliked disturbances from the outside world. At the moment of parting, Li Banqian reiterated his admonition, warning Er Gouzi not to disclose his true identity. The disciple understood the gravity of this instruction and bowed his head in deep shame. His master, a recluse who shunned ostentation, contrasted sharply with Er Gouzi, who felt superficial for taking pride in even minor achievements. Master, what should I do if I encounter difficulties in my training after your departure? Upon hearing this, Li Banqian's expression turned troubled, and he fell into a long silence. This matter was indeed complex. However, after much hesitation, he seemed to arrive at a significant decision. Given the sincerity you have shown, I have decided to forsake the ancestral teachings and impart the complete set of techniques to you. Thank you, master, Er Gouzi exclaimed, filled with excitement as he bowed deeply. Nevertheless, Li Banqian continued, if I were to give you the ancestral teachings for free, it would be an act of great disrespect. Do you mean I need to pay? How much is required? Er Gouzi quickly grasped the underlying meaning. Discussing money between master and disciple felt somewhat awkward. A mere gesture of sincerity would suffice. As a sage, Li Banqian wished to maintain a semblance of dignity. To show sincerity, a sum of around 100 taels would be appropriate. Such material wealth, if accumulated excessively, can lead to a taint of the mundane. A simple offering of just over 100 taels will suffice. Li Banqian spoke nonchalantly, yet in reality, 100 taels would sustain him for several years if he were to economize. Naturally, Er Gouzi was more than willing to part with such a sum to obtain his master's precious techniques. This time, Li Banqian handed over a complete volume without further alterations. As he was departing and had no intention of deceiving his disciple, the honest and straightforward Er Gouzi, despite Li Banqian's iron will, had evoked a sense of guilt in him from the numerous deceptions. Upon receiving the tome, Er Gouzi glanced at the title inscribed on it, Fundamental Spells. His heart raced at the sight of those characters. However, he first respectfully presented a large bag of silver, all of which was ordinary currency. Being a man of integrity, he adhered to his master's advice that excessive wealth could lead to worldly entanglements. Thus he offered exactly 100 taels, leaving nothing extra. Li Banqian weighed the bag, secretly appreciating Er Gouzi's shrewdness. He had specified over 100 taels, yet the disciple had offered exactly 100. As a token of remembrance, Li Banqian decided to bequeath a treasured ancestral jade pendant, but noted that such heirlooms could not be given away freely. Disciple, do you understand what level of sincerity is required? Through their years of interaction, Er Gouzi had become adept at recognizing the need to present some silver as a gesture of respect. Such treasures are invaluable. In the past, I would not part with them for even 50 taels. 50 taels? Er Gouzi stared at the jade pendant in Li Banqian's hand. It was no larger than 3 fingers and bore some cracks. To be frank, he was reluctant to spend substantial silver on what he perceived as a trivial object, especially since he had seen similar jade in the county for merely 3 to 5 taels. Nonetheless, having received years of guidance from his master, he could not bear to refuse him now. Thus, he reluctantly produced another 50 taels, accepting the ancestral jade pendant. Li Banjian tossed aside a volume of techniques and the jade pendant, waved his hand, and departed from Sanchotsi town with only a bun in hand. Before leaving, he entrusted the house where he had resided for decades to Er Gouzi for care and management. The master leads you to the door, but the cultivation lies within oneself. From this moment on, Er Gouzi would have to navigate his path alone for a considerable time, having apprenticed for approximately 2.5 years since he was 14. Although Li Banjian had accepted some silver, he had imparted a wealth of knowledge. In the past, he could not read a single character the size of a watermelon. Now, he could effortlessly read any book. The master had also taught him an unnamed technique, which he suspected might be a celestial art, and he had already progressed to the 3rd level. In addition, he had left behind the volume of fundamental spells and a jade pendant. The pendant seemed to be an ordinary item. However, since it was a gift from his master, he vowed to cherish it. After bidding farewell to his master, he eagerly began to peruse the fundamental spells. This tome was unlike any martial arts he had encountered before, and upon finishing it, he felt a sense of unreality. It contained a plethora of extraordinary techniques, including sword control technique, fireball technique, rejuvenation technique, wood spike technique, binding technique, water arrow technique, earth shield technique, and talisman technique. The spells recorded within were remarkably mystical, akin to the legendary secrets of immortals. The last time he encountered those Daoxian sect individuals, they had seemingly employed the wood spike technique and the golden light shield, both of which were documented in the tome. Previously, he had heard villagers speak of the county magistrate as a celestial being capable of riding clouds and summoning rain, an enigmatic figure indeed. His master, too, was undoubtedly a person of celestial stature. Li Banjian had shown him immense kindness, imparting these secrets for merely 100 taels. He resolved to devote himself to training diligently, not to let his master down. However, the spells left behind by his master were profoundly intricate, challenging to comprehend, and even more arduous to cultivate. After half a month's practice, he had only grasped the basics of the wind manipulation technique. This spell generated a gentle breeze around him, allowing him to run faster and leap higher. Consequently, he finally made significant progress in the sword techniques he had previously struggled to master. With the wind manipulation technique, he could often leap over 3 zhang in height, twirling his sword midair and executing various sword maneuvers. Furthermore, many formerly challenging sword techniques became manageable with the aid of the wind manipulation technique. As a result, he felt a surge of confidence in his preparation for the upcoming martial talent examination several months later. Apart from the wind manipulation technique, the remaining spells were even more profound and required considerable time and effort to master. He decided to postpone studying them until after the examination. For now, he focused entirely on preparing for the martial talent exam, as it did not require the use of these spells. His heavy sword had been destroyed during his encounter with the Daoxian sect practitioners, leaving him without a weapon. He could only wield a branch for practice, which felt cumbersome. To participate in the examination, he needed to procure a suitable weapon. After reviewing the 100 Weapons Codex, he acquired some understanding of weapon forging. Since he possessed high-quality materials, he yearned to craft a durable sword himself. He emptied his gourd, revealing stored silver, copper, and iron. The iron came from a discarded sword, totaling over 200 jin, which had transformed into refined iron through the gourd storage. He also had over a dozen strings of copper coins, amounting to approximately 100 jin. His silver supply was modest. Most of his earnings had been spent on nourishing pills, leaving him with just over 200 taels of silver. After examining these materials, he planned to primarily use silver and copper with a small amount of iron mixed in. According to the 100 Weapons Codex, for cultivators, the refined iron was merely a basic material, and one could even refine it 1,000 or 10,000 times. He went to Sanchotsi town to purchase some charcoal and paid a premium to acquire a complete set of blacksmithing tools. In his initial attempts, he encountered several failures. Yet after a fortnight of diligent experimentation, he finally forged a magnificent sword measuring 3 feet 6 inches in length, 6 inches in width, and weighing an impressive 150 pounds. The sword's overall hue was a striking yellow, adorned with silver-white veins resembling the intricate root systems of a tree, sprawling across its blade in a visually captivating manner. Although somewhat broad, when slung across his back, it resembled a hefty door panel. With a single hand, Er Gouzi wielded the sword and struck down upon a massive stone weighing several hundred pounds, producing a resounding crash as a substantial chunk broke off. Upon inspecting the blade, He noted minimal damage, though not exceptionally sharp. Its considerable weight and his immense strength rendered it capable of cleaving through obstacles effortlessly. In the days that followed, he devoted himself to rigorous training, mastering both the wind manipulation technique and swordsmanship. Now, he could execute the wind manipulation technique with such finesse that he traversed the sheer cliffs of Shiko Mountain with the ease of walking on solid ground. The hefty sword in his hand could effortlessly slice through protruding rocks along the precipice. In addition to honing his skills, he sought to level the mountain somewhat. Previously, a narrow path had existed between the cliffs for climbing, but he had long since blocked it with large stones. However, for those determined enough, a climb was still feasible. Now, he intended to eliminate all footholds, ensuring that no monkeys would ever scale the mountain again. 3 months passed, and the cliffs surrounding Shiko Mountain were left smooth and even under his relentless efforts. Even if monkeys attempted to climb, they would surely sustain injuries. Consequently, he no longer needed to worry about intruders pilfering from his mountain. As for himself, aided by the wind manipulation technique, he could ascend and descend the cliffs with merely a slight exertion of force. One day, Er Gouzi leaped from the summit of Shiko Mountain, the heavy sword on his back, using his hands and feet occasionally to gain traction on the slick rock face. With a few deft maneuvers in midair, he landed gracefully on solid ground. Barefoot, he walked along the path through the fields, where the rice paddies on either side had begun to yield their ears. Soon ready for harvest. "Good day," a resounding voice echoed from the fields. Turning, he saw Ahu, the eldest son of Er Gouzi. Ahu was busy with a 4-year-old child, trampling the weeds into the mud, effectively suffocating them while enriching the soil. Though the child barely reached the height of the seedlings, he worked with notable diligence, promising to become a skilled farmer in the future. As Er Gouzi gazed upon the plot of land, he couldn't help but think of his father, Er Gouzi. This very acre had been purchased with the 20 stones of grain his father had toiled for. The entire family cherished this land as if it were a sacred ancestral heirloom, lavishing it with every form of nourishment. "Have you heard any news about your father?" he inquired. No, Ahu replied with a calm demeanor, devoid of sorrow or joy. After exchanging a few more words with Ahu, Er Gouzi continued on his way, sword in tow, for tomorrow marked the day of the martial scholar examination, and he needed to head to the county town to participate. Chapter 35. The examination begins. The examination for the martial scholars of Anshan County has commenced, marking the annual grand event that draws many spectators from the surrounding areas. It has also attracted individuals with ulterior motives, hoping to select a son-in-law among the candidates, as all the county's promising young men gather here. In previous years, several families have even clashed over a single young man they fancied. The examination venue is set in the schoolyard opposite the county office, spanning over 100 yards. Surrounding it are fences, guarded by officials. At this moment, Er Gouzi enters the examination grounds with a heart full of trepidation. Thanks to the arrangements made by Sima E, he has managed to follow behind a young member of the Sima family, allowing him to enter smoothly. Otherwise, given the guard's demeanor, he would have undoubtedly faced considerable difficulty. "Thank you, Brother Sima," he expressed gratefully. "No need for thanks. I merely acted on my elder brother's request," the young Sima replied curtly, seemingly uninterested in further interaction. Before turning to join a group of jovial young gentlemen from the county, "Sima Dong, who is that person? Why did you bring a peasant into the examination?" one of the onlookers inquired. "I do not know him. My 14th brother insisted I bring him along," Sima Dong replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "Since when has the threshold for the martial scholar examination been so low that even a peasant can join in?" At this moment, Er Gouzi, clad in a faded coarse cloth robe, stood out starkly among the other candidates dressed in fine silks and satins, creating a large void around him as no one dared approach. Curiosity sparked among the onlookers, wondering how a rural farmer managed to infiltrate their ranks. The other candidates cast inquisitive glances at Er Gouzi, their expressions tinged with a sense of superiority, akin to observing a fool. For ordinary families, scraping together funds for lamp oil and writing materials to study a bit may yield a glimmer of hope for the civil examinations. However, the path of martial scholarship demands significant resources, far beyond the reach of commoners. Thus, there were no impoverished individuals present in the examination grounds. The sudden appearance of an unaware farmer elicited expectations of his inevitable humiliation, adding a touch of amusement to the proceedings. Er Gouzi, now more perceptive than ever, caught snippets of laughter and banter from the wealthy young lords around him. The elite circles to which they belonged were not places he could easily infiltrate, as individuals like Sima E were exceedingly rare. Standing alone amidst the crowd, he felt like a crane among chickens, surveying the surroundings where numerous onlookers had gathered, some even bringing chairs and tables to sell tea and fruits. Vendors wandered through the throng, peddling roasted seeds for a mere penny, while some unscrupulous individuals seized the opportunity to pick pockets. In short, while the candidates were tense, the atmosphere among the spectators was lively and cheerful. In the center of the examination area stood a high platform adorned with numerous chairs for the examiners. At this moment, the chairs remained unoccupied as the officials had yet to arrive. Bong, bong, bong. A resounding clang of gongs silenced the crowd, compelling everyone to stand on tiptoe to gaze at the platform. A group of individuals escorted the county magistrate, who strode confidently to the center before taking his seat. To his side sat a row of 5 chief examiners responsible for grading, while the remaining chairs were reserved for notable figures from the county. Er Gouzi was surprised to see Sima E among the officials, standing behind a middle-aged man with a bushy beard. He also spotted his cousin, Zhang Yuliang, within the throng of spectators. The martial scholar examination of Anshan County under the Great Zhou dynasty officially begins. The booming voice declared, signaling the commencement of the examination. The rules were announced. The examination would consist of 3 rounds, starting with a weightlifting test serving as an elimination round. Candidates must lift a 500-pound stone above their heads and walk a lap around the area to qualify for the subsequent rounds. Failure to lift the weight would indicate insufficient strength, disqualifying them from further participation. As the strength assessment began, over 100 candidates were divided into 10 groups to take turns. The young lords, previously adorned in their fine garments, now revealed their true capabilities. Each one, showcasing robust muscles, let out a mighty roar as they hoisted the massive stone overhead and began to stride, prompting gasps of admiration from the onlookers. Of course, every success requires the contrast of failure to shine even brighter. Some candidates exerted every ounce of strength, barely managing to lift the stone, trembling and wobbling until they fell to the ground. The comical misfortune of these failures elicited waves of laughter from the crowd, as witnessing other struggles brought them genuine joy. Thus, when it was Er Gouzi's turn, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Spectators had their snacks ready, eagerly anticipating his performance. Among the 12 candidates in his group, nearly all eyes were fixed upon him, not because of any striking features, but due to his incongruous appearance as a farmer, leading everyone to predict his imminent failure. However, reality seldom bends to expectations. The 12 candidates approached a line of stones, and while 11 of them spread their legs in a stance, carefully seeking the optimal angle to exert force, Er Gouzi simply squatted down, lifted the stone with ease, and casually tucked it under his arm. This scene struck the onlookers with a profound sense of disbelief, as if he were cradling a hollow piece of wood rather than a hefty stone. Meanwhile, the other candidates were bellowing as they finally managed to lift their stones overhead, trudging forward with labored steps. Observing this, Er Gouzi realized his method was unorthodox and worried he might attract the scrutiny of the examiners. These officials, with ample time on their hands, often relished finding reasons to trouble others. Thus, he hastily dropped the stone back to the ground, mimicking the others by adopting their stance, yelling as he lifted the stone above his head. While the others moved forward slowly, Er Gouzi followed suit, determined to blend in and avoid drawing any ire from the examiners. His mimicry, however, manifested as blatant mockery in the eyes of the others, leaving them feeling insulted. In truth, for Er Gouzi, lifting 500 pounds was hardly a feat. After all, the sword on his back weighed 150 pounds. He continued to carry the stone around the field, his expression unchanged, breathing steadily, and barely breaking a sweat. This display left those who had anticipated a spectacle thoroughly disappointed. Chapter 36. The secret to becoming stronger. The first round of the strength assessment concluded. Nearly half of the candidates were eliminated. The performance of Er Gouzi during the assessment was so extraordinary that it naturally aroused suspicions among many. It appeared almost as if he had cheated. Some individuals discreetly approached the stone slab that Er Gouzi had discarded, exerting all their strength to confirm that there was no deception involved. The subsequent 2 assessments were scored on a points system, with the weaponry and combat examinations categorized into 3 ranks, A, B, and C, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower tiers. During the weaponry segment, candidates took turns demonstrating their skills, while 5 examiners on stage provided evaluations. Unlike the previous weightlifting task, this phase showcased a diverse range of techniques. Candidates demonstrated various weapons, including swords, spears, and halberds, among others. Several students wielding swords stepped forward, but Er Gouzi found himself perplexed as their techniques deviated from what his master had taught him. The swords appeared exquisite, glinting with a chilling light, seemingly sharp. Yet they were rather diminutive, weighing no more than a few pounds. To Er Gouzi, they resembled the delicate needles used by young maidens. Under his master's guidance, he had trained with a sword weighing 100 pounds and was accustomed to such heft. The swordplay exhibited by the other candidates was also markedly different from his own, appearing more fluid and graceful. However, their movements lacked amplitude, with jumps barely reaching 3 feet high and thrusts extending only a few feet. Inadvertently, Er Gouzi began to apply his master's standards to the other candidates. He noticed one candidate who jumped to a mere 5 feet, yet received a high score, becoming a frontrunner for the title of martial scholar. This left him bewildered about the criteria for scoring swordplay. After a lengthy wait, it was finally Er Gouzi's turn to take the stage. His entrance captured the attention of everyone present. Initially, spectators were curious about him because he appeared to be a simple farmer and they expected him to falter. However, this time, their interest stemmed from his outstanding performance in the previous weightlifting round. The county magistrate, who had been dozing off on the high platform, perked up at the sight of a youth dressed like a peasant, brandishing an enormous sword resembling a door plank. He regarded Er Gouzi with intrigue, pondering which family this young man belonged to. The officials seated on the platform exchanged glances, perplexed as to who could cultivate such an extraordinary talent. Is he truly a prodigy at such a young age, possessing the 3rd level of chi training? The county magistrate mused aloud, prompted by his curiosity. Several higher-ranked officials employed their abilities to scrutinize Er Gouzi, while those lacking sufficient skill could only watch in awe. Indeed, he possessed the 3rd level of chi training. Whose offspring could this be? They had evidently kept it well hidden. Standing behind a bearded individual, Sima felt elated for Er Gouzi. He never anticipated that this seemingly simple friend harbored such depth. His own brother, Sima Hong, was also hailed as a genius. Having trained in martial arts since childhood and only recently breaking through to the 3rd level of chi training at nearly 30 years of age. However, considering Er Gouzi's frequent purchases of nourishing pills, it was not surprising that he had reached the same level. Meanwhile, Er Gouzi had drawn forth his massive sword. Compared to the other candidates, his weapon was undoubtedly extravagant, prompting whispers among the onlookers questioning whether it was merely a wooden imitation, lacking true weight. If the sword were solid steel, it would weigh at least 100 pounds. Surely, this peasant was not attempting to amuse the crowd. For someone capable of lifting 500 pounds, wielding a 100-pound sword should pose no challenge. You know nothing. To wield a 100-pound weapon, one must possess a strength of at least 1,000 pounds, remarked Zhang Yuliang, who remained silent, knowing the sword was indeed genuine. In the arena, Er Gouzi held the sword aloft, assumed a stance, took a deep breath, and leaped over 30 feet into the air. While airborne, he executed 5 dazzling sword flourishes before descending to strike. Gasps echoed throughout the martial arts arena, including from the 5 examiners on the platform. With a resounding crash, the enormous sword struck the stone floor, sending sparks flying as the 5-inch thick stone was cleaved in two. Next, Er Gouzi spun 960 degrees on the spot, leaping backward with remarkable speed, and in the blink of an eye, he was 2 yards away, thrusting his sword once more. This maneuver evoked another wave of astonishment from the crowd. As Er Gouzi continued to display his swordsmanship, the astonishment only intensified, leading the examiners to call for silence multiple times to restore order. Er Gouzi, caught in the fervor, poured even more effort into his performance. Originally able to leap 2 yards, he utilized his wind control technique to soar 3 yards instead. His swordplay grew increasingly ferocious, shattering the stone floor beneath him. Upon completing his demonstration, the ground around him resembled a field that had been thoroughly plowed. He bowed towards the examiners, sword in hand, awaiting their score. Given the electric atmosphere, he believed he would earn a high rating. After a prolonged discussion among the 5 examiners, they finally revealed a wooden board, B middle. Upon hearing the examiner's announcement of his score, Er Gouzi stood there, stunned, convinced he had misheard. Despite the electrifying atmosphere during his demonstration, where applause rang out, he had utilized all his skills aside from his chi. Why had he only received a B middle rating? Unable to contain his frustration, he stood amidst the debris and queried the examiners. Surely, he felt, he should not have performed so poorly. Even if he couldn't achieve an A rating, a stable B upper or lower should have been within his grasp. To receive merely a B middle led him to suspect some hidden agenda, perhaps due to a lack of monetary influence. Confronted with Er Gouzi's query, the examiner on the high platform did not wield his authority oppressively. The bearded examiner seated in front of Sima cleared his throat and spoke. I am Sima Gang, the county S officer and the chief examiner for this round. Upon hearing this, Er Gouzi quickly bowed in respect, recognizing that since he bore the surname Sima, he must be a senior relative of Sima and would likely not intentionally undermine him. Your swordplay demonstration was, to put it mildly, difficult to watch. It is evident that you possess no understanding of swordsmanship and merely flailed about aimlessly. Considering your potential and cultivation level, we reluctantly awarded you a B middle. Furthermore, you have damaged the examination arena's stone tiles, and you are ordered to compensate with 100 taels of silver. Sima Gang's words prompted a chorus of laughter from the audience. At that moment, Er Gouzi realized that the lively atmosphere during his demonstration had merely entertained the spectators. In the eyes of true martial artists, it was inconsequential. Blushing with embarrassment, he felt utterly humiliated. His master had indeed spoken the truth. His current level fell far short of that required to be a martial scholar. Nevertheless, having come this far, he resolved to earnestly participate in the next round of combat assessments. Although his strength was lacking, he would give it his all. After waiting for approximately another hour, the second round of assessments concluded. The scores of all candidates ranged from C upper to A upper, with Er Gouzi's performance ranking at the bottom. The final round of combat examinations would feature two examiners taking turns to engage in combat with the candidates, scoring them based on their performance during the battles. The martial arts examination posed a significantly greater challenge than the weapon demonstrations, as most candidates preceding Er Gouzi had only achieved a grade of B. As long as one could endure 10 moves from the examiner, a grade A was assured. When it was Er Gouzi's turn, he did not dare to harbor lofty expectations. He resolved to do his utmost. Unleashing his full power, he wondered how many strikes he could withstand. The examiner, a robust man in his 30s wielding a 3-foot sword, did not draw his weapon from its sheath. Er Gouzi performed a salute, raised the massive wooden sword in his hand, and swung it horizontally at the examiner. The advanced sword techniques imparted by his master had long been cast aside. Initially, the examiner paid little heed. He casually raised his sword to block. Just as their weapons were about to collide, a fierce gust of wind surged forward, signaling his grave oversight. With a resounding crash, the examiner's sword sheath shattered, and the blade splintered. The massive wooden sword continued its relentless trajectory, poised to strike at the examiner's waist. Realizing the dire consequence of his strike, Er Gouzi, in a moment of panic, could not retract his blow. Instead, he pivoted his wrist to avoid the blade and struck the examiner with the sword's body. The impact sent the examiner hurtling backwards, crashing against a wall before slumping to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Er Gouzi stood frozen, bewildered by the turn of events. He had not anticipated the examiner's fragility. He had exerted only 60% of his strength in that initial strike. Not just Er Gouzi, but the entire arena fell into a stunned silence. It was well known that these examiners were no pushovers. Each was at least a martial scholar of considerable prowess, feared and respected in their circles. Historically, against candidates, they needed only to exert a fraction of their strength, ensuring that no harm befell the examinees. Yet today, one strike had sent an examiner flying, a truly unprecedented occurrence. Er Gouzi, now realizing the gravity of his mistake, discarded his sword and hurried over to assess the examiner's injuries. I'm so sorry. It wasn't intentional. I promise to be more careful next time. He sincerely apologized, knowing he had erred. The examiner, seasoned in combat, had managed to shield himself with his arms at the last moment, resulting in fractured bones but sparing his internal organs. Hearing Er Gouzi's words felt akin to salt being rubbed into his wounds. You didn't mean to? Careless, indeed. The humiliation was unbearable. He felt he could never show his face again. Finally, unable to restrain himself, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted. Er Gouzi, lacking medical knowledge, found himself at a loss, not knowing how to assist the unconscious examiner. Thankfully, several individuals rushed over, examined the examiner, administered some medicine, and hastily carried him away. Left alone, Er Gouzi stood uncertain, conflicted about whether to leave or stay. Let the examination continue. The commanding voice of Sima Gang snapped everyone's attention back to the arena. After deliberation among the 5 chief examiners, Zhang Erge's performance in this practical assessment was deemed an A. A gasp of disbelief filled the air. He had achieved a perfect score. The entire examination venue erupted into fervent discussion. The practical exam was notoriously difficult. Merely attaining a grade B was commendable. Securing an A grade, let alone a perfect score, was a dream for most. Today, Er Gouzi had inadvertently provided a template for future candidates. If one could knock out an examiner in a single strike, a perfect score was within reach. Many candidates began to stir with ideas on how to incapacitate an examiner. Years later, stories of various techniques to bring down an examiner would still circulate among candidates. However, regardless of cunning strategies, truly knocking out an examiner remained an arduous feat. Zhang Ergu, your strike was excessively forceful, resulting in severe injuries to the examiner. You are required to compensate with 100 taels of silver. Do you have any objections? The students voiced no dissent. Er Gouzi did not dare to dispute the matter. After the examination, he found himself indebted for 200 taels of silver. Nonetheless, he recognized the fault lay with him, and compensation was only fair. Following his exit, a new examiner took the stage, and the next candidate approached. This candidate bowed and immediately attempted a sneaky attack, employing a despicable technique against the examiner. The examiner, infuriated, effortlessly sent the candidate flying with a swat. Clearly, the candidate's attempt to ambush the examiner backfired, resulting in a mere grade C. This elicited laughter from the audience, mocking the candidate's audacity. The subsequent candidates, contemplating similar ambushes, were now acutely aware of their own abilities. Amidst the lively atmosphere, only Zhang Yuliang remained silent, his expression grave. He recognized the examiner who had been knocked out by Er Gouzi. The man was among the strongest martial scholars, held in high esteem, and reputed to be on the verge of transcending into a realm of spiritual cultivation. Yet, under Er Gouzi's hand, he had fallen in a single strike. If Zhang Yuliang were to face Er Gouzi, he would have no strength left to retaliate. While others remained oblivious to the intricacies, Zhang Yuliang knew Er Gouzi well. Having watched him grow, he had seen him endure bullying and scorn, living on scraps. In just over 2 years, Er Gouzi had undergone a remarkable transformation. Zhang Yuliang suspected that a profound secret lay behind this rapid ascent in strength, one that could alter one's fate. Resolute, he clenched his teeth and departed the examination venue, requesting leave from the Zhengwu Hall before making his way towards Sanchazi town. He intended to secretly investigate Snake Mouth Mountain, suspecting that the secret to Er Gouzi's newfound strength was hidden there. Chapter 37. Reluctance to settle down after finishing his examinations. Er Gouzi did not return immediately to Shikushan, but instead took temporary residence in a dilapidated inn in the county town. With the exams concluded, he faced several days of waiting for the results to be announced, revealing the names of successful candidates. During this time, Er Gouzi took the opportunity to wander about the county town, indulging in the vibrant world around him. Unlike before, when he could only occasionally savor meat buns, he now indulged in them daily, consuming more than 10 at each meal. However, due to this examination, he had accrued a debt of 200 taels of silver. His previous savings had been exhausted in forging a sword, leaving him with very little in his pocket. Fortunately, he still had some potent pills left in his gourd, and he poured them out, filling a large sack to sell to Sima Yi. Sima Yi had been a tremendous help throughout the examination process, and Er Gouzi felt it was only right to express his gratitude. The only items he could offer as gifts were the potent pills and some medicinal herbs he had cultivated on the mountain. He retrieved a ginseng root over 20 years old from the gourd, intending to present it to Sima Yi as a token of thanks. However, upon closer inspection, he felt a sense of unease. The age of ginseng can be discerned from its appearance, and after being stored in the gourd, its aura had intensified significantly, making it conspicuous and potentially troublesome. After some thought, he decided to break off the root, rendering it unidentifiable, and wrapped it in a few dried lotus leaves, tucking it into his pocket before heading towards the rejuvenation hall with his sack on his back. "Ah, I finally found you," Er Gouzi exclaimed, eagerly biting into a meat bun as he entered the apothecary, only to be halted by Sima Yi, who seized his sleeve. "My uncle wishes to see you." "Your uncle?" Er Gouzi was momentarily taken aback, feeling a lack of fondness for the term. "The bearded man you met at the examination site," Sima Yi added, The county magistrate. What does he want with me? Er Gouzi felt a flutter of nerves at the mention of such a high-ranking official. I owe the magistrate 200 taels of silver, and I intend to repay it today. Don't be anxious. My uncle is quite amiable. He merely wishes to have a conversation with you. Nothing more. Sima Yi reassured him with a smile, noticing Er Gouzi's tense expression. All right, please tally these potent pills first. Also, this ginseng is for you. Er Gouzi tossed the sack onto the ground and produced the lotus leaf-wrapped ginseng from his pocket, offering it to Sima Yi. Thank you. Sima Yi accepted the ginseng, noting its condition without concern, and placed it in the medicine cabinet. After counting the potent pills, they settled on a total of 368 taels of silver before stepping outside together. Sima Yi then led Er Gouzi into the county's most luxurious establishment, the Hongyan building. The young attendant at the entrance greeted them with a bow and a radiant smile. Previously, Sima Yi had dined on the 3rd floor, but this time he led Er Gouzi straight to the 4th floor. The 4th floor had fewer rooms, but each was spacious and lavishly decorated. Upon entering one of the guest rooms, they found Sima Gang, who was idly sipping wine at a table laden with numerous delectable dishes that were quite appetizing. 2 stunning women attended to him, serving with great care. Having just devoured a dozen meat buns, Er Gouzi felt his hunger return at the sight of the sumptuous feast. Uncle, Zhang Ergu has arrived, Sima Yi announced as he stood at the door, bowing to Sima Gang. Er Gouzi followed suit, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the bountiful spread before him. He quickly glanced at the 2 beautiful women, lowering his head in embarrassment, his cheeks flushed. Having grown up, he had never encountered such exquisite women. Their skin was softer and fairer than tofu, appearing as though a gentle squeeze could yield water. How had the women in the city grown so enchanting? It seemed all the beautiful women had congregated at the Hongyan building. Yet, while these women were indeed alluring, their delicate skin rendered them incapable of labor, and their slender waists and legs would not suffice for farming or childbearing. Er Gouzi instinctively compared them to the second daughter of Huang Laokai. You may all leave now. Sima Gang acknowledged with a grunt, waving his hand. Sima Yi and the 2 women understood, bowed, and exited, closing the door behind them. The room was left with only the 2 of them. The county magistrate sat casually at the table, while Er Gouzi stood respectfully a few paces away. Are you Zhang Ergu? Sima Gang inquired, showing no intention of inviting Er Gouzi to sit. Yes, my humble self is Zhang Ergu, Er Gouzi replied, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture. Before such a high-ranking official, he dared not be impudent. Your skills are commendable, although your training lacks proper methodology. It is rather chaotic. Sima Gang reflected on the swordsmanship Er Gouzi had displayed. To claim he is skilled in martial arts would be misleading. His swordplay is akin to a jester's performance. Utterly amateurish. The movements are merely ostentatious, devoid of any practical combat application. What use is it to leap high and spin the sword in elaborate flourishes during a fight? Yet if one were to assert he possesses no martial skill, it would be hard to ignore his impressive agility and strength, which could even overturn the stone slabs of the training ground. He struck the examiner with such force that the man was sent flying. For someone like Er Gouzi, it was perplexing whether to classify him as skilled or unskilled in martial arts. More importantly, upon using his ability to perceive qi, Sima Gang discovered that despite his youth, Er Gouzi had attained the 3rd level of qi training, an achievement rare among his peers in the Sima family. May I inquire who your master is? Apologies, but my master has instructed me not to disclose his name. I beg your pardon, county magistrate. Er Gouzi was an honest boy, and since his master had warned him not to reveal his identity, he would not utter a word, even under duress, since it is inconvenient to reveal. I shall not press the matter today. However, disseminating immortal techniques is a grave offense. Er Gouzi's heart sank. It seemed dealings with officials rarely led to good outcomes. A minor slip-up could grant them leverage to impose severe penalties. He still struggled to comprehend how sharing his master's teachings, a consensual exchange, could be deemed a violation of the law. With your aptitude, should you diligently cultivate your skills, the possibility of advancing further and becoming a successful candidate in the martial examinations is within reach. Hearing this, Er Gouzi's face lit up with joy. It appeared the county magistrate had no intention of pursuing the matter of improper transmission of martial arts. Moreover, the magistrate's praise indicated that he might indeed succeed in the martial examination. Achieving that status would exempt him from taxes and elevate him to the same rank as the county governor. Who wouldn't desire such a position? I can recommend you to the Zhengwu Hall as an instructor, allowing you to continue your studies. What do you think? Zhengwu Hall? Er Gouzi was well aware of this place. His cousin, Zhang Yuliang, studied there, and the tuition fees were quite substantial. More importantly, similar to the examination process, without someone to sponsor you, one could not gain entry even with money. I would be most grateful, County Magistrate. Er Gouzi hurriedly expressed his gratitude, recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity. With his master gone and unlikely to return soon, he needed guidance. Very well, you may return now. Sima Gang waved his hand, indicating that Er Gouzi could take his leave. As Er Gouzi cast a casual glance at the lavish spread of food, he bowed and exited. Stepping out of the Hongyan building, he felt quite pleased. Although the county magistrate had not invited him to dine, at least he had secured a future in the martial examinations, exempting him from taxes on 100 acres of land and liberating him from forced labor. In the future, before those county officials, one may stand tall and speak without fear of being easily manipulated. Furthermore, there lies an opportunity to enter the Zhengwu Hall for study. Subsequently, he returned to the county office to repay the 200 taels of silver he owed as a penalty from the examination. It is indeed disheartening to lose such a sum over a single examination. It could have purchased numerous pigs. As time passed, Sima E, in a flurry of energy, sought out Er Gouzi on the bustling street. Do you still have any of that ginseng you provided me yesterday? I am willing to pay a premium for it. Alas, I do not. That particular root was acquired by chance, Er Gouzi replied, shaking his head. He realized he could profit from selling powerful medicinal pills and was not in haste to part with ginseng. The ginseng from Shiko Mountain, the oldest of which is merely 20 years, is valued more as it ages. He planned to cultivate it for a longer period before harvesting it for sale. Upon hearing there was none left, Sima E felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly inquired, Brother Zhang, do you have a marriage partner? No, I am still a bachelor. Why do you ask? Er Gouzi replied, slightly puzzled by the sudden question. Well, I have a cousin of a similar age, and I thought to play matchmaker for the two of you. Oh, Er Gouzi responded, scrutinizing Sima E to ascertain if he was merely a woman disguised as a man, recalling an old tale where a woman, disguised as a man, befriended the protagonist under the pretense of marrying off her sister to him. However, upon noticing Sima Yi's Adam's apple, he felt a tinge of disappointment. I am still young and not inclined to settle down. Chapter 38. A multitude of relatives. Er Gouzi has yet to return from the county, and already others have set their sights on his Snakemouth Mountain. At the foot of the mountain lies a vast expanse of farmland, all of which belongs to Er Gouzi, rented out to the Ahu family. This family busies themselves in the fields all day, making it nearly impossible for anyone to find an opportunity to ascend the mountain. One night, a shadowy figure arrived at the foot of the mountain. This individual wandered about, probing here and there, and spent the entire night in vain. Eventually, just before dawn, he cursed under his breath and departed. It was not that he lacked the desire to ascend. Rather, Er Gouzi had been exceedingly unscrupulous, completely obstructing the only path to the summit. To make matters worse, even the climbable rock face had been rendered smooth and delicate by his heavy sword, leaving no footholds for ascent. The shadowy figure attempted to scale the cliff using his lightness skill, but instead suffered multiple falls, injuring himself in the process. Ultimately, he had no choice but to retreat. However, there are always those with unwavering resolve who become more determined in the face of adversity. How could one falter before such minor obstacles? There are no tasks devoid of challenges, only courageous and tenacious thieves. Days later, the shadowy figure returned, this time not alone but accompanied by two others. As the saying goes, one hero is supported by three allies. In the realm of thievery, one must also rely on the strength of a team. Moreover, they had come prepared with tools for their endeavor. They carried several long ladders and a large bundle of ropes, intending to connect the ladders with the ropes to facilitate their ascent. The trio squatted at the base of the mountain, laboring through the night until they finally managed to assemble the long ladders, securely fastening them with ropes to create a structure over 20 zhang high. However, they did not anticipate that simply raising the ladder against the cliff would prove to be an exceedingly daunting task. Fortunately, one among them possessed remarkable martial skills. Otherwise, their efforts would have been in vain, unable to even erect the ladder. With great difficulty, the three managed to position the ladder against the smooth cliff of Snakemouth Mountain, which swayed precariously, appearing quite unsafe. Though it stood over 20 zhang tall, it was still far too short. Yet, they recalled a section above that was somewhat level, and decided to send someone up to investigate. "You are the smallest and most agile. You should climb up and try," the shadowy figure urged his slender companion. "The wise say, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall." "I shall not go," the small one replied, eyeing the swaying ladder with trepidation. "If you succeed in climbing up, I shall reward you with 20 taels of silver and even arrange a match for you." The shadowy figure continued to tempt him with wealth. Yet, the small one, gazing at the ladder that disappeared into the darkness, shook his head resolutely. The sage said, "A gentleman finds contentment in poverty and seeks the right path. Wealth and nobility gained through unjust means are as fleeting as clouds. Enough. You were encouraged to study and take the examination, not to make excuses. You proposed this idea, and now you hesitate even to ascend the ladder," the shadowy figure scolded, patting the small one's head. Gritting his teeth, he decided to ascend himself. "Support the ladder for me. I will go up and take a look." "Be careful," they replied as they positioned themselves on either side of the ladder, while one shadowy figure grasped the rungs and began to ascend. The ladder was exceedingly long. With each step he took, it swayed dangerously, threatening to topple. Climbing halfway up the mountain, he looked down at the abyss below, where darkness engulfed the landscape, obscuring the path he had taken. Gazing upward was equally disheartening, as he could not see when he might reach the summit. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his desire to see the peak, which seemed to hold a tremendous allure for him. With every gust of wind, the ladder trembled for long moments, sending chills down his spine. Yet he persisted, inching upward. Finally, a strong wind blew, and with a sharp crack, the ladder snapped in two, sending the shadowy figure plummeting like a gust of wind. "Ah, my son, brother," the two supporting the ladder exclaimed in unison. Fortunately, the shadowy figure possessed commendable martial skills, utilizing a technique of shifting weight to break his fall. Yet he still landed hard on the ground, bloodied and bruised. In that critical moment, his profound martial arts training had saved his life, preventing immediate death. "Do not perish. You are the hope of our family." The remaining two hastily lifted the injured figure and fled the scene of the incident at Snakemouth Mountain. Er Gouzi remained unaware that someone had attempted to climb his mountain and had suffered injuries as a result. Fortunately, the people of Anshan County were relatively simple-hearted. Thieves who fell while attempting to scale Snakemouth Mountain were not liable for compensation to Er Gouzi. He had spent the past few days occupied with social obligations. After being sought out by the county magistrate, many others came looking for him. Even the district officer sought him out, first inquiring about his mentor and then warning him, which left Er Gouzi trembling with fear. Subsequently, they attempted to win him over, offering him a position as a constable. However, Er Gouzi had already promised the county magistrate that he would go to Zhengwu Hall, and with a mountain of farmland to manage at home, he simply could not accept. Then, prominent wealthy families in the county began to approach him in succession, seeking to marry their daughters to him. Most offered various enticing benefits, promising generous dowries, such as properties in the county, shops, and farmland outside the city. These affluent families had relatively straightforward motives. They merely sought a good son-in-law. Er Gouzi's performance in the examination had been nothing short of remarkable, as everyone could attest. Even if he could not pass this round, he was still young, and there would surely be opportunities in the next or the following examination. There was even a possibility that he might become a successful candidate in the future. Once he achieved that, he would be on par with the county magistrates, making it difficult for these wealthy families to approach him. In any case, these families had many wives and concubines, and even more daughters. Putting forth one daughter as a gamble on the future was quite a bargain. Faced with so many immediate benefits, including a potential wife, Er Gouzi felt tempted. Ultimately, he steeled himself and declined. While he desired both a wife and farmland, Snakemouth Mountain was simply too distant for him to manage. Though other farmland was fertile, it would be difficult to find another mountain like Snakemouth, which he could ascend using his wind control technique. No one else could manage it. Furthermore, what would become of his gourd if he were to bring a wife home? Perhaps it was better to endure for a few more years and seek a solution later. In addition to these wealthy families, even representatives from the Daoxian sect sought him out. Initially, this startled Er Gouzi, leading him to fear that word had leaked and they were there to seek revenge. However, upon explaining their intentions, they revealed they wished to recruit him. Our Daoxian sect was once a great sect in the ancient cultivation world, boasting tens of thousands of disciples during its peak, with countless inherited techniques and various spiritual veins and minds. However, following a great battle, the sect was left weakened. and the current court took advantage of this to extinguish our mountain gate. Yet we still possess a wealth of cultivation legacies. By joining the Daoxian sect, you could learn these teachings. To demonstrate their legacy, the representative of the Daoxian sect produced a yellow talisman from his pocket. Observe this talisman. With but a flick of my hand, it can transform into a sharp sword, capable of severing a head from 10 paces away, as easily as plucking fruit from a tree. This is a spell talisman crafted by our talisman masters. Very few cultivators today possess the ability to create such talismans, and you may have never encountered one before. Er Gouzi gazed at the talisman, believing in the authenticity of their claims, having experienced its efficacy firsthand. Indeed, it was quite impressive, convenient to use, and formidable in power. However, he recalled his master's teachings. Joining a cult could lead to dire consequences. The authorities exhibit an unwavering ruthlessness towards cult members, capturing and executing them without mercy. Should one ascend to a position of influence within such a sect, the consequences extend to the annihilation of their entire lineage. However, for him, the notion of his family being implicated does not instill fear, as he possesses no close relatives aside from his uncle's family. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolutely declined. With fields to tend and having recently passed the military scholar examination, his future gleams with promise. He sees no reason to wade into the murky waters of cultism. I comprehend your ambition to join the government following your success as a military scholar. Who wouldn't aspire to rise in rank and wealth? Yet, as an ordinary individual devoid of power, influence, or connections, even if you were to become a martial graduate or a military scholar, what would it truly amount to? In the eyes of those officials, you are merely a tool for labor and a scapegoat for blame. The arduous tasks fall upon your shoulders, while they reap the rewards and accolades. I understand that you may find it hard to believe, but should you reconsider in the future, the Daoxian sect would welcome you with open arms. After delivering this provocative message, the envoy of the Daoxian sect clapped a yellow talisman against himself, and in an instant, he vanished before his eyes. He scanned the surroundings, finding not a trace of the man. Did you not claim the talisman could transform into a sword, severing heads from 10 paces away? Why then the sudden disappearance? I am behind you. The envoy's voice echoed from behind him. Turning to search, he found only emptiness, devoid of any presence. Where are you? Are you still there? After an agonizing wait with no response, uncertainty gnawed at him. He departed alone. The Daoxian sect's ability to appear and disappear at will instilled a sense of wariness within him, leaving him bereft of security. For one never knows if there lurks an observer in their midst. As for reporting to the authorities, that notion was even more daunting. There were no benefits to be gained, and retaliation from the Daoxian sect loomed ominously. To evade complications, he chose to remain indoors for the next few days. At last, the day of the examination results arrived. 2 officials affixed a large red paper to the wall, drawing a crowd of eager onlookers. Out of 100 or 200 candidates, only 5 emerged victorious. Among the throng, he spotted his name, Zhang Ergu, from afar. Those who failed hung their heads in despair, while the successful beamed with pride, exchanging congratulations. Under the guidance of the officials, the 5 were ushered into the county office, where the magistrate himself offered words of encouragement. The newly minted scholars were elated, almost wishing to present their loyal hearts as a tribute to the magistrate. Each received a bright red flower to adorn their chests, and the office dispatched escorts to accompany them home. Upon returning to Sankaizi town, he was greeted by a cacophony of drums and gongs. The village head, flanked by a group of gentry, stood at the town's entrance to welcome him, while onlookers crowded around. Congratulations, Brother Zhang. You are truly remarkable for your youth. Brother Zhang, with such a handsome demeanor, is clearly of a different caliber than us. Whether acquaintances or strangers, they pressed forward to offer their praises. Those who felt unworthy to approach stood at a distance, gazing enviously at the center of the crowd where Zhang Ergus stood. This scene had played out countless times over the centuries in Sankaizi town. Not long ago, he had been among those on the periphery. Now he found himself in the spotlight, the object of their envy. Engaging in conversation with the enthusiastic gentry, he soon discovered they were all distant relatives, their connections deeper than he had realized. This newfound kinship fostered an atmosphere of warmth and familiarity, with mutual calls of cousin and uncle echoing in the air. After enduring years of hardship, it was a revelation to recognize the multitude of blood relatives he had, all so kind-hearted. The normally reticent Ergu felt his cheeks flush, and tears of gratitude welled in his eyes. Alas, his elder brother had passed away too soon, unable to witness such an outpouring of familial affection. He distributed coins to the drummers and even shared with the beggars in the town, earning rounds of applause. The scholars are blessed with fortune. May the scholars have many children and abundant blessings. May good people enjoy a lifetime of peace. Then, surrounded by his newly acquainted relatives and friends, he proceeded toward Shishi village, the sound of drums echoing far and wide, drawing the attention of the entire village. People flocked to witness the spectacle, some even tumbling into the Shishi River in their excitement. Oh my, it's Er Gouzi. His aunt, her ample figure swaying, emerged from the crowd. He paused, uncertain of her intentions. Yet today, he felt no fear. He would not hesitate to retaliate should she dare to strike him again in front of the villagers. To his surprise, she approached with a smile, abandoning her previous harsh demeanor. She had long recognized his potential, grateful for the years of nurturing she had provided. Er Gouzi was taken aback by her shamelessness. Even if she had chosen to mock him at this moment, he would at least have respected her for being consistent in her character. Your uncle was overjoyed to hear of your success. He even killed the family hen to celebrate. Come to dinner at Uncle's tonight. Thank you, Aunt. After being away for so long, I wish to return to Shiko Mountain for a visit. Er Gouzi politely declined her invitation. The family that once sought to bring about his demise now feigned cordiality, seeking to share a meal and rekindle old ties, a thought that repulsed him. At that moment, he noticed his cousin, Xiao Easy-Eye, standing behind his aunt, gazing at him with wide eyes. Having grown taller over the past few months, she had blossomed into a graceful young lady, far surpassing her mother in beauty. Xiao Easy-Eye, I brought you a small gift from the county, he said, producing a small red lacquered box from his pocket and presenting it to her. During the years spent under his aunt's roof, only this cousin had treated him like family. Now that he had found success, he would not forget her kindness. Thank you, Brother Er Gouzi. Xiao Easy-Eye beamed, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Er Gouzi exchanged pleasantries with the villagers for a while, distributing more coins as tokens of goodwill. Finally, amidst their reluctant farewells, he set off towards Shiko Mountain, leaving the warmth of the gathering behind. Chapter 39. The mutation of the great white goose Er Gouzi had been away for several days, yet his thoughts remained tethered to the medicinal herbs on the mountain. Upon reaching the stone wall, poised to employ his wind control technique to ascend, he stumbled upon a small puddle of blood on the ground. Surrounding the blood, he discovered scattered droplets. Further investigation among the rocks revealed several pieces of rope and a broken section of ladder. Had someone been here? The stone walls encircling Snake Mouth Mountain had long been leveled by his heavy sword, rendering them insurmountable for an ordinary person, unless, like him, they possessed the wind control technique. Consequently, Er Gouzi summoned the energy from his dantian, casting the wind control technique, and a gentle breeze enveloped him, lifting his body. With a powerful push from his legs, he soared 2 to 3 zhang high. As the force of his leap began to wane, he deftly pressed his hands and feet against the stone wall, propelling himself several more feet upward. After a few repetitions of this cycle, he had returned to the mountaintop. Cawing loudly, several great white geese flapped their wings and approached him, necks outstretched. Seeing the geese all intact eased his worries considerably. In terms of guarding his home, geese were far more reliable than dogs. A dog could easily be bribed with bones, but geese were not so easily swayed. Having raised this flock of white geese over the years, he had already consumed the older ones, leaving him with around 100. Perhaps due to the spiritual essence in their feed, this generation of geese was stronger than the last. The lead goose now stood nearly as tall as an adult human, and with a flap of its wings, it could exert over 100 pounds of force. Truly, ordinary individuals were no match for this formidable flock. Still feeling uneasy, Er Gouzi patrolled the mountain, confirming that the herbs remained unharmed and no signs of intruders were present. However, in just a few days away, he had neglected to water the gourd containing the spiritual water, resulting in minimal growth among the medicinal plants. The loss from such stunted growth was substantial. Without taking the time to eat, he first watered all the herbs on the mountain and then poured some feed from the gourd for the geese. Only after completing these tasks did he allow himself to eat and rest. Yet, throughout the night, he found it impossible to sleep. It was not the excitement of passing the scholar's examination that kept him awake, but rather the concern for the precious herbs on the mountain, akin to a treasure trove. He could not ascertain who had attempted the climb. It seemed they had not succeeded, perhaps having even taken a fall. Soon, he would need to leave Snake Mouth Mountain frequently to attend the Zhengwu Hall. Even if he did not go there, he could not remain on the mountain indefinitely. If someone with ill intentions took advantage of his absence, what would happen if they managed to ascend? That night, he tossed and turned, and by dawn, he had circled Snake Mouth Mountain several times, contemplating solutions. He considered planting a ring of thorny brambles at the summit. However, he had yet to find a more suitable variety. Ordinary thorns could be easily cleaved through by a sword, offering no real deterrent to martial artists. Moreover, the great white geese could serve as a significant aid. Even a single goose could best an ordinary person. Yet, their strength still fell short against skilled opponents, necessitating further enhancement. Resolute in his thoughts, Er Gouzi took up a hoe and unearthed several hundred ginseng roots, each over 10 years old. If sold in the county town to Sima Yi, he would surely be overjoyed. He stored the ginseng in his gourd, and after 3 days, their spiritual essence had multiplied several times. Each day, he ground a few roots into powder, mixing them into the feed for the geese. After consuming the nourishing ginseng, the geese grew vigorous and robust, bursting with energy each day. However, perhaps due to the potency of the ginseng, starting from the second day of feeding, a few geese began to bleed from their orifices, ultimately succumbing to their injuries. Almost daily, 1 or 2 geese would die as a result. Despite his profound sorrow, Er Gouzi gritted his teeth and prepared these geese for cooking or preserved them as cured goose, consuming them gradually while continuing to feed the remaining flock ginseng. As the number of geese dwindled, the survivors grew increasingly robust, leading to a decrease in mortality rates. After 3 months, the flock seemed to stabilize, with only 13 remaining, and no further incidents of bleeding had occurred in the past half-month. These remaining geese had grown significantly taller, surpassing Er Gouzi in height, and their wingspan extended nearly 10 feet. Their once pristine feathers now bore a striking crimson hue, rendering them even more resplendent. Their flying capabilities had also improved considerably. Upon testing, he found that a single goose could carry him smoothly down from the mountaintop, though ascending from the valley proved taxing. There remained a slight deficiency, yet their ability to guard the homestead was assured. With a strong territorial instinct, the combined assault of these 13 geese could deter even martial artists. Er Gouzi continued to nourish the geese with ginseng infused with spiritual essence, ensuring their size and strength continued to burgeon. During leisure moments, he frolicked with them, training a few commands and combat techniques, occasionally riding on their backs as they soared around the mountain, indulging in the thrill of flight. The only slight disappointment was that these geese, aside from eating and playing, did not assist him with farming. Even with his enhanced strength, the daily demands of agriculture consumed a considerable amount of time. To date, he had only cultivated 15 acres of ginseng, alongside a few acres of other herbs. Totaling around 20 acres, this was the limit of his personal capacity. These 20 acres required daily watering, weeding, and timely replanting, consuming a significant portion of his day, with the remaining hours dedicated to training. Er Gouzi, having grown up working the fields, never found the labor tiresome. Each day, carrying a hoe in hand and surveying the lush green crops that were his own, he found solace and satisfaction. Beyond these 20 acres, the mountains still held vast tracts of uncultivated land, which he could not manage alone. Er Gouzi, ever astute, could not allow these lands to remain completely fallow. He sporadically planted persimmon and jujube trees in the neglected areas. These tall fruit trees required little maintenance, needing only occasional watering, and would yield fruit periodically. Jujubes and dried persimmons stored well in the gourd, serving as delightful snacks or even feed for the geese. In the open spaces beneath these trees, he scattered numerous ginseng seeds, allowing them to grow freely among the weeds. After all, wild ginseng thrived in similar conditions, albeit with lower survival rates, slower growth, and slightly smaller sizes. Over the years of cultivation, he now boasted around 8,000 ginseng roots aged over 20 years, with tens of thousands aged over a decade, all thriving vigorously. As long as he continued to water them, their rapid growth was akin to a tenfold increase in speed. It was said that century-old ginseng held remarkable efficacy. In another 8 years, he would cultivate his own. Presently, the ginseng aged over a decade was more than sufficient for both himself and the geese. Regrettably, he hesitated to sell the excess in town. In the past, he occasionally sold a root of 10 to 20 years to Huichun Hall, and Sima Yi would have been delighted, yet these ginseng were not as well fed as his geese. Reflecting on this occasionally stirred a sense of guilt within him, especially considering Sima Yi's unwavering friendship. He had heard Sima Yi mention that their family also cultivated ginseng, But the survival rate was dismally low, taking nearly 2 decades of meticulous care to yield a meager harvest insufficient for their needs, thus prioritizing the promising offspring of their clan. Chapter 40. The Great Zhou Dynasty. It was that time of year again, the season for collecting rents and paying taxes at the county office. However, beginning this year, Er Gouzi was exempt from taxes, with only 50 acres of land. Shakushin was classified as a barren mountain in the county's records, and his status as a scholar allowed him to evade taxation. Not a single grain needed to be handed over, yet the rent due remained unchanged. Master, here are 100 shur of rice, all prepared. But the elevation of Shakushin makes it impossible for us to deliver it, reported a tenant, presenting a substantial mound of golden rice before Er Gouzi. He finally grasped the joy of being a wealthy landlord. For an average person, 3 to 4 shur of rice would suffice for a year, and with some meat, a total of 10 shur would be more than enough. This 100 shur could sustain him for many years. However, if he were to exchange it for Peiyuan Gubin pills, the current grain prices would yield only a handful of pills. Master, would you like me to find a way to help you transport this grain to the mountaintop? Ahu, thinking Er Gouzi was troubled by the logistics of moving the grain, kindly inquired. No need. The back and forth is too cumbersome. For now, let us store it at your place. I'll simply hire some craftsmen to construct a large warehouse at the foot of the mountain. Er Gouzi pondered the inconvenience of hauling bags uphill, realizing he could not directly use a gourd to carry the grain in public. Now that he possessed both grain and land, he decided to build a large house at the base of the mountain for temporary residence and storage. Ahu, since it's the off-season for farming, please arrange for some craftsmen to start building the house. The wages will be deducted from this 100 shur of rice. Certainly, no problem at all. Ahu readily agreed, feeling honored by his master's trust. Shortly thereafter, Ahu's wife brought over a basket of eggs, while his 4-year-old son presented a hen to Er Gouzi. He graciously accepted only the basket of eggs. Keep the hen for laying eggs. It will help supplement your household. Rest assured, I will lease you this 50 acres again next year at the same rent of 50%, with no increase. With this promise, Ahu's family breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yuliang had already raised the rent to 60%, leaving the village tenants with little choice but to endure. Rumors circulated that some tenants were eyeing Er Gouzi's 50 acres, hoping to rent it from him. As Er Gouzi exited Ahu's home with a basket of eggs, he encountered Xiao Ezii, a young girl playing in the village. Brother Gouzi, Xiao Ezii, now 10 years old and considerably taller, had not seen Er Gouzi in months due to his residence on the mountain. Their reunion always felt warm and familiar. Let us find a place to roast these eggs, Er Gouzi suggested, glancing at the eggs in the bamboo basket, suddenly struck by an idea. Great. As autumn settled in, they gathered dry grass and twigs, igniting a small fire by a ridge. They coated the eggs in a thick layer of wet mud and placed them by the fire to cook slowly. They should be ready now. Let us take them out. With a slight delay, one egg exploded in the fire, splattering yolk everywhere. The two scrambled to scoop up the yolk and eat it. Er Gouzi carefully cracked the remaining eggshells, ensuring they wouldn't burst again while roasting. Delicious, Xiao Ezii exclaimed, devouring 3 perfectly roasted eggs. Brother Gouzi, you roast eggs so well. Have you done this often before? Xiao Ezii, curious, recalled that her family rarely had eggs to eat. Back when there were no eggs, we had bird eggs in the mountains. Er Gouzi reminisced about gathering bird eggs while collecting firewood. I once roasted a bird egg, and when I opened it, a little bird with feathers was inside. Really? You actually dared to eat that? Xiao Ezii shuddered at the thought. Why not? It's all meat. I wouldn't leave a single feather behind. Er Gouzi teased, licking his lips for effect, embellishing the story to frighten Xiao Ezii. Do you know why the pigs your family raised never grew strong? Why? Because I ate all the good food. A hint of pride flickered in Er Gouzi's expression. Haha, I remember my mother arguing with the piglet seller, claiming they sold us sickly pigs. The two laughed heartily as they roasted and ate, spending the afternoon in merriment. Before parting, Er Gouzi handed Xiao Ezii a large bag of dried red dates. Hide these dates and enjoy them secretly. Don't let anyone know. Not even your parents or brothers. Okay. Xiao Ezii nodded obediently, then paused to remind him. Brother Gouzi, remember to keep your money hidden when you go out. Don't leave it on the mountain. What if a thief takes it? Don't worry, no one can reach my Shakushin. They exchanged a few more words before returning to their respective homes. In Er Gouzi's heart, he possessed but one relative, one friend. The others, who feigned kinship and brotherhood, felt insincere. One day, Er Gouzi, carrying a large burlap sack, entered the county town. A long line of farmers awaited at the city gate. Some shouldering burdens, others pushing wheelbarrows, all there to pay their taxes. However, tax matters were no longer his concern. Upon arriving in the county, his first stop was to Huichun Hall, where he sold some Deli pills to Sima Yi, requesting them to be exchanged for Peiyuan Guban pills. Sometimes, he felt curious about where Sima Yi sold all those Deli pills and where he procured so many Peiyuan Guban pills. Yet, Sima Yi never divulged any details. Nor did Er Gouzi inquire. Just as Sima Yi never questioned the origins of his Deli pills. After completing the transaction, Er Gouzi retrieved a wrapped package from his sack, carefully wrapped in dried lotus leaves. Thank you for your assistance during the last examination. We country folk have little to offer, so I can only present you with a local specialty. Sima Yi, upon receiving the package, noted its solid weight, indicating it was not ginseng. It's my homemade cured goose. It tastes quite good. I hope you enjoy it. Er Gouzi seemed to anticipate Sima Yi's confusion and offered an explanation. Such a small favor, Brother Zhang. You are being too humble. Sima Yi accepted the cured goose, thinking to himself that this brother was genuinely sincere. He had already gifted ginseng before and was now presenting a goose. By the way, you're here to report to Zhengwu Tang, right? I happen to have some business there as well. I can take you along. Thank you very much. Sima Yi slung the cured goose over his shoulder and led Er Gouzi towards Zhengwu Tang. Er Gouzi had long heard of the esteemed Zhengwu Tang and yearned to visit, but had never had the opportunity until today, when he finally stepped through its grand entrance. Zhengwu Tang spanned several acres, with dozens of buildings surrounding a central training ground. At that moment, a group of apprentices were vigorously training on the grounds. Some of them seemed familiar. They must have been those young gentlemen who had participated in the examination alongside him, now forced to continue their studies here after failing. The left hall master of Zhengwu Tang was a mid-level Qi practitioner, having passed the martial examination and served as a counselor to the county magistrate, rarely seen by anyone. As the two walked and conversed, a fleeting expression of distaste crossed Sima Yi's face at the mention of the left hall master. It is noteworthy that in the entire Anchang County, the number of individuals holding martial titles does not exceed 10. Each of these martial graduates enjoys a revered status, capable of assuming significant military positions, and even while idling at home, they receive a stipend and are exempt from all taxes. However, in this time of peace, the county's military comprises only a few dozen men, with each position filled by well-connected individuals, creating a situation where officials outnumber the common soldiers. Upon hearing this, Er Gouzi thought to himself how fortunate he was to have avoided the military. In a force so small, rife with factions, a newcomer like him would merely be at the mercy of others, making farming on the mountain far more appealing. As their conversation continued, they arrived at the entrance of a more grandiose and exquisite building, undoubtedly of some importance. Er Gouzi hesitated, reluctant to intrude, while Sima Yi casually stepped inside. Fourth brother. Upon Sima Yi's boisterous calls, a burly man with a square face and a bushy beard emerged, bearing a resemblance to the county magistrate. Oh, little 14. You've come, and you've even brought some snacks. The square-faced man chuckled, reaching out to take the cured goose from Sima Yi's back, only to be playfully swatted away. Their camaraderie was evident, showcasing their frequent banter. This is a gift from Brother Zhang, Sima Yi explained, finally drawing the man's attention to Er Gouzi, whose jovial expression shifted to one of seriousness. So, you are this year's newly minted martial scholar, Zhang Ergo? Indeed. It is I, Er Gouzi replied, mimicking the customary salute he had witnessed. Fourth brother, Brother Zhang is my friend, and he was recommended by uncle to serve as an instructor. Please look after him. A friend? Sima Hong remarked, his curiosity piqued as he scrutinized Er Gouzi, seemingly astonished. Someone like you has a friend? Ignoring the comment, Sima Yi continued with the introductions. Brother Zhang, this is my fourth brother, Sima Hong, the vice hall master here. Should you need anything, feel free to seek his assistance. With the introductions complete, Sima Yi took his leave. Sima Hong guided Er Gouzi through the process of joining the Zhengwu Hall, utilizing his authority to assign him a modest single-room dwelling. Er Gouzi's current title was that of a nominal instructor at Zhengwu Hall, with no teaching obligations and an annual stipend of merely a stone of rice. However, should he take on disciples in the future, his income could increase significantly, and should any of his students excel and become martial scholars, additional income would follow. Yet, Er Gouzi was not particularly interested in teaching. he preferred to cultivate his land. What truly attracted him was the wealth of martial arts resources available at Jingwu Hall, which he could access freely as an instructor. Moreover, he would have the opportunity to engage with other martial artists, preventing him from becoming insular in his learning. This is your badge. With it, you can borrow books and collect your stipend. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to come to me. Sima Hong instructed before departing. After Sima Hong left, Er Gouzi surveyed his new abode. It featured a bedroom, a living room, a training room, and a kitchen, making it suitable for long-term habitation. However, his thoughts lingered on the crops at Shiko Mountain, planning to return only occasionally. After all, he was merely holding a nominal title of instructor, drawing a salary without obligations, and though it was modest, he was content. That very day, he ventured to the library of Jingwu Hall. A resident instructor was stationed there, and upon presenting his badge, Er Gouzi was granted entry without difficulty. The library, though modest in size, only a few dozen square feet, housed several hundred books. This was the most literature Er Gouzi had ever encountered in his life. Historically, books have been precious commodities, with the costs of paper, ink, and handwritten transcription being exorbitant. The shelves were predominantly filled with stitched paper books, with a few crafted from animal hides. He randomly selected a volume titled Geographic Records of the Great Zhou, which piqued his interest. After a brief perusal, he found himself captivated by its contents. Before becoming a disciple of Li Banxian, his world had been limited to the town of Sanxia, never having ventured to the county seat. It was only after his apprenticeship that he learned Anshan County was but a trifling area within the vast Great Zhou dynasty, yet he still knew little about it. Now, through this book, he discovered that the Great Zhou dynasty encompassed 9 provinces, 36 prefectures, and 186 counties, with thousands of counties beneath its jurisdiction. To the east of the Great Zhou lay an immense ocean, its vastness unfathomable, teeming with countless sea monsters. To the west was the Peach Mountain Kingdom, inhabited primarily by malevolent spirits and zombies. The north was home to the Giant Nation, where the inhabitants towered a yard high, known for their brutish tempers and a penchant for violence, unafraid of death, and prone to cannibalism. The south was dominated by the Kingdom of 10,000 Demons, a realm of various supernatural beings. 5,000 years ago, the holy ancestor of the Great Zhou unified the realm, quelling chaos and safeguarding the populace from demonic threats, leading to millennia of peace. Anshan County is situated in the southeastern corner of the dynasty, bordering the Kingdom of 10,000 Demons and the Peach Mountain Kingdom. Closing the book, Er Gouzi felt a sense of relief that these past millennia had been tranquil, with no disturbances from demons or monsters. He then picked up several other volumes, most of which pertained to martial arts techniques, including 36 forms of the Tiger Fist, 13 sticks of the Dragoness Descent, 5 blades of the Mountain Splitter, 5 linked whips, and 13 knives of soul reaping. However, a cursory glance revealed that these martial arts were significantly more accessible and less demanding than those taught by Li Banxian. Given his current physical condition, he could master these techniques with relative ease. In addition to martial arts, the library also contained various treatises on agriculture, irrigation, military strategy, and metallurgy, skills that were rarely shared outside the Great Zhou, typically passed down through oral tradition to close associates. Er Gouzi was pleasantly surprised that such invaluable knowledge had been compiled into books, allowing him to learn without any cost, especially concerning military strategy. It would be essential for him if he aimed to become a martial graduate. Unlike martial scholars who were merely muscle-bound enforcers, martial graduates held significant sway, requiring both martial prowess and a modicum of intellect. As Er Gouzi stood entranced before the shelves, he lost track of time, engrossed in a book on agricultural principles, only to realize he had finished reading it. He then casually pulled another volume from the shelf, its cover reading essays on the Tao of the Great Zhou. Instantly captivated by the title, Er Gouzi recalled tales of immortals he had heard since childhood. In his life, he had only encountered his master, who was but a semi-immortal. The county magistrate, the county lieutenant, and various officials were said to be powerful cultivators. The yellow talisman papers from the Daoxian sect were also presumably created by these practitioners. The snippets of knowledge he had gathered about the Tao were fragmented and disjointed, lacking a coherent understanding. Thus, he opened the book and read with fervor, becoming so absorbed that he lost track of time, only realizing the sky had darkened when he finally finished the volume. Chapter 41. An Era of Peace. When Er Gouzi emerged from the library, he had borrowed several volumes: The Great Zhou History, the Great Zhou Geography, and essays on the Tao of Immortality in the Great Zhou. He had merely skimmed through these books in the library, yet he was profoundly captivated by their contents. Embracing these tomes, he returned to his quarters and devoted 3 days to meticulously reading them cover to cover. Although he had gained considerable knowledge under the tutelage of Li Banxian, he had always been somewhat bewildered. It was only today that he began to grasp the true essence of the world around him. Henceforth, his horizons would no longer be confined to the town of Sancha and the city of Anshan. According to the texts, prior to the establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty, this land was a chaotic amalgamation of humans and demons, with numerous sects vying for power. Ordinary mortals could only cling to a handful of powerful cultivation sects to survive. These sects were indeed formidable, housing countless masters capable of transcending the earthly realm, ensuring local peace. Although these sects belonged to the human race, their allegiances diverged, further splintering into righteous, demonic, and ghostly paths. Within these factions, numerous subsects emerged. For instance, the righteous path encompassed the weapon sect, sword sect, puppet sect, and alchemy sect, among others. Even within these smaller factions, discord reigned, with various groups harboring conflicting interests. Internecine conflicts among the human factions erupted frequently, leading to a perpetual state of strife that weakened their collective vitality, rendering them vulnerable to the predations of demons and monsters, who often dragged ordinary folk into the fray. It was during this tumultuous era that a remarkable man, a wanderer by birth, rallied the human cultivators to repel the demons, restoring order and ultimately founding the Great Zhou dynasty. The new monarch, Han, learned from past mistakes, stifling the unchecked growth of sects and consolidating all resources and power within his grasp. He organized a formidable army of cultivators to combat the surrounding demons and safeguard the realm. Internally, he implemented a rigorous examination system to select martial talents, drawing a vast pool of skilled individuals to serve the dynasty. In times of conflict, these chosen talents would play a pivotal role. However, to maintain peace, the Great Zhou dynasty confiscated all cultivation techniques, relegating any unauthorized transmission of such methods to severe penalties. Ordinary people were entirely barred from the path of cultivation, ushering in an era of tranquility where no one dared to harbor ulterior motives. With cultivators governing the realm and ruling over the common populace, the entire world bowed in submission. Historical records, as noted in the Great Zhou history, recount several instances of widespread civil unrest, which, despite their initial ferocity, were swiftly quelled by the imperial army composed of cultivators, who eradicated the rebellious elements with ease. After numerous such episodes, those who dared to disrupt the peace were thoroughly eliminated. Consequently, the moral fabric of the Great Zhou dynasty became increasingly virtuous, and the spirit of rebellion was extinguished. As Er Gouzi closed the Great Zhou history, he couldn't help but marvel at his fortune to have been born in such a prosperous time. The volume Essays on the Tao of Immortality in the Great Zhou provided a general overview of the path of cultivation. Most novices embarked on their journeys through martial arts, mastering various combat techniques. The moment a martial artist becomes attuned to the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, they officially cross the threshold into the realm of immortality, becoming a cultivator at the first stage of chi refinement. After perusing this book, Er Gouzi realized that he had not only successfully embarked on the path of cultivation, but had also reached the third stage of chi refinement. Indeed, his master had not deceived him. He had genuinely risked severe punishment to impart precious techniques. There were moments when he questioned his master's intentions, suspecting that avarice had clouded his judgment. The next time he encountered his master, he vowed to express his gratitude. Yet, his master, being indifferent to fame and fortune, held worldly wealth in contempt, regarding it as mere refuse. Perhaps, he thought, offering a few cups of tea would be more appropriate. Alas, as a mere mortal, he could never fully comprehend his master's transcendent mindset. Upon learning that he was a cultivator with third-stage chi refinement, Er Gouzi's elation was fleeting. This modest achievement seemed inconsequential, hardly worthy of pride. The individuals chronicled in the Great Zhou history, even the most obscure, had surely attained at least the foundational level of cultivation. Only upon reaching the 10th stage of chi refinement could one establish a foundation, with further stages leading to golden core and nascent soul. In the ensuing days, Er Gouzi immersed himself in books, ravenously absorbing the knowledge they contained. Every few days, he would return to the library to borrow additional texts, After over 10 days of diligent study, he had thoroughly acquainted himself with the collection, yet he found no volumes on cultivation techniques. The assertions made in the Great Zhou history rang true. For the sake of national stability and governance, the authorities had confiscated all cultivation methods from the populace. The techniques left behind by his master felt incomplete, lacking clarity in numerous areas, and they would only allow him to cultivate up to the 10th stage of qi refinement, beyond which no further guidance was available. Undeterred, he sought out Sima, the deputy home master, hoping to glean information on where he might acquire cultivation techniques. The response aligned closely with his suspicions. All civilian methods had been seized and destroyed by the authorities. Only those who passed the martial examinations and served the Great Zhou dynasty could hope to receive the techniques bestowed by the crown. It seemed the only legitimate pathway to pursue cultivation lay in formal examination, with all other avenues fraught with peril. After lingering in the county town for several days, Er Gouzi finally departed, laden with a substantial collection of books, predominantly on martial arts and military strategy, which would aid him in his future examinations. No sooner had he ventured 10 miles from the county than he encountered a young man and woman approaching him. The young man was handsome, while the young woman was strikingly beautiful, clearly the offspring of a wealthy family, having never endured the sun or toiled in labor. "Are you Master Zhang?" they inquired from a distance. "Indeed. How may I assist you, esteemed visitors? We are Ding Xiudai and Ding Xiuxian from Dingjia village, sent by our family head to invite Master Zhang as our guest." As Ding Xiudai spoke, he presented a large, crimson invitation. Er Gouzi accepted the invitation, noting that the cover was adorned with golden foil, embossed with the grand characters of Dingjia village. He had heard of Dingjia village in the Zhengwu Hall. It was renowned for its wealth, rivaling even the Sima family. However, Dingjia village maintained a low profile, seldom involving itself in governmental affairs. Today, he found their reputation well-deserved. Even this invitation alone was worth several hundred coins. Since they had extended such a gracious invitation, he decided to visit Dingjia village and enjoy their hospitality. He followed the two along the official road, veering onto a broader path. All three were martial artists, moving swiftly as they traversed the mountainous terrain. After a short while, they emerged from a valley to behold a vast expanse of golden fields, stretching endlessly. What a magnificent rice paddy! As a farmer, Er Gouzi instinctively observed the growth of crops upon entering any area. The expansive golden fields shimmered in the breeze, resembling rolling waves. The rice plants thrived, their heavy ears bending low, heralding an abundant harvest. However, given that it was already autumn, most other fields had been harvested, leaving only this one untouched. "Why has your rice not yet been harvested?" Er Gouzi asked. "Haraha. This is our Dingjia village's specialty, cat-tooth rice, which enjoys immense popularity throughout the Sanyang prefecture. At Hongyan Tower in the county town, they use our rice for cooking and brewing wine," Ding Xiudai and Ding Xiuxian proudly shared as they introduced their local delicacy. Cat-tooth rice is a variety personally cultivated by our esteemed ancestor of the Ding family, requiring a growth period of 10 months before it can be harvested. Chapter 42. The unfortunate thief Er Gouzi followed the Ding siblings through a vast rice field, eventually arriving at a sizable village. This village boasted at least 1,000 households, with every dwelling constructed of blue bricks and tiles. The villagers were well-dressed and appeared to be in good health, presenting a stark contrast to the scene in Shishi village. It seemed that in Dingjia village, every household had sufficient food and clothing. Such a prosperous place still existed in the world. Upon seeing the Ding siblings, the villagers displayed profound respect, greeting them with bows. At the very center of the village stood a large courtyard surrounded by high blue brick walls, featuring numerous small openings suitable for archery. The entrance bore the 3 characters, Dingjia village. The gate stood wide open, devoid of any guards, with only a few mischievous children playing with stones at the entrance. As they walked, Er Gouzi noticed many homes left unlocked. "Aren't you afraid of thieves?" he inquired, puzzled. After all, even the poorest family would possess a few valuable items. It was common sense to secure one's belongings, especially in a place that appeared so affluent. "There are no thieves in Dingjia village," replied the elder. "We are all neighbors here. Locking our doors would imply we suspect our own kin of theft. Such an act is profoundly disrespectful." Er Gouzi found this reasoning peculiar. It was the first time he had encountered such a strange philosophy. As they entered Dingjia village, he finally met the head of the Ding family. To his surprise, this renowned figure resembled an ordinary farmer, clad in coarse cloth. with a sun-browned complexion and hair casually tied atop his head. At that moment, he was rolling up his pant legs, barefoot, tending to a small plot of land. "Please wait a moment, Scholar Jean. Let me finish weeding this patch while the sun is still high," he said, wielding the hoe with remarkable speed, uprooting the weeds without damaging the crops. Er Gouzi, who had farmed since childhood, felt humbled by such skill. After clearing the weeds, the head of the Ding family flipped them onto the ground to dry in the sun. Among the crops in this small plot was something Er Gouzi recognized, ginseng, which seemed to have been cultivated for quite some time. He recalled hearing from Sima that ginseng cultivation was exceedingly challenging, requiring stringent conditions. Each plot could only sustain ginseng for 3 years before its fertility waned, necessitating a move to a new location. Yet, there existed a type of land inherently suited for ginseng growth, known as spiritual soil. Unlike ordinary land, spiritual soil was rich in ethereal energy, allowing ginseng to thrive and grow robustly, with potent medicinal properties that could endure for a century without needing to be replanted. Er Gouzi sensed a myriad of shimmering energy points in the soil before him. This plot was indeed a small piece of spiritual soil. It was no wonder that the Ding family, one of the most prestigious in Anshan County, possessed such a valuable piece of land. In addition to the ginseng, Er Gouzi noticed several unfamiliar plants that were likely rare medicinal herbs. The head of the Ding family set aside his hoe and plucked a few purple leaves from a robust plant to present to the Ding siblings. "Ha, Brother Jean, as our esteemed guest, we have little to offer. Perhaps some stir-fried greens and a chicken to accompany your drink," he said, his hearty laughter resonating, devoid of any airs of superiority, as he led Er Gouzi into a hall. Before long, several trays of dried fruits and tea were brought in. The delicacies were exquisite, and Er Gouzi savored flavors he had never encountered before. Notably, there was a type of sugar-coated bean that melted in his mouth, reminiscent of lard intermingled with the sweetness of honey. "If you find these to your liking, feel free to take some home to savor," the head of the Ding family said, popping an almond into his mouth and watching Er Gouzi with a smile. "Thank you, esteemed head of the Ding family." Er Gouzi's face flushed. He had been so engrossed in the sweets that he had forgotten his manners, revealing his lack of experience. Just as he felt a touch of embarrassment, footsteps echoed from outside the hall. 2 individuals, one tall and one short, approached. "Greetings, head of the family," they exclaimed. "Ah, no need for formality. Please, take a seat. Let me introduce you," the head of the Ding family said, facilitating their introductions. Er Gouzi soon learned that the newcomers were also past martial scholars. The tall one was named Mufeng, while the shorter one was Wang Ying. Both resided in Dingjia village as guests of the family. The two were quite sociable, and their presence lightened the atmosphere considerably, filling the hall with laughter. Shortly thereafter, several maidens brought forth dishes and set up a banquet. The 4, head of the Ding family, Mufeng, Wang Ying, and Er Gouzi, took their seats. The food appeared simple and unadorned, lacking the refinement of Hongyan Tower, but upon tasting a morsel, Er Gouzi discerned an extraordinary quality. The ingredients were imbued with ethereal energy, greatly benefiting cultivation. The 2 martial scholars, who had been lively and engaging, now maintained a semblance of decorum. Yet their eating speed suggested they were unaccustomed to such fare. Er Gouzi pondered why the head of the Ding family was extending such lavish hospitality to him, given that he had no prior connections to Dingjia village, leaving him feeling somewhat apprehensive. After the meal, the head of the Ding family made no demands of him. "If you don't mind, Brother Zhang, you may stay a few days in our humble abode. I have matters to attend to, so I shall ask Mufeng and Wang Ying to accompany you around the village." With that, the head of the Ding family took his leave. Meanwhile, on another front, after Er Gouzi entered the city, 3 black-clad thieves once again set their sights on Shiko Mountain. However, the one skilled in martial arts had not yet recovered from his previous injuries and now relied on a crutch to walk. Yet, he remained undeterred, steadfast in his resolve to elevate the thieving enterprise, vowing to persevere until he reached the mountain's summit. In recent nights, the trio had scarcely slept, circling the cliffs of Shiko Mountain in search of a way to ascend, drawing upon the wisdom of a scholar. They devised a plan to reopen the path Er Gouzi had blocked, though it required considerable effort and was rather rudimentary. It was preferable to aimlessly wandering at the mountain's base every night. Thus, the 3 returned to the foot of Shiko Mountain, armed with hoes and crowbars. The crutch-bound martial artist could only serve as a lookout, while the elder and the younger set to work digging and prying. They began excavating from the base. attempting to clear the path Er Gouzi had obstructed. However, the volume of earth was daunting, and digging upward posed significant challenges, especially when confronted with large boulders. Lacking Er Gouzi's strength, they struggled to move the heavy stones, each weighing over 100 pounds. As they labored through the night, exhaustion set in, and they could only vent their frustrations by loudly cursing Er Gouzi to bolster their spirits and stave off fatigue. Er Gouzi, that wretched scoundrel, is utterly devoid of humanity. Cursed be Er Gouzi, may the wrath of his ancestors be upon him. The young man clad in black, fervently venting his ire, was abruptly silenced by a resounding slap from his elder companion. Whom do you dare curse with such vile words? Admonished the elder. After immersing yourself in the wisdom of sages, it seems you have ingested nothing but folly. Stung by the reprimand, the young man, chastened, redirected his frustration towards the ground, striking it fiercely with his pry bar, sending sparks flying in all directions. Er Gouzi is truly a detestable creature. I should have broken his limbs long ago, he thought bitterly, as he thrust the bar into a massive boulder. With a thunderous rumble, two enormous stones tumbled down, propelled by immense force towards the duo. The mountain path was already so narrow that it barely accommodated their presence, leaving no room for escape as the boulders descended upon them. Get out of the way. In a moment of impending doom, the elder black-clad man exerted all his strength, hoisting the young man onto a high rock at the side of the path. The cascading boulders thundered past, engulfing the elder in their wake. Father! Father! The young man, witnessing the gruesome remnants left behind, stood frozen, uncertain of which piece to grasp first. Zhang Ergu, I shall make you pay in blood for this. His heart-wrenching wails echoed through the night. Chapter 43. Ding Family Village. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Mu Feng and Wang Ying accompanied Er Gouzi as they strolled leisurely through Ding Family Village. Zhang Xiaocai, what do you think of Ding Family Village? Mu Feng inquired, gesturing towards the vast expanse of golden rice fields before them. It is splendid and prosperous, far superior to any village I have ever encountered. However, I am puzzled. Are there no tenants in Ding Family Village? This question had lingered in Er Gouzi's mind since his arrival. Typically, tenants are clad in tattered garments and appear emaciated, easily recognizable. Yet, since entering the village, he had not seen a single tenant. In this entire village, apart from the Ding family, everyone else is a tenant. Both Mu Feng and Wang Ying erupted into laughter, pulling a passerby into the conversation. Zhao Laosi, would you say you are a tenant? The stout man, wielding a hoe and with his pant legs rolled up, clearly had just returned from the fields. Of course, I am a tenant of the Ding family. As long as the old master does not disdain me, I am willing to serve the Ding family as a tenant for generations. Why is that? Er Gouzi was baffled by this mentality. Tenants possess no land and must surrender at least half of their harvest, barely scraping by on meager rations. He had once dreamt of owning a piece of land himself. Under no circumstances would he wish to be a tenant. The man before him expressed pride in serving the Ding family as a tenant, intending to continue for generations. Being a tenant in Ding Family Village is fundamentally different from elsewhere. Even for those who farm their own land, they must pay at least 30% in taxes to the officials. However, our tenants only need to pay 20% in rent, which is ample enough for their needs. Such a boon is unattainable outside of the Ding family. Upon hearing this, Er Gouzi pondered for a moment and quickly grasped the situation. The Ding family head was a martial scholar, exempt from paying taxes to the officials, collecting merely 20% in rent, which meant that while profits were modest, they were certainly not at a loss. The old master of the Ding family was benevolent. Whenever villagers faced difficulties, he would lend them assistance without charging interest on loans or grain. As Zhao Laosi extolled the virtues of the old master, his words flowed like a torrent, seemingly endless. Once he finally departed, still brimming with enthusiasm after hoisting his hoe, the trio continued to explore the village. The tenants they encountered bore similarities to Zhao Laosi, each emanating a distinct vitality. The old master is benevolent. We residents of Ding Family Village receive 5 sheng of spirit rice each year, Mu Feng declared proudly, casting a glance at Er Gouzi, yet finding no trace of astonishment or envy on his face. Brother Zhang may not yet realize that the rice we just consumed contained a touch of spirit rice. This rice absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, ripening once every decade, with a remarkably low yield. For ordinary individuals, it enhances health, while for martial practitioners, it elevates their cultivation, allowing them to sense the aura of nature and become immortal cultivators. Mu Feng and Wang Ying harmoniously elaborated on the rarity and wonder of spirit rice, hoping to astonish the unsophisticated villager before them. The 5 sheng they received each year was treated as a treasure. The pot used to cook the spirit rice gleamed, and they would savor every morsel, refusing to waste even a drop. However, Er Gouzi remained unfazed by their words, his expression unchanged. The two felt a wave of disappointment, even a hint of frustration. Was this man truly so thick-headed? Are you able to sense the essence of heaven and earth now? Er Gouzi asked curiously. For if one could sense this essence, they would enter the first stage of qi cultivation, transcending the mundane realm. He recalled successfully sensing the essence at the age of 14 and becoming a cultivator then. Not yet, they replied, their frustration deepening as they felt a vulnerable part of their hearts pierced. We have only recently joined Ding family village. While several elder martial scholars have already sensed the essence, the strongest among them may have even reached the second stage of qi cultivation. It became evident that Ding family village, despite its unassuming demeanor, possessed strength comparable to the Sima family. What does the seedling of spirit rice look like? Can you show me? After a moment of contemplation, Er Gouzi finally inquired, balancing the feelings of the two. Certainly, but the spirit fields are guarded by designated personnel, and outsiders cannot approach too closely. They promptly led Er Gouzi towards the vast rice fields. Behold this cat-tooth rice, a new variety cultivated by the Ding family's ancestor through the crossbreeding of spirit rice and ordinary rice. Er Gouzi plucked an ear of rice, husked it to reveal the unblemished, small, pointed grains that resembled cat teeth. He tossed a grain into his mouth, savoring the subtle fragrance intertwined with a hint of spiritual energy. Though the energy was minimal, it was nonetheless beneficial for health when consumed over time. As he followed the two, Er Gouzi tucked the remaining ear of rice into his pocket, hastening to catch up. The entirety of Ding family village was encircled by mountains, with a vast plain in the center, all cultivated with cat-tooth rice. A stone canal meandered between the rice fields, channeling water from the mountain's peak. The trio ascended to the mountain top along the canal. Once atop, they discovered an expansive lake spanning several miles, with a lush little island at its center. This lake was not a natural formation, but rather a grand reservoir created by damming the gaps between several mountains with substantial earth and stone. A canal diverted water from the mountain reservoir to irrigate the extensive plain below. Agriculture is at the mercy of the weather. Truly favorable years are scarce. For instance, this year has been somewhat dry, and Ahu's 50 mu of rented land, which typically yields 200 shur, has only produced a little over 170 shur this year. This was still fertile land near a water source, while yields in other areas were even poorer. With such a grand reservoir, Ding family village could sustain irrigation for the plain below even during droughts lasting 2 to 3 years, or even 3 to 5 years. Constructing such a vast reservoir must have required the labor of tens of thousands of people. Er Gouzi marveled at the enormity of the undertaking. The entire population of Anshan County barely exceeded 100,000, meaning several counties' worth of manpower would be necessary to complete such a monumental project. Actually, tens of thousands is an exaggeration. The Ding family's founding ancestor was a foundational stage elder. His mastery of earth-based magic could equate to the labor of 100,000 men. However, the construction of this reservoir was the result of several generations of effort. Mobilizing over 10,000 laborers to achieve completion, Mu Feng stated, proudly clasping his hands behind his back and gazing skyward as if he too were a member of the Ding family. Er Gouzi, however, was captivated by the mention of the foundational stage elder. To his knowledge, the current county magistrate had yet to reach such cultivation. The Ding family has a foundational stage elder? Indeed, this is recorded in the Ding family genealogy, though regrettably, no foundational stage cultivators have emerged since then. The current head of the family has a considerable chance of reaching that realm, they replied. Now, as Er Gouzi gazed upon the artificial lake, it no longer seemed so extraordinary. A foundational stage cultivator personally casting spells, combined with the efforts of several generations, made the construction of such a lake appear quite reasonable. The Ding family, uniting their strength to build a lake for the benefit of the community, was truly admirable. Er Gouzi's heartfelt remark significantly elevated his impression of Ding family village. Wang Ying, speaking as he squatted by the lake's edge, scooped up a handful of water to drink, wiping his face afterward. The water here is crystal clear and sweet. Brother Zhang, would you like to try? The entire Dingjia village relies on the water from this place, which contains a trace of spiritual energy. Long-term consumption can strengthen one's body. Er Gouzi, intrigued, scooped up some water and drank it, discovering that it indeed held a subtle essence of spiritual energy. The three of them boarded a small boat by the lakeside, heading towards a small island in the lake. The moment they set foot on the island, Er Gouzi felt a surge of vitality. The spiritual energy on this island was significantly denser than in other areas. Mu Wang and his companion inhaled deeply, seemingly relishing the experience. As soon as they arrived on the island, a man emerged from behind a large rock, casting a dark gaze at Er Gouzi. "Dingy, why have you brought an outsider here?" Er Gouzi sensed a hint of danger from the man's piercing stare, as if he were facing a ferocious beast ready to pounce. "This is Scholar Zhang, a distinguished guest of the family head. We have been entrusted by the family head to show him around," Ding Yi replied, bowing slightly and stepping aside to clear the path. Mu Wang and his companion led Er Gouzi through a small patch of rocky terrain, only to be confronted by a thick wall of thorns. These thorns towered over a person, densely growing to form an impenetrable barrier. They were adorned with numerous sharp spikes, some even featuring barbed hooks, presenting a fearsome sight. Anyone who inadvertently wandered into this thorny maze would find themselves in an inextricable predicament. "This is iron thorn," Mu Wang explained. "Though it appears slender, it is remarkably tough and resilient, impervious to ordinary blades. It was cultivated by our ancestors from ancient cultivation ruins and has taken years to grow into this formidable wall." Er Gouzi's mind raced at the thought. If such thorns could be planted around his snake-mouth mountain, he would feel much safer venturing out. However, acquiring the seeds would require either a polite request to the Ding family head or a purchase with silver. If all else failed, he might have to resort to thievery. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he began to survey the surrounding terrain, contemplating how to proceed. Among the thorns, there were sporadic blossoms the size of teacups, their petals layered and quite lovely. Beyond the thorny barrier lay a vast expanse of rice fields. The stalks were taller than a person, robust in stature. Yet the ears of rice bore only a sparse handful of grains, indicating a modest yield. Nonetheless, the grains were larger than typical rice. This was a field of spiritual rice, and it seemed that another harvest would soon be upon them. Dingjia village produced the highest quantity and finest quality of crescent-shaped spiritual rice in the entire Anshan County. The three of them circled the spiritual fields, which spanned at least 5 acres. Observing the many vacant plots on the island, Er Gouzi wondered why they hadn't been cultivated with spiritual crops. "You may not be aware," Mu Wang explained, "that the cultivation of spiritual rice requires a continuous absorption of spiritual energy. There is a micro-water vein here, which, combined with the lake, gathers the surrounding spiritual essence, making it sufficient to cultivate these few acres. If we were to plant too many spiritual crops, they would compete for the limited spiritual energy, ultimately leading to poor growth. With these 5 acres of spiritual rice, a family can thrive and endure." As they spoke, admiration filled their eyes as they gazed at the fields. In all of Anshan County, there were only a handful of such fields, all controlled by a few prominent families, leaving others with no hope of access. "We ordinary martial artists, if luck does not favor us, may go our entire lives without tasting spiritual rice. Indeed, we are only fortunate enough to enjoy it because we have aligned ourselves with Dingjia village. Otherwise, such a blessing would be unattainable." The two continued to exchange thoughts while casting furtive glances at Er Gouzi's expression, only to be met with disappointment once again. Was he truly so dull? If it were anyone else, upon hearing of such good fortune, they would surely feel envious and shamelessly seek guidance. They could then reluctantly offer a few pointers, introducing Er Gouzi to Dingjia village, and he would express his gratitude. However, Er Gouzi merely nodded perfunctorily in agreement, showing no further interest. Yet, as those who benefit from the Lord's provisions owe loyalty to him, they had to fulfill the family head's directive. "Scholar Zhang, would you be interested in joining Dingjia village as we have? I assure you, there are numerous benefits to becoming a guest here. In addition to spiritual rice, you would receive an annual stipend of 100 taels of silver, a ginseng plant for those over 10 years of age, 10 bolts of cotton, 1 bolt of silk, 50 pounds of pork, and 10 stones of ordinary rice, along with 5 bundles of firewood." Hearing of such generous offerings was indeed tempting. Had Er Gouzi not obtained the yellow gourd, he would have hesitated no longer. However, with the yellow gourd in hand and over 10 acres of ginseng planted on Snakemouth Mountain, he felt no need to rely on others for merely 5 sheng of spiritual rice. Seeing that Er Gouzi hesitated but remained unmoved, Mu Wang and his companion pressed on. Moreover, as martial artists, we all dream of one day sensing the spiritual energy of the heavens and drawing it into our bodies to become cultivators. Yet, the secular cultivation methods have long been confiscated and destroyed. Those in the government hold on to their techniques tightly, requiring great contributions to obtain them. Even if an ordinary person successfully senses the spiritual energy, they lack the corresponding cultivation methods and magical arts to learn. This remark struck a chord with Er Gouzi. He had searched the archives of Zhengwu Hall, but found no cultivation techniques. The only one able to teach him, Li Banxian, had left, and it was uncertain when he would return. Noticing Er Gouzi's growing interest, the two continued. The Ding family's ancestors have indeed produced foundational cultivators. So techniques and spells are not lacking. By joining Dingjia village, you will have the opportunity to acquire such cultivation methods. As you are aware, government laws prohibit the private transmission of cultivation techniques. But with Ding Laoi's status as a jinshi, sharing a small portion with his guests would not attract scrutiny. Er Gouzi was genuinely tempted. He lacked ginseng and wealth, but yearned for techniques and guidance. But do you too possess the cultivation methods? Mu Wang and his companion fell silent once more, for he had indeed touched a sore spot. Mu Feng could only chuckle awkwardly. We have only been here a short time, and our cultivation levels are insufficient. We have yet to contribute to Dingjia village and do not feel it appropriate to ask. Well, once you successfully sense the spiritual energy of the heavens, you could still request techniques from Ding Laoi. Er Gouzi pondered deeply, weighing his options. Ever since he participated in the martial scholar examination, many had sought to recruit him. However, compared to others, Dingjia village had shown the most sincerity. The county magistrate had summoned Er Gouzi, where he sat while the magistrate feasted, merely allowing Er Gouzi the tantalizing aroma of the lavish spread. The official had called him over, yet he had not even caught a whiff of the food before being subjected to threats and intimidation. Meanwhile, the Daoxian sect's overtures were fraught with danger, leading to a life of obscurity. As a dignified man, why should he live in the shadows? Only the master of Dingjia village had treated him with kindness and warmth, sharing a meal with him without any airs. Furthermore, the entire atmosphere of Dingjia village left a favorable impression on him, and the prospect of acquiring cultivation techniques was indeed enticing. Chapter 44. The Goose Egg Zhangxiucai. You are welcome to visit Dingjia village again when you have the time. Thank you for the warm hospitality. With that, he took his leave. 2 days later, Ding Xiuling and her brother personally escorted Er Gouzi back to the official road, and the two parties exchanged respectful farewells. Ultimately, he decided against joining Dingjia village. His initial impressions of both the village and its master were quite favorable, and he held no psychological aversion to the idea of becoming a guest of the Ding family. Reflecting on the years gone by, he recalled how he had once been dependent on others, merely wishing for the chance to establish his own home, content even to be a tenant farmer. Not only did he achieve that dream, but he also acquired Shiko Mountain, becoming a small landowner. Each day, he toiled on the mountain, growing crops that provided him with food and clothing, and occasionally indulging in a meal of pork. He felt profoundly happy, wanting for nothing more. However, in order to protect his territory from the oppression of his cousin and the officials, he was compelled to practice martial arts and take the scholar's examination, unwittingly embarking on a path of cultivation. Now, to join the Ding family for the sake of cultivation techniques would mean returning to a state of dependency, contrary to his original intentions. Even his desire to become a martial scholar was merely to better defend his modest plot of land. As for cultivating techniques, he had already made considerable progress with the methods left by his master, reaching the 3rd level of qi training. Nevertheless, the head of the Ding family was indeed magnanimous, generous, and possessed the demeanor of an elder. Despite rejecting the Ding family's overtures, he had sought seeds of iron brambles, feeling somewhat ungrateful in doing so. Yet, the Ding master readily agreed, gifting him a packet of seeds without charge. In truth, he also wished to obtain some crescent spirit grain for cultivation, but felt too shy to ask, lacking the boldness to do so. He would have to request it from Sima Yi next time. Er Gouzi now moved swiftly, and as the sun began to set, he returned to Shishi village. Passing by the village entrance, he noticed a festive atmosphere, with decorations and white lanterns adorning the area. Such grandeur usually accompanied the death of a wealthy landowner, as common folk would simply roll up a straw mat and dig a grave without such elaborate arrangements. Instinctively, Er Gouzi suspected that Huang Laokai had passed away, given that he had once been the village's richest man. Out of respect for their past acquaintance, he resolved to pay his respects and partake in the feast. Upon preparing his somber expression and arriving at Huang Laocai's home, he was astonished to find Huang Laocai sitting on a large stone in front of his house, basking in the sun. "So you haven't died?" Er Gouzi exclaimed, unable to contain himself. "I owe my continued life to your benefaction, Master Zhang." Huang Laocai quickly responded, rising to clasp his hands in gratitude. For his life had indeed been saved by Er Gouzi. Moreover, Er Gouzi had now become a scholar, able to converse with important figures in the county office. Curious about who had actually passed away, Er Gouzi inquired further. "You are still unaware? Your uncle has died." How could he have suddenly died? Although Er Gouzi had no close relationship with his uncle, he had met his cousin a few times. His uncle was not yet 50, enjoying good food and living well. His health had seemed robust. The abrupt news of his death was shocking. During his days at the Zhengwu Hall, he had not seen his cousin Zhang Yuliang, likely because he was attending to his uncle at home. It was said that he had succumbed to a sudden illness. Just the day before, Er Gouzi had seen him in the village, looking vibrant, only to die that very night. Ah, the unpredictability of life. Huang Laocai sighed, not reveling in the misfortune, but rather lamenting the state of the world. "Thank you for the reminder." Er Gouzi bowed slightly to Huang Laocai and proceeded towards his uncle's home. Since the man had already passed, he intended to offer his condolences on behalf of Xiao Yizi and provide a small token of money for the incense, while also assessing the situation. His uncle's house was now the largest estate in Shishi village, wielding considerable power and influence, and at that moment, it was bustling with activity. Villagers had gathered to assist, performing various tasks and, coincidentally, enjoying a free meal. This year, due to drought and poor harvests, Zhang Yuliang still demanded 60% of the rent, and not a single dough less. Many families were struggling without rice, seizing the opportunity to partake in the morning festivities to secure a meal. They aimed to eat as much as possible to recuperate their losses. As it was a time of mourning, decorum dictated that attendees should not appear overly jovial. Regardless of their personal feelings, they at least had to present a facade of sorrowful lamentation. Upon his arrival, Er Gouzi noticed several unfamiliar tenant farmers, visibly distressed, weeping profusely. The hall where pigs had once been slaughtered was now transformed into a mourning chamber, with a black lacquered coffin at its center. Zhang Yoxin and Xiao Yizi, clad in white garments, stood before the coffin to receive condolences from the guests. In an adjacent room, their aunt was wailing, her cries rivaling those heard during the pig slaughter. When Zhang Yoxin spotted Er Gouzi entering, his face twisted with rage, his eyes blazing. "What are you doing here? How dare you show your face? Why are you so furious with me? Your father is not my doing. What right do you have to glare at me?" Er Gouzi retorted coldly, surveying the room for Zhang Yuliang, but he did not see him. In the past, during his stay at his uncle's house, he had often been bullied by the two brothers, occasionally even ridden like a horse. However, he was no longer beholden to the Zhang family and would not allow them to intimidate him any longer. You, Zhang Yoxin stammered, his anger boiling over. But in the end, he could not articulate his thoughts. Xiao Yizi, standing by the coffin, regarded Er Gouzi with a complex expression before biting her lip and lowering her head. Er Gouzi lit a joss stick, skipped the meal, and left his uncle's home, returning to his Shiko mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he immediately sensed something amiss. Firstly, there were various debris strewn beneath the cliff, and the path he had previously blocked with large stones was now partially cleared. At the base of the mountain, piles of soil and stones had accumulated, and there were even faint traces of blood on the open trail. It was evident that much had transpired during his absence. Realizing this, he summoned the power from his dantian and performed the wind control technique, feeling his body lighten as he leaped toward the mountain summit. Upon reaching the top, he found 13 large geese flapping their wings and surrounding him with outstretched necks, which eased his worries considerably. He then surveyed the mountaintop, noting that most of the ginseng remained intact. However, some ginseng near the goose pen had been ravaged, uprooted, and devoured. Clearly, further education was necessary. To sustain these geese, he would gather the ginseng leaves and other unwanted plants, infusing them with spiritual energy before feeding them. He had also designated a large area for sowing grass seeds, watering it daily for the geese's nourishment. Perhaps due to their newfound appetite, the 13 white geese often snuck off to nibble on the ginseng when he was away. As he examined the damaged ginseng, before he could fully mourn the losses, he noticed an unexpected sight: a goose egg nestled within the pen. Ever since the white geese had begun to mutate, they had not laid a single egg. This egg was more than twice the size of a typical goose egg, adorned with red streaks on its shell, appearing quite extraordinary. He wondered what sort of gosling might emerge from it, a sense of anticipation stirring within him. In the following days, he first blocked the gap in the mountain road once more. With his enhanced strength, he used several massive stones weighing hundreds of pounds to secure the path, ensuring that no ordinary person could pry them open. He then planted the iron bramble seeds he had received. The Ding Master had only given him 10 seeds, which fell short of his goal to encircle the mountain with them. However, this challenge did not daunt him. He would plant these 10 seeds and cultivate more for future expansion. After sowing and watering the seeds, tender sprouts emerged by the third day, flourishing rapidly under the influence of the gourd water, growing noticeably each day. Moreover, he casually plucked a stalk of cat-toothed rice in Dingjiazhuang. He cleared a small patch of land on the mountain, sowed these grains, and after watering them, they sprouted the very next day. Chapter 45. 17 years old. The seeds and iron thorns that Er Gouzi brought back from Dingjiazhuang thrived under daily irrigation, growing remarkably fast. Within just a month, the cat's ear rice was ready for harvest. After tasting a grain, he discovered it was even more fragrant than the cat's ear rice grown in Dingjiazhuang, with a slightly higher concentration of spiritual energy within the grains. Particularly after being stored in a gourd for 3 days, not only did the flavor improve, but the spiritual essence became even more potent, far surpassing the ordinary rice he had previously cultivated. He replanted these cat's ear rice grains over a plot of roughly 1 mu. Henceforth, he could harvest once a month, yielding approximately 4 dough each time, which was more than sufficient for his own consumption. In contrast, the iron thorns, sown at the same time, grew significantly slower, reaching only a foot in height after more than a month. The time required for the iron thorns to bloom and produce seeds remained uncertain. For Er Gouzi, the consumption of cat's ear rice was inconsequential, but the iron thorns were of paramount importance to him. He was eager to cultivate them across Shiko Mountain. Despite his impatience, the iron thorns were diligently growing, their small branches beginning to reveal the sharp, barbed thorns. One morning, before Er Gouzi had risen, he was awakened by the loud honking of a goose outside. Upon investigation, he found a goose ensnared by the iron thorns, caught in a predicament. The mutated goose possessed strength comparable to a human warrior, yet it could only struggle in vain against the wood thorns, resulting in a torn piece of flesh. After much effort, Er Gouzi managed to free the goose, albeit with some sacrifice. It seemed feasible to plant more iron thorns around the ginseng fields in the future. Er Gouzi fed the goose some grass mixed with ginseng and replenished its water trough. The goose, proving to be quite productive, had already laid around 10 eggs, warranting better nourishment to restore its strength. The eggshells were adorned with crimson patterns, leaving him curious about what would hatch from them. After tending to the goose, he practiced for 2 hours before gathering a large basket of red dates and riding a goose down from Shiko Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a group of stonemasons were busy chiseling stones. They were taken aback upon witnessing Er Gouzi descending from the sky atop a large white goose. The geese raised by the scholar's family were swans, and it seemed Zhang Xiaozai had likely attained the status of an immortal master. In the same village, there were 2 Zhang Xiaozai, one benevolent and the other miserly. Hush, do not speak of it. If word reaches his ears, your rent will increase next year. Upon arriving at the construction site, the stonemasons quickly rose to their feet, bowing in respect. Greetings, scholar. Thank you for your hard work. Please take a break and enjoy some refreshments, Er Gouzi said, placing the large bamboo basket atop a sizable stone. The craftsmen expressed their gratitude profusely. Sometime earlier, he had instructed Ahu to hire craftsmen to build a large house at the foot of the mountain for temporary residence and grain storage. To construct a solid home, a strong foundation was essential, and given the abundance of stones in their mountainous region, they primarily used well-shaped stones for the base. They first needed to chisel the stones into uniform rectangular shapes before laying them underground, ensuring the foundation would stand strong for centuries. Therefore, even the notoriously stingy landlords dared not be miserly with the craftsmen responsible for building and laying foundations. They ensured the workers were well fed during meals and occasionally offered tea and snacks. Er Gouzi utilized local resources, as the mountain was rich in sweet red dates, which were well received by the craftsmen. Some even discreetly stuffed a few dates into their clothing to bring home for their children. Er Gouzi feigned ignorance and generously gifted each craftsman a large bag. The stonemasons, delighted, tucked the dates away, sharing one or two with their children daily, who eagerly awaited their return home, hoping for a treat. As Er Gouzi chatted with the craftsman, he made his way toward Shishi village. With the year's end approaching, he still owed Huang Laokai 110 taels of silver. Now, upon seeing him, Huang Laokai bowed deeply, calling him scholar. However, he readily accepted the large bag of silver that Er Gouzi presented, inspecting each piece meticulously and weighing them. Has Zhang Leoi had his meal? It's almost lunchtime. Would you care to join us for a meal here? Er Gouzi noticed Huang Laokai's expression suggested he had something important to say, and he nodded in agreement. Huang Laocai's wife, upon hearing this, hurried to the kitchen with several concubines and busied herself for a long while. Eventually, they brought forth a splendid spread, a whole roasted chicken, stewed pork, fried eggs, and an entire fish, totaling 4 dishes. Why such an extravagant feast? It's not even the new year, Er Gouzi mused, recalling the first meal he had shared at Huang Laokai's home that spring, which consisted of stir-fried radish greens and fatty pork, where he had devoured 3 large bowls of rice. In their humble abode, they had managed to prepare a few decent dishes, and he was grateful that the scholar did not disdain their offerings. At that moment, Huang Laokai regarded the dishes on the table with a hint of embarrassment, feeling they were somewhat unworthy. Times had changed. Er Gouzi was no longer the impoverished youth he once was. During the meal, Huang Laokai eagerly presented a jar of aged liquor he had been saving for years. The moment the jar was opened, the aroma of alcohol filled the room. However, Er Gouzi had never acquired a taste for alcohol. His previous experiences with his master had left him feeling that drinking was merely a form of self-inflicted misery, preferring honey water instead. He took a small sip from the large bowl of liquor, but put it down shortly thereafter. As the meal neared its conclusion, Huang Laokai, appearing to have mustered considerable courage, finally spoke up. Zhang Leoi, I wish to ask you for a favor. What is it? Er Gouzi had anticipated Huang Laokai might have a request, and thus he was not surprised. I would like my child to learn martial arts. Could you assist in recommending him to the Zhengwu Hall? This was the matter at hand. Er Gouzi contemplated it briefly. As an instructor at Zhengwu Hall, he seemed to possess the requisite authority. I cannot provide an immediate answer, but when I next visit Zhengwu Hall, I can inquire with Master Sima. Huang Laokai had been quite helpful to Er Gouzi in the past, so returning the favor was not an imposition. However, Er Gouzi felt it prudent to seek Sima Hong's consent before recommending any students, as he was merely a salaried instructor himself. Thank you so much. You are a great benefactor to our Huang family, Huang Laokai exclaimed, pulling his son Huang Monsong over to bow deeply to Er Gouzi. Having received such respect, Er Gouzi felt obliged to follow through and promised to make inquiries the next time he entered the city, though he anticipated it would be after the new year. He had borrowed numerous books from Zhengwu Hall, which would provide ample material for study for quite some time. 4 months later, spring had arrived once again, and Er Gouzi was now 17 years old. Swish, swish, swish. Atop Shiko Mountain, Er Gouzi wielded a sword weighing 150 jin with a grace that belied its weight, dancing with it as if it were featherlight. He had mastered the wind spirit sword technique in merely a month. Despite the book claiming that mastery required over a decade of rigorous practice, suggesting a degree of exaggeration, the text indicated that this sword technique favored a lighter blade, ideally between 3 to 5 jin, for easier execution. Lacking such a delicate sword, Er Gouzi practiced with the 100 jin sword, leveraging his own strength and finding it not particularly challenging. After mastering the wind spirit sword technique, he spent an additional 20 days perfecting a martial art form. Subsequently, he practiced various martial arts techniques, and the time required for mastery diminished significantly, from over 20 days to just a few days. And now he could master a martial arts manual in merely 2 or 3 days. This astonishing speed truly astonished Er Gouzi himself. These techniques were not commonplace. To his knowledge, many individuals at the Zhengwu Hall had been training for several years, even up to a decade. After pondering, Er Gouzi speculated that his foundational cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi training allowed him to easily practice these ordinary martial arts. Moreover, with the enhancement of his celestial cultivation, the techniques exhibited exponentially greater power in his hands. However, as he mastered all the borrowed techniques, he gradually lost interest in the dazzling array of skills. After all, employing so many tricks seemed less effective than a single, straightforward strike. Perhaps this aligns with the principle of simplicity in the Great Path as mentioned in books. Thus, in the end, he reverted to the basics of swordsmanship, practicing simple movements such as thrusts, slashes, and cuts daily. Now, in addition to tending to his fields, he dedicated his time to cultivation and reading. He had borrowed a dozen books from the Zhengwu Hall's library, among which 6 were martial arts manuals. The remainder covered topics such as agricultural economics, military strategy, and medicine. Military strategy was essential for martial examinations, and as a true farmer, he had to study agricultural texts, having planted a mountain of medicinal herbs. He recognized that his cultivation would inevitably intersect with these herbs, necessitating a prior grasp of relevant medical knowledge. Moreover, historically, medicine and martial arts have been intertwined. Most martial artists possess some understanding of medicinal principles. Among the medical texts he borrowed were Ben Chao Lu and Sheng Hui Fong. Ben Chao Lu documented 800 varieties of medicinal herbs, encompassing those that fly in the sky, grow on the ground, or swim in the water, as long as they possess medicinal properties. The book provided detailed descriptions of each herb's identification, medicinal properties, and cultivation or production environments. In the final pages, a small section categorized spiritual herbs, listing only about 20 varieties, most of which were unheard of. For instance, the century-old ginseng was classified as a spiritual herb. The text indicated that while ginseng younger than 100 years contained some spiritual energy, it lacked sufficient spiritual power and was merely considered a common product. In contrast, century-old ginseng, rich in spiritual energy, underwent a qualitative transformation, significantly enhancing its medicinal potency, thus qualifying it as a spiritual herb. As for ginseng aged 300 to 500 years, or even over 1,000 years, these existed only in legends, rare and elusive. Aside from ginseng, the spiritual herb category included several common medicinal herbs like reishi, huangjing, yuzu, and sanqi. If these herbs could grow for a century, they too could undergo a transformation into spiritual herbs. The remaining 20 or so spiritual herbs were entirely unfamiliar to him, having neither heard nor seen them before. Sheng Hui Fong, on the other hand, contained various formulations of medicinal herbs, encompassing over 1,000 recipes. By combining herbs based on their properties, one could create a multitude of effects. Some combinations enhanced the original medicinal efficacy, while others counteracted and eliminated harmful side effects. Certain combinations could even reverse the properties of herbs, transforming toxic substances into potent remedies or vice versa. The formulas documented in the book included over 1,000 variations, with forms ranging from decoctions, tinctures, pastes, powders, pills, and elixirs. However, most were intended for common ailments such as headaches, fevers, coughs in children, and infertility, with only a few suitable for martial artists, addressing issues like trauma, strengthening bones, replenishing qi, and nourishing blood. He also discovered the formula for the Pei Yuan Gu Ben Wan. This pill was available exclusively at Hong and Tang in the county town, priced at a staggering 10 taels of silver per pill, and was in high demand. The formula required 5 taels of ginseng aged over 50 years. For taels of Maidong, 2 taels of Wu Wei Zi, 2 taels of Ro Tsong Rong, and 8 taels of cooked earth. The herbs would be finely ground, sifted, and combined with honey to form thumb-sized pills. Aside from the ginseng, which was somewhat challenging to find, the other herbs were relatively accessible. Er Gouzi planned to gather these herbs on his next trip to the county town to prepare some Pei Yuan Gu Ben Wan for himself, though his current ginseng was slightly lacking in age. The earliest batch of ginseng on Shiko Mountain had barely reached 30 years of age. Previously, he had not harvested much, but recently he had fed a considerable amount of 10-year-old ginseng to his 13 large geese. To promote the geese's reproduction, he had to feed them a batch of ginseng daily to bolster their health. Now, the geese had begun to lay eggs, which were significantly larger than ordinary goose eggs and bore red streaks on their shells. Having consumed a substantial amount of ginseng, 31 eggs had accumulated in the goose house, and several female geese had begun to incubate them. A few male geese stood guard outside the goose house, never leaving their posts. Initially, Er Gouzi intended to visit the county town to return the books to Zhengwu Hall and inquire about Huang Laokai. However, witnessing the geese's anxious behavior, he decided to remain on the mountain to protect them. Remarkably, it took 2 months before he saw the goslings hatch, considerably longer than the average incubation period for domestic geese. The newly hatched goslings, aside from being larger, resembled normal goslings, covered in yellow fluff with yellow beaks. However, There was one drawback. These goslings were surprisingly picky eaters. When presented with ordinary, non-spiritual tender leaves, they would not even glance at them, preferring to endure hunger rather than settle for something less. Er Gouzi had no choice but to yield to the goslings' whims, storing the tender leaves in a gourd to enhance their spiritual energy before feeding them to the goslings. Despite their finicky eating habits, the goslings were well cared for. Yet their growth rate was disappointingly slow. They consumed food without gaining any size. Fortunately, although the goslings were small, they were surprisingly agile, eluding capture by ordinary individuals. Seeing this, Er Gouzi felt slightly reassured, packed some belongings, and, under the cover of darkness, quietly descended the mountain towards the county town. Chapter 46. Drought. Er Gouzi had resided in the mountains for several months, and the time for spring plowing had now arrived. The winter had passed without a single flake of snow, and until now, not a drop of rain had fallen. As he wandered along the countryside path, he noticed that even at this late hour, the streets were bustling with activity, not less than during the day. However, everyone was in a hurry, paying little attention to Er Gouzi. As long as he did not contend for water sources with them, even the mightiest of kings would go unnoticed. Many who lived farther from the water sources had to carry water back to their fields on their shoulders, but the owners of those water sources would certainly object. For in these times, seizing water was akin to stealing food. Along his journey, Er Gouzi had witnessed more than a dozen altercations over water rights. He could only feel fortunate that his 50 acres of land were near the spring at Shiko Mountain, which proved advantageous during this year of calamity. Furthermore, the spring continued to flow as it did in previous years, unaffected by the drought. After walking through the night, he arrived in the county town just as dawn began to break. His first stop was Huachuntang, where he intended to sell a sack of powerful pills to Samayi. Upon entering Huachuntang, he found the establishment bustling with customers, with many waiting in line. He casually found a small stool to sit on while he waited. However, as soon as he sat down, the stool collapsed beneath him. Weighing over 100 pounds himself and carrying a sword of about 150 pounds, the stool was simply not sturdy enough. This sudden noise startled the patients in the shop, and those who recognized him began to whisper among themselves. Isn't that the legendary scholar Zhang? The one who sent the examiner flying during the examination? Oh, the one who caused the examination hall to be destroyed and left a debt of 200 taels. Huh, I witnessed that examination too. What an extraordinary individual. With his keen senses, Er Gouzi caught every word of their hushed conversation. To his surprise, he had gained a measure of fame in the county town. And even after so long, people still recounted his exploits. These harmless murmurs made him pretend not to hear. Yet he could not help but feel a slight blush of embarrassment at the mention of himself. He found another sturdy stool and carefully sat down, this time without incident. After waiting for a while in his corner, Samayi finished attending to a patient and came to see him. To avoid prying eyes and ears, Samayi led Er Gouzi into a room in the back courtyard. Your business is thriving, it seems, Er Gouzi remarked, but Samayi did not appear pleased. Instead, he sighed deeply. If I can manage not to lose money, I consider it a success. Most of my patients suffer from poverty-related ailments. One cannot expect to profit from them. My medicine only addresses the symptoms, not the root causes. If they could have a few hearty meals or a couple of servings of pork, many of these ailments would heal themselves. Er Gouzi understood what Samayi was saying. This year, due to the drought, many were tightening their belts to survive. Although no one was dying from hunger outright, they had become extremely weakened, succumbing to various illnesses. Samayi, being compassionate, often sold his medicinal herbs at cost or only for minimal profit when treating the poor. At times, unable to bear the sight of their suffering, he would even subsidize their treatments. Thanks to his fair pricing and occasional free medications, Huachuntang's business had indeed flourished, albeit not for profit. While coffin makers hoped for more deaths daily, physicians wished for more patients to fall ill. Er Gouzi felt that Samayi's compassionate nature was not well suited for the profession of a physician. Having known each other for several years, Er Gouzi noted how Samayi had grown quieter and more reserved, transforming from the spirited youth he once was into a man in his 20s showing signs of gray hair. Nevertheless, with Samayi's character, Er Gouzi felt assured that their transactions would remain trustworthy. In his younger days, when he was unaware of the world's dangers, he had foolishly attempted to sell rare spiritual items. With his deepening understanding of martial practitioners, he recognized how perilous such actions could be. Fortunately, he had encountered someone like Samayi back then. However, given the current bustling atmosphere of Huachuntang, Er Gouzi decided to return at night for his next visit. I have a total of 328 taels of silver. Shall I exchange them all for the Peyuan Gubin pills? Samayi casually inquired after counting the powerful pills. Er Gouzi was accustomed to exchanging all the powerful pills for Peyuan Gubin pills. This time, please procure a batch of medicinal herbs for me, and I will use the remaining silver to buy the Peyuan Gubin pills. However, this time, Er Gouzi produced a list of medicinal herbs. These herbs, along with ginseng and cistanche, will be used to create Peyuan Gubin pills. Are you planning to formulate them? Samayi deduced from the list that Er Gouzi intended to concoct a specific remedy. The formula for Peyuan Gubin pills was not a secret, as many were aware, but they often lacked sufficiently aged ginseng. He happened to have some old ginseng and cistanche on hand, intending to try his hand at concocting some. Er Gouzi briefly explained his intentions, and Samayi did not press further. After leaving the herb list with Samayi, Er Gouzi proceeded to Zhengwutang. He returned the books he had borrowed last time and spent half a day in the library, borrowing another 10 or so books. He had come to appreciate the joy of reading. Ink and paper were expensive, and the cost of each book was high. The knowledge preserved in books was a distillation of the experiences of those who came before. With the opportunity to learn from the past, he was determined to seize it fully. He then sought out Deputy Hall Master Samayi, inquiring about the recommendation of students, to which Samayi readily agreed. Having taken care of various matters, Er Gouzi stayed in the county town for only a day before returning to Shiko Mountain that very night. Passing by the Anchang River, he noticed that the water level had dropped significantly. If the drought continued, the river might soon dry up completely. In the event of prolonged drought, there might be no drinking water left, so he needed to stockpile some in advance as a precaution. He found a secluded spot, took out a yellow gourd, and with a thought, the gourd visibly expanded before his eyes. In an instant, it grew from the size of a needle to over 3 meters tall. He placed the large gourd into the river, and the flowing water began to swirl into it. After 2 hours of filling, he observed that although the downstream water level had diminished, the gourd remained unfilled. If he continued, he could not fathom how much water would be needed to fill it. After years of use, he still had not discovered the gourd's true capacity. As dawn approached, he returned the gourd to its original needle size, which he then attached to his ear, resembling a modest earring. Upon returning to Shishi village, Er Gouzi wrote a letter of recommendation for Huang Laokai in his presence. With this letter, Huang Laokai's family could attend Zhengwutang for their studies. Naturally, they expressed their profound gratitude to Er Gouzi once again. Upon returning to the foot of Shiko Mountain, he found that the stone foundation for the house had been completed, and a stone mason awaited him. Master Zhang, the foundation is done, and the stone mill and pestle you requested are ready. The craftsman gestured to the 2 large stone millstones and pestles behind him, secretly marveling at their size. Such massive millstones, even a pair of donkeys could not pull them. I wonder which beast the scholar intends to use for this task. Er Gouzi inspected the foundation and millstones and promptly settled the laborers' wages. The craftsman breathed a sigh of relief upon receiving the pouch of silver, as settling accounts with these landowners was often the most challenging part of the job. Often, after laboring diligently for half a year, when it comes time to settle accounts, one finds oneself scrutinized for every detail, as if searching for faults within an egg, concocting various excuses to withhold payment. Yet, this esteemed Mr. Zhang did not shortchange him in the least. Rather, he generously bestowed additional silver. Much obliged, Mr. Zhang. No need for formalities. We may very well seek your assistance again next year, remarked Er Gouzi, as he effortlessly lifted the enormous grinding stone and leapt towards Shiko Mountain. The foreman, who had not yet departed, was so taken aback by this spectacle that he promptly knelt, exclaiming in awe at the celestial mastery displayed. Er Gouzi, however, showed no inclination to conceal his prowess from the common folk. It was said that even the county magistrate occasionally showcased his supernatural abilities to the populace. Consequently, the entire county was aware of the magistrate's remarkable powers. After transporting the stone mill and mortar to the mountaintop and securing them in place, he gave the stone mill a gentle push and found it to be quite manageable. The dehusking of rice required the mortar, and his previous set had proven too small and inefficient. The stone mill also greatly expedited the processes of grinding rice and herbs. He possessed a considerable stock of grain, yet the preparation of potent pills consumed a significant amount of time. Balancing daily studies, cultivation, and farming often resulted in prolonged intervals before he could sell even a stone of grain. Thus, His initial plan to consume a single Peiyuan Gubin pill each day had remained unfulfilled. As his strength grew, so too did the demand for the refinement of spiritual energy. To sustain his rapid advancement, it was imperative to enhance his efficiency in pill production. Chapter 47. Cultivation. Er Gouzi returned to the mountain and began to experiment with the medicinal herbs he had purchased. At present, aside from the 50-year-old ginseng, he had gathered all the necessary ingredients. He placed these ingredients into a stone mill, grinding them into a fine powder, which he stored in a large jar for future use. For the primary ingredient, the ginseng, he had prepared two types, one aged 20 years and the other 30 years. Although neither reached the 50-year mark, he believed that his gourd could enhance their potency. He intended to use both types of ginseng to concoct the Peiyuan Gubin pill and then compare them with the commercially acquired pills. The method of pill making was quite simple. It merely required mixing the ground herbs in proportion, adding refined honey, and then rolling them into small balls by hand. For his first batch, he produced only a few dozen pills of each type, letting them dry before storing them in the gourd for 3 days. Upon comparison, the pills made with the 20-year-old ginseng, after enhancement, could achieve the effects of the genuine Peiyuan Gubin pill. The pills made with the 30-year-old ginseng exhibited even stronger effects than the authentic versions. However, the most potent were still those genuine Peiyuan Gubin pills purchased with Sima Yi's assistance, as they utilized the authentic 50-year-old ginseng as their base ingredient. This comparison led him to conclude that, for future sales, the 20-year-old ginseng would suffice for the Peiyuan Gubin pill, while for personal consumption, the stronger the potency, the better. Ideally, he would continue to acquire genuine Peiyuan Gubin pills from Sima Yi, enhancing their power with his gourd before consuming them himself. In the days that followed, Er Gouzi diligently practiced, read, farmed, and tended to his geese. His flock was well-fed and quite productive, hatching a total of 35 goslings. Time passed, and 3 months later, he felt an abundance of true qi swelling in his lower abdomen, akin to the sensation of pregnancy. One day, after consuming a Peiyuan Gubin pill, the true qi surged forth, breaking free from his dantian, ascending along the governing vessel, and breaking through several major acupoints, culminating at the crown of his head. With an explosive sensation, his head buzzed as if a great firecracker had detonated within, creating a space that, though small, perhaps merely an inch in diameter, contained a mysterious substance that was neither visible nor tangible, yet distinctly felt. According to the texts, this signified the successful opening of the upper dantian. The human body comprises 3 dantians: the lower dantian, situated 3 inches below the navel, the middle dantian, at the Zhongwan point, and the upper dantian, also known as the Naiwan Palace, located within the cranium, extending vertically from the third eye. The enigmatic substance within the upper dantian was what the texts referred to as divine consciousness, often called the sea of consciousness by practitioners of immortality. Calming his excitement, he endeavored to mobilize the small orb of mysterious substance within the upper dantian. From the moment it was formed, this divine consciousness had fused with his mental awareness, representing a qualitative transformation of his spiritual consciousness. The divine consciousness flowed like intent, and with a mere thought, it surged forth, enveloping an area of about 10 feet in radius. When encountering various obstacles, it moved effortlessly, transcending barriers with ease. Wherever the divine consciousness reached, it could perceive with clarity, even penetrating the confines of his internal organs or the barriers of walls. He could now distinctly see the ginseng extending its roots in the soil, as the roots absorbed tiny clusters of spiritual energy. Possessing this divine consciousness, he was particularly eager to examine the yellow gourd in his possession. Holding the gourd, he directed his consciousness towards it. To his astonishment, as his thoughts stirred, the gourd vanished from his hand and appeared within the sea of consciousness. In the next moment, it reappeared in his grasp. He discovered that this treasure could traverse the divine consciousness into the sea, allowing him to conceal it there without fear of discovery. Next, he probed into the gourd's interior through its opening. This time, the experience differed from what his eyes had previously seen. When he had opened it before, he was met with a blinding expanse of white, devoid of any discernible features. Now, as he used his divine consciousness to investigate, the interior remained a hazy white, yet small luminous points floated within the chaos. These points resembled tiny stars, bright yet gentle on the eyes. Apart from this chaos, the gourd's interior was filled with these small light points, and he could not discern the multitude of items he had stored within. Notably, the water he had gathered, which must have accumulated to the volume of a small lake, was nowhere to be seen. As this thought crossed his mind, a light point drew his divine consciousness toward it. Upon entering this point, he discovered it contained a vast body of water, the entirety of which he had collected, now coalesced into a single mass, floating amidst the chaos. As he navigated through the water with his divine consciousness, he was surprised to find fish swimming within it, likely inadvertently included during his previous water collection. This revelation indicated that his gourd could not only store items, but also sustain fish, eliminating the need to purchase them in the future. At that moment, cradling the gourd in his hands, he silently willed the fish to appear. The fish that had been swimming moments before now manifested in his hand, lively and eager to escape. He then returned the fish to the gourd, and it reappeared in the water. Following this, he explored the remaining light points within the gourd. Indeed, they comprised all the items he had collected. After several attempts, he discovered that these light points could merge or separate at will. For instance, he could divide the water into 2, 3, or even more points, or consolidate several scattered items into a single light point. This newfound understanding would greatly facilitate the management of his items within the gourd. Moreover, the ability to hide the gourd within the sea of consciousness alleviated any concerns about it being discovered. Er Gouzi spent a considerable time experimenting with the gourd's functionalities before finally storing it in the sea. At this moment, he had progressed from the 3rd level of chi refining to the 4th, successfully opening the sea of consciousness and significantly enhancing his magical prowess. Additionally, he recalled the celestial techniques left by his master before departing. Previously, he had struggled to cultivate them due to insufficient cultivation level, managing only to master the wind control technique. He had yet to grasp any other spells, and with time pressing as he prepared for the martial scholar examination, he had little opportunity to pursue them further. Now that his cultivation had advanced, he could revisit the techniques and explore them at a leisurely pace. With this thought, he retrieved the scrolls left by his master and began to examine them. These spells included sword control technique, fireball technique, rejuvenation technique, wood spike technique, binding technique, water arrow technique, earth shield technique, and talisman technique. Among these, the wind control technique had proven immensely beneficial. After a cursory review, he recognized that with his current understanding of immortality, he had a general grasp of their nature. Notably, the sword control technique required a flying sword as a magical tool, which his heavy sword could not fulfill. Similarly, the talisman technique necessitated specialized talisman paper akin to that used by the Daoxian sect to activate and deploy. The Qi observation technique required divine consciousness, necessitating mastery of the 4th level of Qi refining and the opening of the upper dantian to cultivate. The binding technique demanded the use of seeds from spiritual wood or plants to be effective. Excluding the various spells for which he lacked the requisite conditions, Er Gouzi chose to first focus on the Qi observation technique for contemplation and practice. The art of Qi observation is a subtle technique that utilizes spiritual perception to discern the essence and vitality of individuals, as documented in various texts which assert its efficacy in evaluating the strength of warriors or cultivators. Strictly speaking, Qi observation is not a true spell, but rather a delicate skill in the application of one's spiritual awareness. After establishing his spiritual sea and acquiring spiritual consciousness, he adeptly mastered this technique in a mere fortnight. Upon successfully honing the art of Qi observation, he endeavored to exercise his spiritual awareness, surveying all that surrounded him. Every living creature emanated a distinct aura, varying in intensity. Among the inhabitants of Shiko Mountain, the strongest aura belonged to Er Gouzi, followed closely by the large and small geese. Even the tiniest of creatures, like ants, emitted an exceedingly faint presence, nearly imperceptible. With this newfound ability, he felt considerably safer venturing outdoors. However, it is important to note that the effectiveness of Qi observation is heavily contingent upon the strength of one's spiritual awareness. Currently, his perception could only encompass a radius of about 1 zhang, and beyond that, the clarity of his observations diminished. Subsequently, he devoted himself to the practice of the fireball technique, which required a lengthier commitment, spanning over a month. At this moment, his internal energy coursed through his body in a unique manner, manifesting a fireball the size of a thumb at his fingertips. The flames danced unpredictably, exuding an intense heat, while Er Gouzi meticulously controlled the fire with his spiritual awareness to avoid injury. In his attempts to master this technique, he had already scorched several garments and singed much of his hair and eyebrows. Now, with only one eyebrow remaining, he was determined to protect it from the flames. At last, the fireball, swaying like a tipsy reveler, drifted forward. After a brief moment, perhaps fatigued, it landed upon a large stone 2 zhang away. With a whoosh, the fire erupted, engulfing the stone in fierce flames. After a brief period, the flames gradually subsided. Upon inspection, he discovered that the surface of the stone had melted, resembling glass. The destructive power of the fireball, if it were to strike a person's head, would undoubtedly prove fatal. Yet, the casting speed was considerably slow. It required several cycles of internal energy to conjure the fireball, taking at least a few moments. In the heat of battle, such a delay would render him vulnerable. Though the fireball technique possessed substantial might, its effectiveness against agile opponents like Er Gouzi himself, who was adept at running and jumping, was questionable. After all, one could not expect adversaries to remain stationary and compliant. This realization struck him profoundly when he encountered a cloaked figure on Shiko Mountain years ago. Despite delivering numerous thrusts, he failed to land a single blow due to the adversary's evasion. In summation, while this spell held some merit, particularly for igniting fires outdoors, its practical applications appeared limited. Nevertheless, he believed that with continual practice and improvement, this situation might change. Following this, he dedicated over a month to mastering the water arrow technique. Similar to the fireball technique, it boasted impressive power, yet suffered from sluggish casting speed, often rendering it less effective than a well-aimed sword strike. Moreover, given the totality of his internal energy, he could only perform 3 consecutive spells before succumbing to exhaustion. At this juncture, he no longer harbored lofty expectations for spellcasting. Why rely on magic when a sword could suffice? Nonetheless, he still deemed it necessary to cultivate the remaining spells. With ample time at his disposal, he resolved to practice at a leisurely pace. Over the ensuing period, he successfully mastered several spells aside from the binding technique, which required the use of plant seeds to channel internal energy, prompting rapid growth to ensnare foes. Lacking spiritual plant seeds, he experimented with mung beans, soybeans, morning glory seeds, and kudzu seeds, only to find them incapable of withstanding the infusion of his energy, resulting in their explosive failure. It became evident that only special seeds would suffice. Perhaps in the future, he could experiment with the seeds of iron thorn bushes, which, with their numerous thorns and barbs, would serve excellently for ensnaring enemies. The 10 iron thorn bushes he had planted thrived under daily care, branching out into 10 large clusters, each adorned with fearsome barbed spikes that even the troublesome geese dared not approach. Recently, a few small flowers had blossomed, yet the time until the fruit matured remained uncertain. At the current growth rate, cultivating a vast expanse of iron thorn bushes around the entirety of Shiko Mountain would require many years. Recalling agricultural texts that suggested many trees could survive through cuttings, he decided to try his hand at propagating the thorn bushes. Armed with a machete, he attempted to sever some branches for this purpose. However, his blade met with resistance akin to cutting through resilient sinew or wire, yielding no results. Instead, he was pricked by several thorns, leaving him in a precarious situation. After considerable effort, he managed to extract the thorns from his arm, leaving him bloodied. Frustrated yet undeterred, he resolved to conquer the thorn bushes. Drawing his 100-pound sword, he stood at a distance and struck down, successfully cleaving off half of a thorn bush. After dragging the severed portion closer, he carefully split it into numerous 3-inch-long cuttings. He prepared a small patch of soil, inserting each cutting with care and watering them with water from a gourd. In total, there were 48 cuttings. The following day, they showed no signs of withering. By the 3rd day, tender shoots emerged from the nodes, and by the 4th day, tiny roots began to sprout from the bases. It appeared they had taken root. Continuing this endeavor, he harvested portions from the remaining thorn bushes for further propagation. A month later, he had successfully cultivated over 500 young iron thorn bushes. This burgeoning number was sufficient to begin planting in key locations throughout the mountain. Chapter 48. Elixirs. Early in the morning, Er Gouzi finished watering the fields and casually tossed a locust to the flock of geese. Perhaps due to the drought, the locust population this year was unusually high. Even in autumn, they still thrived. Fortunately, the geese relished locusts, and most of those that flew up Snake Mouth Mountain ended up in their bellies. After months of nurturing, the goslings had matured, their white feathers adorned with streaks of crimson, lending them an even more splendid appearance. The goslings were larger and stronger than their parents. capable of flying 1 or 2 miles while carrying Er Gouzi. Once he had fed the geese, Er Gouzi mounted one and descended Snakemouth Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the modest house he desired had been completed. It was not particularly large, consisting of only 3 rooms, with a stone foundation, blue bricks, and green tiles. These bricks and tiles had been transported by hired laborers from over 20 miles away. Fortunately, during this year of disaster, labor was quite inexpensive. For every 10 bricks transported, 1 liter of rice was exchanged. An adult could carry 10 blue bricks at a time, traveling a round trip of 50 miles, earning 1 liter of rice in a day, which could sustain several mouths for a day with careful saving. Many people were eager to take on such work, including children as young as 5 or 6. Er Gouzi entered the house through the large door. In one room, he stored dozens of stone measures of rice, all collected as rent from the previous year. Another room held some red dates and persimmon cakes. The jujube and persimmon trees on the mountain bore fruit abundantly when adequately watered. He did not store these grains in a gourd, as they were often needed for everyday sustenance. The third room remained temporarily empty, furnished with a wooden table and 4 benches. Er Gouzi had not lingered long in his new home before Ahu arrived. "Master, there has been no harvest from the fields this year. Could we possibly reduce the rent?" Ahu spoke these words with a hint of trepidation. After all, Zhang Yuliang had set a precedent. Despite the severe drought, no rent had been forgiven there. Instead, considering the dire circumstances, all tenants were required to sign promissory notes to repay their debts once the harvest improved. Er Gouzi was generally fair and benevolent towards his tenants, embodying a spirit reminiscent of Huang Laogai. It was not that Ahu was being overly demanding. Even in years of plentiful harvests, tenants barely managed to survive, unable to store any grain. Accumulating such a significant debt could take generations to repay. "How much grain was harvested this year?" Er Gouzi inquired. "Including my own acre, 51 acres in total yielded 73 stone measures of rice," Ahu replied, truthfully. The 50 acres at the foot of Snakemouth Mountain had access to nearby water sources, preventing total crop failure and allowing for a return on seed costs. "Has there been any tax reduction from the government?" Er Gouzi asked. "The government has issued a notice stating that this year's household tax, head tax, and sunlight tax must still be paid. However, considering the harvest failure, payment can be deferred for 2 years, Ahu explained, growing more anxious as he observed Er Gouzi's expression. If the government had not reduced taxes, what grounds did he have to request a rent waiver from the landlord? Er Gouzi remained silent for a long while, his fingers gently tapping the table, his expression conflicted. The rent for this year amounted to 100 stone measures of grain, sufficient for him to eat for over a decade. Based on current grain prices, it could be exchanged for at least 20 Peiyuan Gubin pills. Many martial artists would fight fiercely for such a quantity. Having grown up stealing pig feed, he did not possess the benevolence of Sima Yi. He lived each day meticulously, finding even a meat bun to be a luxury, and mended his pants to be worn as shorts for 3 more years. Relinquishing the 100 stone measures of rent felt painfully unjust. Yet, seeing Ahu's cautious demeanor stirred a sense of compassion within him. He calculated in his mind. From the 51 acres yielding 73 stone measures of grain, 5 to 6 stone would be needed for seeds. After accounting for various taxes, approximately 20 stone might remain, barely sustaining Ahu's family. If he took all 73 stone measures of grain, the more Er Gouzi thought, the more conflicted he became, the feelings of compassion and pain intertwining. "Very well, I shall waive this year's rent." "Thank you, master. Thank you, master." Ahu prostrated on the ground, repeatedly bowing to Er Gouzi, his forehead bleeding but oblivious to the pain. "Thank you, master. You are benevolent. Rise. This year is difficult for everyone. If we endure this year, next year will bring rain," Er Gouzi replied, handing Ahu a bag of red dates. "Take this home to comfort your child. Your little one is only about 5, yet has worked hard with you all year. He will grow to be a skilled farmer." Ahu, clutching the bag of red dates, departed with endless gratitude. Er Gouzi remained seated on the bench for a moment, lost in thought, before locking the door and stepping outside. He had spent a considerable amount of time cultivating on the mountain, rarely venturing out. The various medicinal herbs he had purchased previously to create Peiyuan Gubin pills had all been consumed. As his cultivation improved, his needs for spiritual energy grew greater, rendering the effects of the Peiyuan Gubin pills increasingly negligible. After all, these pills were merely ordinary herbs, not even classified as spiritual herbs. He recalled reading in the book essays on immortal cultivation in the Great Zhou that some professional alchemists could refine spiritual herbs into elixirs with remarkable effects. However, the government strictly regulated alchemical techniques, permitting only local authorities to establish dedicated alchemical institutions. Alchemical techniques had to remain confidential, with severe penalties for any breach of secrecy. The government would collect herbs, organize alchemists to produce elixirs, and then distribute them for sale or reward those who had rendered service. Consequently, elixirs were exceedingly expensive, often unattainable even for those with wealth. At least, he had yet to see any elixirs for sale in the county town. But he could inquire with Sima Yi upon entering the city. He should be able to provide some information regarding matters within Anshan County. At this moment, Er Gouzi had already set foot on the official road, noticing an increase in beggars and refugees compared to before. Typically, as long as tenants had a means of subsistence, they would not resort to becoming beggars. Refugees were those who could no longer survive and were driven to desperation, regarded by the government as no different from bandits. Along the way, he witnessed a refugee lying by the roadside, still clinging to life, only to be carried away by a group of fellow refugees. He could only guess their intentions, having heard many tales of such grim realities. These refugees, in their struggle for survival, were capable of any deed. With winter yet to arrive, it was likely that if the drought continued, the number of refugees would only increase. Upon entering the city and arriving at the Huichun Hall, he found Sima Yi engaging in rather unorthodox activities. He was boiling a large pot of porridge outside the apothecary, with a throng of ragged individuals lined up to receive their portion. The area was crowded and bustling. Er Gouzi decided against entering Huichun Hall and instead wandered elsewhere, planning to return in the evening. A casual glance around the market revealed that the price of grain had surged to 50 yuan per liter, with the stone measure now costing 5 taels of silver, a price that had multiplied several times compared to the same period in previous years. Conversely, the price of people had dropped significantly. At the market, a child of around 8 years old could be purchased for just 1 dough of rice, a sum that had previously required several taels of silver, with attractive children fetching as much as 20 taels. Currently, a young girl of 15 or 16, capable of bearing children and working in the fields, could be taken for merely 2 stone measures of grain. Even women who had already given birth could be rented out to other households for a mere 2 dough of grain per year. Reflecting on the 100 stone measures of rent he had waived for Ahu, worth 500 taels of silver, he felt a pang of regret. That was equivalent to the loss of at least 50 potential brides. At that moment, he beheld a scar-faced man accompanied by several subordinates, who, in one breath, procured over 20 individuals from the bustling market. These captives were indiscriminately chosen, predominantly consisting of youths in their teens and 20s. Intrigued, Er Gouzi employed his qi observation technique and discerned a formidable aura emanating from the scar-faced man, indicating that he possessed at least the cultivation level of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Remarkably, despite appearing to be in his 30s, the scar-faced man had achieved such a level of mastery, marking him as a prodigious talent within the entirety of Anshan County. As for Er Gouzi, at the tender age of 17, possessing the 4th layer of qi refinement, he was an exceptional case. Having consumed copious amounts of nourishing sustenance and possessing a modicum of self-awareness, the scar-faced man, undoubtedly a formidable practitioner of the mystical arts, raised questions as to why he would acquire such a multitude of souls at once. However, this matter held no relevance for Er Gouzi, who preferred not to pry unnecessarily. After meandering through the market until twilight enveloped the sky, he purchased 2 meat buns from a vendor to serve as his evening meal. Normally, he would indulge in 10 meat buns, yet reflecting on the loss of 100 stones of grain that day, he resolved to limit himself. As he ambled along, savoring his modest fare, he arrived at the rejuvenation hall, where he finally found a semblance of tranquility. With that, he stepped inside. Chapter 49. The Scarred Face. After a long day of labor, Sima Yi finally found a moment to rest in the evening. When he saw Er Gouzi arriving, he lazily leaned back in his chair, too weary to rise. Count for yourself how many strength pills I brought today. I shan't get up. Are you suffering from kidney deficiency? I read somewhere that having white hair and lower back pain indicates such a condition. Perhaps you should consider taking some Sistanch to bolster your health? Er Gouzi, having recently delved into medical texts, inquired earnestly. My kidneys have never been weak, Sima Yi retorted, causing Er Gouzi to cease further discussion and begin counting the strength pills in his sack. He realized that with his newfound spiritual awareness, he no longer needed to laboriously count. He could effortlessly discern the total. There are a total of 530 pills. You have developed spiritual awareness? Sima Yi deduced the reason for Er Gouzi's state. Although he himself did not practice cultivation, he was well versed in the knowledge of the Sima clan's many cultivators. I just recently broke through, Er Gouzi admitted with a nod, not concealing his progress. With your current cultivation, you could attempt the martial examination next year. If successful, you would become the youngest scholar in the entire Sanyang prefecture. Sima Yi straightened in his chair, visibly excited. Perhaps I shall wait a few more years before attempting the exam, Er Gouzi replied. With his current title as a martial scholar, he was exempt from taxes and no longer subjected to the indignities imposed by the constables. He felt no urgency to pursue the martial examination. The thought of being the youngest martial scholar brought with it unwelcome attention. Should anyone harbor ill will towards him, they might investigate his master for illicit teachings, leading to dire consequences. Have you also begun to lack ambition? Sima Yi inquired with a half-smile. I never aspired to be a high official. As long as I have food to eat and can cultivate my land in peace, I am content. Well, you are even less ambitious than I, Sima Yi remarked, feeling a sense of camaraderie. By the way, should we exchange the strength pills for the Peiyuan pills, or something else? I wanted to ask, do you have any means of procuring elixirs? Er Gouzi recalled seeing elixirs mentioned in his readings, wondering if Sima Yi might be able to acquire some. Elixirs? Sima Yi frowned in contemplation. That presents some difficulty. In the Great Zhou dynasty, the alchemy industry is monopolized by the government, which invests in training alchemists and establishing alchemy houses, then sells the products. Anchang County lacks alchemists. One must go to the Sanyang prefectural city to find a government-run alchemy house. Each year, Anchang's magistrate provides a substantial amount of resources to Sanyang. In return for a few dozen elixirs, my family owns a spiritual field that yields a few medicinal herbs, which we trade at the prefectural alchemy house for a couple of elixirs. Thus, elixirs are scarce and expensive. My uncle rarely consumes even 1 or 2 elixirs, saving them for when he needs to break through his cultivation level. Upon hearing Sima Yi's explanation, Er Gouzi's hopes for elixirs diminished, though he remained undeterred. How exorbitant are they? Take the cheapest Peiyuan pill as an example. 1 pill could be exchanged for 100 stones of strength pills. The Peiyuan pills everyone consumes are said to be made from ordinary herbs, following the formula of the Peiyuan pill. Er Gouzi nearly resigned himself to the reality. 100 stones of ordinary strength pills could fetch around 30,000 taels of silver. Producing 100 stones of strength pills required a similar amount of grain, involving time-consuming processes such as husking, steaming, mashing, and rolling into pills, not to mention the waste of his precious time. He had not even considered the enhancement effects of the gourd. Let us simply exchange them for Peiyuan pills then. In truth, most people could not afford to consume the Peiyuan pills, priced at 10 taels of silver each. His cousin, Zhang Yuliang, exploited the tenants of Sheshi village to gather resources for cultivation, nearly squeezing them dry, all to earn a few more Peiyuan pills. If Zhang Yuliang were to see Er Gouzi's resigned expression, he would likely be furious enough to dig up his ancestors' graves. Very well. Come by tomorrow morning to collect the pills. By the way, could you bring more strength pills next time? How many do you require? Er Gouzi was more curious about where Sima Yi sold such a large quantity of strength pills. This time, the more the merrier. I have profited considerably from reselling strength pills and currently need a substantial sum. Sima Yi admitted, a rare blush creeping onto his cheeks. Deep down, he felt that profiting from friends was somewhat disreputable. However, Er Gouzi felt reassured to learn that Sima Yi was indeed making a profit from the transactions, as they had traded several times a year, with Sima Yi reselling strength pills and purchasing Peiyuan pills in return. If Sima Yi earned nothing from it, Er Gouzi would have felt guilty for burdening him. All right, I shall deliver them to you in about 10 days. After leaving the Huichun Hall, Er Gouzi proceeded to the Zhengwu Hall. Huang Laocai's son, Huang Monsong, had been training there for several months, paying a hefty annual tuition of several dozen taels of silver. It was said that when Huang Monsong arrived with the recommendation letter penned by Er Gouzi, he faced considerable difficulties. Huang Laocai had to smile and offer several envelopes of silver before all the paperwork was completed. Er Gouzi discerned that within the Zhengwu Hall, no one regarded him, the instructor on a government stipend, with any seriousness. Their courtesy towards him stemmed solely from the reputation of the Sima family. As for the students he had introduced, No one felt obliged to show him any deference. Nonetheless, for Er Gouzi, the true value of Zhengwu Hall lay in its library. Others' opinions mattered little to him. Previously, he had sought insights into martial arts from Sima Hong. Now that he had reached the 4th level of Qi training and begun to study spells, Sima Hong could no longer be of assistance. Er Gouzi entered the library, returned the books he had borrowed, and selected a dozen more to take home for further study. He had developed a fondness for reading, seizing every opportunity to expand his knowledge and broaden his horizons, learning various unrelated subjects beyond cultivation. After resting overnight at Zhengwu Hall, he retrieved the Peiyuan pills from Huichun Hall in the morning and set out for home. Along the way, he felt hunger pangs. Having forgotten to buy some buns for breakfast, he decided to find a secluded spot to sit on a stone and snack on some persimmons to stave off his hunger. While eating, he casually pulled out a newly borrowed book to read. It was a tome detailing various materials from around the world. As he flipped through the pages, he came across a section on jade materials. The text explained that certain high-quality jades could store the spiritual consciousness of cultivators. Many would craft jade pendants or tablets to preserve their information. At this thought, he recalled the jade pendant his master had left him when he departed. His master had shown him immense kindness, imparting cultivation techniques at the risk of his own life, a spirit of sacrifice that Er Gouzi felt he could never emulate. He always believed that the jade pendant held profound significance, yet he had never been able to decipher its meaning. In an instant, he directed his spiritual awareness into the gourd and located the jade pendant. The pendant appeared quite ordinary, with some cracks suggesting it had aged. He attempted to probe into the pendant with his spiritual awareness. Just then, a powerful suction emanated from within the pendant, causing his consciousness to uncontrollably spill forth. "Oh no! Stop! Stop!" Do not! Er Gouzi roared inwardly, yet found himself utterly powerless at that moment. His consciousness completely absorbed into the jade pendant, leaving not a trace behind. He fell into a semi-conscious state, feeling somewhat aware, yet devoid of the strength to move even a finger, compelled to lay there on the ground. Time passed unmeasured until a passing vagrant noticed the fainted Er Gouzi by the roadside. He prodded him with a stick a few times, finding no response, and cautiously approached. Rummaging through Er Gouzi's belongings, extracting a pouch of silver coins, he weighed it in his hand, discovering it contained several taels. Overjoyed, the vagrant glanced around to ensure no one was watching, hastily stowing the coins in his clothing before departing. Before long, another vagrant appeared, scrutinizing Er Gouzi for a moment before removing his shoes and walking away. Subsequently, an entire family of vagrants passed by, summarily stripping Er Gouzi of his clothing. Alas, a rather handsome young man, what a pity. They left him with only a pair of underpants, allowing a shred of dignity to remain. Clutching Er Gouzi's garments, the family departed in high spirits. In truth, Er Gouzi's consciousness had long been awake, yet he was unable to move. As they stripped him, anxiety surged within him, but he could not utter a sound. Fortunately, this family was somewhat considerate, leaving him with his underpants. He was uncertain whether to express gratitude or indignation. However, his moment of relief was fleeting, for in this world, alongside the discerning, there were also those lacking in decency. A passing vagrant stripped him of his last shred of dignity and carried it away. As Er Gouzi simmered in humiliation and anger, several individuals approached him. One person placed a finger to Er Gouzi's nostrils, checking for breath. There was still some life left. He had not yet succumbed. Seizing the moment, they decided to take him while he was still warm. Two vagrants grasped one of his feet each and began to drag him away. Stripped of his clothing and now being dragged along the ground, the friction against his back and head caused excruciating pain. Occasionally, they trampled over uneven stones and wooden stumps, showing no inclination to avoid them. At this point, Er Gouzi could no longer focus on the agony inflicted by the ground. His heart raced with urgency. In times of famine, it was evident what such individuals scavenged for. Yet, despite his anxiety, he was utterly devoid of strength. The two vagrants had not dragged him far when they unceremoniously tossed him onto a cart pulled by oxen. Among the cold bodies already lying on the cart, Er Gouzi found a peculiar sense of safety amidst the corpses. The group pushed the cart along, gathering several more bodies along the way, with Er Gouzi becoming further buried under the heap. This only heightened his sense of security. Pondering the situation, he realized that possessing an ox cart indicated at least some wealth. They could not have fallen so low as to scavenge for corpses to eat. Moreover, collecting so many bodies at once seemed excessive for an ordinary household. Were they perhaps intending to process and sell the meat? Thoughts of his favorite meat buns made his stomach churn. Lying on the cart, Er Gouzi drifted into a haze of thoughts. Gradually feeling a faint flicker of awareness return to his consciousness. His limbs began to regain sensation, and he could wiggle his fingers and toes. However, he still could not summon the vital energy residing in his dantian. Opening his eyes, he gazed through the gaps between the bodies, observing that night had fallen. The bright moon hanging high in the sky, with stars twinkling above. A few shadowy figures pushed the cart along a rural path. They encountered an old beggar asleep by the roadside. With deft movements, they approached and silenced him, tossing the lifeless body onto the cart. After a considerable distance, Er Gouzi felt a renewed strength within him. He anticipated that when the time came for disembowelment, he might still possess enough vigor to curse them out, to vent his frustrations. Upon reaching the foot of a mountain, the cart finally halted. A group awaited them there. Hilauda, we have a total of 12 bodies for you to inspect. The man referred to as Hilauda began to check the corpses, confirming the count. Indeed, 12 in total. Each body earns you a liter of rice, totaling 1 dough and 2 shang. Could we possibly negotiate for a bit more? We've toiled all day, covering miles. One of the men pushing the cart pleaded. An increase is out of the question. Grain prices are rising. In a few days, these corpses will be worth even less. By the way, help me carry these bodies into the cave. I will provide you with grain. He admonished them not to drag the corpses on the ground, for it would spoil their condition. Under Hilauda's direction, they hoisted the bodies and trekked several miles up the mountain before entering a cave at its base. Er Gouzi sensed that if he chose to flee now, he might manage it, but he feared he could not endure for long. It was wiser to bide his time and regain more strength. After all, with so many bodies around, he might not be the first to be dissected. Although the cave was lit by numerous torches, an eerie chill pervaded, penetrating to the bone. He lay among the corpses, cast onto the cold ground, alongside the 12 newcomers, and over 20 other bodies. The group that had scavenged the corpses received their rice and departed in high spirits. In the cave, the man known as Hilauda followed closely behind a scarred-faced man, exuding an air of deference. Er Gouzi squinted, recognizing the scarred man from the marketplace just yesterday, where he had purchased over 20 living souls. Furthermore, he had employed a divination technique and discerned that this individual possessed the strength of a third-tier chi practitioner. With this realization, the prospect of escape became even more daunting. He dared not even breathe too heavily, striving to appear as if he were on the brink of death. Until his strength was fully restored, he was no match for the scarred man. Fortunately, the man was only a third-tier chi practitioner and lacked the ability to perceive Er Gouzi's disguise. Gather today as corpses along with those from previous days into the corpse-rearing cave. In 2 days, a master of the Iron Corpse sect will arrive with a wisp of the corpse aura from the drought demon. These ordinary bodies, once tainted with the drought demon's aura, will transform into zombies within a month or 2. Er Gouzi continued to feign death beneath the pile of corpses. He recalled reading in the geographical records of the Great Zhou about the kingdom of Peach Mountain to the west of the Great Zhou dynasty, inhabited by ghost cultivators and zombies. Among the various types of zombies, the drought demon was particularly notorious and feared. Hilauda and his companions moved the bodies into a smaller cave. One man noticed that one of the corpses still bore a hint of warmth. It seems this one hasn't completely died yet. Regardless, in a few days, they will all become zombies, Hilauda remarked offhandedly. The group transported the bodies into the corpse-rearing cave and sealed the entrance before departing. Er Gouzi lay among the corpses, feeling an intense chill, as if the cold were drilling into his bones. He gently moved his limbs, pushing aside the bodies pressing down on him, and slowly sat up. There were at least 200 or 300 corpses in this cave, comprising men, women, and children, most stripped of their clothing and displaying a bluish hue. Assessing his recovery, he concluded that if he could safely endure the night, he would likely regain his full strength by the morrow. Having been put through such turmoil for no reason, he nearly faced death. In the depths of Er Gouzi's honest and simple gaze, a flicker of murderous intent began to emerge. Chapter 50. The bronze metal Er Gouzi sat within the corpse-raising cave, enduring the most arduous night alongside a multitude of cadavers. At long last, he rose to his feet, stretched his limbs, and felt no discomfort throughout his body. Within his sea of consciousness, the depleted spiritual energy had only partially recovered. Nevertheless, it should suffice to deal with a cultivator at the 3rd level of chi refinement. The entrance to the corpse-raising cave was obstructed by a stone slab, concealing the outside world. Er Gouzi positioned himself at the exit, extending his spiritual sense through the stone, peering into the void beyond. At that moment, the cave's mouth was unguarded, enveloped in silence. The adversaries likely believed the corpses would not rise of their own accord. Gently, Er Gouzi shifted the stone slab aside and emerged from the cave. Outside, there was no one to be seen. From deeper within the cavern, faint voices could be heard. Following the sound, Er Gouzi arrived at a narrow path, only to be confronted by two individuals. "Ah, is this not the corpse I moved last night? The corpse has come back to life. It can be dispatched once more." The two men, upon noticing the unclothed Er Gouzi approaching, paid him no heed, completely unaware of the impending danger. As they prepared to strike again, intending to end the life of the figure before them, Er Gouzi suddenly sprang into action, arms wide open, fiercely embracing both individuals. A series of bone-crushing sounds echoed like the popping of beans. The two men could not even emit a cry before their innards shattered, blood gushing from their orifices as they perished. Releasing his grip, the two lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground. Er Gouzi then donned a set of clothing and shoes he had stripped from them, continuing onward in pursuit of the voices. Beyond the narrow passage lay a spacious stone chamber, where the scar-faced man sat alone, drinking, while Hilauda and his companions stood nearby in attendance. "How did you get in? Who are you?" Upon noticing the sudden appearance of the stranger, Hilauda and his subordinates lunged at Er Gouzi before the scar-faced man could utter a word. With a swift sidestep, Er Gouzi retaliated with a powerful punch that burst Hilauda's head, splattering red and white matter across the ground. Bang, bang, bang. He unleashed several more punches, each landing with a thud, delivering devastating force that none could withstand. A single blow would result in shattered bones and ruptured organs. Within mere moments, the floor was littered with contorted bodies, each meeting a gruesome end. Only the scar-faced man remained in the stone chamber. "You are Zhang Xiaozai? You recognize me?" Er Gouzi inquired, perplexed. He had only encountered the scar-faced man once at the market, and they had no prior connection. The incident in which Zhang Xiaozai incapacitated the examiner during the examination had indeed reached the ears of many martial artists in Anchang County. The scar-faced man spoke at a leisurely pace. "I know not who sent you, or if this is merely a case of mistaken identity, but I advise you to leave at once, pretending you have seen nothing. Some matters are beyond your involvement." This man seemed to possess some form of backing, daring to issue threats. However, Er Gouzi was resolute in his intent to eliminate everyone within the cave to vent his frustrations. Having been recognized, he felt compelled to eradicate all potential witnesses. Unfazed, Er Gouzi summoned a hefty sword, broad as a door, into his grasp. Ever since acquiring spiritual awareness, retrieving items from his gourd had become remarkably convenient. With mere thought and mental focus, he could summon his possessions at will. Thus, he had stored most of his belongings within the gourd for easy access. "It seems you are determined to oppose me." The scar-faced cultivator produced a yellow talisman, slapping it against himself, causing his figure to vanish before Er Gouzi's eyes. Another invisibility talisman, the last time he encountered a messenger from the Daoxian sect. They had used an invisibility talisman to intimidate him. At that time, having only reached the third level of qi refinement and lacking spiritual awareness, he could not detect the hidden individual with mere eyesight. Later, he had researched the subject in the Zongshu Pavilion and consulted Sima Yi, gaining some understanding of invisibility talismans. The technique merely obscured one's presence from sight. The individual still existed, simply invisible to the naked eye. Now, employing his ability to perceive qi, he easily discerned a robust life force stealthily approaching him. Er Gouzi remained motionless, feigning ignorance of the approaching figure. He held the broadsword firmly, standing still, awaiting the scar-faced man's advance. The scar-faced man, clutching a sharp sword, stealthily circled behind Er Gouzi, feeling quite pleased with himself. Just as he raised his sword to deliver a fatal blow, Er Gouzi suddenly moved as if he had eyes on the back of his head, countering with a sweeping strike. With a squelch, the scar-faced man's neck went cold, and his head was severed. After dispatching the scar-faced man, Er Gouzi scoured the cave once more, but found no other living souls. The 20 or so captives sold by the scar-faced man remained elusive. The cave contained only corpses, along with 100 taels of silver, 12 essence-nurturing pills, and several stones of grain. From the scar-faced man, he discovered a yellow bronze medal inscribed with a dark character. This metal seemed familiar. It suddenly dawned on him that he had previously encountered an identical metal on a member of the Daoxin sect. He retrieved the one stored in his gourd, confirming they were indeed identical. What manner of insignia could this be? Perhaps it serves as a form of identification? Or is it a token of membership within the Daoxin sect? Er Gouzi stowed both metals, intending to inquire with Sima next time, as he was well-versed in local affairs and might possess insight. Beyond the metal, he also found a jade-carved vial on the scar-faced man. Merely this white jade bottle was worth a significant sum, approximately 10 taels of silver. Inside the vial lay 2 thumb-sized pills, blood-red and glistening, exuding an intense aura of spiritual energy, far surpassing that of the essence-nurturing pills. What kind of elixir could this be? Could it truly be the legendary Dan medicine? He resolved to bring these to Sima for appraisal in the future. Er Gouzi then moved all the corpses into the corpse-raising cave, sealing the entrance with the stone slab to restore the site to its original state. Yesterday, he had overheard mention of a certain Iron Corpse leader coming. Unsure of the nature of the scar-faced man's organization, he felt it prudent to eliminate all traces of his adversaries. However, he was uncertain of the Iron Corpse leader's strength. Should he prove formidable, Er Gouzi's life could be at stake. With these thoughts in mind, he retreated from the cave, making his way along the rural path outside, seeking direction before returning to Shiko Mountain. Upon returning to the mountain, he watered the crops, fed the geese, and, accompanied by 2 large geese, made his way back to the cave before nightfall. As dawn broke, Er Gouzi lay atop the mountain, observing the entrance to the cave below. He waited until afternoon, finally spotting 2 individuals approaching the cave. Though they were still some distance away, he could sense they were slightly stronger than himself. The lead figure appeared normal, while the one behind him seemed anything but. His gait was stiff, shrouded in black cloth, obscuring his features. Er Gouzi pondered at length whether to engage. The energy signatures of the 2 below suggested they might possess an advantage. Yet he had his own edge, should he find himself outmatched. He could always escape upon the back of his geese, for if they could not fly, their strength would be rendered irrelevant. Chapter 51. The Black Market. After making a resolute decision, Er Gouzi descended the mountain, bearing a heavy sword upon his back. As he approached, he employed his chi observation technique, estimating that the opponent's cultivation level was approximately at the 5th or 6th layer of chi training, likely not reaching the 7th. The chi observation technique allows one to discern strength through the aura presented. Thus, it is relatively simple to identify those weaker than oneself. However, gauging the strength of those superior requires greater experience and familiarity. The middle-aged man in front noticed Er Gouzi's approach. Initially wary, he relaxed upon realizing Er Gouzi was merely at the 4th layer of chi training. Meanwhile, the figure shrouded in black cloth remained eerily silent, trailing like a puppet behind the middle-aged man. Confronted by 2 formidable adversaries, Er Gouzi pondered strategies for engagement. Direct confrontation with someone stronger was evidently unwise. Recalling the military texts he had perused at the Zhengwu Hall, he remembered the wisdom of employing deception and exploiting the enemy's unpreparedness. He felt the teachings of those military texts were indeed profound and worth testing. Thus, he stepped forward, a hint of shyness in his smile, bowing his head respectfully with cupped hands. "Greetings, esteemed elder. You must be the leader of the Iron Corpse sect, am I correct?" The middle-aged man, unable to distinguish friend from foe at that moment, perceived Er Gouzi's demeanor as amicable and nodded slightly. "Where is Baron? He instructed me to wait outside for your esteemed arrival as he was in the midst of an important training session," Er Gouzi replied. The middle-aged man, noticing Er Gouzi's humble and courteous demeanor, felt a sense of appreciation. He mused internally about this young and promising individual worthy of cultivation. "Very well, let us proceed," the elder said, gesturing for Er Gouzi to lead the way. "Please, after you, esteemed elder," Er Gouzi insisted, stepping aside and bowing slightly. "Indeed, young men like you, who possess such politeness, are a rarity these days," the middle-aged man expressed with satisfaction, striding ahead. However, in the fleeting moment of their passing, Er Gouzi suddenly sprang forth, drawing his sword with a swift motion and cleaving towards the middle-aged man. The conversation had flowed amicably, with Er Gouzi exuding humility, leaving the middle-aged man utterly unprepared for the abrupt betrayal. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man was severed in 2. Without a moment's hesitation, Er Gouzi pivoted and aimed his sword at the cloaked figure behind him. A resounding crash echoed as his sword struck the figure's head, sending it tumbling backward. The black cloth fell away, revealing a face covered in white fur. Indeed, he was a zombie, with the strength of 1,000 pounds and wielding a 150-pound sword. Er Gouzi could cleave through stone, yet the blow merely left a shallow wound on the zombie's head. The zombie emitted a deafening roar, seemingly unfazed by the injury, and leaped back into action, lunging toward Er Gouzi. Despite its appearance of rigidity, the zombie's speed was astonishing. Unprepared, Er Gouzi felt 5 deep scratches rake across his chest. The wounds appeared alarming but were not particularly painful. The zombie pressed its assault, relentless and unyielding. The clash between man and monster resembled 2 raging bulls colliding, neither showing signs of fatigue. This was the first time Er Gouzi encountered an opponent with strength matching his own. He relished the contest, feeling invigorated by the primal exchange. However, as the battle raged on, he soon recognized his disadvantage. The zombie, being a lifeless entity, felt no pain. Even when its flesh was torn, it remained indifferent. In stark contrast, Er Gouzi, a living being, suffered each scratch, unsure if any were poisoned. Continuing this way was a losing battle. Resolving to utilize his inner energy, he summoned the vitality from his dantian, channeling it through the pericardium meridian and into the Laogong point. A steady flow of energy surged into his heavy sword, illuminating the silver patterns along its blade, akin to branches of a tree. Gradually, radiant spots blossomed along these branches, culminating in the manifestation of a luminous sword. With newfound mastery over this ferocious power, Er Gouzi's sword light was now distinct, featuring a blade aura that flickered unpredictably. As the zombie lunged once more, he met it head-on, thrusting the sword into its chest. A torrent of energy surged into the zombie's body. With a resounding explosion, the zombie erupted, scattering its limbs and flesh across the ground, splattering Er Gouzi in the process. Following the powerful strike, a wave of weakness washed over him, forcing him to brace himself against his sword to maintain balance. Although the attack had immense power, it drained his dantian completely. After such a maneuver, he would be unable to contend even with an ordinary martial artist. Reluctantly, he resolved to avoid using that technique unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, from the direction of the mountain path, a group of individuals emerged, pushing a cart laden with fresh corpses, some still warm. What is the meaning of this? Where is the leader? One of the men, stained with blood and indifferent to the realities of life and death, curiously inquired. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene, they were not frightened. Rather, they were motivated by the prospect of scavenging. Did you slay these 2? A burly man asked from a distance, probing for information. Er Gouzi, drained and recuperating, remained silent. Committing murder incurs the law's wrath. I may have to report this, as it is a capital offense, the man continued, growing bolder with Er Gouzi's silence, inching closer. They did not genuinely believe in the consequences of their threats. Having witnessed Er Gouzi mercilessly slay an old beggar days prior for a mere measure of rice. Ah, this face seems familiar. Wasn't this the body we stumbled upon a few days ago? They exchanged glances, formulating a plan. Previously, we thought you had perished. It was all a misunderstanding. Please forgive us. One individual stepped forward, feigning contrition to divert Er Gouzi's attention. Meanwhile, another crept behind, brandishing a hefty wooden club, and suddenly swung it with force towards Er Gouzi's skull. The back of the head is one of the most vulnerable points of the human body, and even a martial artist could be fatally struck by such a blow. With a swift sidestep, Er Gouzi evaded the club while simultaneously retaliating with a swift thrust of his sword, impaling the attacker through the chest. Withdrawing his blade, he leaped forward, executing another strike, cleaving a black-clad figure in half. Then, he danced between them, dispatching each of the assailants with precision. Originally contemplating vengeance against these men, he found them instead delivering themselves into his hands. Yet, the effort had left him breathless. He took a moment to drink deeply from his gourd, quenching his thirst before inspecting the corpse of the Iron Corpse sect leader. The leader lay lifeless, eyes wide open in what seemed to be an eternal stare of disbelief. Er Gouzi casually kicked the head aside and began to search the body, uncovering over 30 taels of silver, a small white jade bottle, a black wax-sealed flask, and a sword that had yet to be unsheathed. The white jade bottle contained 3 red pills, the nature of which remained a mystery. Regarding the black bottle, he merely pried open a small portion of the wax seal and immediately sensed a violent aura emanating from within, reminiscent of that of the zombie. Hastily, he resealed it with wax. Er Gouzi meticulously packed away these items, The clothing of the Iron Corpse leader was of decent quality, worth at least several taels of silver. Coincidentally, his own garments had been stripped from him a few days prior. Acquiring one outfit would break even, while obtaining two would yield profit. Thus, he boldly proceeded to strip the Iron Corpse leader of his attire, shoes, and those of several individuals he had just slain, leaving them entirely bereft of clothing. Although he was now financially better off, he had been schooled in frugality since childhood and had no inclination towards wastefulness. After organizing these belongings, he dragged the bodies into a cave, piling them with the previous corpses before setting them ablaze. Once these tasks were completed, he felt thoroughly exhausted. As he departed, he noticed a bullock cart on the ground and decided to take it with him. Consequently, half a day later, travelers on the official road witnessed a peculiar sight: two large white geese pulling a bullock cart, honking merrily as they trotted along the road, with a rural youth sprawled across the cart. Upon returning to Shishi village, he chanced upon Ahu and his wife, who were drawing water with buckets to irrigate their cherished plot of land. "Greetings, master," Er Gouzi remarked. "But there are no crops in the field now, and winter is approaching. Why are you still irrigating?" Seated atop the cart, he inquired curiously. Who knows if it will rain next spring? My field is too far from the water source, so I surely won't receive any water," Ahu replied, calculating in his mind. Seizing the opportunity while water was unclaimed, he intended to draw as much as possible to saturate the ground, hoping to stockpile some water. In fact, many shared this sentiment, as Er Gouzi observed numerous individuals hauling water along his journey back. "If you wish to fetch water, why not borrow my bullock cart?" he offered. "That would be splendid." "Thank you, master." Ahu and his wife expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Although they had no ox, using the cart would allow them to transport more with greater ease. The cart also contained some old clothing, which Er Gouzi decided to give to them as well. These are all salvaged. Wash them, alter them, and wear them anew. He gifted the garments stripped from the corpses to Ahu's family, moving them to tears. Ahu had a younger sister, 8 years old, who had yet to possess a decent pair of trousers. Er Gouzi brushed the dust from his trousers and then soared up Snake Mouth Mountain on his Grand Goose. Out of curiosity, he dared to inspect the jade pendant with his spiritual sense, nearly losing his life in the process. However, his master had not deceived him. The jade pendant he left behind was indeed a valuable item. Yet, his current cultivation was too weak, leaving him drained and unable to extract any information from it. Given that it was a bequest from his master, it must contain critical knowledge pertaining to cultivation. Perhaps the master had deemed it inappropriate to convey directly, thus employing this more obscure method. In the following days, Er Gouzi seized moments to handcraft a large potency pill and subsequently ventured to the county town. At the rejuvenation hall, after they had counted their items, he recounted the encounters with the scarred man and the Iron Corpse leader to Sima Yi, omitting the embarrassing incident of his fainting and being stripped of his garments. Upon concluding his tale, he presented several items for Sima Yi to appraise. After all, aside from lacking martial skills, this fellow was knowledgeable about a variety of subjects. 2 white jade vials, a black bottle, and a copper plate inscribed with black characters were laid before Sima Yi. He poured out a red pill from one of the white jade vials, scrutinizing it for a considerable time before sniffing it, his brow furrowing in concern. "What is the matter? Is this an elixir?" Er Gouzi asked, noting Sima Yi's disquieted expression. The most affordable elixirs could fetch tens of thousands of taels of silver each. He had obtained 5, which would mean a fortune. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Sima Yi replied, "Indeed, it is an elixir, known as Blood Soul Pill." Er Gouzi's heart soared at the revelation. Possessing 5 of these elixirs meant he held a value exceeding 100,000 taels of silver. Throughout his life, he had never dreamed of amassing such wealth. There is no doubt it is an elixir, yet it is crafted from living beings. Thus it holds far less value. Crafted from living beings? Alchemy? Er Gouzi had never encountered such a concept in any text, astonished to learn that living entities were utilized in alchemical processes. Indeed, they utilized the living as materials for alchemy. This is a method of some sinister cults. It seems that dozens, or even hundreds of ordinary people are required to produce a single elixir of this nature. In ancient times, with sects abounding, many demonic sects specialized in transforming ordinary individuals into elixirs and magical artifacts. To these cultivators, ordinary humans were merely materials for cultivation. At times, they would slaughter tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Compared to Er Gouzi, Sima Yi was far more erudite regarding the myriad tales of the cultivation world. Is there truly no one to oversee such indiscriminate slaughter? Er Gouzi regretted his question immediately, feeling foolish. There were indeed sects that prided themselves on righteousness. Yet no one intervened in such matters. Everyone merely tended to their own affairs. Later, the holy ancestor emperor of the great Zhou raised an army and eradicated the demonic sects, yet some escaped, allowing their nefarious practices to seep into the populace. In recent decades, these evil cults have become increasingly rampant, while those in power have merely sought profit. As Sima Yi spoke, his expression grew indignant, his eyes reddening with rage. Please examine these 2 items for me. What are they? He handed the black bottle to Sima Yi, who inspected it closely, sniffing but refraining from opening it. Within this black bottle, as you suggested, it is highly likely to contain the corpse chi of a drought spirit. I shall not open it. I can submit this bottle to the county office for investigation. Perhaps they can trace its origins and unearth the whereabouts of the zombie. No problem, Er Gouzi readily agreed, recognizing that keeping this item served no purpose for him. By the way, I read in a book that when a drought spirit appears, it brings desolation for miles. Could our current drought be the result of a drought spirit? This had been a lingering question for Er Gouzi. That is highly improbable. Sima Yi firmly shook his head in denial. When you cast spells, what area can you influence? After some contemplation, Er Gouzi replied, at most, a few dozen zhang. Precisely. Such a cataclysmic demon capable of affecting thousands of miles would possess extraordinary cultivation. My ancestors had a foundational ancestor. According to records, foundational cultivators could only influence an area of about 100 zhang. As for those more powerful than foundational cultivators, my ancestors had encountered them. They could affect roughly a mile. Of course, perhaps our own cultivation and understanding are too limited to comprehend the methods of such formidable demons. Well, perhaps I am overthinking it. What about this copper plate? Is it an identity token of a cult? Er Gouzi pointed to the final copper plate, recalling having obtained a similar one from a Daoxian sect cultivator. Sima Yi shook his head as he examined the copper plate. Not at all. This is a black market pass. Chapter 52. The secret code wherever rivers flow and the sun and moon shine. It is all considered royal territory. Yet, every entity possesses both light and shadow. In this world, there will always be some dark corners untouched by sunlight. Within these shadowy realms, a clandestine societal system emerges, impervious even to the reach of the great Zhou's laws. The black market is one such place. In the past, Er Gouzi often wondered where Sima Yi managed to sell the powerful pills, and how he acquired such an abundance of the essence reinforcement pills. However, the two maintained an unspoken understanding. One never spoke of it, while the other refrained from asking. Today, upon encountering the copper token, Sima Yi hesitated momentarily before finally divulging this secret to him. It turned out that anyone holding this token could locate an entrance and, upon providing the secret code, gain access to the black market for trade. When Sima Yi revealed the code to Er Gouzi, he made a small request to procure 100 shur of grain for him. At current grain prices, 100 shur would require 500 taels of silver, a mere trifle compared to the value of this secret. Following the address provided by Sima Yi, Er Gouzi found himself in a secluded alley, a place that felt strangely familiar. When he spotted a woman beckoning him from behind a partially opened door, he recalled that he had indeed been here once before. The first time he accompanied Huang Laokai to the county to pay taxes, they had camped nearby, and the accompanying tenants had promised to introduce him to the world. The specific address given by Sima Yi turned out to be that very small apothecary. Inside, the selection of medicines was meager. The physician primarily performed abortions for women, provided kidney tonics for men, and treated a few venereal diseases. Those were his three main services. As Er Gouzi entered, the old physician reclined in his chair, leisurely sipping tea. "Do you need an abortion or treatment for venereal disease?" he inquired. "I wish to consult about venereal disease," Er Gouzi replied, feigning calmness, though his ashen complexion betrayed a hint of embarrassment. "What symptoms do you have?" "Cauliflower-like lesions, occasional itching. And recently, they have begun to fester and discharge pus." Er Gouzi internally cursed the wicked soul who had concocted such a secret code. "Please remove your trousers. I shall examine you." "In public? That would be rather inappropriate. Follow me to the examination room." The old physician then rose, opened a door, and led Er Gouzi inside. In this small room, Er Gouzi presented the token to the old physician and donned a black iron mask. After verifying its authenticity, The physician lifted a section of the floor to reveal a subterranean tunnel. Proceed, just walk straight along the tunnel. Er Gouzi glanced inside before descending the narrow steps. After walking down for a couple of zhang, he entered a tunnel approximately 3 to 4 feet wide, with dimly lit oil lamps flickering on the walls. This meandering passage seemed to twist and turn endlessly, and after an indeterminate distance, he finally spotted a staircase leading upwards. At the top of the stairs stood a large door made of solid brass. Er Gouzi knocked on it, producing a dull thud. Indeed, it was a solid copper door, worth a considerable sum. He gently pushed against it, but it did not budge. Only by channeling his true energy into his hands was he able to open it. Behind the copper door, a masked guard observed him with a technique to gauge one's aura, revealing that he possessed the cultivation of Qi refining level 1. The individuals behind this black market were indeed formidable. The entrance fee was 10 taels of silver per person. Er Gouzi retrieved 10 taels of silver from his pocket and placed them onto the guard's tray. It was no wonder they had ample resources. The admission ticket alone cost 10 taels. Stepping through the copper door, he was met with a bustling street lined with shops and vendors selling goods. It resembled an ordinary market, yet the majority of the patrons were martial artists, some even cultivators, most of whom wore masks to conceal their identities. The items displayed on the stalls were notably different. One stall featured several ginseng roots, an exceedingly sought-after commodity. When Er Gouzi inquired about them, the vendor refused to sell for silver, demanding instead that they be traded for essence reinforcement pills. Adjacent to this stall, another showcased pristine, white pills that appeared quite exquisite. What are these pills? Er Gouzi asked with curiosity. These are marching pills, priced at 2 taels of silver each. Purchase a bottle of 10, and we shall add an extra one as a gift. One pill was said to be equivalent to the nourishment of a dough of rice. Er Gouzi crouched to examine them. He had seen them in the collection at the Zhengwu Hall. It was said that these pills were crafted by cultivators, requiring 3 dough of rice to produce a single pill. For martial artists, the higher their cultivation, the more energy they needed daily to maintain their physical equilibrium, necessitating a larger intake of food. In combat, the consumption was even greater. For someone like Er Gouzi, who had reached Qi refining level 4, he would need to consume at least a dough of ordinary rice daily. Conversely, if he ate rice imbued with spiritual energy, only 2 sheng would suffice. Similarly, consuming other spiritually enriched ingredients could reduce his food intake. While they had substantial appetites, it was manageable at home. However, traveling posed a significant inconvenience. One could not simply hire a caravan to follow them solely for the purpose of transporting food. These marching pills were initially created for soldiers on expeditions, providing convenience for carrying supplies. Eventually, civilian cultivators adopted them for ease of travel. Er Gouzi carried a gourd, so he had no need for such items. Nevertheless, out of curiosity, he spent 20 taels to acquire a bottle for further examination. With the marching pills secured, he continued to stroll along the street, marveling at the wonders he had only encountered in books. Many stalls only accepted essence reinforcement pills in trade, clearly establishing them as the true currency within this realm. At 2 stalls, he even discovered offerings of powerful pills. Ordinary strength-enhancing pills were sold for 100 wen each, while those enhanced with Huangjing and Rinxin were priced at 180 wen per pill. After Sima Yi purchased pills from him, the price had nearly doubled after several transactions. Seeing the substantial price discrepancies sparked a desire within him to sell strength-enhancing pills in this black market. Direct sales could yield him twice the profit. However, he swiftly dismissed the notion. Firstly, he lacked the time to set up a stall. Secondly, Sima Yi could sell in bulk without fear of repercussions, as he was the young master of the Sima family. Er Gouzi, however, would not enjoy the same privilege. Thirdly, it seemed that Sima Yi's only lucrative venture lay in this trade. In truth, Sima Yi could have kept the secret of the black market to himself. The code alone would have been an enigma for Er Gouzi to decipher. At that moment, a rice shop caught Er Gouzi's attention. He had promised Sima Yi to procure 100 shur of grain. Entering the grain shop, he found a dozen large containers filled with rice, sorghum, millet, wheat, and buckwheat. They appeared to be ordinary grains, resembling those in external rice shops, but upon inspecting the labels, he realized that these grains were sold only in quantities of at least 100 shur. At the back, 2 smaller containers stood out, each containing rice and millet, and they were sold by the sheng. What is the price for this millet? Esteemed customer, we offer the authentic Dingjiazhuang crescent moon rice. It is priced at 100 taels of silver per sheng. So this is indeed the precious spirit rice produced in Dingjiazhuang, a rather costly delicacy. Er Gouzi had previously visited Dingjiazhuang and even savored rice mixed with spirit grains. He had long desired to procure some seeds for personal cultivation. Yet he was surprised to find them available for purchase here. Can this rice be used as seeds? Certainly, but it can only be sown in spirit fields. In areas where the spirit energy is thin, the mortality rate is high and the yield is meager, rendering the endeavor futile. The shopkeeper's words bore a note of caution, advising against the potential disappointment of failing to germinate the seeds, which might lead to grievances regarding their quality. Throughout Anshan County, there are but a few spirit fields, all of which are monopolized by several prominent families, leaving others without access to such fertile land. Er Gouzi contemplated the area he intended to cultivate. Approximately 1 mu would require a dough of seeds. At 100 taels per liter, a dough would cost him 1,000 taels of silver. How about the price of ordinary grain? 100 sure sells for 500 taels of silver, and one can collect the transaction at the county granary with a receipt. The county granary? Er Gouzi initially thought he had misheard. Indeed, one could directly retrieve their rations from the county granary. Clearly, the underground black market here has a rather impressive background, facilitating direct access to the county's grain reserves. Today, he needed to purchase a dough of spirit rice for sowing and acquire 100 sure of grain for Sima E, totaling 500 taels of silver. Over the years, he had sold a considerable number of powerful pills, yet all his earnings had been consumed in nourishing his own vitality, leaving him with little savings. Furthermore, his visit was impromptu, and he was unfamiliar with the local circumstances, having made no preparations. He did, however, possess a substantial quantity of grain within his gourd, infused with spirit energy, which should fetch a good price. There were also some red dates and persimmon cakes that could be sold for silver. Do you accept these items? Er Gouzi inquired, retrieving a handful of red dates from his pack. The rice shop owner, upon glancing at them and sensing the spirit energy they contained, brightened at the prospect. Of course, but your spirit dates lack in potency. They are inferior to spirit rice. I can offer you 20 taels of silver per liter. This price was acceptable. After all, he could not consume such a quantity himself, and it would be prudent to reserve some for feeding geese. That price is reasonable. Yet I did not bring the silver with me today. I shall return in a few days. After exiting the grain store, Er Gouzi left the black market and entered an inn, where he then procured 2 large sacks of red dates from his gourd. He re-entered the black market carrying the sacks. The grain store proprietor was taken aback when Er Gouzi, who had claimed he would return in a few days, returned so swiftly. The 2 large sacks contained a total of 15 dough, fetching him 3,000 taels of silver. However, he immediately purchased a dough of spirit rice seeds and 100 sure of ordinary grain, spending 500 taels in the process. Upon leaving the grain store, he carried a dough of spirit rice, 500 taels of silver, and a receipt tucked securely in his pocket. Chapter 53, Detoxification Pill. Er Gouzi returned home with a first comparing it meticulously with the cat tooth he had stored in his gourd. These 2 varieties of rice shared a familial bond, appearing almost identical in form, though the cat tooth rice was slightly smaller and shorter. Such minute differences in appearance would go unnoticed without a careful examination. The cat tooth rice inherently possessed a trace of spiritual energy. Once stored in the gourd, its concentration was comparable to that of the crescent rice. A lucrative idea began to form in Er Gouzi's mind. He could enhance the spiritual energy of the cat tooth rice in the gourd and then sell it as crescent rice. The crescent commanded a price of 100 taels of silver per. With a plot of land yielding a harvest once a month, he could collect around 4 of rice, translating to a potential income of 4,000 taels of silver if sold entirely. However, he intended to reserve some for his own consumption, as his transition to the 4th layer of Qi training required a substantial amount of spiritual energy, which the could no longer sufficiently provide. On the day of his return, Er Gouzi commenced land reclamation. Armed with sheer brute strength, he wielded his heavy sword to level a rocky area, preparing an acre of new farmland. He successfully sowed all the of crescent and watered it. This new field contained numerous stones and was composed of unripe soil, inherently lacking in fertility, making it difficult to yield substantial crops in the initial years. However, the water from his gourd would overcome these challenges, promoting not only healthy growth but also rapid maturation. The crescent, which typically required 10 years to mature, would be ready for harvest in just 1 year. That day, after watering all the crops, Er Gouzi rode his large goose down the mountain to visit tenant farmer Ahu. The old clothes he had given Ahu last time had been repurposed by his wife, and now their children wore new trousers, no longer exposing themselves. "Master, the rice flour you requested is ready," Ahu announced. Er Gouzi inspected the white, fine rice flour stored in a large wooden barrel, deeming it satisfactory. The process of making was time-consuming and hindered his cultivation. Additionally, since his recent encounter with a zombie, his wounds had not healed, and hastily taken remedies yielded no effect. He had been feeling unwell, experiencing alternating chills and fevers. Seeking to conserve effort, he retrieved a of rice from the warehouse at the foot of the mountain, requesting Ahu to pound it into flour. After steaming the rice, drying it, and grinding it into fine powder, he planned to mix it with wild vegetables and form it into pills to store in his gourd, thus saving a considerable amount of time. From one of rice, he obtained 7 of flour, leaving behind a barrel of rice bran. Glancing at the rice bran, Er Gouzi found it increasingly unpalatable, feeling unable to swallow it without discomfort, which scratched his throat. "The payment will remain as previously agreed. I will give you 1 of rice, and you may keep the rice bran as a gift." Ahu and his wife expressed their gratitude profusely, thanking him repeatedly. The compensation Er Gouzi provided was already generous, and receiving several of rice bran was a fortuitous windfall. During winter, a pot of dried wild vegetables with a handful of rice and a generous portion of rice bran would be filling, though it did lead to constipation. After settling the payment, Er Gouzi measured out 2 of rice for Ahu, instructing him to grind it into flour using the same method. 5 days later, Er Gouzi returned with a sack to the Huichun Hall. "You already know the black market address. Why come here again?" "I prefer not to make an extra trip to the black market. I will continue selling to you and take this opportunity to consult about my health," Er Gouzi replied, tossing the sack onto the ground. Sima scrutinized him, examining his complexion. The practice of medicine relies on observation, and through his gait, posture, complexion, tone, and appearance, one could glean much. Upon closer inspection, Sima noted a pallid, grayish hue enveloping Er Gouzi's face. "Are you poisoned?" "Alas, it may be due to my previous altercation with that zombie. I sustained some scratches that have yet to heal," Er Gouzi explained, removing his clothing to reveal a body marred by dark, bruised flesh. Sima Yi's pupils constricted in shock as he beheld the multitude of scars covering Er Gouzi's body, a sight he had never encountered in his years of practice. Each scar was densely packed, overlapping without gaps, creating a grotesque tapestry of injury. In addition to these old wounds, there were several fresh gashes inflicted by the zombie's claws, their edges dark and ominous. "I thought it was a mere scratch that would heal in 3 to 5 days, but it has persisted this long, and I have been feeling intermittently feverish and chilled," Er Gouzi remarked nonchalantly. Having grown accustomed to enduring pain and injury throughout his life, he believed he had a certain talent for taking hits. Compared to the old wounds, these fresh scratches seem trivial. "You have been afflicted with corpse poison. It is fortunate you remembered to consult me, or next time we meet, you may have transformed into a zombie yourself. For today, do not return home. I will prepare a medicinal concoction for you to soak in," Sima instructed, promptly writing a prescription and preparing a large pot of medicine. Er Gouzi reclined in the medicinal bath, feeling a delightful warmth enveloping him, an unprecedented comfort. "Is it truly so pleasurable to bathe in hot water? Have you never bathed in hot water before?" Sima inquired, settling into a chair beside the tub. He recalled only having bathed in cold water once, during a summer when he was 12, sneaking to the river for a refreshing dip. However, the servant responsible for his care had been beaten to death by his uncle, and he had not dared to bathe since. What farmer has the luxury of bathing in hot water? It is far too extravagant. After traversing the long mountain path and laboring all day to gather firewood, using it all for a hot bath seems excessive. Who lives like that? Er Gouzi remarked, scrubbing the dirt from his body without a care. In the village, there were few who indulged in such comforts as his aunt, who occasionally washed her feet in hot water during winter. Sima pondered the practicality. Boiling a large pot of water indeed required a considerable amount of firewood, and bathing twice would consume an entire load. In our village, Huang Laokai is the most particular. In the dead of winter, he will boil a large barrel of hot water every 10 days or so. The first to bathe is Huang Laokai himself, followed by his wife, then their son, and finally the daughters of his concubines. After the entire family has bathed, that water becomes thicker than rice porridge, so thick that one could insert a stick into it without it tipping over. The leftover bathwater is used to irrigate crops, which flourish remarkably well. There is also Nyo Dan, who, on the eve of his wedding, was too stingy to boil hot water and opted for a cold wash in winter. Just days after marrying, he fell ill and died, leaving his brother Dan to benefit from his miserliness. As Er Gouzi scrubbed away the grime, he regaled Sima Yi with amusing tales from the village, captivating him with his vivid storytelling. By the way, how did you acquire all these wounds? Sima Yi finally inquired, having long been curious about the intricate web of scars adorning Er Gouzi's body. Oh, those are merely the results of being beaten, with a few from my own clumsiness. You see this scar? During a festival, my aunt asked me to prepare a pot of white rice. Eager to taste it, I secretly scooped out a large portion before the meal began. At that time, I was still quite young, rather naive, and I had dug such a large hole in the pot that my aunt immediately noticed. She seized the spatula and struck me. Yet, enduring that beating was not in vain, for I had savored a delightful meal. But you see this wound, that was indeed a loss. Er Gouzi recounted the scars on his body as if narrating someone else's tale, vividly and animatedly, occasionally breaking into laughter. However, Sima Yi found it impossible to join him in mirth, realizing just how vast the disparity in their childhoods was. He recalled a time in his youth when he had merely scraped his skin, and the household maids took turns tending to him, as if the sky were about to fall. Now that you have the scholarly title of Wuxiuzai, your cousin should no longer be able to defeat you. Have you ever contemplated avenging yourself? Yet Er Gouzi fell into a prolonged silence, before finally responding with a smile. Committing murder is a capital offense, punishable by death. Whether one has broken the law is ultimately subject to the authorities' discretion. A hint of scorn curled at the corners of Sima Yi's mouth. When they need you to break the law, stepping on an ant could lead to your arrest and execution. Conversely, when they declare you innocent, even if you were to commit murder beneath their very noses, they would turn a blind eye. Just look at those highway robbers. As long as they pay a tribute to the authorities, they live more lavishly than the wealthy landlords. Speak plainly, do you wish for revenge? If so, I assure you that you will be safe on the government's side. Upon hearing Er Gouzi's experiences, Sima Yi seemed even more incensed than Er Gouzi himself, persistently urging him toward vengeance. Alas, I have always been torn. My cousin should be my only kin. She is only 10 this year. If I were to witness her parents and brother slaughtered before her eyes, what would become of her? At least she is currently living joyfully, and I cannot bear to let her become an orphan like me, bereft of her parents. Indeed, this was the crux of Er Gouzi's inner turmoil. The so-called law was merely a fragile facade. If on a moonless, stormy night one were to stealthily invade and massacre an entire household, who would care? He could see that Xiao Yizhi was living quite happily now. Perhaps they should wait a few more years until Xiao Yizhi is married, has her own home, and children. By then, she might not be so saddened. As the two chatted idly, they remained unaware that a bucket of hot water had completely cooled. The water has cooled. Come out and let me see, Sima Yi called. Er Gouzi emerged from the water, and from his wounds, a trickle of crimson seeped forth, though the surrounding area remained a bluish gray. Does it hurt? Sima Yi prodded gently. Not at all. Er Gouzi shook his head. And here? Does it hurt? No. And here? Sima Yi prodded each wound, and Er Gouzi felt no pain whatsoever. This poison in your body poses quite a problem. Ordinary remedies seem ineffective, Sima Yi remarked, shaking his head. You should go to the black market to seek out Hongfu Tang Pharmacy, which is run by the county magistrate. Inquire if they have any antidote pills. If they do, you might be able to exchange one for the 5 blood essence pills you possess. Er Gouzi donned his clothing and took his leave of Sima Yi, heading straight to the black market and making a beeline for Hongfu Tang. Excuse me, do you have any antidote pills? He asked. You wish to purchase pills? The shopkeeper raised his eyes to scrutinize Er Gouzi. Are you poisoned? Yes. Unfortunately, we do not have any antidote pills in stock. If you desire them, you will have to wait a while. You'll need to pay a deposit as we must order them from the county town. Such pills are costly and in low demand. Without a deposit, should we go to great lengths to procure them, but the customer refuses to buy or dies, the pills would be left unsold. What is the required deposit? We do not accept silver. We only take Peiyuan Gubin pills or other rare materials. Er Gouzi had but a few Peiyuan Gubin pills in hand, recalling Sima Yi's suggestion to exchange them for blood essence pills. As he produced the blood essence pills, a twinge of anxiety gripped him. Was it truly appropriate to bring a pill crafted from living beings by a cult into a shop owned by the county magistrate? However, after the shopkeeper examined the blood essence pill closely, he merely glanced at Er Gouzi without displaying any signs of concern and issued him a receipt. Indeed, this was a place untouched by the law. Even a store owned by the county magistrate was no exception. The antidote pills would require some time to obtain. Would you like to purchase some ordinary antidote pills to temporarily suppress the poison's effects? After issuing the receipt, the shopkeeper, displaying a sense of understanding, suggested this, worried that Er Gouzi might not last until then. Thus, Er Gouzi spent several dozen taels of refined silver, acquiring some antidote pills. Although Hong Futang did not accept ordinary silver, it did not refuse refined silver, which alleviated many of Er Gouzi's troubles, as this material was in high demand for weapon crafting. However, refining ordinary silver into refined silver required considerable time and effort, rendering it relatively rare. Since refined silver could be used, he casually purchased 100 Peiyuan Gubin pills at Hongantang. Once he exited the black market, he stowed the antidote pills in a gourd, planning to use them once their potency had improved. 3 days later, Er Gouzi sat on a stone bed and ingested an antidote pill. Moments later, a trickle of black blood oozed from his wounds. It seemed to be having some effect. After taking the medicine, he recalled a technique left by his master, the revitalization art. Previously, he had too many other techniques to learn and had not yet reached the revitalization art. The texts indicated that this technique could heal wounds, though he was uncertain if it could also counteract poison. This time, he resolved to practice this technique ahead of schedule and see how it fared. Over the next month, he took antidote pills daily while simultaneously practicing the revitalization art. With both methods working in tandem, the blackness of his wounds ceased to spread, and each time he expelled a portion of the black toxic blood. Now, when he prodded his wounds, he could feel a slight sensation of pain. If this trend continued, perhaps he could resolve the poison in his body without the need for antidote pills. He should not perish, it merely required some time. Chapter 54, A Heap of Wives in Sancha Town. It had been some time since Er Gouzi's last visit. The jujube tree in Li Banshan's yard had been uprooted, and not a single jujube remained. The bark and roots had been stripped away as well. He felt a twinge of shame for neglecting his master's property. Today, he had originally intended to purchase pork in town, but the meat stall had long since sold out. All that remained was a bloodied human leg hanging ominously. Given the circumstances, his favorite meat buns were now unattainable, for who could ascertain the contents within? Grain prices had surged, and whereas a liter of grain used to cost merely 20-odd won at this time of year, it had now risen to 61. A shur of rice commanded 6 taels of silver. Even at this price, grain merchants hoarded their supplies, anticipating even higher prices next year. The market was bustling with people, yet the variety of goods had dwindled significantly. Shabby clothes and jars of little worth were prevalent. A considerable portion of the market was occupied by those selling children and wives. Some lonely men, unable to find brides, took advantage of the situation, pretending to bargain, engaging in unscrupulous dealings. The women on offer, however, were emaciated, their hair lifeless, their bodies mere skin and bones, so fragile that a touch felt like grasping at twigs. As Er Gouzi entered the market, a man approached him with enthusiasm. "Young sir, would you care to purchase a wife to warm your bed? Behold my wife, one of the finest beauties in the village, capable of work and childbearing, yours for just a shur of rice." "No wife for me." Er Gouzi shook his head, declining the offer. Years prior, he had contemplated acquiring a couple of robust young women to serve as wives. But having now been exposed to the vibrant world of the city, his standards had risen considerably, rendering the gaunt women of the market unappealing. "Just take a look. No obligation." The man, having identified a seemingly affluent customer, was unwilling to relent. The youth before him, though dark-skinned and garbed like a farmer, bore a healthy visage, donned neat clothing without patches, and exuded an air of sincerity. The man insisted on leading Er Gouzi to a woman who appeared before them. This woman, adorned with straw in her hair, was in her 20s and slightly plumper than the other gaunt figures. The man forcefully pulled aside her clothing, letting the cold air in, causing her to shrink back, lowering her head. "Look at her. Her flesh is firm and elastic, perfect for childbearing. For merely a shur of rice, she can warm your bed, work the fields, bear children, wash clothes, and cook. You cannot go wrong with this purchase." The man extolled her virtues, praising her as unparalleled. Er Gouzi, who had not even married the second daughter of Huang Laokai, now held no interest in spending money on a wife. He turned his gaze over the market, observing individuals who trafficked in human lives, selecting from the crowd. Sometimes they would pry open mouths to inspect teeth or pinch arms to gauge fleshiness. This brought to mind the human leg hanging at the butcher's and the blood essence concocted by the scar-faced men. Those purchased might find themselves fortunate enough to serve as laborers, barely scraping by, while the less fortunate could face uncertain fates. All right, I will buy for a share of rice. Er Gouzi nodded, promptly handing the man 6 taels of silver, instructing him to procure the rice. Thank you. She is yours from this day forth. The man removed the straw from the woman's head and pushed her toward Er Gouzi. Yet, the woman turned back, removing her cotton coat and handing it to the man. Alter this coat. It can be made into jackets for 2 children. Once I am sold. The children cannot be sold. They are too young to fetch a price. After uttering these words, she followed Er Gouzi, refusing to glance back at the man. Young sir, take a look at my wife as well. She is quite remarkable. My child is 8 years old and can work the fields, yours for just a doe of grain. As Er Gouzi made his purchase without further negotiation, others in the market began to gather around him, eager to promote their own children or wives. The youth appeared simple and generous, so selling to him seemed a sure means of securing a livelihood. However, the fate of those sold to the traffickers was uncertain. Surrounded by eager sellers, Er Gouzi made an impulsive decision. He would buy every individual in the market today. No pushing, one at a time. One at a time. As Er Gouzi exited Sancha town, over 30 individuals trailed behind him, men and women alike, aged from 2 to 30, predominantly children. Among them 12 were other men's wives. These individuals, clad in rags, gaunt and pallid, followed him with vacant expressions, their silence punctuated only by the occasional cough. In a moment of impulse, he had purchased so many, now leading them to the foot of Shiko Mountain. How to accommodate them became a source of concern. He possessed but a single brick house, his grain storage, and lacked any other shelter. With winter as chill upon them, leaving them outside would spell disaster. After a moment's thought, he recalled the abundance of dry straw atop the mountain. Thus, he summoned the wind and ascended to the summit to gather straw. This spectacle left the 30-plus individuals in awe. What sort of new master had they followed? They then witnessed Er Gouzi descending astride a large goose, their astonishment deepening. Was this the legendary immortal master? He gestured toward a substantial heap of straw. For tonight, you shall use this straw to keep warm. We shall construct straw huts tomorrow. The crowd remained silent, watching their new master, none daring to speak. What is your name? Er Gouzi pointed to the first wife he had purchased. I am Chiyoyu. Very well, from now on, you shall be in charge of these 30-odd individuals. With so many to oversee, he lacked the energy to manage them all, and thus needed someone to handle daily affairs. You all will heed Chiyoyu's instructions. A stillness fell over the group, with only Chiyoyu displaying a look of surprise. Chiyoyu, come with me, Er Gouzi instructed, making his way toward the brick house. Chiyoyu followed closely, her head lowered in nervousness, uncertain of her new master's intentions. Having sold herself, she now belonged to him. Er Gouzi opened the door and stepped inside, with Chiyoyu promptly following. The interior was quite simple, furnished only with a wooden table and 4 stools. He opened another door, revealing a room filled with jujubes and persimmons. Pack some in sacks to share with everyone. Oh, Chiyoyu felt her spirits lift as she eagerly gathered jujubes and persimmons, occasionally stuffing one into her mouth. They filled 2 large sacks and emerged to distribute the food among the group. The newly acquired individuals were frail, stumbling as they walked, shivering from the cold. Upon receiving food, they ravenously consumed it, nearly choking in the process. For that night, they would subsist on jujubes and persimmons, finding temporary refuge amidst the straw. The following day, Er Gouzi provided them with a set of stone mortars, iron pots, and a share of rice, instructing Chiyoyu to help them grind the rice and prepare porridge. He then allocated an acre of land for them to construct their own straw shelters. In the ensuing days, Er Gouzi returned to Sancha town daily, purchasing anyone who was being sold. Having already procured over 30, acquiring a few more poses no significant concern. The current population is remarkably affordable, and the total expenditure has been minimal. Gradually, he has acquired more than 100 individuals. Er Gouzi himself is perplexed, unable to comprehend the sudden impulse that overtook him. Perhaps it is due to the prolonged companionship with Sima Yi, which has subtly influenced him. As for the notions of benevolence and virtue, he has never contemplated such ideals. It is merely a matter of compassion. Chapter 55. 18 years old as the dawn of a new year unfolds, so too does the promise of fresh beginnings. Er Gouzi has turned 18. This year, he celebrates not in solitude, but amidst a lively gathering of over 300 souls. In light of the disastrous harvest that precluded the purchase of pork, Er Gouzi caught several sizable fish from a gourd and, accompanied by some dried wild vegetables, concocted a large pot of fish soup. Not a morsel was wasted. Even the scales and bones were consumed with gusto. Last winter, he had decisively acquired over 300 individuals, half of whom were children under 10 years of age, hardly the most industrious workers, yet they came at the lowest price, often obtainable for merely a few grains of rice. There were over 50 young maidens and a similar number of wives, while the men numbered just above 30. In a desperate bid for survival, families began to sell their women and children. Remarkably, Er Gouzi's total expenditure for these individuals was under 1,000 taels of silver, while acquiring them was cost-free. The obligation to feed over 300 mouths proved to be a significant financial burden. With frugality, they consumed a stone of rice daily. Yet the stock of several dozens of stones in his granary would not last long. Consequently, he ventured into the black market to procure an additional 200 stones of grain. Initially valued at over 1,000 taels of silver, he managed to acquire them for merely a few taels, thanks to the refinement of his silver. For Er Gouzi, this expenditure was manageable. However, it was inappropriate to allow such a large group to remain idle. He felt compelled to assign them tasks. After several days of hearty meals, their strength gradually returned. After careful consideration, he resolved to have them dig clay to create bricks for their own shelter. The chosen site for clay extraction was a high-lying plot of land, which could also be transformed into a pond for water storage and fish cultivation. During this severe drought, only Dingjiazwang remained unscathed in Anchang County, enjoying a bountiful harvest thanks to its expansive mountaintop reservoir that stored water for irrigation during dry spells. Er Gouzi did not possess as much land, so he designated 5 acres to be converted into a pond, sufficient for irrigating his several dozen acres of crops. With last winter's lack of snowfall, another drought was anticipated this year. Thus, following the new year, the laborers resumed their clay digging and brick-making with fervor. These individuals hailed from impoverished backgrounds. None were indolent. As long as there was sustenance, they were unafraid of toil or fatigue. The new year had just passed, yet the weather remained frigid. Adults were tasked with digging and watering, while children chopped straw and scattered it into the clay, then barefooted, stomped repeatedly to ensure the mixture was soft and free of clumps before placing it into wooden molds to form bricks. Once dried, the children would transport the bricks while the adults constructed walls. With over 300 people working simultaneously, efficiency soared, and by the end of the year, 2 earthen houses had already been erected. The roofs were temporarily thatched with straw, layered thickly, and plastered with clay. Er Gouzi occasionally checked on the brick-making and construction efforts, but did not engage in the labor himself. He dedicated his days to farming on the mountain, cultivating his skills, and reading. His mastery of the rejuvenation technique had reached a profound level, allowing him to expel toxic blood from his wounds with each application. Practicing this technique 5 times daily, combined with the effects of detoxification pills, had significantly cleared the poison from his body. At this rate, he might soon forego the need for the detoxification pill. On one such day, he prepared some strength pills and ventured into the county town. Having discovered the black market's acceptance of refined silver, he no longer needed to sell strength pills for profit. However, he had a pressing need to sell them for a margin. With the increasing number of disaster victims, even a thin porridge consumed substantial amounts of grain daily. A long line still formed at the entrance of the rejuvenation hall. It was only after nightfall that Er Gouzi entered. Er Gouzi, you've arrived just in time. I have splendid news to share. He greeted him with a smile. What news? Er Gouzi pondered what good news could possibly arise in these times. Do you recall the vial of drought corpse chi you obtained last time? Of course, you helped me deliver it to the county office, he replied, initially skeptical about the official's capabilities. The county office deemed themselves unable to handle the drought corpse, so they sent the vial to the prefectural city. There, numerous skilled individuals adept in tracking were able to locate a cult stronghold based on that vial. The prefectural officials dispatched experts to eradicate the cult, successfully slaying 3 foundational leaders and dozens of chi practitioners on the spot. This great achievement has been reported to the court, and both the prefectural and county offices will share the credit. Although you did not participate in the battle, you should receive a share of the accolades. Er Gouzi was astonished. He had not anticipated that the officials were not only adept at extorting wealth from the populace, but also possessed formidable combat prowess. To eliminate 3 foundational cultivators and numerous chi practitioners in a single encounter was no small feat. It was noteworthy that, at present, Anshan County had no foundational experts. Such beings were considered legendary. However, the drought corpse with the drought spirit bloodline escaped, and the vial you submitted has been depleted. Currently, we have no means of tracking its whereabouts, Sima E added. Indeed, expectations should remain tempered. What level of strength does that corpse possess? If it roams freely, does it not pose an even greater danger? Er Gouzi mused, likening the situation to provoking a hornet's nest. Such a powerful entity, once unrestrained, could wreak havoc unchecked. It is said to possess a bloodline of the drought spirit, potentially exceeding the capabilities of ordinary foundational cultivators. During the siege, the drought corpse clawed a foundational cultivator to death before making its escape. Er Gouzi had first-hand experience of the power of such corpses. The one he encountered previously matched him in strength. Well then, what rewards might the government bestow upon me? Er Gouzi inquired. Curiosity piqued about the tangible benefits amidst these distant threats. I've heard that the leaders who participated in the siege have been promoted, and others received elixirs as rewards. We should also be entitled to a portion of that, Sima E replied. Elixirs? The prospect of such rewards intrigued Er Gouzi. After a conversation with Sima E, Er Gouzi took his leave from the rejuvenation hall and visited the black market, exchanging a large sack of red dates for over 1,000 taels of silver. He discovered that the money of cultivators was the easiest to earn. Anything imbued with spiritual energy could fetch a price several times its worth. Upon exiting the grain shop, he encountered a vendor at a corner stall. Esteemed guest, come and see. Authentic elixirs for sale. Er Gouzi, intrigued, questioned. Since when could one purchase authentic elixirs from a street vendor? Indeed, we have genuine elixirs. You'll see for yourself. The vendor produced a white jade vial, pouring out a blood-red, crystalline pill. Take a whiff. The rich spiritual energy is undeniable. If not for this year's plummeting raw material prices, how could one acquire such exquisite elixirs? One pill is worth a year of arduous cultivation. For just 1,000 cultivating foundation pills, you can exchange for one, or other spiritual items of equivalent value. The vendor continued to extol the virtues of his elixirs, pricing the 1,000 cultivating foundation pills at a mere 10,000 taels, truly a bargain. May I inquire where you sourced this elixir? Er Gouzi asked sincerely, already producing a large bottle of cultivating foundation pills. However, the stall owner remained vigilant, swiftly concealing the blood-soul Dan within his garments. If one chose not to purchase, so be it, they should not disturb his business. Er Gouzi wandered around once more, finding nothing else of note before exiting the black market. He then hurried back to Shiko Mountain overnight. In his previous days, when he lacked cultivation, the journey from Shiko Mountain to the county town would require an entire day on foot. Now, should he employ the wind control technique, he could make the trip in no more than half a day. Yet, if there were no pressing matters, he would not exert himself so. He preferred to traverse at a leisurely pace. Along the way, he encountered many refugees heading towards Dingjia village. Merging with the crowd, he learned that the lord of Dingjia village was a great benefactor, recently distributing porridge to the needy. Furthermore, Dingjia village was recruiting a considerable number of laborers to repair their reservoir. The refugees spoke of the village also seeking stout household servants to guard the premises. Having visited Dingjia village, Er Gouzi knew that their doors were never locked at night. As long as they secured the mountain entrance, outsiders would not be able to enter. Thus, recruiting so many servants seemed unnecessary. Hearing of Dingjia village's endeavors, Er Gouzi's admiration for its lord deepened. Compared to figures like Sima E, he and Sima E were mere children playing house before such a person. This lord possessed the remarkable capability to provide sustenance for thousands. With only 50 acres of land to his name, even if he aspired to emulate Dingjia village, he would struggle to achieve anything significant. The remaining land in the village was under the control of Zhang Yuliang. However, in front of Shiko Mountain lay Shishi village, and behind it sprawled a vast expanse of wilderness. He often visited that area while gathering firewood. It was uninhabited for over 10 miles. He had heard that this barren land belonged to a certain nobleman in the county town. These nobles had a penchant for hoarding land, purchasing plots with spare funds to pass down to their descendants. Perhaps he could enlist Sima-es assistance in inquiring whether this land could be acquired. Upon returning to the summit of Shiko Mountain, Er Gouzi gazed towards the sprawling wilderness behind the mountain. If he were to replicate Dingjia village, he could construct a large reservoir between those mountains and level the lower areas, transforming it into fertile fields. After all, labor was inexpensive now. As long as one could provide a meal, it sufficed. However, the land belonged to someone else, and for now, he could only ponder. In the ensuing days, Er Gouzi practiced diligently on the mountain, continuously expelling the corpse poison from his body, nearing recovery. Due to the lingering effects of the poison, his cultivation had not progressed significantly during this period. Yet, his mastery over the technique of externalizing true energy had improved substantially. Previously, each time he utilized this technique, it drained all the true energy from his dantian. Concentrating all his true energy into a single strike indeed rendered it powerfully formidable. However, after executing the move, he would become exceedingly weak, unable to even contend with an ordinary martial artist. Through repeated practice and contemplation during this time, he finally made progress. He could now emit a blade of sword light from the edge of his sword. This sword light consumed merely half of his true energy and could swiftly pierce through the air to strike distant targets. Although the might of this sword light was not as potent as a full-force strike, it was exceptionally sharp, and after unleashing it, he retained enough energy for further actions. All of this knowledge stemmed from his master's previous teachings, which he gradually deciphered on the mountain. Nevertheless, his sword light, though radiant, paled in comparison to his master's formless and subtle externalized true energy, which was controlled effortlessly. Youth is always brimming with imagination, and recently, he had a sudden idea. He could ride atop the great white goose, directing the sword light from above towards the enemy's heads. He could strike them while they could not reach the soaring goose. Unfortunately, he could only unleash 2 sword lights at most, which felt rather inadequate. Perhaps he could acquire some throwing knives or stones to hurl from above. While hitting the enemy was uncertain, they would eternally be at the mercy of his attacks, unable to retaliate. The mere thought could infuriate them. Among the recent arrivals, there happened to be several robust men who could be taught the art of blacksmithing to forge weapons for him. However, when he approached these men with the 100 Weapons Manual and inquired individually, he found that none could read. Not even the men were literate. Among the women and children, there were none who could read either. Out of over 300 people, they were all blind to written words. He needed to practice daily and lacked the time to teach them literacy and blacksmithing. Just as Er Gouzi was grappling with this dilemma, Huang Laokai appeared before him. Swaying slightly, Huang Laokai was renowned in the village for his literacy and numeracy. When villagers had children but lacked the knowledge to name them, they would seek Huang Laokai for a suitable name. Currently, Er Gouzi owed Huang Laokai 110 taels of silver each year, indicating his considerable calculative abilities. As long as Er Gouzi lived, Huang Laocai's family would not face hunger for at least 2 decades. Huang Laokai, could you do me a favor? Er Gouzi asked. Master Zhang, please feel free to command me, Huang Laokai replied, bowing with a smile. Since the upheaval in his household, the former village tycoon appeared exceedingly humble. The gestures of bowing, clasping hands, and smiling seemed etched into his very being, especially when facing Er Gouzi, where his humility reached its zenith. In truth, he worried needlessly. Repaying debts is a matter of principle, and Er Gouzi was not the sort to harm his creditor. Could you take a look at this book and teach a few of the men under me? Er Gouzi inquired. Huang Laokai received the 100 Weapons Manual, and, upon glancing through it, a glimmer of light shone in his dimming eyes. Master Zhang, are you planning to cultivate blacksmiths to forge weapons? Indeed, Er Gouzi confirmed. I wish to create some swords and knives, but none among these hundreds can read. I, too, struggle with my failing eyesight and cannot discern some characters. Perhaps I could send my son, Huang Fugui, to assist you? Huang Laokai suggested. If Master Zhang does not mind, it would be a blessing for him to serve as a blacksmith under your guidance. Huang Laokai could be humble when required, yet his shrewdness remained unaffected. This book had originally come into Er Gouzi's possession from a certain chubby boy and contained many secrets of weapon forging. For an ordinary person, mastering the art of weapon crafting would be sufficient for a stable livelihood. Though he was too old to wield a hammer, he could send his son, Huang Fugui, to learn. Moreover, it would be a fortuitous opportunity to align himself with Er Gouzi. Naturally, Er Gouzi had no objections to this arrangement. Having Huang Fugui come would be even better. They had grown up in the same village, knowing each other well since childhood. Chapter 56. Leisure Huang Fugue was slightly older than Er Gouzi. During his last imprisonment, a guard had broken one of his legs. Although a skilled physician managed to mend his injured limb, he now walked with one leg longer than the other. After joining, Er Gouzi tossed him the volume of 100 weapons, instructing him to transcribe it. Thereafter, Huang Fugue diligently studied the text, initially crafting a dozen or so throwing knives for Er Gouzi. While their design left much to be desired, their primary function was to be hurled from great heights to strike foes below. However, when Er Gouzi attempted to use these knives, he found that hitting his target was quite a challenge. Many knives tumbled down sideways or with their handles facing downward, proving less effective than simply dropping a stone. Thus, Huang Fugue was tasked with further refinement. In addition to honing his blacksmithing skills, Er Gouzi also had him teach the local children to read. Initially intended for a small group, it quickly turned into a gathering of over 300 eager learners. Eventually, they established a daily hour of study post-meals, leaving the amount learned to the students' diligence. Aside from his weaponry issues, his large goose also fell short, managing to carry him only for a few miles before tiring. He had to ensure the geese were well fed to bolster their strength. Recently, he had been feeding each goose a rejuvenating herbal pill, which indeed boosted their vitality. However, he soon faced a new dilemma as the supply of these pills in the black market was limited. The primary ingredient, a 50-year-old ginseng, had a fixed annual yield. His extensive purchases had rapidly depleted the stock, causing prices to soar and drawing the attention of local cultivators, some of whom began investigating the cause. Fearing repercussions, Er Gouzi refrained from further purchases. Instead, he acquired a batch of supplementary ingredients and concocted a large quantity of the pills using 20 portions of ginseng. After enhancing them with a gourd, they matched the potency of the originals and were discreetly sold in the black market. Gradually, the price stabilized, and the community paid less attention to the fluctuations. In the ensuing days, he resorted to crafting the pills himself to feed the geese, while still purchasing the original pills for his personal use, enhancing them through the gourd before consumption. Occasionally, he would inadvertently repurchase his own pills, which could no longer be enhanced once returned to the gourd. The geese thrived, growing larger and stronger. Concurrently, thanks to Er Gouzi's relentless efforts, the toxic remnants within his body were nearly eradicated. One day, seated on his bed, after consuming a detoxification pill, he employed his rejuvenation technique to expel the remaining toxins. The numerous claw marks from the zombie had diminished to just one. As the other wounds healed, they left behind a tapestry of scars on his already marked skin. At this moment, spurred by the dual effects of the detoxification pill and the rejuvenation technique, the last wound oozed a few drops of crimson blood. Thus, the toxic remnants were entirely purged. The entire ordeal of injury and poisoning had lasted 6 months before he fully recuperated. However, the detoxification pill he ordered had yet to arrive. Had it not been for the Gourd's ability to enhance the pill's efficacy and his knowledge of healing techniques, he might not have survived until its arrival. As he continued to wield his rejuvenation technique, a stream of vital energy flowed gently around the wound, which began to itch and heal. After a while, Er Gouzi donned his clothes and mounted a large goose, soaring down from Shiko Mountain. At the mountain's base, a dozen earthen houses had been erected, accommodating over 300 individuals from various families, all brought together by similar circumstances. They had formed a large, harmonious family under Er Gouzi's leadership. Xiao Yu, whom Er Gouzi had chosen for her competence, managed the affairs with remarkable efficiency. The 5 acres of pond had yet to be excavated. Work continued daily as the excavated soil was used for construction. Er Gouzi flew over the mountain's foot, passing by Shishi village before dismounting. The spring planting season had arrived, and despite the drought, everyone was striving to sow seeds. Ahu's family, having irrigated their land throughout the winter, found the soil still moist and planted millet and sesame, crops that, while yielding less than rice, boasted a significant advantage of drought resistance. Particularly sesame, which often thrived in arid years. As long as they could cultivate something, even a meager harvest would ensure their survival. As Er Gouzi traversed the route, he observed many laborers carrying wooden buckets, fetching water from the Anchang River and traversing long, arduous paths to irrigate their fields. The river was nearly dry, with only a shallow stream remaining. Besides those hauling water, many children and refugees were attempting to catch fish, yet the fish were agile and elusive. This scene stirred Er Gouzi's youthful spirit, prompting him to leap into the river, rolling in the mud and emerging victorious with a hefty fish weighing over 10 pounds. Much to the envy of the onlooking children. With his cultivation at the 4th level of chi training, using such skills for fishing seemed somewhat extravagant. When Sima saw Er Gouzi enter the rejuvenation hall with the large fish in hand, he couldn't help but chuckle and scold him. You, a distinguished martial scholar, engaging in such childish antics, have truly disgraced your scholarly dignity. Will you eat it? Of course. While fishing may lack decorum, eating fish is quite refined. Sima promptly sent the fish to the kitchen, and before long, several exquisite dishes had been prepared. The fish's head was adorned with a vibrant layer of red chili, making it irresistibly enticing. Additionally, there was a bowl of fish soup, a serving of pan-fried fish, sweet and sour fish, and a plate of sliced fish. You urbanites certainly have a knack for culinary creativity. A single fish can yield such an array of dishes. Er Gouzi marveled at the spread before him. Whenever I prepare fish or pork, I merely boil them. Aside from salt and oil, I rarely use any other seasonings. He picked up a small piece of fish coated in red chili and placed it in his mouth, only to find it nearly brought him to tears with its spiciness. Having never encountered chili before, he was unprepared for its intense heat. Fortunately, as a cultivator, he maintained his composure despite the overwhelming spice. The fish was exceptionally tender. And beyond the spiciness, it was savory and fragrant, a delightful blend of flavors that was truly delectable. Do you drink? Sima inquired, reaching for a gourd of wine to pour for Er Gouzi. I prefer not to. The spiciness and bitterness do not appeal to me. Honey water is far more enjoyable. Er Gouzi had never been particularly fond of alcohol, viewing it as a self-imposed hardship. In his mind, honey water was the epitome of refreshment. Very well. Sima did not press further and poured himself a cup, taking a sip. I have gathered information regarding that desolate mountain you asked about. Whose land is it? Er Gouzi inquired, intrigued, knowing such a vast tract of land could not simply be claimed by wealth alone. The county magistrate. Upon hearing these 3 words from Sima Er Gouzi's hopes dwindled. The county magistrate possessed both wealth and power, lacking nothing. Er Gouzi had little in his possession that could sway the magistrate's favor, and as a mere martial scholar, he had no opportunity to negotiate face-to-face. Do not lose heart, there is more news. What news? Sima leisurely took another sip of wine and savored a piece of spicy fish head meat. The reward for your previous provision of information about the zombies has arrived. It's a single medicinal pill. Truly. Er Gouzi was astonished that the notoriously unreliable government had actually rewarded him with a pill. However, do not rejoice too soon, for the likelihood of you receiving this pill is rather slim. Before Er Gouzi could fully indulge in his moment of joy, Sima calmly continued, Why is that? Because the pill, upon reaching the county office, was misplaced by the concubine of the county magistrate. It is not that they are unwilling to give it to you. Rather, the county office has stated that it will be yours whenever it is found. Chapter 57. The locust Er Gouzi should have long realized that the officials were unreliable and that he ought not to harbor excessive expectations. The reward that was supposed to be bestowed upon him, a pill, was seized by the county magistrate and never returned. Fortunately, Sima intervened by enlisting the aid of Er Gouzi's uncle to negotiate with the magistrate. In the end, Er Gouzi voluntarily relinquished the pill and earnestly implored the magistrate to exchange it for 2 desolate mountains. Initially, the magistrate had no interest in the pill, but moved by Er Gouzi's sincerity, he reluctantly accepted it. Naturally, Er Gouzi felt immense gratitude, and others couldn't help but commend the magistrate as benevolent and loving towards his people. These 2 barren mountains lay behind Shiko Mountain, amidst a stretch of over 10 miles of similar desolate land, all owned by the magistrate. He possessed many such properties, but these 2 mountains, adjacent to Shiko, were significantly larger and more level. However, compared to the pill coveted by cultivators, such barren land was of little worth. Nonetheless, it was the best outcome he could hope for. After all, he had secured 2 mountains, which provided him the opportunity to enact his aspirations that had previously been stifled by a lack of space. Sima handed Er Gouzi a land deed stamped with the official seal. Do you plan to cultivate the land? Well, given the abundance of vagrants idling about, it would be prudent to have them assist in the reclamation efforts. We should clear that large patch at the foot of the mountain. It seems a shame to let such extensive land lie fallow. Er Gouzi expressed his thoughts, growing increasingly animated, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I also intend to construct a large reservoir at the mountaintop to collect rainwater and build water pools. I aspire to transform all those barren lands into fertile fields. In his youth, he had dreamt of owning a piece of land, and now, he finally possessed two vast mountains to reshape as he wished. Furthermore, he had ample manpower at his disposal, providing them with meals would suffice. With sustenance, these individuals might forego selling their children. Sima Yi observed Er Gouzi's flushed expression, realizing that after years of acquaintance, he had never witnessed such fervor in him before. I have 60 taels of refined silver. When you have the time, please check the market for any individuals for sale. Purchase them, regardless of gender. All of them. Sima Yi took the pouch of silver, confirming once more. The market in the county town had a considerable number of individuals for sale daily. Yes, every last one. Not a single soul should be left for those wretches. Er Gouzi spoke with unwavering determination. Rest assured, I will do my utmost in this matter. As a local power broker, Sima Yi had noticed an increasing number of blood soul pills in the black market. He could surmise the fate of many individuals sold off. Yet his own capacity and financial resources were limited. Today, he had finally found a like-minded ally. If there are any surplus funds, acquire some grain from the black market. After the new year, grain prices surged dramatically, now reaching 8 taels of silver per stone. Once they had formed a partnership, their efficiency markedly improved. Within a few days, Sima Yi had completely cleared the market of individuals for sale. They had purchased over 200 famished souls and an additional 200 stones of grain. After bringing these individuals and provisions back, they settled them upon the barren land, hastily erecting some thatched shelters. With countless tasks ahead, Er Gouzi summoned Huang Laokai to assist in management. In the following period, Sima Yi used the funds Er Gouzi had provided to procure more wrought iron and agricultural tools. Additionally, he acquired a substantial number of individuals, purchasing anyone available in the market. However, despite these efforts, the black market still teemed with blood soul pills. Leaving Sima Yi with a sense of helplessness, the state of the world was such that it could not be altered by the efforts of one or two individuals. They could only do their part and leave the rest to fate. For the past few months, Er Gouzi had been cultivating on the mountain. He had delegated matters in the county to Sima Yi while Huang Laokai managed the desolate mountains, relieving him of excessive worry. After expelling the corpse poison from his body, his long-suppressed cultivation began to rise rapidly. It would not be long before he broke through to the 5th layer of qi training. On Shiko Mountain, after years of nurturing, the iron thorns had finally flourished around the summit. The crescent-shaped lingmi he had planted last year was now in ear, soon ready for its first harvest. Other crops such as ginseng and huangjing were growing normally. The earliest batch of ginseng had aged to an impressive 40 years, and his goal was to cultivate a century-old elixir, a feat he could achieve in another 6 years. However, the recent surge in locusts posed a significant threat, as swarms frequently invaded his Shiko mountain, leaving devastation in their wake. Fortunately, his flock of geese played a critical role in safeguarding his land, though primarily herbivorous. They also consumed small fish, shrimp, and insects. Since mutating, his large white geese appeared particularly fond of meat. Each time swarms approached, it became a grand feast for the geese. Known for their vigilance and territorial instincts, the flock was always on high alert. One day, after watering the crops, Er Gouzi noticed a massive swarm of locusts descending from the sky. As they swarmed above, a group of white geese took to the air, pursuing the locusts in a chaotic dance. Today's locust swarm was significantly larger than usual. A cacophony of flapping wings filled the air, as many locust limbs fell like rain. Among the remnants were numerous pristine white feathers, an unusual sight. Curious, Er Gouzi glanced skyward and observed a large locust attacking one of his geese. These locusts were unusually large, measuring 5 to 6 inches, darting through the air with the swiftness of arrows, leaving a trail of feathers and blood in their wake. As one of the geese flapped its wings, it struck a large locust, which plummeted to the ground. Er Gouzi rushed over to retrieve it, discovering that this locust was a vibrant green, with robust limbs and hind legs resembling sharp saws. A moment of inattention resulted in a cut on his hand. Using his qi observation technique, he discerned a formidable aura emanating from its diminutive body, akin to the true energy of a martial artist. While ordinary locusts feasted solely on crops, the emergence of such mutated locusts signified a far greater threat, as they could consume both humans and livestock. Upon dissecting the swollen abdomen of the locust, he found thousands of eggs within, exuding a rich spiritual essence and a golden hue that even Er Gouzi found appetizing. Determined to prepare a grand locust feast, Er Gouzi stowed away the locust. During times of hunger, he had previously roasted locusts on the mountain, discovering them to be quite delectable. Observing the mutated locust still battling his geese above, he retrieved a bow and arrows. His aspiration to excel in the martial examinations required mastery of archery, though his practice time had been limited, leaving his aim somewhat lacking. Drawing the bow taut, he aimed at a locust and let an arrow fly with a swift whoosh. Yet the locusts were indeed too small, darting through the sky with remarkable swiftness, causing the arrows to merely graze past them, separated by only a foot or two. This arrow, though not entirely wasted, ultimately struck the leg of a large goose, tearing away a small piece of flesh. The honking of the goose, engaged in a fierce struggle, erupted as it suddenly found itself pierced by an arrow, squawking in a frenzy below. It was uncertain whether it was cursing or extolling its owner's archery prowess. However, given the dignified and proud demeanor of the white goose, it was unlikely to utter any foul language. Feeling a deep sense of embarrassment, the young man hastily sheathed his bow, refraining from further interference. His lack of proficiency in archery, coupled with the diminutive size and swift movement of the locusts, made the larger target of the goose more susceptible to accidental injury. This battle between geese and locusts persisted for an hour before gradually subsiding. The invading locusts were nearly obliterated, with only a few escaping from Snakemouth Mountain, leaving a ground littered with wounded insects. On the side of the geese, more than 10 were injured, particularly the one that had been struck by an arrow, which was gravely wounded and nearly perished. The young man rewarded each goose with a nourishing pill as a gesture of appreciation. In an effort to express his apologies, he fed the injured goose 2 pills. The geese, having consumed the pills, soon regained their vitality, gathering together to stretch their necks and honk loudly, seemingly boasting about their heroic feats. At this moment, the young man carried a bamboo basket and a burlap sack, busily collecting the locusts strewn across the ground. While the geese also partook, they could not possibly consume the vast quantity available. If left unattended, the corpses of the locusts would be devoured by snakes, insects, and rodents. Such a valuable source of meat was too precious to waste. Unable to consume it all himself, he deemed it fitting to share with his subordinates who were clearing the land. He collected the larger, more appealing locusts into the bamboo basket for his own consumption, while the less desirable remains were swept into the burlap sack to be ground into powder and mixed with staple grains later. This delectable locust meat was undoubtedly comparable to rice. Given the current skyrocketing prices of food, surging over tenfold to several taels of silver per stone, it was not guaranteed that one could procure grain even with money, except in the black market, where government reserves were reportedly sold out. Chapter 58. Tea dregs. In the 128th year of the Longxing reign of the Great Zhou dynasty, over 30 prefectures in the southwest faced a severe drought, followed by a rampant locust plague, leaving the populace in dire straits, with refugees and bandits emerging in droves. The sagacious and wise Longxing Holy Emperor, whose benevolence enveloped the people, decreed the abolition of taxes for the citizens of Qingzhou for 3 years. He commanded the Ministry of Revenue to prepare a disaster relief grain supply of 1 million stones to aid the afflicted. Furthermore, the governor of Qingzhou was ordered to comfort the victims, resettle the displaced, and ensure the eradication of all banditry within the region. Upon the issuance of this imperial edict, officials across various states and counties promptly acted, and the populace extolled the emperor's compassion. In a wave of admiration, numerous ministers submitted memorials praising the emperor's wisdom, martial prowess, and benevolent governance, which radiated as the sun, illuminating the lives of the common folk. A young prince even petitioned to visit Qingzhou to inspect the disaster and comfort the victims himself. With the emperor's decree in hand, officials from the Ministry of Revenue and local governments sprang into action without a moment's delay, collecting over 3 million stones of disaster relief grain from the populace. A few recalcitrant individuals, lacking understanding of loyalty to the emperor, faced confiscation of their properties. They then hastened to deliver 500,000 stones of grain to Qingzhou for relief efforts. The officials of Qingzhou were moved to tears, and they submitted memorials overnight to express their profound gratitude for the emperor's magnanimity. Anshan County, where Er Gouzi resided, fell under the jurisdiction of the severely afflicted Sanyang Prefecture, and he had never heard of any relief measures. Recently, grain had become scarce, the government granaries were empty, and the black market yielded nothing. With hundreds to feed, He faced daily consumption of 1 to 2 stones of grain, nearly facing a complete shortage. In desperation, he resorted to grinding bark and roots from his newly cultivated fields, mixing them with locust powder and a meager amount of grain to barely sustain everyone. The relentless locusts swarmed in increasing numbers, prompting a halt to the farming efforts. Each individual was given a bamboo broom to capture locusts around Shikuxia village for sustenance. On average, each person could catch about a liter of locusts daily, which sufficed for their needs. However, mutated locusts were becoming more prevalent. These formidable creatures posed a threat, having already claimed the lives of 2 of his men. Moreover, the prolonged consumption of locust meat caused reddened eyes and irritable tempers, leading to frequent altercations among the populace. Er Gouzi experimented by mixing some of the spiritually infused locusts he had stored in gourds into his followers' rations. The villagers, unaware of any mystical properties, merely found the food more palatable. Over time, the health of his followers significantly improved, and their irritability diminished. With their enhanced vitality, their combat effectiveness increased, resulting in fewer casualties, making their agricultural endeavors more efficient. In the following period, Er Gouzi often incorporated spiritually enriched food into the rations of his subordinates. Today, atop Shikuxia mountain, a fierce aerial battle between geese and locusts had just concluded. Sitting on a large rock, Er Gouzi savored a skewer of roasted locusts. The 5-inch-long mutated locusts, with females bearing eggs and males rich in fat, were delectable. With a simple removal of the wings and a gentle tug at the head, the intestines could be extracted, roasted over fire, or fried in oil, releasing an enticing aroma. Shikuxia mountain seemed to attract the locusts, perhaps drawn by the presence of the abundant ginseng growing there. The locusts would appear every few days, only to be repelled by the geese, leaving behind a few robust survivors. Yet those that escaped would return with reinforcements shortly thereafter. The attention drawn to Shikuxia mountain inadvertently alleviated the locust plague around Shikuxia village. However, the daily battles attracted many villagers to watch. They understood that chickens, ducks, and geese could consume locusts, but most households only kept 1 or 2, with the wealthier families raising 3 to 5 for eggs to sell. The villagers struggled to gather an adequate number of geese, especially since those on Shikuxia mountain had grown several times larger and could even carry Er Gouzi. They speculated on how the geese from old Master Zhang's family could grow so large, attributing it to the mountain's ethereal energy. They noted that old Master Zhang had only moved to the mountain a few years ago and had already achieved the status of a martial scholar. Many believed Shikuxia mountain was a land of fortune. As the villagers discussed its potential, they couldn't help but tease Huang Laokai, who was no longer the wealthiest in the village, allowing for light-hearted jests. Yet, they never witnessed any sign of regret or sorrow from Huang Laokai. Even a treasure-laden mountain requires fortune to enjoy its benefits. For nearly a century, Shikuxia mountain had been in the Huang family's possession, merely a barren stone hill that could not sustain even trees. The obstinate donkey family that attempted to farm the mountain ultimately met their demise, with the wife remarrying and the children sold into servitude. The elders had spoken of a great snake atop the mountain, declaring that anyone who encountered it would surely perish. Huang Laotsai's words dispelled any lingering doubts among the villagers. However, these were merely the thoughts of ordinary folk swayed by gossip. Those with steadfast resolve would remain unperturbed by rumors, resolutely pursuing their chosen path, undeterred by obstacles or hardships, even in the face of death. At that moment, in Er Gouzi's uncle's home, Zhang Yuliang and Zhang Yoxin were embroiled in a fierce argument. "You must try once more. Are you out of your mind?" Zhang Yoxin pounded the table, glaring at Zhang Yuliang. "You nearly killed yourself and resulted in our father's death. Do you expect us to accompany you in your madness?" Bang! Zhang Yuliang slammed his palm down, shattering the wooden table. "Remember, it was Er Gouzi who caused our father's demise. If not for me, would our family be enjoying such good fortune today? If I can advance further, our entire family will soar to prosperity, establishing a prestigious lineage for generations to come." Zhang Yuliang's eyes locked onto Zhang Yoxin as he spoke each word with conviction. Although he had attained the status of a martial scholar, he felt dwarfed compared to established aristocratic families. What he lacked most was resources and wealth. With just a couple of the precious Peiyuan Gu Ben pills each month, passing the imperial examinations would not be insurmountable. There were undoubtedly treasures atop Shikuxia mountain. Er Gouzi was merely a swineherd. How could he deserve to possess such riches? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yoshin's eyes gleamed with envy. Greed mingled with jealousy. An unfamiliar person, regardless of their wealth or power, seldom incited jealousy. Yet, a once impoverished brother, who had been treated like a beast of burden, was now on equal footing, even surpassing him. This was a bitter pill to swallow. The mere thought of Er Gouzi eventually passing the imperial examinations and flaunting his success before them was unbearable. The brothers reached a consensus, deciding to make another attempt, this time vowing to be cautious and deliberate. Meanwhile, Er Gouzi remained blissfully unaware that others were scheming against his Shikuxia mountain. Huang Fugue and Shiyue, along with their followers, were diligently capturing locusts daily, ensuring their self-sufficiency without burdening him. Recently, he has been residing atop the mountain, engrossed in his cultivation and indifferent to worldly affairs, having not descended for many days. His daily routine involves watering the plants, tending to the geese, reading, and practicing, leading a life of utter tranquility. The jujube and persimmon trees on the mountain have flourished into mature trees, now in their prime fruit-bearing stage. With regular watering, a bountiful harvest is just around the corner. The abundance of fruit is far too much for him to consume alone, necessitating drying and storage. His gourd already brims with numerous dried jujubes and persimmons. Additionally, he has collected a considerable number of locust corpses daily, which have also been dried and stored in the gourd. Despite the sufficiency of food and drink, as someone who grew up enduring hunger and subsisting on pig feed, he cannot bear to waste a single grain. Today, as he concluded his cultivation and rose to his feet, a cacophony of honks erupted as a flock of geese surrounded him. With a slight smile, he retrieved a bottle of nourishing pills from his gourd and raised it high. Form an orderly line. Those who do not queue shall receive no pills. To his astonishment, the geese complied, lining up and stretching their necks in anticipation. In a moment of desperation, one goose attempted to cut in, only to be pecked back into line by its peers. Upon seeing them properly arranged, he dispensed a pill into the first goose's beak and gently patted its head. The goose swallowed the pill, puffed up with pride, and waddled away. He then proceeded to feed the second goose. Perhaps due to consuming many mystical substances, these geese not only grew stronger, but also increasingly intelligent. Now able to comprehend simple commands, he had employed a technique to observe their internal energies and discern that they possessed a force akin to a martial artist's true chi. Could this be what the texts refer to as demonic energy? Uncertain whether these geese might evolve into something extraordinary, he resolved to continue providing them with nourishing sustenance to enhance their power. With the locust swarms growing larger, featuring many sizable locusts measuring 5 or 6 inches, the geese required a certain level of strength to confront them effectively. Just as he finished feeding the geese, a commotion erupted from below the mountain. Zhang Ergu, Zhang Xiaocai, Zhang Leoi. Peering over the cliff's edge, he spotted a large gathering of villagers at the foot of the mountain, all craning their necks to look up. Among them was a man clad in a dark red official robe, whom Ergu recognized as the county's third-class constable, a practitioner of the second layer of Qi training, and a person of considerable authority. The esteemed Captain Wang had arrived. Ergu called out from the mountain, gradually descending via a long vine. This official seeks you. It seems there is a matter to discuss. Upon his arrival, the villagers hastily approached him, eager to explain the situation, as if they had accomplished some grand feat. In truth, they knew nothing, merely wanting to bask in the presence of someone significant. Zhang Xiaocai resides at the mountain peak. What a refined taste. Captain Wang squinted, surveying the cliffside behind Ergu. You flatter me, sir. My humble abode is poor, and I can only dwell in this harsh place, enduring the elements, Ergu replied, gesturing for him to enter his modest home for a cup of tea to quench his thirst. Inviting him to ascend the mountain was absolutely out of the question. Seated on a wooden bench, Captain Wang examined the sparse living room, which consisted of a single wooden table and 4 benches, adorned only with a rough tea set. The starkness of the surroundings was indeed a testament to poverty. Ergu had already set out a stack of large tea bowls and began pouring tea from a sizable pot. Serving tea to guests is a fundamental courtesy in the Dazhou dynasty. Even in impoverished conditions, one must offer at least a bowl of plain water. As Ergu poured, he did not differentiate between the esteemed captain and the humble villagers, recalling the disdain he had faced due to his own lowly status. Thus, he served each person a generous bowl of tea, beginning with Captain Wang. Initially, the captain was disinclined to taste the rustic tea served in crude pottery, fearing it might tarnish his palate. Especially irksome was the fact that he was accorded the same treatment as the rustic villagers, which displeased him greatly. However, being a seasoned official, he refrained from showing overt displeasure over a mere bowl of tea. Captain Wang accepted the bowl with one hand, placing it on the wooden table without haste to drink. The villagers, meanwhile, gathered outside, amazed that the scholar would provide them with tea. Their smiles radiated gratitude as they accepted their bowls. Zhang Leoi's tea is truly exquisite. Ah, so delightful. It is perhaps the finest tea I have ever tasted. Hearing the villagers rave about the tea, Captain Wang felt a surge of contempt. These rustic folks had likely never encountered anything of quality in their lives, and he regarded the bowl of simple tea with even less inclination to partake. To his surprise, however, upon tasting the tea, he found it to possess a rich, sweet flavor, comparable to many fine teas he had previously enjoyed. Moreover, within the tea, he sensed a faint spiritual energy. As a practitioner, he was highly attuned to items imbued with spiritual essence, and thus he was keenly aware of the subtle energy within the tea. In an uncharacteristic display, he lifted the bowl with both hands and drank deeply, much like a thirsty beast. Indeed, this is excellent tea. Upon seeing Captain Wang finish the bowl, Er Gouzi promptly refilled it, and the captain drained it again. After 5 bowls, with the pot now empty, Captain Wang's stomach felt slightly distended. The villagers, witnessing the miraculous effects of the tea, initially considered requesting another bowl, only to be taken aback as Captain Wang guzzled the last remnants, leaving none for them. It appeared that even the county official had not seen much of the world. "Zhang Laodi, may I inquire what this tea is?" Captain Wang asked, curiosity piqued. "In our village, we have nothing of note, merely mountain spring water infused with a few jujubes." As Er Gouzi opened the pot, he revealed a handful of soaked jujubes at the bottom. "Would you like the tea leaves? If not, I could take them home to delight the children." To his astonishment, Captain Wang directly requested the remaining jujubes. Er Gouzi, naturally agreeable, wrapped the jujubes in large leaves and bound them with grass. "Ha ha, thank you." Captain Wang chuckled, clutching the leafy bundle. The villagers, observing this exchange, were filled with disdain. Initially, they had all considered asking for the tea remnants, but now they felt insulted by Captain Wang's audacity in demanding the leftovers. Having lived for decades, they had never encountered such shameless behavior from an official. "What brings you, Lord Wang?" they wondered. Having savored the tea, Er Gouzi inquired about the reason behind the matter. "The situation is as follows. As you are aware, our Qingzhou regions have suffered from prolonged droughts, and now we are beset by locust plagues, coupled with unscrupulous individuals seizing the opportunity to incite chaos, resulting in a surge of banditry. Both of us, as esteemed martial scholars of the court, hold the responsibility to serve the state and alleviate the burdens of our sovereign." Just the day before yesterday, the county magistrate issued a decree summoning all martial scholars under the age of 40 throughout the county to combat the locust disaster and quell the banditry. Captain Wang, as he spoke, produced a document from the county office, adorned with an unmistakable crimson seal, making it undeniably authentic. "In times of urgent need, we must act swiftly. All individuals are to assemble at the county office by noon tomorrow." Chapter 59. A peaceful life every day. Er Gouzi tended to his modest plot of land, content with his provisions, reluctant to depart. However, the summons from the county office was not to be disregarded, compelling him to hastily prepare for the inevitable. He first scattered a generous amount of seeds for his flock of geese, interspersed with some ginseng seeds, ensuring they were well watered. He also stockpiled ample grain beside the goose shelter for their consumption. Yet, sensing this was insufficient, he realized the geese required water as well. Thus, he toiled through the night, using a heavy sword to carve out a large stone trough, filling it with pristine water. Throughout the night, he remained sleepless, refining the cliffs of Shiko Mountain with his sword. The treacherous paths leading up the mountain were now adorned with iron thorns, creating formidable barriers for ordinary folk, save for those who could fly. Of course, the primary guardianship of Shiko Mountain relied on the great white geese. He issued a strict command to Qiuyu, instructing her to station at least 200 individuals at the foot of the mountain daily, forbidding anyone from ascending. Before his departure, he fed each goose 2 pellets of nourishing essence and took 2 large geese with him. The large geese were adept at dealing with aerial locusts, and crucially, they could carry him when the moment called for it. As dawn broke, he arrived at the outskirts of the county town. The conspicuous presence of 2 large geese made it imprudent to enter the city with them. After some contemplation, he urged the geese to venture into the nearby wilderness, allowing him to proceed alone towards the county town. Outside the city gates, a throng of destitute refugees gathered, hungry and desperate, willing to commit any act for a morsel of food. With so many refugees congregated, the risk of them turning into marauding thieves and storming the city loomed large. Moreover, these refugees had often captured numerous locusts for sustenance, their eyes bloodshot and irritable, their moods volatile, ready to erupt into violence at any moment. Fortunately, several large cauldrons had been set up, simmering with porridge, while hundreds of refugees queued patiently for their share. As long as there was food to be had, the populace could be kept at bay. Approaching the front, Er Gouzi noticed Sima laboring over the cauldron, sweat streaming down his brow. Er Gouzi, lend me a hand. I need to step away for a moment. Sima, having held his need for relief for too long, tossed the ladle into Er Gouzi's hands and hurried off. Reluctantly, Er Gouzi took the ladle and began serving porridge to the refugees in line. What lay within the cauldron was less porridge and more rice soup, a thin broth floating with some chaff and a few grains of rice. A bald-headed refugee, clutching a cracked bowl, craned his neck toward the cauldron, salivating at the sight of the rice soup. Having experienced hunger himself, Er Gouzi empathized with the man's plight. He stirred the ladle in the cauldron and scooped a generous portion from the bottom, where the rice was plentiful and the water scant, ideal for satiation. The bald man eagerly accepted the bowl with both hands, fervently expressing his gratitude. Those who frequently faced hunger understood that the rice at the bottom of the pot was more abundant than at the top. It all depended on the mood of the server. The next refugee was a frail child, and Er Gouzi saw a reflection of his younger self in the boy. He promptly filled a bowl with the thick porridge from the bottom once again. The subsequent refugees appeared equally destitute, prompting Er Gouzi to continue serving multiple bowls, all drawn from the depths of the cauldron. After a considerable time, Sima returned, looking relieved, and immediately snatched the ladle from Er Gouzi's grasp. If you continue to serve like this, there won't be enough to go around. You were never this stingy before. Er Gouzi scrutinized Sima, noting that in the months since they last met, the latter had sprouted even more gray hairs. I wish to be generous, but there are simply too many refugees to feed. With so many mouths to satisfy daily, it's near impossible to procure grain, even in the black market. I had to beg my uncle for some of the disaster relief grain from the court. Disaster relief grain? Er Gouzi inquired, intrigued, as he had never heard of such a thing. Shoo! Sima glanced around before lowering his voice. The court allocated a batch of disaster relief grain long ago. It has already arrived, but is being hoarded by a few officials in the county office, reluctant to distribute it. They only sell a small portion at a time, claiming it is to ensure a steady supply, but in truth, they aim to inflate the price. I purchased this grain for 18 taels of silver per stone. After exchanging a few brief words, Er Gouzi excused himself to enter the city, mindful not to delay in responding to the county's summons. Inside the county office, a spacious hall awaited. As martial scholars, they had some renown, and tables and chairs had been arranged for their comfort, complete with tea. The younger martial scholars of Anshan County had all gathered there. Among the crowd, Er Gouzi recognized several familiar faces, his cousin Zhang Yuliang, a few instructors from the Zhengwu Hall, Vice Hall Master Sima, and Wang Ying from Dingjiazwang. It was a rare occasion for so many martial scholars to convene, and both acquaintances and strangers exchanged introductions, calling upon one another, engaging in lively discussions, creating a bustling atmosphere. However, Er Gouzi sat in silence, not out of aloofness, but rather due to his inherent shyness. He was unfamiliar with most of the attendees and struggled to find topics of conversation. He felt comfortable joking and chatting only with Sima, while with the others, he found it challenging to establish rapport. As the crowd waited, the county office's official finally appeared, holding a ledger to tally the attendees. With the arrival of the official, the chatter among the martial scholars grew even more animated. Yet, the topics of conversation shifted from the local brothel's headmistress to the county magistrate and the various officials within the office. The county magistrate truly cares for his people. The county magistrate tirelessly attends to the needs of Anshan County's disaster victims. We should exert ourselves to alleviate the magistrate's burdens. Er Gouzi, already at a loss for words, found himself even more out of place as the discourse escalated in sophistication and nuance. He sat amidst the crowd, feeling increasingly isolated. As a farmer, he could not conjure the eloquent platitudes that seemed to flow so easily from others. Bored and restless, He discreetly employed his insight technique to observe the martial scholars gathered around him, discovering that among the 86 present, only 7 had successfully advanced to the Qi refinement stage. This group included himself, Vice Hall Master Sima, and Zhang Yuliang. Observing Vice Hall Master Sima's cultivation, it appeared he was at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, slightly inferior to Er Gouzi. The remaining 4 included 1 at the 1st layer and 2 at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, while 1 surpassed him, likely at the 5th layer. Previously, Er Gouzi had often regarded himself as lacking, feeling his cultivation was weak, merely a novice in the path of immortality. Yet, today, upon employing his insight technique, he realized that most of the other martial scholars were even weaker, with the vast majority not having even crossed the threshold of cultivation. He was surprised to see that Zhang Yuliang had also reached the 1st layer of Qi refinement, as he had only recently observed Zhang as an ordinary martial artist without any signs of advancement. At this moment, he felt a flicker of doubt regarding the accuracy of his newly acquired insight technique. Just then, the official stood nearby, and on a whim, he directed his gaze towards the official's silhouette. Instantly, he was struck by the overwhelming aura emanating from the official, a powerful presence indicative of someone at the 8th or 9th layer of Qi refinement. As soon as he attempted to delve deeper into his observation, the official's formidable energy ricocheted back into him, causing Er Gouzi to grunt in discomfort, as if a heavy hammer had struck his forehead. The official turned to cast a cold glare at Er Gouzi, the warning unmistakable. His earlier actions had been an affront. Er Gouzi bowed his head, vowing never to misuse his insight technique carelessly again. It seems that the last-minute decision to take action may not bode well. The official did not continue to argue with Er Gouzi and began to allocate tasks as he walked up the steps of the county office. There were 86 martial scholars present, along with 20 county constables, totaling 106 individuals. Their current task was quite straightforward: to divide everyone into 20 small groups and send them to various gathering points of the displaced outside the city to recruit laborers for locust extermination. Anyone participating in this endeavor would be provided meals by the county office, with each team entitled to 2 dough of grain per day. The 7 martial scholars with Qi training were assigned to different groups. Er Gouzi was appointed as the temporary captain of one team, which included 3 martial scholars and 1 constable. Although the constables may not match the martial scholars in strength, they were well acquainted with the local terrain. This team was tasked with the locust extermination into Qing Township. As for the laborers, the number they could recruit depended solely on their capabilities. Cousin Zhang Yuliang was fortunate enough to be assigned to the team responsible for the Sanchotzi town. After receiving the assignment, they collected 5 days' worth of rations from the county office, amounting to 1 shur, packed into 2 large bags containing a mix of rice, wheat, beans, and grass seeds. Er Gouzi lifted the bags and, drawing from his childhood experience with grain, estimated that at least 2 dough had been deducted. Thus, the actual amount of rations for these 5 days was approximately 8 dough. Having secured food, recruiting laborers became a much easier task. A large number of displaced individuals had gathered outside the city, and upon hearing that meals would be provided for those participating in locust extermination, anyone capable of walking eagerly signed up. However, each team had less than 2 dough of grain per day, which, when mixed with locusts as sustenance, could support no more than 200 individuals. Consequently, they naturally began selecting the strongest men first. In a short span, the 20 teams managed to take away over 4,000 people, leaving only about 1,000 elderly, weak, sick, and disabled among the remaining displaced. These individuals, barely able to walk straight, posed no threat whatsoever. The county office had successfully dispelled all the displaced with just 20 dan of grain, effectively averting a potential crisis. Shortly after the locust extermination teams departed, another group of officials arrived outside the city, loudly proclaiming the requirement for all displaced individuals to return to their original residences immediately, forbidding any wandering. Those who disobeyed would be treated as bandits and executed without mercy. The remaining elderly and infirm dared not resist and could only depart obediently. All of this was orchestrated by the county magistrate's clever strategy, resolving the locust disaster while simultaneously alleviating the plight of the displaced. In a hall within the county office, the county scribe, the county captain, and the official praised the plan profusely. Displaced individuals? The people of Anshang County live in peace and prosperity. There have never been any displaced persons. All of this is mere rumor. The county magistrate stroked his beard, speaking with satisfaction. Chapter 60. The extermination of locusts. Er Gouzi observed the newly recruited 200 individuals. Although they were touted as robust, they staggered about, often requiring crutches to traverse the terrain. In such a state, it was not merely a matter of exterminating locusts. Sending them forth would amount to providing a feast for the swarms. Following the emergence of mutated locusts, these creatures had begun to consume flesh, leaving only bones in their wake. Rest in place. Prepare the fire for cooking, Er Gouzi commanded. Not far from the county town, he decided to halt their march. Insisting that they fill their bellies first, he distributed 2 dough of grain and arranged for them to camp and prepare food. The refugees, previously on the brink of death, perked up at the prospect of cooking. Without requiring further instruction from Er Gouzi, they abandoned their crutches and eagerly sought firewood, dug earth ovens, and ignited flames. Some could hardly contain their excitement, grabbing uncooked rice and stuffing it into their mouths. A constable, wielding a whip, administered a stern reprimand to restore order. Er Gouzi ascended a high point and let out a piercing whistle. Shortly thereafter, from the distant woods, 2 large white geese emerged, soaring towards him. Having feasted well lately, these geese had grown considerably, their wings spanning over a yard in width. Upon his return to the camp, all eyes turned in curiosity towards the magnificent geese. Such size, 1 pot will scarcely suffice, they murmured, for each goose must have weighed at least 200 pounds. In the eyes of the refugees, everything was merely sustenance. However, a few martial scholars and constables regarded the geese with trepidation, sensing an innate danger in the presence of such formidable creatures. Captain Zhang, the porridge is ready. I brought some dried meat. Would you care for a taste? A constable approached Er Gouzi, balancing a bowl of porridge in one hand and a packet of dried meat in the other. Simultaneously, another martial scholar offered Er Gouzi some of his provisions. Each of them, well off, had prepared ample rations for their journey, unlike the refugees who were content with mere gruel. Faced with their kind offers, Er Gouzi, unable to decline, sampled a bit from each of their supplies. Thank you for your generosity. I embarked on this journey rather hastily, bringing only some persimmons and red dates to sustain me. Please, indulge yourselves as well. In the spirit of reciprocity, Er Gouzi unfastened a bundle from the back of the geese and spread it upon a stone. Indeed, it contained only a few persimmons and red dates. Due to the presence of a gourd, he had not prepared additional provisions, and after searching his person, he found nothing else to offer. The team members each took a couple of items as a gesture of goodwill. However, after tasting the red dates or persimmons, they regretted not taking more. Although they could not yet sense any spiritual energy, they could distinctly feel that these delicacies were extraordinary, brimming with remarkable vitality. Their status and strength paled in comparison to Er Gouzi's, and they felt reluctant to continue their flattery. Meanwhile, the refugees, having each consumed 2 bowls of thick porridge, finally regained their strength and spirits, continuing their journey towards Daching Township. When they arrived, it was already the following morning. The constables sought out the local gentry to ascertain the locust distribution. They learned that Daching Township was plagued by 5 sizable swarms of locusts, with smaller groups uncounted, nearly infesting the entire area. The locusts were in constant motion, merging and splitting, ever-changing in their movements. These locusts exhibited a fierceness unlike any seen before. They had grown larger, moving in coordinated groups that left nothing in their wake. The swarms were exceedingly violent, attacking both humans and livestock when disturbed, leaving little chance for survival. A single large cow, besieged by the locusts, was reduced to a mere skeletal frame within a couple of hours. Local villagers had contemplated extermination. Yet after 5 individuals were devoured and left as bones, no one dared provoke the swarms again. Even the slightest disturbance of a wasp's nest was approached with caution. Now, facing these larger and more ferocious locusts, they could only retreat. Er Gouzi resolved to lead his men in a sweeping action from the southern edge of Daching Township, advancing northward. Upon learning that the government had dispatched a locust extermination team, the local villagers felt emboldened, gathering pots and pans to create noise in an effort to drive the locusts away. Yet, rather than fleeing, the disturbed locusts surged towards the crowd. The refugees were paralyzed with fear, scanning for an escape route. They had come to survive by eating, not to confront danger. Everyone follow me. Charge. Constable, you guard the rear. Anyone who dares to flee shall face execution. Er Gouzi had perused numerous military treatises in recent days, and in this moment of crisis, he recalled their teachings on leading troops. Acting decisively, he issued commands. Understood. The constable responded promptly, drawing his saber and positioning himself at the back to maintain order. With locusts ahead and gleaming blades behind, the refugees found themselves with no option but to grasp branches and follow Er Gouzi into the fray. The two large white geese, upon spotting the locusts, required no orders. They soared ahead, diving into the swarm. With a sweep of their wings, they sent a shower of locusts cascading to the ground. The oncoming swarm was largely obstructed by the geese, and the remaining portion posed little threat. Armed only with branches, the people fought valiantly, injuring and incapacitating numerous locusts. Some locusts landed on them, their serrated legs tearing through clothing and flesh, eliciting cries of agony. The first battle of the locust extermination team lasted over half an hour, successfully eliminating a small swarm. Of the 200 refugees, 92 sustained minor injuries, yet none perished, marking it a resounding victory. The ground was littered with the bodies of locusts. Er Gouzi surveyed the scene, discovering only a handful of 5-inch-long locusts among the remains. The rest were to be collected, amounting to at least 2 or 3 doe. Let us rest here, Er Gouzi commanded. He directed his men to gather dry wood, igniting several fires, and set a large pot to boil porridge. However, today he permitted only 1 doe of grain to be cooked, with more water than rice in the pot. Once the porridge was ready, taking advantage of the lingering embers, he tossed the collected locusts into the flames. After a moment of roasting, the locusts released an enticing aroma, causing the refugees to salivate uncontrollably. When the ashes and locusts were finally uncovered, each one was perfectly roasted, crispy on the outside and tender within, wafting an irresistible fragrance. That day, the 200 refugees savored a hearty meal, replete with meat, far more lavish than any feast they had experienced. After satisfying their hunger, the once listless group transformed into a fervent assembly, eager to seek out the next swarm of locusts for another battle. In times of desperation, the opportunity to feast alongside their leader was a rare stroke of fortune. Previously, when they were starving, they had resorted to foraging for bark and roots. Now, they were emboldened to confront the locusts. Er Gouzi, keen to fulfill their simple desires, allowed for a brief respite before leading them onward in their northward campaign. In the ensuing days, they engaged in 2 to 3 skirmishes daily, yielding harvests ranging from several doe to a stone of locusts. Er Gouzi distributed these locusts among the group, ensuring both people and livestock were well fed, for a full belly fosters strength and vigor. In just a few days, the morale of the locust extermination team had transformed remarkably. No one feared retreat any longer. Each individual displayed newfound courage and zeal, especially after partaking of the roasted locusts, fueling their fervor for combat. The villagers of Daching Township, who had originally ventured out in search of refuge from famine, have recently been returned home and are now prohibited from venturing outside at will. Confined within their homes and faced with empty stomachs, they observed the locust extermination team receiving daily provisions, including meat. Presently, wherever the team, led by Er Gouzi, goes, nearly every villager, regardless of age or gender, is eager to join their ranks. After all, with the locusts still rampant, the meager crops that barely sprout in the fields stand little chance of survival. In light of the substantial swarms of locusts yet to be eradicated, all willing participants have been welcomed into the fold. Those who lack the strength to labor, the elderly and infirm, have also been incorporated, assigned to carry out various supportive tasks such as gathering firewood, tending the fire, fetching water, and preparing meals. His locust extermination team has grown from an initial 200 members to nearly 700 or 800 strong. Chapter 61. Worse than beasts. The locust extermination team, led by Er Gouzi, achieved remarkable success, largely thanks to the invaluable assistance of 2 large geese. While individual locusts may not possess great strength, their overwhelming numbers and ability to fly posed a significant challenge, rendering Er Gouzi's strength somewhat ineffective. In contrast, the geese flew into the swarm of locusts, their wings sweeping across a wide area, scattering the once dense mass of locusts and alleviating much of the pressure on the extermination team, thereby reducing casualties. However, while Er Gouzi's team progressed smoothly, other squads faced unfortunate setbacks, often suffering casualties, morale plummeting, and their advancement stalling. Yet, apart from Er Gouzi's team, another group, led by his cousin Zhang Yuliang, was also faring relatively well. Although Zhang Yuliang had only reached the first level of qi cultivation and lacked the aid of the large white geese, The locusts near Sanchazi town had been drawn away by the ginseng on Shiko Mountain, resulting in daily skirmishes with the geese and significant casualties among the locusts. Additionally, the group of individuals Er Gouzi had purchased a month or two prior had been systematically hunting small locust swarms in the vicinity, leading to a diminished presence of locusts and a less severe threat in the area. As a result, Zhang Yuliang effortlessly eliminated several smaller locust swarms. Within just a few days, more than half of the locusts within the jurisdiction of Sanchazi town had been eradicated, surprisingly completing their task even before Er Gouzi's team. Zhang Yuliang organized his team to patrol and hunt locusts in the surrounding fields, while he himself sought an excuse to return home. "Elder brother, have you accomplished the task?" Zhang Yoshin eagerly inquired upon seeing his brother return with the extermination team. "Of course, I spent over 100 taels of silver. How could I not succeed?" Zhang Yuliang replied, producing a neatly folded sheet of white paper from his bosom. Unfolding it on the table revealed the 3 characters for wind manipulation technique alongside the method for practicing this spell. "You spent so much money for just a piece of paper?" Zhang Yoshin looked at the black ink on the white paper in confusion, feeling it was an exorbitant expense. "What do you know? This is an immortal technique, a secret not to be shared. Each spell is exceedingly precious, without connections. You could spend hundreds of taels and still not obtain it. I had to sweet-talk them extensively before they agreed to transcribe this for me," Zhang Yuliang said with a hint of pride. Zhang Yoshin, upon hearing this, picked up the brush and inkstone, moving closer to copy the text. "Then I'll make several copies and sell each for 100 taels. Our family will be wealthy." "Stop! Stop!" Zhang Yuliang quickly snatched the brush away, preventing him from proceeding. "Do you think you are the only clever one in the world? Have you considered why others do not copy more immortal techniques to sell? Unauthorized dissemination of immortal cultivation methods is a serious crime. The punishment could be as light as a beating or confiscation of property, or as severe as execution and extermination of one's entire family. Among cultivators, it's common to secretly copy and exchange a few copies, but no one can speak of it. If you continue this way, our family will face ruin tomorrow." Listening to his brother's words, Zhang Yoshin fell silent, seemingly lost in thought, or perhaps experiencing a moment of enlightenment. After a prolonged silence, he finally exhaled deeply. "I understand now," the sage said. "All under heaven are cunning folk. There are methods to weaken, impoverish, and confound them, but one must never let them know. Ha ha ha. I have attained enlightenment." Zhang Yuliang patted his brother's forehead, sensing his scholarly tendencies resurfacing. "Brother, teach me martial arts. After so many years of study, you want to continue?" "I want to. My resolve is firm now." At this moment, Zhang Yoshin's gaze was resolute. "Reading is useless. Knowing how to write my name is enough. I shall embark on the path of immortality and seize power for myself. That is the true way, the path to transcendence. Suit yourself, but don't regret it later. This path is fraught with difficulty." Zhang Yuliang felt his brother's scholarly habits resurfacing and chose to ignore it, retreating to another room to practice the wind manipulation technique. Ever since acquiring the method for the spell, he had been contemplating it for several days and was eager to try it out. The wind manipulation technique was considered one of the simplest among all spells, and within just a few days, Zhang Yuliang had grasped it fairly well. That evening, the two brothers stealthily approached the foot of Shiko Mountain once more. Due to Er Gouzi's instructions to station guards upon leaving, the two could only take advantage of the darkness to quietly navigate to the back mountain. "Are you going to fall again from up there?" Zhang Yoshin recalled the last time his brother fell, resulting in broken bones, and their father being crushed by a boulder. He gazed at the sheer cliff, a place where they had suffered too many failures, a source of sorrow for the entire family. "I have learned the wind manipulation technique. This time, I will succeed," Zhang Yuliang proclaimed confidently. Though the technique did not allow for flight, it enabled him to feel light as a feather, allowing him to spring upward with even the slightest assistance. With that, he tucked in his clothing and began to sprint toward the cliff, leaping into the air and already reaching a height of 10 feet above the ground. Using his hands and feet against the cliff face for leverage, he propelled himself upward. Zhang Yuliang felt as if a gentle breeze was lifting him, making his body feel remarkably agile, with the wind whistling past his ears. He experienced a thrilling sensation of lightness, akin to a soaring dragon, almost wanting to let out a triumphant roar. As he neared the summit, only a breath away from success, suddenly a loud honk echoed through the air. A massive white figure swooped down from above, its wings slicing through the air like blades. Bang! Zhang Yuliang was struck by the wing, his upward momentum dissipating entirely, and he found himself plummeting downward. Fortunately, with his newfound mastery of the wind manipulation technique, he managed to regain some control, using the cliff face to slow his descent. Thud! He landed on the ground, falling onto his back. Zhang Yuliang rushed over to check on him, and found that he was relatively unscathed this time. Indeed, practicing the immortal technique made a noticeable difference. He was more resilient to falls. Zhang Yuliang rose from the ground, clutching his waist and grimacing. That feathered beast! How dare it bully me? With sword in hand, he once again activated the wind manipulation technique and charged up the cliff. Zhang Yuliang could only look up, the dim light of night obscuring his view. Still unclear about the situation. After a few moments, Zhang Yuliang fell from the sky once more. Thud! He landed on his back again, the sword slipping from his grasp and clattering among the rocks, producing a series of sharp sounds. The sword had been twisted and deformed by a tremendous force, clearly rendered unusable. That feathered beast! I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you. Zhang Yuliang, undeterred, got back up and charged at the cliff once more. Thud! Moments later, he fell again, this time landing in a rather undignified manner. Instead of immediately rising, he flipped over, lying on his back with a vacant stare toward the sky. After executing the wind manipulation technique 3 times in succession, he had exhausted his magical energy. Brother, are you all right? You haven't lost your wits, have you? Zhang Yuliang approached with concern. I'm fine. As long as you're all right, don't take it to heart. It's just a mere beast. But I lost to a beast. I am even worse than a beast. At that moment, a profound sense of defeat enveloped Zhang Yuliang. He had dedicated himself to martial arts since childhood, training tirelessly for over a decade, only to find himself unable to defeat even a mere beast. To make matters worse, this beast belonged to Er Gouzi. It's just a beast. Zhang Yuliang dismissed the notion. The sage said, what distinguishes humans from beasts is intelligence. Therefore, the sage employs wit over strength in battle. It's merely a beast. We shall not compete with it in strength. I have a plan. 3 days later, the 2 brothers, burdened with a hefty sack of rice, returned to the foot of the mountain. The geese on this mountain were plentiful. Could your poison be trusted? After the previous failure, Zhang Yuliang felt little confidence. Rest assured, I have mixed a dozen packets of rat poison into the rice. It could easily kill 10 cattle, he asserted. If you doubt it, try a bit yourself. Zhang Yuliang, brimming with confidence, believed that once the geese consumed it, they would surely perish. The pair reached the base of the mountain, scattered the tainted rice, and then concealed themselves nearby to watch quietly. However, they stood guard all day without a single goose descending to partake of the grain. The 2nd and 3rd days passed in the same manner. Despite the demise of numerous birds and rodents, not a single goose approached the poisoned offering, nor did they even cast a glance. I will deliver it directly to them. Zhang Yuliang, growing impatient, tore off a piece of his clothing to wrap some rice and dashed towards the cliff. This time, he did not need to reach the summit. From a mere few feet away, he tossed the sack upward and turned to descend. By the time the geese came rushing out, he had already landed back on the ground. A flock of geese surrounded the rice thrown by the well-meaning stranger, stretching their necks to inspect the offering. They soon discovered that the food lacked any alluring essence. Who would consume this? Accustomed to more invigorating fare, none dared to peck at the pile of golden rice. With a decisive flap, the sack of rice was flung back down, landing at Zhang Yuliang's feet. After several days of effort, they had achieved nothing. In both wit and strength, they had gained not an inch of advantage. Could it be that the 2 brothers were truly inferior to mere beasts? Catch the thief! Catch the thief! At that moment, torches ignited the darkness as Chiuyue led a large group, armed with clubs, charging towards them. Outnumbered and feeling guilty for their thievery, the 2 could only flee in disgrace. Chapter 62. The Insect King. After days of relentless battles, Er Gouzi's locust-sweeping team, now comprising over 1,000 members, had feasted daily. By now, they had nearly eradicated the locust swarms in the entire Daqing township. However, several remaining swarms had converged into a colossal horde. Observing from a distance, Er Gouzi noted that within this great multitude, there were at least 100 of the 5-inch-long mutated locusts. These formidable adversaries were swift and powerful, their serrated legs capable of slicing through flesh with ease. A mere encounter with a single mutated locust would leave an ordinary person with little chance of survival, facing a near-certain death. Given their current composition of 2 geese, 5 warriors, and over 1,000 commoners, A direct confrontation with the swarm would likely cost them 500 to 600 lives. This motley crew of refugees was as scattered as sand. They could manage well enough against weaker foes, but the loss of even 100 would send the rest fleeing. At that point, the lives of the few warriors under his command would also be in jeopardy. Thus, he had refrained from any rash actions, allowing everyone a day to recuperate and prepare for battle. Yet, with over 1,000 individuals, their daily rations dwindled to nearly 2 dough of grain, equating to about 2 or 3 pounds per 100 people. They had previously survived solely on locusts, and now, the absence of conflict meant starvation loomed. After only a few days of ample food, they were once again facing hunger. The transition from abundance to scarcity had bred a palpable panic among them. Remarkably, after a day of minimal sustenance, rather than succumbing to despair, their eyes gleamed with determination and fervor. Moreover, the locust meat, though slightly toxic, only heightened their aggression and combativeness when consumed in excess. However, for these starving refugees, such a minor toxicity was merely a trifling affliction. With the collective yearning for battle palpable among the masses, the following morning, Er Gouzi ordered the preparation of the locusts they had gathered over the past few days, frying them, while the 2 dough of grain were boiled into porridge. After a hearty meal, he instructed each person to carry a large bundle of firewood as they set out. In his possession, he held a tightly sealed wooden barrel, the contents of which remained a mystery to all. "Captain, the locust swarm is just over that small hill," said the constable, who was tasked with monitoring the swarm's movements. Indeed, it was evident to everyone that the locusts were abundant. The surrounding hills had been stripped bare, devoid of even a single leaf. Above that hill, countless dark specks merged into a dense mass, resembling a vast, ominous cloud, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. Just yesterday, the refugees had clamored to emerge and annihilate the locusts, yet now they stood with perspiration beading on their foreheads, their fighting spirit considerably diminished. At that moment, they could only feel grateful for having aligned themselves with a leader who had devised a strategy. Er Gouzi directed the group to deposit their firewood in a nearby open space and spread it across the ground. The over 1,000 bundles of firewood covered an area of just over 2 mu. "Zhao Xiaozai, bring forth the grass you prepared," Er Gouzi commanded. Zhao Xiaozai promptly arrived with several refugees, burdened with large bundles of green leaves. In this time of severe drought, locating such greenery had proven arduous and required considerable effort. Once they piled the leaves upon the ground, Er Gouzi finally unveiled the contents of his mysterious barrel, revealing it to be merely a vessel of clear water. He poured the water over the leaves, which had wilted under the sun's relentless rays. Upon absorbing the moisture, the leaves revived, exuding a newfound vibrancy. He then instructed everyone to scatter the leaves atop the dry firewood. With their preparations complete, the group quietly retreated to the periphery of the firewood, awaiting the arrival of the locusts. It wasn't long before some locusts discovered the fresh leaves, seemingly relishing the treat, and soon, word spread among them. A vast cloud of locusts ascended from the hill, densely flocking towards their location. The pile of firewood soon became blanketed by a thick layer of locusts, which began to compete fiercely for the leaves. Many of the refugees had already produced fire-starting materials, primed to ignite the flames. "Captain, may we set the fire now?" Zhao Xiaozai inquired softly beside Er Gouzi. "Yes," Er Gouzi nodded, preparing to give the command. Just then, he spotted dozens of 5 to 6 inch long insect kings escorting a massive locust over a foot long. This particular locust was jade green, its abdomen swollen and larger than a fist. Upon its arrival, the previously raucous swarm fell silent, all ceasing their feeding and lying still. As the great locust descended upon the firewood, voraciously devouring the leaves, the other locusts dared not take a bite. "Wait, do not ignite the fire yet." Er Gouzi quickly halted Zhao Xiaozai, for he had sensed a powerful aura emanating from the insect king through his divination technique. This presence bore a resemblance to that of a human cultivator in the qi refining stage, yet it was far more ferocious and violent. He was uncertain whether he could contend with the insect king, but he feared that most of the locust sweeping team would not survive the encounter. The swarm's strength exceeded his prior estimations. The county had only granted him 2 dough of mixed grains, now that he had enough to eat. He was reluctant to risk his life for such a meager supply. However, his plea came too late. From a distance, a refugee had already hurled a lit torch into the pile of firewood. Once the first torch was ignited, it quickly sparked a chain reaction, leading to a second and third. These individuals were not a disciplined army. They were merely a ragtag collection of refugees banded together for survival. Soon, this disorganized multitude disregarded his orders, launching torches towards the swarm. With no recourse, Er Gouzi steeled himself for battle alongside his comrades. Intensify the flames. Quickly, throw more torches. Er Gouzi urged, sensing the fire's slow progress. The flames had yet to fully catch when the locusts began to disperse. This was a rare opportunity. They needed to incinerate as many locusts as possible. He summoned his magical energy, and moments later, a fireball the size of an egg ignited at his fingertips. This blazing orb radiated intense heat, and upon contact with the firewood, it erupted into a roaring flame. Simultaneously, two large white geese soared into the air, flapping their wings to drive the locusts that had just escaped the fiery inferno back. As individuals wielded bamboo sticks to beat back the locusts, the two geese circled above, forcing many locusts into the flames. Suddenly, the massive insect king burst forth from the conflagration, followed by over 100 smaller insect kings and an overwhelming swarm. The two geese found themselves at the forefront, but the sheer number of locusts rendered them powerless to withstand the onslaught. The mutated locusts crashed against the geese, sending feathers and blood cascading to the ground. If this continued, the geese would surely perish. Return. With the command given, the wounded geese flew back to Er Gouzi, battered yet still proud, their heads held high. The locust swarm, led by the insect king, surged forth from the flames but did not flee, instead swirling above like a dark cloud. Nevertheless, their overall numbers had diminished significantly, as nearly half had succumbed to the fire. Seemingly enraged, the swarm began to buzz violently, and suddenly, they dove toward the crowd below. A cacophony of screams erupted as the razor-sharp legs of the insect king effortlessly sliced through their skin. One after another, individuals collapsed to the ground, writhing and wailing in anguish. Within mere moments, their cries faded into silence. All of you gather around me. Those who dare to flee shall face merciless retribution. Just moments ago, in the chaos of the fire, we had scattered too thinly. A handful of people found themselves defenseless against the swarm of insects. These displaced souls, initially seeking merely a meager meal, now confronted with the specter of death, panicked and fled in terror, disregarding any commands. At that moment, the constable drew his blade, barring the way, its gleam flashing ominously as several heads rolled to the ground. Blood stained the mountain path, while the constable stood resolute with his bloodied weapon, resembling a deity of death incarnate. Thus, the frightened refugees were once again paralyzed by fear, compelled to obey and return to the side of Er Gouzi. Once assembled, the situation became more manageable. Two large geese circled low, attempting to disperse the swarm as much as possible, while the others rallied together, fervently swinging bamboo branches. Er Gouzi wielded his heavy sword, unleashing a tempestuous swordplay. The technique unfolded like a torrential storm, with a flurry of blade shadows rendering the air impenetrable. Wherever the sword shadow fell, be it ordinary locusts or the formidable locust king, they were cleaved into fragments. In the midst of his fervent assault, a sudden green flash appeared to his left, followed by an immense force colliding with his sword. The impact shattered his 100-pound sword into two pieces. As the green shadow darted past him, he discerned it to be the locust king, measuring over a foot in length. Sun Shotsai, who had been standing to his left, now lay on the ground, a gaping, fist-sized wound in his chest, blood oozing forth. Squeaking, the enormous locust king, having failed in its initial strike, did not rush for a second attack, but hovered in midair, emitting a series of high-pitched sounds. The swarm seemed to be commanded by it, surging towards Er Gouzi like a relentless tide. Even as he wielded the broken sword, creating a barrier impenetrable by wind or water, he still struggled to defend himself. At that moment, the remnants of his sword radiated with brilliance, and a blade of light extended about a foot from the broken edge, fluctuating unpredictably. Suddenly, a beam of light shot forth, like lightning, aimed directly at the great locust, moving faster than the insect itself. The creature reacted swiftly. Shifting an inch to evade a fatal strike, the sword energy grazed its side, spilling forth green blood. Wounded, the locust king revealed its ferocity, flapping its wings and lunging towards Er Gouzi. Yet, he stood his ground, executing the tempestuous swordplay once more, his consciousness fully attuned to the locust king's trajectory. The vital energy within him allowed for only 2 strikes of sword energy. He had already exhausted one opportunity. As the distance between man and locust shrank to 10 paces, time seemed to slow within his awareness, revealing the insect's flight path with clarity. Now was the moment. Er Gouzi unleashed his second blade of light, which pierced through the locust king's forehead. The creature split in two, its green blood splattering the ground. With the demise of the largest locust king, the swarm lost its direction, scattering into several disorganized groups, each pursuing its own path. Under the onslaught of the gathered crowd, only a few locusts managed to escape. Thus, the locust horde plaguing Daching Township was ultimately vanquished. Chapter 63. The elixir has been found as the sun dipped below the horizon. The battlefield lay strewn with the carcasses of locusts, a testament to a day-long battle. At this moment, the displaced were diligently sweeping away the remains, separating the larger, mutated locusts, which were highly valued for their superior taste and health benefits. The locust extermination team had collected no fewer than 100 mutated locusts. Following this fierce conflict, the locust plague in Daching Township had been entirely eradicated. Despite their considerable success, the extermination team suffered heavy losses, with over 100 fatalities and more than 300 fleeing, leaving only about 700, all of whom bore injuries. Among his 3 martial scholars, one had fallen, while the other 2 sustained varying degrees of wounds, their bodies marred with numerous lacerations and flesh laid bare. At this moment, Er Gouzi held the carcass of the great locust king in his hands. 2 large geese, their heads leaning against him, gazed hungrily at the locust king's remains. Yet, as proud geese, they refused to grovel for favors or wag their tails like dogs, merely watching with anticipation. The locust king measured over a foot in length, its hind legs serrated and sharp, a likely culprit in shattering Er Gouzi's heavy sword, forged from the finest bronze. Its belly split open, revealed a treasure trove of golden eggs, promising a delectable feast. Er Gouzi sensed a powerful energy emanating from within, hinting at the transformation into the legendary locust demon. "Would you like a taste?" he inquired, eliciting eager nods from the geese. "Perhaps in a few days. I have your best interests at heart," he replied, tucking away the locust carcass. The geese, despite their recent valor and injuries, remained uncomprehending of their master's intentions, proudly turning their heads away, signaling their indifference. "Captain Zhang, we have collected a total of 156 mutated locusts. How shall we distribute them?" Scholar Zhao asked, surveying the heap of locust bodies. They had all savored the flavor of these locusts, which not only tantalized the palate, but also contained special energies that enhanced strength and vitality, immensely beneficial to martial artists. "Let us adhere to our usual practice. Divide the mutated locusts into 7 equal portions, 1 for each of us, with the remainder designated as provisions for the extermination team," Er Gouzi proposed. In previous battles, he had consistently apportioned the locusts in this manner, ensuring that the 5 of them and the 2 geese each received a share. No one objected to the geese receiving 2 portions, as their contributions had been invaluable. "Should we still allocate a portion for Scholar's son, who has perished?" Er Gouzi asserted. "Certainly. The fallen should not be deprived of their due." Growing up, he had only known the ways of chopping wood and tending to pigs, with no guidance on navigating the complexities of human interaction until encountering Li Banjian. Upon entering the library of the Zhongwu Hall, he discovered a wealth of knowledge that had previously eluded him. Having read extensively on military strategy, he learned that rewarding merit and punishing transgressions were paramount for maintaining authority and discipline. Though he lacked experience in leading large forces, he faithfully applied the teachings from the texts, which seemed to yield satisfactory results without major mishaps. Despite the others' covetousness for Scholar's son's share, they accepted Er Gouzi's decision, recognizing that while they might not gain extra, they were assured of not suffering losses. That night, the extermination team celebrated their victory with a hearty meal. With their mission accomplished, the displaced individuals who had fought alongside Er Gouzi transitioned from hunger to abundance, eagerly anticipating further locust eradication efforts. Er Gouzi left provisions for the team to await further orders while he and his companions returned to the county office to report. As they journeyed back, passing through other villages, they observed that swarms of locusts remained unchecked. The displaced villagers, having been sent back by soldiers, no longer ventured into the fields, for cultivating crops had become futile. The labor of carrying water to sustain their meager harvests had been in vain, as the locusts had devoured everything. They now relied on foraging for bark and roots and capturing the occasional stray locust to sustain themselves. Upon reaching a village called Xingwang Township, they encountered another extermination team engaged in battle. The scene was chaotic, with the locusts overwhelming the defenders, who were scattering in disarray, cries of despair echoing through the air. A martial scholar, demonstrating remarkable agility, darted through the chaos, skillfully evading the relentless pursuit of the locusts. "Help!" he cried upon spotting Er Gouzi and his group. Er Gouzi recognized him as one of the more vocal individuals from the county hall gathering. The two geese, sensing the urgency, charged into the fray without awaiting commands, their wings sweeping the locusts from the sky like rain. Having feasted on numerous mutated locusts in recent days, the geese had grown significantly stronger, far surpassing their counterparts left on the mountain. Before Er Gouzi could intervene, the locusts that had tormented the martial scholar were swiftly dispatched by the geese, who then continued their assault on the remaining swarms. As the dust settled, the victorious geese picked up the fallen mutated locusts, presenting them to Er Gouzi rather than consuming them immediately. He accepted the offering and retrieved a dozen more mutated locusts from his pack, distributing them to the geese. "Thank you," exclaimed the rescued martial scholar, still trembling from the encounter. "May I ask your name?" He regretted not having met Er Gouzi sooner amidst his many acquaintances. "I am Zhang. These are scholars Zhao and Qian, whom I presume you already know." They shared a brief conversation, revealing that the extermination team assigned to Xinguang Township had met with misfortune, suffering heavy casualties on their very first day. Despite ongoing recruitment efforts, losses continued to mount, and they had recently encountered a massive locust swarm, claiming the lives of two martial scholars from their ranks. As their team faced frequent fatalities, attracting new recruits became increasingly difficult, for the displaced sought mere sustenance rather than risking their lives. Upon learning that Er Gouzi and his companions had completed their mission and were returning to report, the martial scholar's expression shifted to one of astonishment and envy, lamenting his unfortunate circumstances. When Er Gouzi returned to the outskirts of the county town, he was taken aback to find a substantial congregation of displaced persons, their numbers surpassing those from the last encounter. Some were locals from Anshan County, while others had wandered in from distant lands. Their influx could not be curtailed. The porridge stall at the city gate had been dismantled, and guards wielding blades obstructed entry to the town for the destitute. Upon entering the county office, the county magistrate, astonished to learn that they had eradicated the locusts in Daching Township, personally summoned the 4 of them. "I dispatched a total of 20 locust extermination teams, and yours is the only one to have successfully vanquished the swarms," he commended. "You have performed admirably. I shall reward you handsomely, and hope you will continue your valiant efforts, accumulating further merits for which I will commend you in due course." In high spirits, the magistrate granted Er Gouzi 10 revitalizing pills, while Zhao Xiaozai and the others received 5 each. Furthermore, the rations for their locust extermination team were increased from 2 dough to 4 dough per day. He then ordered them to set forth from Daching Township once again to assist in eliminating locusts in other townships. After leaving the county office, Er Gouzi made his way to Sima Yi's Huichun Hall. Today, the hall appeared unusually desolate. Sima Yi sat behind the counter, his expression weary, with a noticeable increase of white hair for such a young man. "Have you also escaped back?" Sima Yi was somewhat taken aback by Er Gouzi's arrival. "Escape? I have returned to report to the county magistrate," Er Gouzi replied, his words leaving him equally perplexed. "Report?" Sima Yi echoed, equally baffled. The two engaged in a lengthy exchange before finally grasping each other's intent. Through Sima Yi, Er Gouzi learned that several of the 20 locust extermination teams dispatched earlier had scattered, while the remaining teams struggled to persevere under arduous conditions. Some had taken to hiding, too fearful to confront the larger swarms. A portion of well-off martial scholars had even retreated to the county town, abandoning their missions. Thus, Sima Yi had instinctively assumed Er Gouzi was among those who had fled, reflecting on the circumstances of his last battle. Er Gouzi acknowledged that many teams indeed could not withstand the onslaught. However, aside from his own, several others had distinguished themselves, bolstered by the support of prominent families within the county town. This included his cousin Sima Hong's team, which received full backing from their family, providing both manpower and resources, prioritizing the cultivation of family disciples. Er Gouzi inquired further about the situation in the county town. It turned out that after they had gathered a large number of displaced persons into the locust extermination teams, the military had repatriated all the displaced individuals outside the city. However, due to the team's ineffective combat, a significant number of displaced persons had returned shortly thereafter. to compel these individuals to join the locust extermination efforts. The county office even prohibited Sima E from operating his porridge stall. Starving, the displaced were naturally inclined to hunt locusts, while also lining their own pockets. As the provisions allocated by the government for disaster relief were being siphoned off by various families, with the Sima family among them. Sima Yi's face flushed as he recounted this, acknowledging his family's complicity. He had previously negotiated with his uncle for some grain to distribute as porridge, only to be subsequently prohibited by the county office. Presently, although it seemed the entire county town was devoid of food, many affluent families had hoarded supplies that could last them for years. They tacitly agreed to sell only small quantities at inflated prices to maximize their profits. Hearing these revelations, Er Gouzi was not surprised. The wealthy merchants of Sanchazi town had long engaged in such practices. After bidding farewell to Sima E, he ventured into the black market. The detoxification pill he had ordered had finally arrived. However, due to a significant drop in the price of blood essence pills, the 5 pills he had initially prepared could no longer be exchanged for even one detoxification pill. He had to supplement with an additional 100 taels of refined silver to acquire the detoxification pill. The detoxification pill was a vibrant green, resembling jade in its smooth luster. A whiff revealed a fragrant aroma reminiscent of herbs. Although the poisonous remnants within him had been neutralized, he hoped never to require it again. After stowing the detoxification pill safely, he surveyed the rows of cabinets in Hongfu Hall, inquiring if there were any other pills available. "You are quite fortunate. Hongfu Hall has indeed procured another pill," the shopkeeper replied, a proud smile gracing his face. "You may have heard that recently the prefectural government awarded a pill, but it was misplaced by the county magistrate's concubine. The unfortunate soul who lost it had to barter it for 2 barren hills." Upon hearing this familiar tale, Er Gouzi was tempted to reveal that the unfortunate soul was himself. "Has this pill been recovered?" he inquired. "Indeed. It was found a few days ago while cleaning at home." "Quite a coincidence, wouldn't you say?" The shopkeeper chuckled, relishing the story. Er Gouzi, perceptive and not naive, understood the underlying implications. "What price does this pill command?" he asked, hoping it would not be exorbitant, as he wished to reclaim it. "Such a rare pill has garnered much interest and will not be sold outright. It will be auctioned in 5 days at Hongfu Tower to the highest bidder. If you are interested, you may participate in the auction then." "Very well," Er Gouzi replied as he exited Hongfu Tower, his emotions a tumultuous blend of elation and distress. Finally, he had the opportunity to reclaim his pill. To ensure he could afford a competitive bid in 5 days, he sold a sack of red dates for 2,600 taels, 5 dough of cat's tooth rice masquerading as crescent rice for 5,000 taels, a batch of revitalizing pills for 1,000 taels, and several mutated locust corpses for 2,000 taels. Chapter 64. Spiritual Beasts After Leaving the Black Market. Er Gouzi did not return directly to Daking, but hurried back to Shiko Mountain overnight. Having been away for so many days, he longed for home. Compared to the dire conditions he witnessed in the villages along the way, Shishi village appeared relatively prosperous, with verdant crops visible in many areas. Ahu's family had toiled for half a year, and the sesame and millet they planted were thriving and already in the process of being harvested. The master has returned. The master is back. A group of children at the foot of Shiko Mountain joyfully rushed towards him upon seeing Er Gouzi. These children were blissfully unaware of the worldly distinctions of status and wealth, their faces radiant with smiles. After having been sold by their parents, in their hearts, Er Gouzi was their true guardian, a sheltering sky. As Er Gouzi beheld the gleeful children before him, a sense of accomplishment surged within him. He retrieved a handful of red dates from his bundle and distributed them among the children. "Thank you, master," they exclaimed. "Wow, the dates are so sweet." The children laughed and scampered away, while Chiyoyu approached him respectfully and bowed. "Greetings, master. How have things been while I was away?" "There were some thieves." Er Gouzi's expression changed instantly, and he sprang towards the mountaintop. The honking of geese echoed as a flock rushed to greet their master, flapping their wings and stretching their necks to tug at his clothing. Er Gouzi surveyed the summit, relieved to find everything normal, and rode down on the back of a goose. Chiyoyu awaited him at the foot of the mountain. "What exactly happened?" "A few days ago, some children found dead mice and birds at the foot of the back mountain and intended to cook them. Huang Laokai also noticed something amiss." The sequence of events unfolded. Huang Laokai sensed irregularities, and they discovered scattered grains of rice and the corpses of other poisoned animals in the back mountain. Consequently, they had increased the night watch, especially in the vicinity of the back mountain, hiding over 100 people there. Unfortunately, they ultimately failed to catch anyone. Well, you have all done admirably. In my absence, ensure that more personnel are assigned to guard at night. We must not allow anyone to ascend the mountain. Remember to incinerate the poisoned rice and the dead bodies to prevent them from being scavenged for food. With several hundred people stationed at the foot of the mountain and the cliffs of Shiko Mountain being exceptionally smooth, along with iron thorns and the flock of geese atop. Even esteemed officials or skilled individuals would find it arduous to breach the defenses of Shiko Mountain. After issuing his directives, Er Gouzi ascended Shiko Mountain once more. At the summit, he discovered that the ginseng plants had suffered some loss due to the geese, though the damage was not particularly severe, as the geese were well fed with a daily supply of meat. A thick layer of locust corpses lay scattered across the ground. Er Gouzi gathered these locust remains, mixing in some that had been stored in gourds, and filled 2 large sacks. He entrusted these locust corpses to Chiu Yu as their provisions. He then retrieved a broken heavy sword along with some newly acquired refined silver from the black market, tossing them to Huang Fugui for repairs. Seeing Huang Fugui grimace as he hoisted the severed sword, Er Gouzi handed him a bottle of nourishing pills. Having arranged matters at home, Er Gouzi felt at ease and set off towards Daking with 2 geese in tow. Zhao Xiaocai and the others had already arrived, and the remaining 600 villagers had not dispersed. Their numbers had even swelled to over 1,000. These were locals who, upon hearing of the available food, flocked to him. Er Gouzi called the villagers together to reiterate the rules. Any who attempted to flee would be executed. Observing the vagabonds' carefree and disorderly behavior, it was evident they had not taken his words to heart. During the last conflict, had it not been for the constables blocking their path, they would have fled without a trace. Captain Zhang, how shall we proceed? We shall rest for a day, then head towards Heishan town. Er Gouzi had already decided on a course of action. He intended to sweep through the area towards Sanchatsi town. While he could not manage other areas, he aimed to clear out the vicinity surrounding Sanchatsi town, closer to home, allowing him to respond to any potential emergencies. Their group of over 1,000 people moved along the road in a scattered and lethargic manner, stretching over a mile, with the front unable to see the rear and vice versa. Some individuals vanished along the way, while others joined them mid-journey, leaving Er Gouzi perplexed about the actual number of people in his command and their identities. Moreover, as they passed through various villages and towns, some took the opportunity to raid and plunder, leading to fights over the spoils. The scene was chaotic and devoid of discipline. Fortunately, locusts lacked intelligence. Otherwise, if they had faced a savvy army, a mere 100 organized individuals could have easily dismantled their ranks with just a couple of surprise attacks. In recent days, Er Gouzi had been applying some strategies from military texts and had begun to taste success. Since he planned to attend an auction for a pill at the black market in a few days, he was not in a rush to eliminate the locusts and took 2 days to reorganize his forces. He classified the personnel into 2 main categories. Category A comprised over 800 main combatants, while Category B included the elderly, infirm, and young children, totaling over 300 individuals. The latter lacked the strength to combat locusts and could only perform minor tasks such as gathering firewood and cooking. He then organized both categories into smaller units, appointing leaders for each. A total of 11 captains reported directly to Er Gouzi, establishing a clear chain of command. This structure greatly improved the organization of the troops, allowing him to address issues through these 11 leaders. All these measures were taken in accordance with the strategies outlined in military literature, proving the value of thorough study, the wisdom of those who had devoted their lives to these principles. He resolved to borrow and peruse the collection of books at the Zhengwu Hall. However, one particular military regulation posed a dilemma for him: whether soldiers should be permitted to kill and plunder villagers. Many military texts never addressed this issue, while some suggested that allowing soldiers to loot could serve as an incentive, bolstering morale and resupplying provisions. He had observed in the history of the Great Zhou that leaders often permitted their troops to pillage for a few days before and after significant battles. Having relied heavily on military texts and enjoying some success, Er Gouzi grappled with this decision for a long time. Ultimately, he steeled himself and resolved to prohibit such actions. He added a regulation forbidding raids on villages, explicitly stating that any violators would face execution. Having endured humiliation and abuse throughout his childhood, Er Gouzi deeply empathized with the feelings of those who had been oppressed. Through his efforts, He had managed to escape such torment and did not wish to inflict the same suffering on others. He recalled a saying from his master, "Do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself." Although he struggled to recall the exact phrasing, he understood the sentiment. While he had no authority over the oppression of civilians by officials within his sphere of influence, he would not allow his soldiers to bully or plunder the common folk. If this stance contradicted military doctrine, so be it. After all, he was merely a farmer and not a great general. After the reorganization, merely a day had passed when several incidents of robbery occurred in the village, involving theft of money, grain, and even the daughters of respectable families. These individuals, having grown accustomed to a life of lawlessness, showed little regard for the regulations imposed upon them. Upon witnessing a group of bound refugees, who bore the honest countenance of farmers, Er Gouzi felt a surge of malice, behaving no differently than the corrupt officials. Despite the tearful pleas and desperate cries for mercy from these men, he ordered the constables to behead them in front of over 1,000 onlookers. From that moment on, the refugees adopted a demeanor of compliance, proceeding with trepidation and adhering to the rules. Within a mere 2 or 3 days, the morale and order of the ranks transformed significantly, becoming far more disciplined and austere. It is no wonder that he recalled the military text stating that prior to a great battle, a portion of the soldiers should be executed to instill fear and bolster the spirits of the remaining troops. Once the troops were properly organized, Er Gouzi calculated that the corpse of the Locust King, hidden within a gourd, should now be ready to feed the geese. The 2 geese, having caught wind of the locust carcass in their master's hand, were eager for a meal, yet wished to maintain their dignity, refusing to beg. They positioned themselves on either side of Er Gouzi, extending their necks and raising their proud heads, while their eyes remained fixated on the 2 pieces of the Locust King's remains, never straying from their target. "Ah, come feast," Er Gouzi exclaimed, his smile misleading the geese into believing it was a compliment. With an elegant stretch of their necks, they each swallowed a piece of the Locust King. Shortly after consuming the locust, a sudden surge of energy coursed through the 2 geese, transforming them into a state of wild agitation as they flitted about chaotically, feathers cascading to the ground. After a considerable interval, the 2 geese gradually calmed and descended to the earth, collapsing into a deep slumber. Er Gouzi, using his spiritual awareness, observed that while the geese appeared weakened, a more potent essence had begun to manifest within them. This essence bore some resemblance to that of the Locust King, albeit without the same ferocity. He recalled having read in a tome from the Zhengwu Hall that all things in heaven and earth could cultivate into an immortal state. Human cultivators were referred to as immortals, while the cultivation of flora and fauna was termed as Yao, with the essence within them known as Yaoqi. It seemed that the 2 geese had successfully generated Yao energy after consuming the Locust King, akin to human warriors advancing to the level of Qi practitioners. However, it was customary to refer to wild creatures as Yao beasts, while domesticated ones were called spiritual beasts. The 2 geese, having just completed their advancement, were somewhat frail but would likely recover after a few days of rest. The mere consumption of a Locust King had enabled their ascension. Henceforth, he resolved to procure more such corpses whenever the opportunity arose. After another day of recuperation, the 2 geese regained some strength. Er Gouzi instructed the constables to temporarily lead the group while he escorted the geese back to Shiko Mountain for recovery. He also retrieved the reassembled broken sword before setting off toward the county town. The auction for the elixir at the black market was scheduled for that evening, and he had long since prepared his funds, determined to secure the prize. Chapter 65. The irreconcilable conflict of good and evil. Today, the black market was bustling with activity, likely drawn by the allure of a single precious pill. In a grand hall of the Hongfu Pavilion, over 20 individuals gathered, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the auction. Using his ability to perceive qi, Er Gouzi discreetly scanned the attendees and discerned that none were cultivators above the 6th level of qi training. The absence of formidable masters eased his apprehension. He speculated that, akin to the Peiyuan pill, the efficacy of such a pill diminishes significantly once one reaches a certain cultivation threshold. Having cultivated for several years, he found it a rare occurrence to witness so many practitioners of the immortal path convening in one place, suggesting that Anshan County indeed harbors hidden talents. After a brief wait, the elderly manager of Hongfu Pavilion emerged with a beaming smile. "Thank you for your patience," he began. The manager, fond of storytelling, recounted the origins of the pill, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Only Er Gouzi felt as though he had been dragged out for yet another round of ridicule. The county magistrate, benevolent and caring. The county magistrate, who treats the people as his own children. Seated among the crowd, Er Gouzi listened to the sycophantic praise directed at the magistrate, finding the repetitive platitudes utterly uninspiring. He couldn't fathom the effectiveness of such flattery when everyone wore masks, obscuring their identities. Was this merely a personal quirk, a compulsion to flatter? Humph, just a swarm of maggots. A cold voice suddenly pierced the jovial atmosphere, drawing the attention of the crowd to a man wearing a flamboyant mask. What are you staring at? I will eventually wipe out all you maggots. The masked man showed no concern for the audience's scrutiny and instead launched a fierce retort. Who is this audacious fellow, daring to insult the county magistrate? The manager of Hongfu Pavilion inquired icily. His cultivation was not to be underestimated. At over 50 years of age, he had reached the 5th level of qi training, making him a notable figure in the black market. It was well known that the owner of Hongfu Pavilion had the backing of the county magistrate, and this man had the gall to defame him. I am Dao Xuanzong's King Fengzi, and I stand by my name. If you possess the ability, come and find me at Dao Xuanzong. It became evident that the man in the flamboyant mask was a member of a heretical sect, emboldened to provoke the authorities. They were all outlaws after all. With many lice, one need not worry about the itch, and with many debts, one need not feel the burden. Ah, I see. A brave soul from Dao Xuanzong, the manager of Hongfu Pavilion responded, his demeanor shifting from anger to amusement as he seemed to mentally note the grievance. You are not even a member of Dao Xuanzong. Why implicate them? At that moment, a man in a ghostly mask rose to confront him. How do you know I am not a Dao Xuanzong cultivator? Are you one? The masked man remained arrogant. The ghostly figure hesitated briefly before slowly removing his mask to reveal a gaunt face. Indeed, I am the genuine article, King Fengzi of Dao Xuanzong. I implore you all not to misunderstand. Although Dao Xuanzong is not welcomed by the authorities, we have no intentions of rebellion. After speaking, he donned his mask again and exited the auction hall. He preferred to reveal his identity rather than bear the blame for someone else's misdeeds. This ancient sect had been struggling for survival in the gaps of society. Provoking the authorities could easily lead to their annihilation. With King Fengzi's departure, the man in the flamboyant mask also withdrew from the auction. The brief interlude concluded, and the auction resumed. The manager of Hongfu Pavilion wasted no more words and produced a jade box, opening it before the crowd. Inside lay a pristine, glistening pill, and with a sweep of his spiritual sense, one could perceive the rich spiritual energy contained within. This is a first-grade Peiyuan pill. Our establishment does not accept ordinary silver. To facilitate bidding, we will standardize the price in Peiyuan pills. The starting bid is set at 1,000 Peiyuan pills. I bid 2,000. I bid 2,500. I bid 2,800. The bidding escalated quickly, reaching 2,800 Peiyuan pills in no time. However, Er Gouzi recalled Sima Yi mentioning that a Peiyuan pill typically cost at least 30,000 taels of silver. Converted to Peiyuan pills, he estimated it would require at least 3,000 pills. Thus, Er Gouzi declared a fair price, hoping others would not inflate the bid excessively. 3,100, 3,200, 3,300. Yet, the bidding continued to rise as more cultivators joined in. Er Gouzi was resolute. This was his pill, and he had to keep bidding. Ultimately, he secured the pill for 4,000 Peiyuan pills, equating to a payment of 380 taels of refined silver. The attendees regarded him with curiosity, pondering his origins and the wealth he displayed in a single purchase. Subsequently, Hongfu Pavilion seized the opportunity to auction off additional items pertinent to cultivators. Er Gouzi spent another 200 taels of refined silver to acquire a chunk of mysterious iron, a material valuable for crafting weapons. Though the piece was too small for forging a proper weapon, he intended to integrate it into his heavy sword to enhance its durability. Lastly, I present to you the final auction item, the manager of Hongfu Pavilion announced, producing a large wooden box and lifting the lid to reveal the corpse of a locust king. This creature had evolved into a locust demon, measuring 1.5 feet in length, and had claimed the lives of several skilled fighters before being slain. The locust demon's body contained an abundance of spiritual energy, which could be consumed to enhance cultivation or utilized in alchemy. The hind legs alone can be used to forge weapons. The manager extolled the various benefits of the locust demon, inciting fervor among the crowd. Essentially, Every part of this locust demon, even its waste, was deemed valuable. As anticipated, the mere presence of the locust corpse incited a frenzied bidding war. With prices soaring to rival that of the pill, Er Gouzi ultimately spent 330 taels of refined silver to acquire the highly coveted Locust King's corpse, intending to take it home to feed his geese. In this round of the auction, Er Gouzi emerged as the greatest victor, acquiring the two most valuable items. Yet, he also bore the brunt of the loss, having spent a sum equivalent to tens of thousands of taels of silver to reclaim what was rightfully his. After purchasing the pill, Er Gouzi wasted no time and departed the county city alone. He returned briefly to Shiko Mountain, where the two newly advanced geese had recovered significantly after some rest. However, they had lost much plumage during their advancement, leaving them still quite bare in many areas. After feeding them a few Peyuan pills, he set off to exterminate locusts. Outside the county city, upon a desolate mountain, a figure clad in black executed the wind manipulation technique, sprinting swiftly. Upon reaching the mountain, he halted and surveyed his surroundings, seemingly unable to locate his intended target. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from behind him as a sharp sword silently lunged toward him. Fortunately, the black-clad man, experienced in combat, leaped forward without a glance, narrowly evading the ambush. He then retaliated with a swift strike of his own. Clang! It was only then that a figure emerged behind him, revealing the hurriedly departing King Fengzi from the auction. What is your intention, friend? Are you attempting to sow discord between Dao Xuanzong and the authorities? A sinister chuckle escaped the black-robed figure. The Daoxian sect has concealed itself too deeply. Were it not for this situation, you would not have revealed yourself so readily. Would you? Humph. Even if I were to seek assistance, there is no need for such underhanded tactics. Qing Fengzi was evidently dissatisfied with the black-robed man's remarks. I genuinely have matters to discuss with you, the black-robed man continued to explain. Not interested. Qing Fengzi turned to leave, but the black-robed man blocked his path once more. There's no need to rush off. I merely wish to request your assistance in forging an alchemical furnace. You possess alchemical furnaces, do you not? The numerous blood spirit pills must have originated from your hands. Qing Fengzi fixed his icy gaze upon the black-robed man and replied coldly, Our Daoxian sect, a bastion of the righteous path since ancient times, has always stood opposed to your nefarious kind. We would never aid in the heinous act of refining pills with the lives of the living. With that, Qing Fengzi turned to depart. Yet the black-robed man again obstructed him. Why hurry away? Everything can be negotiated, conditions can be established. The dichotomy of righteousness and evil leaves no room for negotiation on such a morally reprehensible matter. Qing Fengzi's resolve was unwavering as he brandished his sword, prepared to engage in battle should the black-robed man persist. Daoxian's secret repository. The black-robed man, upon seeing Qing Fengzi's determination, ceased his obstruction and merely uttered these four words. Qing Fengzi's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to face the black-robed man. Do you truly possess information regarding the Daoxian secret repository? Hee. I told you that any transaction can be negotiated. The black-robed man chuckled leisurely. Now tell me, do you have information about the Daoxian secret repository? At this point, a murderous glint flickered in Qing Fengzi's eyes. Why the haste? I do not have such information. Even if you were to kill me, you would glean nothing. Since you possess none, there is no need for discussion. Qing Fengzi's demeanor returned to normal. Feeling as though he had been toyed with, he snorted coldly and prepared to leave once more. I do not have it, but our leader certainly does. Surely you do not believe that simply forging an alchemical furnace would suffice to exchange for such vital information? The black-robed man continued in a calm manner, appearing to have grasped the Daoxian sect's vulnerabilities. I am well aware that forging a mere alchemical furnace is a trivial matter. At this juncture, Qing Fengzi's expression softened, and he agreed. What sort of alchemical furnace do you require? I can deliver it within a month upon my return. Good. That's quite agreeable. Immediately, the black-robed man outlined the specifications, size, and various conditions for the alchemical furnace. Qing Fengzi meticulously noted these details, ready to forge upon his return. Meanwhile, Er Gouzi's team had entered Heishan town. Following reorganization, the team was not only more manageable, but also significantly enhanced in combat capability. As they swept through, they amassed countless locusts, with only 3 casualties. Besides the increased combat effectiveness of the locust extermination team post-reorganization, the 2 large white geese had also transformed into spiritual beasts, greatly augmenting their strength. Each day, Er Gouzi extracted a considerable number of spirit-infused locusts from his gourd to feed the two geese. After replenishing their spiritual energy, the geese recovered swiftly, with their strength and speed doubling at the very least. Now, they could soar effortlessly through the skies alongside Er Gouzi. New hard, sharp feathers had sprouted at the tips of the geese's wings, as formidable as steel blades, capable of severing branches as thick as a bowl. With a sweep of their wings in midair, many several-inch-long mutated locusts were cleaved in two. The two geese had become the primary combat force of this locust extermination team, eliminating at least half of the locusts in every battle. Witnessing the enhanced power of the geese after their evolution, Er Gouzi hurried back to Shiko Mountain that night, sharing the purchased corpse of the Locust King with the two geese. Indeed, he successfully helped them evolve into spiritual beasts once again. With two spiritual beasts guarding Shiko Mountain, he felt considerably more at ease. However, during subsequent battles, they swept through 3 more townships but did not encounter another Locust King. Perhaps the number of such kings was limited, and their previous encounters were merely strokes of luck. Without a Locust King, their current combat strength was sufficient to handle ordinary swarms. Centered around Shiko Mountain, they swept outward in circles, achieving substantial results. The locusts collected daily not only served as sustenance, but also yielded a slight surplus. During this time, they also encountered other locust extermination teams. Most were struggling, with their harvests insufficient for sustenance, leading to an inability to recruit more personnel, lacking sufficient manpower to combat the swarms. Any casualties among the hastily recruited villagers would incite panic and flight. Thus, those teams lacking strength would only grow weaker. However, in the midst of adversity, some outstanding individuals inevitably emerged. Apart from Er Gouzi's team, several others had also achieved remarkable victories, hailing from the Sima family, Ding village, and the county magistrate's trusted aides. Er Gouzi had previously heard about these teams from Sima E. Perhaps the concerns of wise men often share similarities, or perhaps it stemmed from selfishness. The team supported by Ding village had only focused on exterminating locusts near Ding village, while the Sima family's team primarily operated in their vicinity. The most formidable was the county magistrate's team, boasting the largest numbers, rumored to be 2,000 to 3,000 strong, tasked with safeguarding the widest territory. After learning of the actions of other teams, Er Gouzi felt justified in remaining active around the Sanchatsi town area. After all, the crops had been entirely consumed, making the extermination of locusts seem less critical to the villagers. With proximity to home, Er Gouzi often rode his large white goose back to Shiko Mountain to water his crops and check on his household. At last, he found the time to consume the precious Peiyuan pill he had procured. The pill, about the size of a finger, was pure white and glistened like a pearl. He recalled that when he purchased it, it bore only a single pill pattern, but after being stored in the gourd for some time, 2 patterns had now appeared. Has it elevated from a first-grade to a second-grade pill? He was not particularly knowledgeable about pills and could only speculate. In any case, an increase in spiritual energy was a positive outcome. After meditating and adjusting his breathing, he swallowed the pill. It slid smoothly down his throat, continuously releasing spiritual energy within his abdomen. He promptly began to refine it. After a day and night, Er Gouzi slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, his cultivation had reached the 5th level of qi refinement.